Eu acho que a gente pode eliminar todos os times, porque a gente treina bastante para isso, então vai ser bom. Eu sou muito confiante porque o modo CS é um modo que a gente troca bastante tiro toda hora, então sou bem confiante para jogar esse modo e eu colocarei meu time em primeiro.
Eu gosto muito da habilidade do Minato porque ele tem o teletransporte dentro do jogo, então eu curto bastante esse personagem. Eu acho que o competitivo é feito de altos e baixos. Nosso time vem não performando tão bem, mas nós estamos bem confiantes para esse campeonato e sabemos que o competitivo é isso. Uma hora você está no topo, uma hora você perde, outra hora você ganha. E estamos confiantes e empolgados para ganhar novamente. Com toda certeza, ganhar aqui foi muito bom e estar nessa cidade de novo junto com o meu time é muito bom. Nós gostamos bastante daqui e isso com certeza é um incentivo muito grande para nós buscarmos o troféu aqui. Eu acho que todos os times, todas as regiões, todos os times estão num nível muito alto de Free Fire. Então eu coloco a região tailandesa como a mais forte, a CIA aqui, né? E a região mais fraca eu acho que não tem, porque todos estão em alta performance no Free Fire.
Aqui é a Falcons, porque todos os campeonatos de X4 que teve aqui na Tailândia, eles acabaram ganhando. Bermuda, porque é o mapa mais antigo do jogo e sempre que vem esse mapa a gente ganha. O Asana, depois que atualizou o meta, ele nunca mais foi o mesmo.
Meu personagem favorito do Naruto é o Itachi, porque desde o anime como no jogo, a skin dele tá muito da hora, as habilidades dele estão muito da hora também, e é isso que faz ele meu favorito. As equipes deixa eu ver, Buriram, Ivos, Falcons, R7, quem mais? WAG, Fluxo também, todas. Um jogador que não deveria estar aqui era o De Cruz, da Buriram, porque, querendo ou não, já está aposentado, não joga há muito tempo, então, mano, já deu, né? Eu estou muito confiante e, mano, pra mim, nosso time disparado no top 1 aí. Pode vir qualquer outro time aí, mas não vai dar jogo pra eles. Eu acho que talvez tenha um pouquinho de dificuldade, porque é um modo que a gente não é acostumado tanto a jogar assim. Mas creio que a bala, a mecânica e tudo vai surpreender todo mundo aí. Acho que o fator mais positivo do nosso time é mecânica, bala, estratégia também, habilidades, então, e muita calma também, querendo ou não.
Mi personaje favorito es Naruto porque creo que la historia que tiene es muy motivadora. Mi mapa favorito en Free Fire es Bermuda porque es el primer mapa que salió en todo el juego y me gusta mucho. Yo creo que el oponente más complicado para nosotros es EVOS porque vienen de salir campeones mundiales y la confianza de ellos yo creo que debe estar muy alta.
Los oponentes más complicados para nosotros son Team Falcons, ya que tienen muy buenos jugadores en su equipo. A Laos, ya que en los entrenamientos lo vienen muy bien. Buriram, por favor. Nosotros no estamos asustados ni un poco. ¿Ustedes nos tienen miedo? Cruz, ya que en la EWC no participó en ninguna partida y creo que ya es historia. Sí, me siento muy confiado de poder barrerlo nuevamente. Podemos salir campeones.
Mungkin player yang kurang bagus di turnamen ini Wasana sih, karena di turnamen terakhir juga dia main jelek aja. Favorit karakter Naruto di Free Fire mungkin lebih ke Sasuke sih, karena keren gitu.
Favorit gue di karakter Naruto mungkin Naruto sih, soalnya dia dari ceritanya pun sedih dan bisa jadi yang terkuat.
Ya semua tim lah, karena ya apa ya, ya bisa jadi kan semua tim ketemu semua, jadi kita pengen coba ketemu semua tim sih.
Lawan terberat mungkin Falcon ya, soalnya kemarin tuh dia waktu di Vietnam habis juara dan ya di pikiran gua dia lawan yang terberat.
Ya mungkin Buriram lah, karena apa ya, ya kita pede aja sih lawan mereka. Ya kita nggak punya kelebihan, nggak punya kekuatan, tapi kita percaya pasti kita bisa menang.
Favorit gua di map kelas kuat Bermuda karena lebih hafal aja kompon-komponnya dan kayaknya lebih gampang sih.
Naruto ครับเพราะว่าผมอยากแยกร่างได้เหมือนนารูโตะครับมีนาโตะแล้วกันครับตัวละครคาแรคเตอร์ดูฟูเท่ดีครับฟินิชเชอร์ภายในเกมก็ไม่ได้แนวเคโรโรแล้วกันครับก็ไม่ได้โหดขนาดนั้นครับฟอลคอนเคโรโรแล้วกันครับระเบิดตาดีครับแต่ว่าติดเลิกครับอ้อมไปตายครับไม่ก็อ้อมไปแล้วก็เพื่อนตายหมดแล้วก็ไม่ได้ทำอะไรครับเซเว่นครับเพราะว่าดูจากการซ้อมแล้วก็ไม่เท่าไหร่ครับคิดว่าไม่มีนะครับชนะสบายๆเพราะว่ามันระดับเวอร์นะครับถ้าได้แชมป์ก็อยากได้แชมป์ให้มันสมศักดิ์ศรีครับก็ทีมมาคิวครับเพราะว่าเป็นคู่แข่งกันมานานครับก็อยากเจอเหมือนกันครับน่าจะเป็นรัตยาจากอีโวดีวายครับเพราะว่าสไตล์การเล่นโหดครับเล่นตำแหน่งเดียวกับผมด้วยก็อยากเจอในแคสคอร์ครับก็อาจจะไม่ง่ายเหมือนที่ผ่านมาเพราะว่ามีทีมจากบราซิลมาด้วยครับคิดว่าไม่น่าง่ายครับเพราะว่าทีมเป็นทีมระดับสูงทุกทีมครับน่าจะยากอยู่แต่ก็จะพยายามให้ดีที่สุดครับ
Dạ, nhân vật yêu thích nhất của em là Naruto, bởi vì nhân vật chính.
Nhân vật trong bộ truyện Naruto mà em yêu thích nhất là Itachi vì nó cool ngầu và khá là mạnh ở trong phim.
Dạ là Falcon, tại vì tụi em đã thất bại với họ trước 2 lần.
Đội tuyển mà em muốn đánh bại nhất là Esports bởi vì em đã thua họ ở mùa giải trước.
Dạ em nghĩ là Fluso bởi vì bên Brazil họ không mạnh về mặt tử chiến.
Em nghĩ đội dễ đánh bại nhất là RQ bởi vì em không đánh giá cao tay tỉa của team RQ. Map yêu thích nhất của em là map quân sự, bởi vì em luyện tập cái map đấy trong buổi stream và bắn răng rất nhiều.
Dạ, em rất tự tin về kỹ năng của mình. Em nghĩ là đội mình sẽ đứng top 1 và trở thành nhà vô địch.
Chúng tôi tôn trọng Esports vì thành tích của họ, qua đó cũng là động lực để chúng tôi cố gắng và vượt qua họ ở trận đấu sắp tới.
Họ mạnh thật, nhưng không thể bị hạ gục.
Tốt nhất các bạn đừng mắc sai lầm, vì mục đích của chúng tôi đến đây là để chiến thắng.
O mapa que eu me sinto mais confiante é Kalahari, porque é um mapa mais aberto e eu, como sou suporte, gosto de atirar muito de longa distância. Eu acho que a gente pode eliminar todos os times, porque a gente treina bastante para isso, então vai ser bom. Eu sou muito confiante porque o modo CS é um modo que a gente troca bastante tiro toda hora, então sou bem confiante para jogar esse modo e eu colocarei meu time em primeiro.
Eu gosto muito da habilidade do Minato porque ele tem o teletransporte dentro do jogo, então eu curto bastante esse personagem. Eu acho que o competitivo é feito de altos e baixos. Nosso time vem não performando tão bem, mas nós estamos bem confiantes para esse campeonato e sabemos que o competitivo é isso. Uma hora você está no topo, uma hora você perde, outra hora você ganha. E estamos confiantes e empolgados para ganhar novamente. Com toda certeza, ganhar aqui foi muito bom e estar nessa cidade de novo junto com o meu time é muito bom. Nós gostamos bastante daqui. Isso com certeza é um incentivo muito grande para nós buscarmos outro troféu aqui. Eu acho que todos os times, todas as regiões, todos os times estão num nível muito alto de Free Fire. Então eu coloco a região tailandesa como a mais forte, a CIA aqui, né? E a região mais fraca eu acho que não tem, porque todos estão em alta performance no Free Fire.
Hai lần ạ.
Đội tuyển mà em muốn đánh bại nhất là Esports, bởi vì em đã thua họ ở mùa giải trước.
Dạ, em nghĩ là Fluso, bởi vì bên Brazil họ không mạnh về mặt tử chiến.
Em nghĩ đội dễ đánh bại nhất là RQ, bởi vì em không đánh giá cao tay tỉa của team RQ. Map yêu thích nhất của em là map quân sự, bởi vì em luyện tập cái map đấy trong buổi stream và bắn răng rất nhiều.
Dạ, em rất tự tin về kỹ năng của mình. Em nghĩ là đội mình sẽ đứng top 1 và trở thành nhà vô địch.
Chúng tôi tôn trọng Esports vì thành tích của họ, qua đó cũng là động lực để chúng tôi cố gắng và vượt qua họ ở trận đấu sắp tới.
Họ mạnh thật, nhưng không thể bị hạ gục.
Tốt nhất các bạn đừng mắc sai lầm, vì mục đích của chúng tôi đến đây là để chiến thắng.
Naruto, karena Naruto itu dari kecil dia dikucilkan di Konoha, jadi pas dia sampai dewasa dia bisa jadi pahlawan buat desa Konoha itu. Tim Falcon, karena dia berturut-turut jadi juara di turnamen Clash Squad.
Falcon, karena kemarin Falcon sempat juara lah di Spring CS, jadi menurutku dia aku pengen lah ngalahin dia.
Tim Kalahari, karena Kalahari banyak high ground-nya, jadi kita bisa manfaatin perang jarak jauh kita.
I think I'm good because I'm good is so bad in FF Spring. Yeah, he's so bad. He cannot play. I think he should practice. Karena I'm good menurutku sampah banget di saya Spring. Jadi dia harus banyak latihan sih untuk event ini. Overrated player, I think On Fire. Karena On Fire tuh ya dia juara lah kemarin di SEA Spring CS. Jadi menurutku dia bakalan jadi player yang bagus. Mungkin Buriram sih karena kita bakalan ya lebih improve lah daripada yang sebelum-sebelumnya. Kalau dari aku kayaknya ya sih karena dari role yang terpenting juga aku, jadi tapi it's okay lah.
Mungkin player yang kurang bagus di turnamen ini Wasana sih, karena di turnamen terakhir juga dia main jelek aja. Favorit karakter Naruto di Free Fire mungkin lebih ke Sasuke sih, karena keren gitu.
Favorit gue di karakter Naruto mungkin Naruto sih, soalnya dia dari ceritanya pun sedih dan bisa jadi yang terkuat.
Ya semua tim lah, karena ya apa ya, ya bisa jadi kan semua tim ketemu semua, jadi kita pengen coba ketemu semua tim sih.
Lawan terberat mungkin Falcon ya, soalnya kemarin tuh dia waktu di Vietnam habis juara dan ya di pikiran gua dia lawan yang terberat.
Ya mungkin Buriram lah, karena apa ya, ya kita pede aja sih lawan mereka. Ya kita nggak punya kelebihan, nggak punya kekuatan, tapi kita percaya pasti kita bisa menang.
Favorit gua di map kelas kuat Bermuda karena lebih hafal aja kompon-komponnya dan kayaknya lebih gampang sih.
ถ้าเป็นคู่แข่งที่น่ากลัวที่สุดในทัวร์นาเมนต์นี่น่าจะเป็นทีม Falcons ครับก็ดีกรีระดับแชมป์ CC ครับ
ก็ต้องยกให้แชมป์ CC ครับก็ Falcons ครับ
ทีมที่ผมอยากจะเอาชนะมากที่สุดก็น่าจะเป็นทีม R7 ครับเขาสร้างบาดแผลไว้ให้ผมในรายการก่อน
ทีมไหนที่อยากจะเอาชนะมากที่สุดก็ในทัวร์นี้ผมให้เป็น R7 ครับเพราะว่าทัวร์ที่แล้วเขาก็เล่นเจอกับผมแบบป่วนผมทุกแมตช์เลยก็ทัวร์นี้มาเอาคืนครับ
มาระดับนี้ไม่มีทีมไหนสบายแน่นอนครับมีแต่ทีมเก่งๆครับ
ทีมไหนที่รู้สึกว่าเอาชนะได้สบายๆก็น่าจะเป็น R7 ครับชิวๆเลย
ผู้เล่นที่ผมไม่ชอบมากที่สุดนะครับน่าจะเป็นทีมผมเองครับไอเบียร์ยูวาสนาเลยครับเขาชอบขี้โม้ครับชอบบอกว่าเดี๋ยวแบกว่าเป็นแชมป์สรุปที่ผ่านมาไม่ได้แชมป์เลยครับ
โมชิครับคนเมื่อกี้เลยชอบติดแอคชอบยิงหัวโชว์ยิงไม่โดนหรอกนะแต่ชอบแอคเฉยๆอย่าให้หยุดฝั่งตรงข้ามมันยิงให้ร้องเลย
ก็คาดหวังในปีนี้ก็อยากให้กินอิ่มนอนหลับฝันดีแล้วก็อยากจะคว้าแชมป์ทุกรายการในปีนี้ด้วยครับ
สำหรับปี 2025 นี้ก็พวกผมรายการที่เหลืออยู่ก็อยากได้แชมป์ทุกรายการที่จัดมาเลยครับ
ทุกคนคิดว่าบุรีรัมย์ไม่เก่งแคสสกอร์นี่ก็เป็นเรื่องจริงครับผมฟุกครับเน้นฟุกโดยเฉพาะไอ้วาสนาก็อันนี้ตัวฟุกเลยครับ
ก็สำหรับทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้ผมก็ซ้อมกันมาหนักครับก็อยากเป็นแชมป์ในรายการนี้มากๆครับก็ที่เห็นกันก็แค่ซ้อมกันไม่พอครับรอบนี้ผมมาเอาแชมป์เลย
นารูโตะครับเพราะว่าผมอยากแยกร่างได้เหมือนนารูโตะครับมีนาโตะแล้วกันครับตัวละครคาแรคเตอร์ดูคูลเท่ดีครับฟินิชเชอร์ภายในเกมก็ไม่ได้แนวเคโรโลแล้วกันครับก็ไม่ได้โหดขนาดนั้นครับฟอลคอนเคโรโลแล้วกันครับระเบิดตาดีครับแต่ว่าติดเลิกครับอ้อมไปตายครับไม่ก็อ้อมไปแล้วก็เพื่อนตายหมดแล้วก็ไม่ได้ทำอะไรครับเซเว่นครับเพราะว่าดูจากการซ้อมแล้วก็ไม่เท่าไหร่ครับคิดว่าไม่มีนะครับชนะสบายๆเพราะว่ามันระดับเวอร์ครับถ้าได้แชมป์ก็อยากได้แชมป์ให้มันสมศักดิ์ศรีครับก็ทีมาคิวครับเพราะว่าเป็นคู่แข่งกันมานานครับก็อยากเจอเหมือนกันครับน่าจะเป็นรัตยาจากอีโวดีวายครับเพราะว่าสไตล์การเล่นโหดครับเล่นตำแหน่งเดียวกับผมด้วยก็อยากเจอในแคทคอร์ครับก็อาจจะไม่ง่ายเหมือนที่ผ่านมาครับเพราะว่ามีทีมจากบราซิลมาด้วยครับคิดว่าไม่น่าง่ายครับเพราะว่าทีมเป็นทีมระดับสูงทุกทีมครับน่าจะยากอยู่แต่ก็จะพยายามให้ดีที่สุดครับ
O mapa que eu me sinto mais confiante é Kalahari, porque é um mapa mais aberto e eu, como sou suporte, gosto de atirar muito de longa distância. Eu acho que a gente pode eliminar todos os times, porque a gente treina bastante para isso, então vai ser bom. Eu sou muito confiante porque o modo CS é um modo que a gente troca bastante tiro toda hora, então sou bem confiante para jogar esse modo e eu colocarei meu time em primeiro.
Eu gosto muito da habilidade do Minato porque ele tem o teletransporte dentro do jogo, então eu curto bastante esse personagem. Eu acho que o competitivo é feito de altos e baixos. Nosso time vem não performando tão bem, mas nós estamos bem confiantes para esse campeonato e sabemos que o competitivo é isso. Uma hora você está no topo, uma hora você perde, outra hora você ganha e estamos confiantes e empolgados para ganhar novamente. Com toda certeza, ganhar aqui foi muito bom e estar nessa cidade de novo junto com o meu time é muito bom, nós gostamos bastante daqui. Isso com certeza é um incentivo muito grande para nós buscarmos outro troféu aqui. Eu acho que todos os times, todas as regiões, todos os times estão num nível muito alto de Free Fire. Então eu coloco a região tailandesa como a mais forte, a CIA aqui, né? E a região mais fraca eu acho que não tem, porque todos estão em alta performance no Free Fire.
Aqui é a Falcons, porque todos os campeonatos de X4 que teve aqui na Tailândia, eles acabaram ganhando. Bermuda, porque é o mapa mais antigo do jogo e sempre que vem esse mapa a gente ganha. O Asana, depois que atualizou o meta, ele nunca mais foi o mesmo.
Meu personagem favorito do Naruto é o Itachi, porque desde o anime como no jogo, a skin dele tá muito da hora, as habilidades dele estão muito da hora também, e é isso que faz ele meu favorito. As equipes, deixa eu ver, Buriram, Ivos, Falcons, R7, quem mais? WAG, Fluxo também, todas. Um jogador que não deveria estar aqui era o De Cruz, da Buriram, porque, querendo ou não, já está aposentado, não joga há muito tempo, então, mano, já deu, né? Eu estou muito confiante e, mano, pra mim, nosso time disparado no top 1 aí. Pode vir qualquer outro time aí, mas não vai dar jogo pra eles. Eu acho que talvez tenha um pouquinho de dificuldade, porque é um modo que a gente não é acostumado tanto a jogar assim. Mas creio que a bala, a mecânica e tudo vai surpreender todo mundo aí. Acho que o fator mais positivo do nosso time é mecânica, bala, estratégia também, habilidades, então, e muita calma também, querendo ou não.
ทัวร์นาเมนต์สุดพิเศษนะคะของเกม Free Fire ในโหมด Cash Squash ค่ะทัวร์นาเมนต์พิเศษที่ทาง Free Fire มีการคอลแลบกันกับ NARUTO SHIPPUDEN ถ่ายทอดสดณสถานที่แห่งนี้ชั้น 8 ของศูนย์การค้าเซ็นทรัลเวิลด์ใจกลางกรุงเทพมหานครในเซ็นทรัลเวิลด์ไลฟ์นั่นเองค่ะและในวันนี้นะคะยูกิเด็กยูค่ะและน้องยุนซูรับหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรตลอดงานทั้ง2วันนี้ค่ะสวัสดีค่ะสบายดีไหมทุกคนใช่ค่ะ Hello everyone and welcome to the Ninja class. I'm sorry, so nervous. Free Fire All-Star Tournament, and this is a special Free Fire Clash Squad Tournament, a collaboration between Free Fire and Naruto Shippuden. มินาซันชอบ Naruto ไหมใช่ค่ะทุกคนชอบ Naruto ไหมคะ And this is the broadcast live from Central World in Bangkok, and me, Yunso and Yuki Dekyu, we will be your host for two-day tournament today.ซึ่งตอนนี้ต้องบอกเลยนะคะว่าเป็นการร่วมมือกันครั้งสำคัญสำหรับ Free Fire แล้วก็ Naruto Shippuden นะคะก็เรียกได้ว่าอย่างที่บอกกันไปเราเดินทางมาสู่บทที่2แล้วของศึก Ninja Wars หรือว่าสงครามนินจานั่นเองค่ะทุกคนจะได้พบกับคาแรคเตอร์ขวัญใจหลายๆคนอย่างแก๊งวิลเลียนแสงอุตสานั่นเองค่ะซึ่งบอกเลยว่าวันนี้พี่กิขนมาแบบแน่นๆไม่ว่าจะเป็นโอบิโตะเพนอิทาจิมาดาระโอโรจิมารุแล้วก็ยังมีฝ่ายดีๆนะคะอย่างแบบพ่อพระเอกของเราพ่อคุณสามีนั่นเองนั่นก็คือโฮคังเงะรุ่นที่4อย่างมินาโตะนั่นเองค่ะโดยผู้เล่นทุกคนสามารถติดตามรายละเอียดของนะคะกิจกรรมในครั้งนี้ได้ทั้งหมดในเกม Free Fire เลยค่ะAnd now the collaboration between Free Fire and Naruto Shippuden has reached its second chapter, Ninja Wars. In this event, you will encounter characters from the villainous Akatsuki, including Obito, Pain, Itachi, Madara, and Orochimaru. But don't worry, the good side is represented as well. With the 4th Hokage, Minato, players can find all the details about the in-game events and items within the game.ส ซึ่งแน่นอนว่ากิจกรรมในวันนี้เนี่ยอีกหนึ่งไฮไลท์สำคัญนั่นคือกิจกรรมนะคะการแข่งขันค่ะไฮไลท์ Free Fire CS Elite นั่นเองค่ะที่เราจะนำเหล่า KOL นะคะทั้ง 4 ประเทศมาประชันกันในโหมด Cast Squad เลยแบบ 4 ต่อ 4 นะคะนั่นก็คือประเทศไทยลาวเวียดนามและอินโดนีเซียบนคอมพิวเตอร์ถ้าเกิดทีมไหนแพ้เราคัดออกทันทีค่ะและในวันพรุ่งนี้เราจะหาแชมเปี้ยนกันว่าใครคือที่สุดของที่สุดนั่นเอง And today, Free Fire has prepared 2 special tournament formats for everyone to follow along with. The first is the Highlight Free Fire CS Elite Tournament. This event brings together top killers from Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, and Indonesia to compete in a 4v4 mode in PC. It is a single elimination bracket, so if a team loses, they are out. We will crown the champions tomorrow as well. และแน่นอนค่ะว่าการแข่งขันของเรานะคะยังไม่จบแค่นั้นมี KOL แล้วก็ต้องมี Pro Player สิคะเพราะว่าเรานะคะจะจัดการแข่งขัน Ninja Clash Free Fire All Star โดยเรา Pro Player จากทีม Esports ชื่อดังถึง 8 ทีมด้วยกันแล้วก็ยังมีในส่วนของ Lone Wolf มาป่าเดียวดายแบบ 2v2 จาก KOL 8 คนจากทั่วโลกด้วยค่ะAnd the second tournament, which is the main highlight of the event, is the Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star. Here, 8 professional teams from famous esports club will battle it out to find the ultimate ninja team in this tournament. But that is not all. We also have a special 2v2 Lone Wolf show match featuring 8 famous killers from all over the world.คอลแลบครั้งยิ่งใหญ่แบบนี้ค่ะจะให้เล่นโหมดธรรมดากันได้ยังไงค่ะแคสโค้ดในครั้งนี้เราจะมาในโหมดของนารูโตะชิปปูเดนค่ะจะทำให้น้องๆทุกคนนะคะได้สัมผัสถึงศึกสงครามนินจาไม่ว่าจะเป็นพระจันทร์สีเลือดที่อยู่บนหัวพี่กีนี้คาถานินจาและอาวุธนินจาต่างๆจะชูริเคนนะคะจะคุเลนายบอกเลยว่าจัดเต็มหมดแน่นอนผลของการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้บอกเลยว่าสกิลและนะคะในส่วนของสกินรวมไปถึงโหมดต่างๆนี้มีเอฟเฟกต์หมดเลยนะและเราจะเล่นแบบแบ่งเนื้อเรื่องด้วยคือเราจะแบ่งเป็น2ฝั่งด้วยกันนั่นก็คือหมู่บ้านโคโนฮะและแสงอุษาหรือที่เราเรียกกันว่าอาคาสึกินั่นเองค่ะAnd this tournament will be unlike any other. The Clash Squad mode for this NARUTO SHIPPUDEN collaboration has a special gameplay features that will immerse everyone into an in-games, a very intense ninja war. And this includes things like the Red Moon, ninjutsu, and various ninja weapons that will all impact the competition. What is more, for every match, the teams will be divided into 2 sides based on the story, the Hidden Leaf Village and the Akatsuki side, making the competition even more authentic. ซึ่งต้องบอกเลยว่าเชื่อว่าน้องๆหลายคนที่อยู่ณงานของเราในที่นี้พร้อมกันแล้วใช่ไหมคะสำหรับ Highlight CS Elite การแข่งขันจาก KOL ของเราบอกเลยว่าคู่แรกมาถึงเปิดเดือดเลยค่ะเพราะว่าอะไรจะเป็นการประทะกันระหว่างประเทศไทยและเพื่อนบ้านของเราที่น่ารักอย่างประเทศลาวนั่นเองค่ะเพราะฉะนั้นไม่ต้องรอช้าเดี๋ยวขอเสียงตบมือให้กับทั้ง2ทีมหน่อยแล้ว And for our first game today, we kick off the Highlight CS Elite Tournament. Our opening match will feature the kills from Thailand chasing against the kills from Laos. Are you ready? If you are, let's hear a huge round of applause from everyone. ขอเสียงต้อนรับทีม Free Fire CS Elite ตัวแทนจากประเทศไทย And now, please welcome the kills team from Thailand. Free Fire CS Elite ตัวแทนจากประเทศลาว The representing from Laos, please welcome to the stage. แบบนี้แล้วเป็นธรรมเนียมของนักกีฬาโดยปกติแล้วที่เขาจะต้องจับมือกันเพราะฉะนั้นเดี๋ยวให้เขาจับมือกันแล้วประจำโพสิชันกันได้เลยค่ะ
Alright, Thai and Laos team, I think you guys are ready for the match. Now let's shake your hands and go back to your position and start your first match.
หวังว่าเปิดคู่แรกมาไทยกับเราพี่กิสามารถคาดหวังในฝีมือของพวกคุณและเกมเดือดๆได้ใช่ไหมคะหวังว่าสนุกนะคะ อันนี้คือกดดันน้องๆไว้ก่อนตั้งแต่แรกเลยตอนนี้ทุกคนพร้อมที่จะชมการแข่งขันหรือยังคะ Are you ready พร้อมหรือยังพร้อมหรือยังถ้าพร้อมกันแล้วขออนุญาตส่งเวทีนี้ต่อให้กับ Shoutcaster
And our game is about to begin. The first game between our KOLs match is going to be very intense. Sit tight and we are going to head back our caster and prepare for the first game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show and thank you very much Yuki and Yunsul. This is a gathering at the Golden Stars under the blazing red moon, and today we're going to witness Free Fire like never before. This is the Free Fire All-Stars Ninja Clash 2025. We are the Jonin of commentary from the Shoutkatsutsuki clan. I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, and from the Hidden Mic Village, I give you Husky.
Thank you very much. It's exciting. This is like my childhood dream come true, right? Naruto and Free Fire, you know, video games are my favorite anime, and we get to witness it firsthand of all the new mechanics and features that this has introduced to everyone. I think we're in chapter 2 right now. I've been dreaming all day. I've seen so many collaborations across the aeons of animes and video games, but this is the first time I see them include the villains and the protagonists. I just can't wait to get started and see what creativity that these guys have.
And definitely, I mean, at some point in animes, especially in Naruto, I mean, the Akatsuki clan has been so cool. I couldn't take it away that it's cooler than even the heroes. But that is one good thing as well, because there's a lot of skills, there's a lot of factors that can be included in-game that we're going to see as well in these matches. And we're going to start it off with some of our KOLs. Again, we have seen Laos as well as Team Thailand in there. And I want to see them play because it's quite a while. The Thailand teams, we've seen a lot of them in our tournaments, but Laos, it's rare that we see them play. And I think this is a good start as well as we are growing even more global.
Yeah, and not only that, right? We see the Thai pro teams, on the stage, and we revel in how great they are. But now the question, the burden kind of shifts onto the KOLs, right? How good are the people? How good are the key opinion leaders from that region? Are they as marvelous as the pro players, or is there a big gap in between? They gotta be able to lead a community, and sometimes you gotta lead by force and power, skill. This stage is the best chance for them to prove that.
Yeah, and that's one thing though. I mean, I do have experience, and I guess you do have experience streaming as well and creating content. But at this point, this is quite different. Just sitting in your room, creating all those content, they are on the stage. And we are looking at the day 1 schedule. Again, we start off with Thailand versus Laos, and then followed by Vietnam against KOLs from Indonesia. And then we head in onto the pro leagues, the round 1, the Swiss stage that we're going to have for Clash Squad.
Yeah, and we got so many matches lined up. They're all going to be best of 3s at least for the pro team 1s, and that is just first round of the Swiss stage, right? We are playing in the Swiss stage format. If you win 2 series, you advance to the playoffs. If you lose 2, you are out of the league. At least we get 4 confirmed matchup first, and then I believe in the last 2 series of the day, we will get the Swiss round with the 1-0 result team. So at least by the end of today, we will have 2 teams that would be in the 2-0 bracket that would have qualified for playoffs.
Yeah, we also have a little bit of twist in this game. So they're only going to use the M1887 and also just glue walls. So no grenades can be thrown, and they have the vest as well as the helmet at level 4. Repair kit is available though, just in case they want to tap that up, all the armor that they have on, and this is just for the Clash Squad Elite gameplay. Let's just show off as well the M1887. I love the skin that has been offered for this update.
Yeah, I think it's also a very good way to really push the teams to kind of showcase their CQC ability. Right? Again, for the Elite Showdown matchup, we have the knockout stage in a best of 3 format. We got right now Thailand versus Laos. Later on, we have Vietnam against Indonesia. Both are going to be BO3, and then we head into the finals tomorrow for the BO5. So there will still be a winner that represents their nation at the end of this. Despite it being, a more unique game mode, we still need to decide which region's KOL is the strongest.
Now here's a tough question, Husky.
Here we go.
Who do you think will be heading in for tomorrow, though?
I don't know. I'm gonna walk the tightrope, right? I would say Thailand, and oh boy, the next one is gonna be hard. I think Thailand and Indonesia have a good chance, and this is based off of a previous show matches that we've been able to witness and commentate across the years. I remember one of the first few teams that I saw from Indonesia, at least the KOL team. You had I think Russia was probably part of that team like 2-3 years ago. So I'm pretty sure that they have some pretty crazy firepower.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with Thailand because we've seen so much of Thailand and not so much of Laos. But I'm looking forward to this because the KOLs that we have right now, we're part of, if not currently part of 9 Esports. So they are an esports team. And for Vietnam as well as Indonesia, I'm going for Vietnam right here because we've seen the firepower that they have from WAG. From the spring season wherein they really popped off, but they were a little too late to the party and they didn't manage to get that win. So it's in terms of regional battle, this looks like a rivalry that springs off from the previous season.
I tell you, this is sick. I wish I was there. I would take photos of every single cardboard cutout that is shown on the screens. Even the theme makes so much sense, right? Like you say, under the red moon. This whoever is attending this show match right now at the venue of Central World Bangkok, Thailand. If you go home tonight and you realize that you're under the Genjutsu of Infinite Tsukiyomi, I think it's a blessing, right? Leave briefly free fire for the rest of your life. It's gonna be a lucid dream, but I don't think I want to wake up from that. That's so
I'm getting
cool.
goosebumps right now just looking at like everything that is showing up on the screen. And that's one thing. What more if we were there? What more if we are experiencing all those fun, all those pressure as well coming from the players and the fans? Because I'm pretty sure it's not just those coming from Thailand that's in there. There's a lot of fans as well from other regions that is supporting their representatives right there, the KOLs that they have. And you know how KOLs are. They have plenty of fans that goes around the world, that not just from their own country. So we'll have to find out though on how much they're going to bring it on. Again, we know the experience of streaming, and for me personally, I fail when I stream. So I'd rather play off live because I play in better. But this is something else. If you're a content creator and you're already performing on your content, this is a different level for the KOLs that we have right here.
Yeah, it definitely is. I think you also factor into the case that some creators, like, they are more on the entertainment side, right? You farm those social media reels, those TikTok clips, but when you're in a tournament and there's stakes and there's pride and the world is watching, your fan base are supporting you, they gas you up the whole way. It's different, right? When you have to start working with other people who might not be from the same clique as you usually are used to when you're playing on live stream. That's another challenge to work with. And I heard that it's a full house today. This is just day one, and it's a full house at the venue. So talk about pressure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of pressure, a lot of excitement being built right now. And again, as you did mention, I mean, the energy, the vibe overall. That's one reason as well when I saw the stage, when I saw what is going on during our preparation for this, I did set up my studio to be under the red moon as well, so I can feel that vibe coming from this stage in this game. So again, we're just waiting for these KOLs. Again, let me introduce who are the KOLs from Laos. We have PLM TV 999. We have iNoi quadruple 8. I'm not sure with the numbers. Lapad 888, 1437 Noob, and 7 Up. And for Thailand as well, we have HP1 2804, we have Copper, we have Ijerd, we have Anang Tui, and we have Onamo. So these are the players, not specific to who's playing right now, because we did see that there's only 4 on the mix.
Oh yeah, and I think I saw Copper. That's like he's the more recognizable KOL. Gonna see them settle in for now, and I was gonna say whoever thought of this set is a genius, right? All the references are done just right. Although this would be cool in an alternate universe where the man, what's the mountain called again? The valley of legends. Something I gotta figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm too old to remember all this stuff. you might have been like he grew up with Naruto. I'm already grown up with Naruto KOL.
So it's called the Valley of the End. Yes, Valley of the End with the 2 statues of Hashirama and Madara, then with the waterfall in between. And, okay, I'm not gonna go ahead with spoilers, right? But I feel like if you're watching this, you probably already know how the story goes down. Both the main characters lost one of their arms, and that's sort of the end of at least one of the major plot lines of the Naruto Shippuden saga.
Well, I guess it goes with the team as well, because by today, this will be the Valley of the End, because we are going to see as well a few of the teams, the pro teams that will be ending their reign. And I guess the KOLs as well, because from the format that we had, 2 teams will be taken out of this 2-day tournament for the KOLs and the pro teams as well. And oh, I love this. That's life size that you will see on the venue. So if you haven't checked out, and if you're in the area, if you want to fly in, go ahead and check this out. I'm already seeing a lot of things that will make you love Naruto as well as Free Fire even more.
Yeah, we have Akatsuki emote. So if you are a fan of doing some quick bits and dances, you could refer to that at the booth as well. If you are fans of the Akatsuki clan, as the life-size cardboard cutouts that you can take photos with, and I'll do you one better. If anyone out there could name who is missing from those 5 cardboard cutouts, like which members are missing, you get a free cookie. Right? You get compliments from me. You know your lore well.
There you go, the Akatsuki emote, as you did mention. That's tough though. I tried doing not even like this emote, but other emotes in the game for content, and well, I guess my old body is not bodying anymore. So.
Yeah, I gotta check back. I gotta check back the 500 episodes of Naruto to find out which episode and who did that dance. In my memory, no one did that, but that looks pretty cool. That would, in a canon, universe, that could be the case.
Yeah, definitely. And speaking of emote, we also have the Susanoo emote that is available in the game. So for those of you who haven't checked it out, there's an update that has been released. I just checked it out earlier. There's an update that has been released, and some of the skills, the jutsu, has been opened up right now. So go ahead and jump in game as well, especially if you're in the comfort of your home. But if you're in the venue like these survivors out here, go ahead and check out. I guess they are not listening to us, but go ahead and check out what this venue has to offer, what this event has to offer, as we wait for the teams to get all set.
Oh, that's so cool. They even have the Mount Rushmore for the Hokages. All the way until the 5th Hokage. So name me the 6th and 7th for anyone who knows the anime. The 6th and 7th one, which is, I think,
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. The question is pretty easy, right? They already named me the 5th one, which is Tsunade, the granddaughter of Sarutobi. I've always wondered how did we have Sarutobi and Minato exist in the same timeline? I thought you only get promoted to Hokage if the previous Hokage, passes on.
Is that alive?
Yeah, it's not alive, as the people like to call it. I always wonder how that's possible. Maybe I gotta read back on the lore. But I know that for those who are enjoying Chapter 2 collaboration of the Shippuden, of the Naruto Shippuden collaboration, Tsukuyomi loot zones now appear which is great.
Oh, yeah.
Like the visuals are amazing, enhanced ninjutsu theme items. But my personal favorite is the Akatsuki Keepsake, because that only spawns post Tsukuyomi, and the best part is you get strong abilities at the cost of revealing yourself to the enemies. I think it's a great trade-off, right? Like you put a target on your back, but also you make yourself a whole lot stronger if people come for you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Keepsake, we have the Detonating Claybird, we have the Amatera's Flame, we have the Water Style Shark Bomb, which I would say would help me a lot, even the Detonating Claybird, We have the Universal Pull, as well as Shikigami Dance, and we have the Cursed Jutsu Possession. So those are the 6 Keepsake, the Akatsuki Keepsake that is available, that has opened up just today, and I am hoping that you check it out. I played Clash Squad a lot, and even before this, I am loving the update, especially the new character Rin Yagami, the younger sister of one of the, I would say, the pillars of characters in Free Fire, Hayato, and that is one thing that I use a lot. The extra damage with those, the passive skill can get me so much of those knockdowns even from afar.
Yeah, the younger sister of Hayato, she's also quite an old character at this point in the game.
I got hit by ult.
Don't worry, Andrew has existed longer.
Yeah, I mean, compared to Hayato and Andrew though, Hayato has a gray hair like me, or like us. I would say.
like us. I think that's the best description of it. Yeah, I think like we even have a new attachment now available, right, for the M60, the M249. The AC80 got buff, higher fire rate and damage. It's so great for everyone who likes that gun. The M590, I think that one is interesting. Slower reload, sure, but higher minimum damage. So the threshold gets raised. So you still, as long as you're accurate, you still pack a punch.
Yeah, I mean, with that update, with that nerf, I don't know, balancing, I would say,
I think
for the M590.
Yeah.
It's matches how they did it, or what they did with Tatsuya. I mean, they only put in one. It's not 2 anymore, and they only put 1 on that active skill, and then you like lessen the reload so that you don't have that much chance of getting a shot with that M590, but it does have a higher damage, a higher minimum damage if you make that headshot. So I guess it lines up.
Yeah, I think it's just a very good way of making sure that you don't overcompensate for a nerf or a buff. In this case, it just demands the players to be a lot more efficient in handling the weapon. Like back then, people just pick up vector akimbos and you just spray and pray. You know, long gone are the days of having that weaponry terrorize the meta. And that's actually how most of our pro players found their start, at least in Malaysia, right? Like the good old Cobra from Expand. That's how he rose to fame, like the only guy who has mastered the vector akimbo. And then afterwards we had the Charge Buster, which was also a pretty a meta that has a lot of headaches, that gives a lot of people headaches. Thailand players love that because they keep one-shotting people. We moved on from that to shotguns now, the M590 being one of the primary ones. But I think overall, that's also the time where active ability started becoming a lot more prevalent, right? And then it changes the whole dynamic of the game. But you know, we've come a long way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of changes, a lot has changed already. It's I know it's still Free Fire, but it's unrecognizable from what we've seen from the past, from years before. And that's what I love about this game, because it does make all those changes. You need to adapt. And even the pro players need to adapt that much. We've heard from interviews, not only from these players right here. Hello guys, kids out there. This is what I love about Free Fire. Kids can be a part of this. But going back to the story.
They could be. I don't know. They're the future of Free Fire.
Yeah, like they might be the next Razia, the next Wonder Kids, I would say.
The Powerpuff
But anyway,
Kids.
going back to Going back to the story, I mean, there's a lot of changes that has been done into the game that really makes it even more exciting. And even the OB50 update is aligned with the Clash Squad that we have. Not only are we going to have the show match, we also have more days of it in the fall season. And we've seen so much of that AN94 that has improved in accuracy. There's a change as well. There's a tweak in damage for the M1917, which I often use, especially if I lose out on the pistol round. So I still go on a pistol round with a stronger weapon, but I am having so much problems right now making all those knockdowns because of the nerf, which is good, because if you're going in against a team who has who made you fail the pistol round, and you still have a powerful double revolver in your hand, it doesn't look like you lost that round. So that's the factor, that's the changes, the balancing, I would say, that Free Fire is doing in all these weapons.
Yeah, and it's helping teams that win pistol round get a proper leg up, you know? Like you don't win the pistol round and then you think to yourself, man, I'm not getting enough of the lead. So I do like the leverage it adds onto it. Also, quick shout out to Buffalo, one of the only revolver mains out there. I don't know how he does it. Good old legends from Vietnam, from Heavy. But let's jump into round number 1 of this best of 3, Laos and Thailand. And I'm already excited. Again, only shotguns available. Very limited kit. Tons of glue walls laid down. Holy cow, they are moving fast.
I mean, they're moving fast. They're also laying out a lot of glue walls, and they have set a boundary already amongst themselves. It's a 1-4 split for Laos, and similar to Thailand, but Copper is a little too close, so they might be able to take down Kai Noi if they can push through all those glue walls. But that is the problem right now. They couldn't just rush in because they're only using the shotgun. The moment you shoot a 2, they can easily put up a few more glue walls. That makes it difficult, but the stairs that's being done by Thailand at this point might be help them to push through.
And they're just trying to establish as much presence as they can, right? Using the glue wall as a means of shoving their opponents closer to the blue. We're just gonna eventually close in. It seems like I'm surprised that both teams are extremely patient, right? I'm expecting maybe the Thailand team like Copper to make the call and they just go for the rush. But this is a very deadly double stack from Laos, and I don't think Thailand has enough information yet.
Let's see though, I mean, they are just breaking through glue walls as Laos is just keeping their glue walls safe. That boost and another set. It's just like them building a tower of glue walls at this point to throw off the gameplay of Laos. And there goes the push. Copper already pushed through. Ratchamong with only a few HP remaining, match back away, but Copper is still into it. And there goes Copper for the knockdown. 1 down already and 2 down already, and Laos is all on the way to the other side as the circle is shifting.
Yeah, Copper with the breakthrough. Onamo does get traded.
Double
so it is even, but very quickly Thailand just swarms Laos.
Triple kill.
And led by Copper himself on the copy ninja, Thailand takes round 1.
I mean, Thailand, as we call it, there's a lot of strong players out there, but we're not taking it away from Laos as well. I love the ideation that they are trying to barricade themselves, just waiting for Thailand to really make a move. But it's such unfortunate that Ratchamong has been caught out solo in there by Copper, and the rest of the teams are just going in on a 1v1. It's just isolation technique that we're seeing from Thailand right now, but Clock Tower is in. There's a different tactics overall, especially if you take that compound in the middle.
Oh yeah, and you can see the direction that the Thai team is taking. A 3-1 split, and usually that's the case if you have a long-range weapon, but it seems like Thailand are going to try to go for a long flank towards the southern side. Again, they've already established their presence against the Laos team, who are more huddled up at this corner, which gives Copper some room to work with if he does wish to do so.
Let's see know, the boost already up, or VLMTV. They managed to see how positioning of Thailand is right now, but VLMTV will try to go in for the flank. Copper already in, and Onamo as well. LOB almost down. There goes PLM being taken out, but Copper has been knocked down as well. Pickup can be done. Onamo is down as well. Only 2 remains for Thailand. And there goes a confirmation, but LO8 has been knocked down.
Onamo does get picked back up. Can't say the same for LOA. So Ratchabong and Kai Noi, last 2 alive. Onamo gets time to recover. 3v2 in favor of Thai team. HP1 brings it down to 3v1. Thailand wins round number 2. Once more, Copper with the breakthrough to really set up the chain reaction.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, chain reaction that is needed for the team to really dominate this game. Now, we are seeing a few passive skills that is being featured right now, especially in this gameplay. In this specific gameplay, we're seeing a lot of Caroline right here with agility that increases their movement speed by 16%. And this is efficient because they are only using a shotgun. It only works if you're holding a shotgun. So that's a reason as well why the teams are moving so fast, so quick in their rotation.
Another split from the Thailand team. Look at Copper and Onamo. I think they have already established that duo that they want to work with. And in this case, Copper has really been opportunistic in finding these openings. I think if I was supposed to find a way, you got to take advantage of the fact that Thailand is doing a 2-2 split and you do a 4-2 rush. It is quite risky, but knowing that you always start with the same loadout every round, you can afford to take the risk.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's no talk about economy. It's just the same loadout. And they managed to isolate both of the 2 players, HP1 as well as another for Thailand. And this might be it. Laos might be seeing another point for them. It pushes Copper onto the other side, but the Blues already closing in, so there's a risk as well that tables can be turned. And the trio will be sticking together right now, trying to get away from all that hustle and bustle, but Kai Noi will try to move in close to the next phase of the circle.
That's all Laos needed to do, bring down 1 member of Thailand and put themselves in an advantageous position. 4v3 for Laos, for the first time in this series at least, that they have a man advantage. And look at them, 3 of them pushing towards Copper. Copper receiving plenty of heat, calls for backup, and still wins the 1v1 somehow. Finds the isolation fight, Ejer from behind, LO8 now goes down, Thailand turning it around.
Yeah, they are turning around despite of having a number disadvantage later on. LO8 has been picked up, but has been taken out once again by Ijer. Ratchabong, the only one remaining at this point. A 1v3, but a 1v1 could not work against Copper, and they have 3 points already for Thailand.
Hey, that's why they call him the Copper Ninja, the 6th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Copper can do no wrong. 6-1 so far across 3 rounds, an average of 2 eliminations per round. And even under extreme pressure, was able to find opportunities to get isolated. Twice, usually that shouldn't be the case, but when you have infinite glue walls to work with, Copper just knew which buttons to push.
Let's see though if they can still change the tide at this point, because Laos is not looking good. They are splitting up 1v3 or 1-3 split, but Copper will be left in here, and they need just to isolate Copper and take him down. HP1 they managed to do earlier. If they can repeat that and take down Copper, then that might work for them. But no, they are rotating on the other side. Onamo will be the target, and everyone for Thailand is just ganging up. And Kai Noi will be going into 1v1 against Copper at this point. Let's see if he'll be able to go for the knockdown.
Yeah, Copper really aggressive, calls in backup from Onamo, his trusted Team 7 trainee. And now they somehow have Laos boxed in, right? This split from Thailand once more forcing Laos to back off, corralling them into a very concentrated area, and now Thailand can just slowly push on forward.
I love the placement of Onamo at this point. I mean, taking the high ground, if in case he jumps and sees one, he will be able to jump and take down another player with a headshot. The same goes for LO8 right now. Sees the glue wall, stacking up against each other, making sure that they have a higher ground advantage at this point with less on a range with those shotguns, but let's see though, they are being pushed over onto the other side, just waiting for the blue to close in and ship as well. If it favors Laos, then they might be able to do it, but no, it is favoring Thailand at this point, and Namo is just silent and still waiting for that opportunity.
Yeah, Laos tried to go for a spot with the jump spot with the boost, but Thailand just puts up a glue wall and puts a veil over their eyes, so they cannot get enough info. But with the circle moving, of course, Thailand gains priority again. It is shifting towards their location. LOA and PLMTV, they do take point in front, and they might end up making contact with Onamo, who ambushes PLMTV and brings the number of Laos down again. Thailand springs into action as PLMTV gets removed from the fight. Copper and Egypt does get down low. LO8 with a knock onto Copper. They still need the confirmation, and Copper is still yet around. LO8 finally finds it, but an instant exchange for both teams, 2-2.
Kaino and LO8 need to make it work. HB1 has been taken down. Onamo right now, almost a 1v1, but no! Onamo managed to go for the clutch, and that is 4 points for Thailand, leaving Laos with a donut.
And that's his ninja way. Date bayo Onamo, a 3-0 deathless. So well, not two. He's 2-1 so far in this series, in this match. Obviously, in terms of elimination counts, he's the lowest on his entire team, but when push comes to shove, he got that MC plot armor energy to really win out against Laos, which in that situation felt like it was beneficial for the Laos teams. They had the numbers, they had the health bars, but they just could not close out the round.
Yeah, the thing is, the Blues also closing in, and that is what changed the tide for Thailand. I mean, the additional damage plus a knockdown on the one or a takedown on one, that will really help you on that situation. But for Thailand right now, they are just playing around, finding a good rotation, finding a good position to just chase against. But Onamo being the bait at this point, pulling in 3 players, will they be able to go in for a takedown? Alok has been triggered, but not so much of engagement happening, waiting for the Blues to close and probably take advantage of that once again.
I just saw the comments. Someone called Madara Uchiha is in the chat. Okay, I think all these characters are starting to show up in the live stream. But Thailand now going for a wraparound once more. Like, if we just look at the radar itself, Laos, they are not getting enough ground for themselves, and that in of itself is a disadvantage, right? You want to have space to navigate, but I guess with the circle closing in, Laos, they're comfortable holding this area for now. And now another attempt to break through from Thailand. Onamo leading the charge, but those blue walls are making it really, really hard.
Yeah, it's very difficult right now, especially with the compound covering it. So there's not so much of rotation that you can do. PLMTV is down. Ajerd is also being taken down. Ratchabong eliminated, and we are left with only 1. There goes 5 points for Thailand. Laos being left behind. Only LO8 as well as Ratchabong is putting in on all those KDs, and we'll have to see. We'll have to see Kai Noi as well as PLMTV to move up, but it's tough, especially with all those glue walls blocking your way. And if you're not used on the CQZs, then that would be the loss of this game.
Yeah, once more is Onamo and Copper with the backstab. So final round of this map number 1 before we come to a conclusion, at least for this map win. I think for Laos, gotta start thinking about how to really drag this back, because Thailand, they are so far ahead. They have so much leeway to work with, and a lot of the compounds we play like here at Peak, this is not gonna be the best and most comfortable area for Laos to work with.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, apart from not having any movement or space to move, the glue walls makes it a trouble. And once that blue closes in, it would be more troublesome. And we're seeing Onamo and Copper, as you did mention, for backstab, and they are already slowly creeping in. And with Copper alone, that can get a knockdown, that would be very, very crucial for Laos to take down, or to take them down, be able to take the lead at this point.
And another jump spot on LO8. A good opener as IJ removed from the fight before it even began. Laos pushed themselves in a position once more, just like I believe round number 3, where they had a numbers advantage. PLMTV ambushed by Onamo again. As Onamo gives him a knuckle sandwich to even out the playing field. It's down to the 3v3.
I would say, Onamo is using a silent jutsu. He's just staying in one corner, waiting for the opportunity, similar to what we've seen in the beginning, and he just goes for the takedown. Now, it's a 3v3 situation right now. Kainoi has received a little bit of damage, and Onamo will try to go and push through. The shift, though, is favoring Thailand, and the glue walls might help them just trap Laos at this point. Otherwise, they might go, or on the other hand, they might just go in for the flank, but again, this zone will definitely hurt. So hopefully they can open up that middle of peak and get outside of the compound.
They already lost like half their health bars just to the blue zone alone, and now Thailand is just trying to hold them back. Look at where Copper is almost getting a jump shot onto the Laos players. Doesn't get the damage in just yet, but Copper, he is still playing in this corner, and once that blue wall goes down, Copper is going to have a clear shot, and Kainoi smells this. He's going to not let Copper have the advantage, but he doesn't have the health bar to play up against Copper. And somehow Onamo finds another hit on the back line, and just like that is Booyah for the Thailand team. Map number 1 of Bermuda goes over to them 6-0.
Yeah, booyah for Thailand, and I'm loving how it's turning up right now. Thailand just showing up, and the position, the adjustment that they are doing are just prime. First off, they were just waiting, priming, finding out what rotation is being done by Laos, and then once they caught a glimpse of how they rotate, then they just take advantage of that for every round. Thus, it is a 6-0.
Yeah, it is. Well, the Laos team left scratching their heads about what happened, right? It was just not just mechanical brilliance, but also good strategy, good planning, and how to approach the rounds. I think the Thai team, just like we expected, has shown that experience over time playing the game. And I think the craziest thing is the fact that you mentioned before the match started, Thailand, we have a bunch of the biggest KOLs come together, but this Laos team, they also are at the same time a pro team, right? And this is going to be a good place to gather experience for themselves, but also really check out the big league, because that map 1 did not go as planned.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of fans out there really want to experience that. A lot of even the KOLs really want to experience how it is in a pro scene, in a pro setup. And with what we have on stage right now, it really is set up to be on a pro versus pro. And this is just a preview of what's going to happen once we have those professional teams into the mix. But it's not yet over between these two teams. We still have a few more rounds for this, because this is a best of 3. So let's see if Laos will turn things around. Otherwise, Thailand might bring this in a 2-0 that quickly, similar to what we've seen in that first round.
Yeah, I think hopefully we go to a game 3, because if it ends 2-0, it's a single elimination. If Laos loses map number 2, they are out of contention, and then Thailand gets to move on to the finals. Tomorrow, they get to rest early and enjoy the rest of the day.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is something that we don't want to see for this to end quickly. But as you can see, Copper, 10 elimination. It's tough really to get 10 elimination, especially if you're only using shotgun, but Copper just made it work. He popped off in the beginning, and towards the end, he helped out the rest of the teams as well. We've seen Onamo shows up with a lot of those moves, but for HB1, I mean, there's not so much of a flashy movement coming from HB1, but he'll just do the job that he is intended to do. Thus, they have more elimination overall, grabbing that 6-0, and it's 1 for Thailand right now, but there's no change of scene, Husky. We are still going back to Bermuda, so there's a potential that Laos can adjust after losing in some of those rounds.
Yeah, there's an opportunity for them to do the run it back, and I think that's kind of what they need, right? Like you got the taste test of how Thailand wants to play Bermuda, and you get a second chance at it. And if all things goes wrong, there's time to adapt to a match number 3. I think that's the best case scenario for the Laotians right now, is just to do a rerun and then see if they can use what they've learned in the first match to go up against Thailand, and at least end it in a more competitive manner.
Yeah, definitely. And there you go, our MVP. We have Copper with 10 elimination. And the Misfits did mention in the chat that it's not difficult to get 10 elimination. Well, it is difficult for me. It is difficult for me. That's why we are wowed with what Copper from Thailand has to offer. But we'll see now. We'll see. Probably someone will beat this record. But again, Copper is just bringing the bar to a different level at this point. KOLs versus KOLs, Laos versus Thailand is still in play, and that was just the end of game number 1.
Yeah, just the end of game number 1. More to come, and some space for the players to adjust to it. I think the crowd also wants more action, right? Like obviously the Thai crowd wants the Thai KOLs to win, but at the same time we're also here for some great fun free fire matches, and I'm pretty sure that especially those with the front row seats who are like inches away from the player booth, from the desk, you definitely don't want it to end that early. I think the vibe must feel immaculate there, and it's getting heated up. I see some beads of sweat on the foreheads of some of these players.
Oh yeah, I mean definitely, especially from Laos, who was trying to formulate a plan to take it again, to take 1 point away from Thailand. And yes, for those of you asking, they are playing on a PC right now. Thus, we have the monitors in play. That makes it, for me, again, I'm using myself as a reference because I don't know so much of people really playing that, but it makes it difficult for me as well if you're used to the mobile or playing in the mobile phone. So as you can see as well, not only the stage, but also what's happening around the area. Those emotes, those dances being shown. I love it. I love the energy that's being thrown out here on all corners of the venue. So I really hope to be there.
Yeah, I really like how all these fans, like I remember back then there was a period of time people were saying that Free Fire, Free Fire is not gonna get any bigger, and I was like, no way, right? Like we are at the cusp of a new era. Fast forward 5-6 years later, this is a global phenomenon. We're getting more and more regions and getting the grand finals. Every tournament gets better and better. We just hit our peak at EWC. I don't know how we're ever gonna top that, even in the upcoming global finals, to be honest. But we also had Saudi Arabia, the MEA region, for the very first time in history, have a chance to win an EWC trophy, right? They were ranked top 6 at the Esports World Cup like less than a month ago. You tell me that 5 years ago, I would not believe you. So we have come a really, really long way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why, like, it's not just the usual teams that we see that's really popping off. Even the other teams, even other regions that we haven't seen perform are showing up, and I am loving it. Even as we speak, I think there's a few more regions being activated or reactivated to be in tournaments or to have their tournaments. I'm talking about a few that I featured on my content. We have Bangladesh that we've seen already in EWC, and I believe they will be part in more tournament in the future. And we also had a Free Fire Max Indian Cup that is happening right now. So there's a lot of activation being done for Free Fire. So for those of you waiting, I won't say which region. Those of you waiting, there might be a chance that it will happen. Maybe not this year, but next year, because we're just waiting for the roadmap. The beginning of this year, the roadmap has been introduced. They did say it is going to be big. It is going to activate more on a global scale, and it's happening right now.
Yeah, when they say, I got the global takeover, I mean, they literally have a Naruto collaboration, right? I don't know if there's anything that symbolizes a takeover more than the fourth Great Ninja War. We head back to Bermuda once more, and this time we have the privilege to be at the Rimnam village. Let's see if Laos has adapted to this, right? Like we know that Thailand, they have been playing this 2-2 split, this 3-1 split, and they have been really efficient in taking up space and really just putting Laos in a stranglehold. We're seeing the same thing again. Onamo just, holy cow, he is running straight forward, and Kai Noi has to give up space.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about for Laos that is an advantage for them, this like open area of Rimnan Village can be helpful. They have a good view of where Thailand will be coming in, and they can take advantage. But Copper right now, Kakashi moving slowly from behind, backstab, but it misses because of a glue wall, and Ratchamong will be taken down. Dang Tui is in, and he is already making it work. Hainoi going in for the rush. Anjured will be damaged, but not so much. Onamo right now will go for the flank and the backstab against PLMTV, and it is now left to 2.
Yeah, LOA and Kai Noi not really in the healthiest of position, as Kai Noi needs some time to really heal himself back up. The rest of the Thai team parked themselves in front of his glue wall. They're trying to chase him down. His back is turned. Unfortunately, the strongest ninja in the history of the ninja universe cannot stand up against 4 main characters. And Thailand once more scores first blood.
All right, first blood, first round. And, well, we are going into a different area right now. And, again, shotguns overall, for those of you asking. There's no other weapons. There's no other equipments that they can equip. Only the M1887. And I guess that's what's making it difficult for Laos at this point. Because they not only they have that potential damage from long range, but with the glue walls being laid out, you have to break through it. And for Thailand, they're just putting up as well as taking it down as quickly. So that's a movement that Laos needs to do to be able to take one against Thailand.
I think, you know, overall for Laos, once again, they have been really caught in positions where they either get picked off first or they get outmaneuvered. Don't really want that, right? Onamo with some chip damage onto PLMTV right at the start. And just look at the position that Thailand team is holding. Ratchamong, he needs to somehow anchor down that spot, because if he gets overwhelmed, they lose control. Laos makes the call to fall back and regroup.
Let's see, the Copper are slowly creeping in. That ledge, though, would be very, very crucial for them. If anyone falls down on that, that would mean everyone will move, or a knockdown or a takedown might happen. So let's see if they'll be able to maintain their position on that higher ground, and as well as the blue closing in. But there goes Ratchamong being caught out. Onamo being taken down by Kai Noi. And the trade, though, would be equivalent to a 1-2. Now, Ratchamong as well as Kai Noi will need to fire back, otherwise they will be going down. Nang Tui almost taken down, but managed to put up a glue wall, and Ratchamong goes down from hand of Nang Tui.
Yeah, once more, the clapback from Thailand is just a bit better. And Nang Tui with the closeout. Another shutdown going over to Thailand, 2-0 as they continue to lead this entire series. They have not dropped a single round, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they did switch a player right here. Nang Tui has been introduced, and he's just taking the spotlight away from Copper. He is getting 4 already. Not only 4 in elimination, but also 3 in assists. So he is all over the place, and that is in a good way.
Split. 2-2 split again. And I think for Laos, they are going to try to gang up, right? Last time they did this, they go for a 4-2 push. They were able to get first blood, just not able to close out the round. Trying to look for Namo, who somehow slips past the cracks, and Ratchamong now in danger. Ijun from behind. LOA takes contact, but Ijun somehow stays alive, and Laos calls for backup. Ijun managed to buy time to keep himself safe. Nang Tui also escapes Thailand, somehow disengaged.
And they disengage, still manage to stay alive. Ijun will be the next one who might be going in, but Nang Tui is all just waiting, healing up inside that blue wall barricade. Ratchamong just pulling some space for him, or between him and some of the players. And this is what I'm talking about. The quick reversal that's being done by Thailand after the isolation that is being attempted by Laos right now is just pristine, and they couldn't take an elimination at this point. Nang Tui might be next, but there's just so much of opening for Thailand to be able to take down one player from Laos.
Yeah, MTV with the first ever knockdown. Nang Tui is officially eliminated. PLMTV is hanging on by a thread, but still delivers There's a second one with the Ijer in Thailand now.
Double kill.
Once is put on a back foot on Namo. Now third to get knocked down. He's down to Copper. Can he get a 1v3 clutch? That will be the question of this round. If Copper pulls it off, it will be historical. Kainoi gets fish with him. Copper around the corner. 1v1. Copper with 1 HP. Kainoi finally gets the first ever round for Laos.
Finally around, and that's what I'm talking about. Now, isolation did work despite of the reversal being done by Thailand, but again, it's just that it's just Nang Tui being trapped in one corner while the rest is just barricading themselves with that blue wall. So hopefully this will be the motivation for Laos for really making a scene, making it work for them for this round number 2, because we are back into a place where they didn't do so well. All those compounds doesn't work. They just want open grounds that they can move around and use those glue walls to their advantage.
See, once more as Ratchamong, he's going to make sure that Thailand gets held back. They don't get that backstab maneuver again. And that's one of the adjustments that Laos has made. Copper can really just sneak behind and take out members from Laos before the fight even starts.
Let's see though. I mean, they are just pulling away, and there goes Onamo, who might be caught off guard. But as quickly as that, Copper just regrouped with him. Onamo though, a backstab onto him, managed to get away with the glue wall, LOA, but he needs backup from PLM TV, and it has been reversed. LOA has been taken down, and Copper is the one who did it. Now it is a 3v4 situation, not favoring Laos, and Copper is just making it work as well as Onamo. So Kainoi only remaining, and as we speak, that is another point for Thailand.
Quickest clapback ever. Thailand once more just making it look easy. Round 5 on Catalystewa. Thailand on a hell of a streak. Copper and Nang Tui this time stepping up to the occasion. Copper 5-1 and 2 so far. Really has just been playing a near flawless series.
Yeah, I mean, Copper doesn't want to be overshadowed by Nang Tui, who just came into play. He wants to take that lead in terms of elimination, and he is doing it right here. But again, let's focus more on what else can Laos do, because in everything, in every counter that they're trying, that they're attempting, they are just being thrown off guard by Thailand. So sticking together is not working for them. Like, I would want to see one flanking behind, similar to what we've seen Onamo and Copper doing. Probably that is the advantage that they need.
Yeah, I think, for Laos, they've been able to stop the flank, right? They found a way to stop Thailand from sneaking into the back line. But next, it comes down to the mechanics. How good are they in this CQ season? So far, it's pretty obvious that the Thai players are just a lot more proficient in these gunfights. Now they are the ones that are slowing down the game.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, slow down will really throw off their gameplay, their rotation. So let's see if there's something that they can take advantage of. Copper already on a long flank as Onamo provides as a distraction for 2 players. So let's see if Nang Tui and Ijer can take down Ratchamong to give way for Copper right there. Copper already on the backstab, and there goes Ijer taking down Ratchamong, and it's now back to a 3v4, and this is where Thailand just steamrolled.
Should be an unlosable round. 2 more get knocked down. Copper, Nang Tui, back-to-back delivery. PLM TV left to pick up the pieces and gets knocked down. Thailand, another round win.
Yeah, another round win. And again, Copper still lead in terms of elimination, followed by Nang Tui, but Onamo making it work. But for Ijer, I mean, he did manage to go in for a first knockdown earlier, and that is a huge assist coming from this guy. But I'm loving what Onamo is offering right now. He's just being that tank. He's tanking everything, being the distraction to give an opening to Copper, and we're not seeing that kind of chemistry from Laos at this point. I mean, Laos at this point, they're just like sticking together. The moment that a call is made in one direction, everyone just rushes in, and that is giving a way for Thailand to really put them in one position and box them out.
Look at the strategical depth too from Thailand. Even from the player camp, our KOLs are having a lot of fun, maybe too much fun. Another round where the silence is deafening, and it is a lot more stressful for Laos, right? They feel like the onus is on them to make a move. Attempted jump spot from LO8. It does solve the crossover from Thailand, but they don't have a plan for the next move.
Yeah, I mean, no plan at all. Probably just staying in there on above everyone else. BLMTV, though, will try to go in full flank. Active skill, Alok already activated, but that only gives them an opening to pull away. Nang Tu might be going in for a backstab right now. Pushes in together with the group, and Onamo pulls damage onto BLMTV, again disrupting their rotation.
And this is starting to get a lot more tensed up. PLMTV really deep down in the red. Nang Tui able to take him down and across the wall, give him a one-punch man effect. Of course, in this case, LO8 finds straight on the Ichert, get a equalizer. At least in this case, Laos finding some response, but Thailand disengage again.
Yeah, let's see. Kainoi is trapped in one corner. The shift is happening that Thailand's already taken advantage of. So Nang Tui is already in the lead of backing off and backing away and probably taking this point, but good rotation by Kainoi as well to make sure they have an opening on the next phase of the circle. Glue walls, after glue walls being laid out, a 1v2 might be happening, but Onamo needs to recover, and Kainoi is already waiting for it. LO8 a little bit too late for the party though, and Ratchamong is quite too far, so 3v3 will need to be pristine. All shots need to be done on one player first before they go in for the rest, and that is what Copper has received. Same goes for LOA.
Ratchamong somehow able to get away from Onamo, who's literally trying to track him down. And just like that, his great escape allows Laos to get a second round.
I mean, the great escape. I mean, Onamo is something else. The movement overall, he's just fast. These guys are fast in terms of movement, and this is what we love in Clash Squad. That is what is needed in Clash Squad. Other than mechanical skills, as well as accuracy, that movement. How quickly can you get away or get in and away from battle, as well as respond to your teammates' needs. So that is what Onamo and the rest of Thailand is offering right now, but Laos is just coming back slowly, and hopefully this is surely, because there's still a lot of catching up to do.
Plenty of ground to cover if you are on the side of Laos. It seems like Thailand, they're not slowing down. Now they're going to switch it up a little bit, right? Run straight at Laos and see how that response is going to be. Onamo parks himself very far in front. Seems to have an angle to actually get an ambush off if Laos moves any further forward, but they do end up deciding against it.
Yeah, I mean, they just rotated on the other side, making sure that they have more open space to run around and run through against Thailand. Otherwise, the compounds can catch them off guard, especially with Copper and Onamo just like splitting up and just attempting a backstab. So Nang Tui is trying to do the same, but he is very close, and those glue walls is not helping them in being stealthy. But as LO8 has been taken out, Nang Tui in a 1v1 on the one side, the glue wall might be able to save him, and the rest of the teams right now is regrouping. No takedown just yet though. Ichert has been knocked down at this point.
Yeah, and I think, so far it's just been crazy turn of events. I think the Laos teams, again, we're seeing the adjustments from them. We're seeing the how do I put it? The adjustment, and then they are starting to ramp up the aggression a little bit, right? We see here Nang Tui and Onamo, only two of them left standing. So without Copper, maybe Nang Tui can make another recovery as the latest substitution for the Thailand team. They still have a decent spot to work with, of course, outnumbered, but we've seen these two handle tough situations.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Nang Tui is one of the guys that can really put in the numbers, and Onamo is just like stealthy, but also a guy that can distract the overall gameplay of Laos at this point. Ratchamong potential for the backstab, but Nang Tui managed to get away and just chasing it against LO8. And there goes the takedown against Kai Noi, but the trade on Onamo. Now there goes a victory. Another point to Laos to close the gap.
Yeah, Laos needed a hero, and Ratchamong is that guy. Really showing up when the Hidden Leaf Village needed him the most. In fact, he is the hero, lore-wise. Everyone only sets their eyes on Naruto, but they forgot that Itachi was the reason that the Great Uchiha Massacre happened, but also prevented a war between the clan and the Hidden Leaf Village. So Ratchamong really, giving Laos a second and third chance, making this match a whole lot closer compared to the first one.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, if they can turn it around. We've seen them play in this specific map, and it didn't work quite well for Laos. So there's not so much of opening as well because of the compound, as well as all those cars spread around. It gives Thailand more chances to go in on a drop and literally drop on a jump shot against Laos. So they will need to do the same play as well. They have those crates. They even have one platform to work with, but they're just pulling Thailand in to make sure they have that opening as well. But it's tough to call though. It's tough to call because the slowdown is being done by Thailand at this point.
So Thailand tried to go on the aggressive. Didn't really work out, so they fall back to default plans. This time it's Laos that's taking up a lot more space compared to Thailand. Though Nang Tui has a very powerful position to work with. This boosted up glue wall continues to be able to jump spot, able to do some chip damage from afar as well. Even though with this close range weapons, you still can, bruise your enemies a little bit. So it's between him and PLMTV, who will be making close contact, but Nang Tui playing on the low ground. PLMTV does not see him, and the breakthrough. Oh, Nang Tui fishes for it, doesn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, why just pull away? You still have another chance to be able to go for the takedown, and it's not like you don't have the movement. But Nang Tui, I would say that is a missed opportunity, but, well, not overall for Thailand. There's still a chance for him to go in for the takedown. The Blues closing in. Laos right now will be trapped into one side. A shift is favoring Thailand at this point, and they're just barricading themselves. LOA will be first to go down. We thought it would be our turn.
I thought the same too. Nang Tui now springs into action and finds two in a row. The triple takedown. Thailand 1 round away from finals.
Yeah, match point to end it. And a 2-0. So Laos, we're loving adjustment. There's more chances really for them to bring it up, but it's tough though. Again, the terrain that we have right now in this dam is not very helpful for the tactic of Laos. They need open ground. They need places to move around with, and this is not that place. This is the first round of our earlier match, and yes, it might have slowed down earlier, but everyone is warmed up, and I think Thailand just wants to end it.
Back to where the very first round of the last match started, where they drew first blood. It'd be poetic to end here. Of course, this time Thailand starting on the other side of the location. Laos all hands on deck, but Thailand, they are making so much progress. So much ground has been covered already. Not sure if Kai Noi is ready to receive this, but they will be able to barricade themselves for now.
Yeah, I mean, they just pushed Laos away outside the next phase of the circle. PLMTV will be taking down Kai Noi! Reversal against Onamo. And there goes the trade as well. Nang Tui, the only one remaining at this point, but still managed to survive. And the pickup or elimination will be done. Now, let's see if Ratchamong can recover that quickly to take down Nang Tui. Otherwise, it would be a chase on the next phase. And no, Nang Tui, only a sliver of health, slowly recovering and covering his fat as well with those glue walls. Not so much of opening for him, and this might be it. And another point might go to Laos.
He just needs 2 seconds to heal back up. Has he really bought himself enough time? It seems like that is going to be the case. The three great sages of the Hidden Leaf, Nang Toi on the Jiraiya, somehow surviving the pursuit of the two biggest villains from the Uchiha clan. If Nang Toi clutched this out, it would be a heck of a way to end this first series. Nang Toi once more finds time to heal back up. And Laos are giving him the respect that I don't think he deserves in this case. Run him down 2-1. But Nang Toi now back to full health. They're gonna try and play the circle, play safe and slow. Nang Toi needs an isolated fire. Here we go, finally the double up. And Laos keeps themselves in it for one more round off the back of Ratchamong.
Yeah, the dream is still alive for Laos at this point. Again, 1 point difference between them as Thailand is a match point, pristine movement. And when we thought that that push by Thailand would cause Laos to lose another round, probably the entirety of this matchup, they are still in play. Now, let's see though if they can turn things around one more time to tie it up and Brawl bring this round home.
See if they can max out the rounds to be played. Copper once more on the eastern side. This time has a bit more backup. Nang Toi and Ija, they're walking with him. PLMTV quickly realizes that he's gonna get outnumbered. Thailand continues to run at them. Copper leading the charge, makes the call to push on forward, and the rest of the Thai team, they spring into life. And Laos, they're quickly getting forced back.
Yeah, they are being forced back, but this is how, or what happened earlier as well. But let's see if this, or they can make this work. Now, the split is still 2-2 for Thailand as they converge into a 3-1. Copper, another style to move on the other side, but there's not so much of opening. There is those containers that he needs to work with, and glue walls is not helping them make it that fast.
Yeah, I do like that Laos senses something wrong and immediately backs off from where the exit of where Copper came out of. Now they have that high ground. They get to constantly boost themselves up and jump spot the members of Thailand. Thailand still attempting to get some damage in, but this time unsuccessful.
Yeah, I mean, the LMTV was almost in trouble there because he was jumping around and managed to be boosted accidentally. And if he could have fallen down on that tower of glue walls, that might have been the end of it. But Hanoi right now will need to deal with a 1v2, but also PLMTV and LOB miss the opportunity to take down Copper at that point, and they are just going in for the shift the circle. Ratchamong being taken down, no pickup will be happening, and Thailand will be going in around everyone else. PLMTV will try to go in fight against 1v2, will not survive, and there goes Thailand, winning another game as well as the series.
And with a 2-0 scoreline, Thailand heads to the grand finals tomorrow, where they will wait for their opponents either from Vietnam or from Indonesia. They send Laos packing. This series, this match at least, a whole lot closer than the first one. It's not a 6-0 sweep. This one ended 6-4. But when push comes to shove, Thailand really came out on top. That very last round, we saw Ratchamong. He was sitting in the corner waiting to ambush, I believe, Nang Toi, but ends up losing the 1v1. And with the linchpin down, there really wasn't much gas left in the tank for the Laotians. And it's like that booyah for the Thai KOL team. And now they get to relax for the rest of the day and support BRU, maybe in Falcons, as they will be heading onto the main stage in an hour or two for the actual event.
Yeah, definitely. And there we have it. I mean, we are seeing the winners just going over against a Laos team. Just and these are KOLs, and these are, I would say, similar to what we've seen in the pro players. Opponents in game, but still friends off game. So that is what they have to offer right now. But there ends the first match, the first KOL match that we have for today, and Thailand is still on top. But what follows, what, as you said, is tough to call. Vietnam and Indonesia would be in the mix.
Yeah, that one is going to be a more exciting one. You know, we might end up getting the what do you call it, the full package, right? All three matches, all 11 rounds each matches. Who knows? Well, at least in the Vietnamese team can rest assured that Rasya isn't playing on the KOL team for ID. You know, like 3 years ago that would have been the case, but now he is competing under the EVO's Divine banner, so that's one less monster to worry about. But still, I think coming up it's going to be a whole lot interesting. Now that we've seen a glimpse of this unique format, only shotguns, you know, level 4 vest and helmet, repair kit, you know, infinite blue walls, no economy to worry about. I wonder how both Indonesians and Vietnamese teams going to approach this.
Yeah, I mean, it's good lesson that they've seen that first round happen as well. They know how to play the game. And I'm pretty sure they've done that before. They have some practice run against their opponents, and not just those that are set up, even the others that is not against them on that first round, because these are KOLs and they love Free Fire so much that they could have been already playing in the backgrounds before the day even started. But this just a show match that we would love to see more, because again, the Battle of the Nations, the Battle of the KOLs is just showing or being the preview of what's about to happen. The pros playing against the pros will be at a later time. So don't just wait back. Don't be, I would say, don't rush things, because there's a lot more preview that will be happening, especially when Team Aimfob as well as Dominators, and I guess that is a team name of the two KOL teams that we have to wait for before the pros really get into play.
Yeah, we have so many things lined up today, right? We start off with this, where we have, you know, the KOLs from different nations go up against each other, you know, Thailand against Laos, and then with Indonesia against Vietnam, and then we get 3 sets of official matches between our invited pro teams, and then we get the lone wolf matches between the KOLs, and then we go back to our pro teams and check out who advances to the finals. So there's a lot of series lined up for today. If you guys haven't grabbed your coffee yet, if you guys haven't you know, gotten your energy drinks or whatever to stay awake, you should do so, because we are going to be here all day, all night.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm pretty sure they will be awake, because there's a lot of excitement that is happening. We haven't seen so much of all those skills, all those jutsus being put out, all those keepsakes being used. So that is one thing that we want to see as well, especially of those who are missing out from the update that happened. But this time around, our MVP, again from Thailand, Nang Tui. 10 elimination, but more damage compared to what Copper has offered earlier, 38-57. So going back to the misfits on the chat, yes, it is tough for me to get 10 eliminations. So, wow, props to Nang Tui and Copper.
Yeah, I can't get 10 eliminations myself, but I can contribute 10 eliminations to the enemy. I think that's my special skill set. Not really the most useful in a Clash Squad environment, but I digress. You know, it's a matter of perspective, right? The numbers, they stand out either way. Congratulations once more to our Thai KOLs. They advanced to the grand finals, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to stick around at the venue. So if any of you guys are right there and you guys spot them, just approach them. I'm pretty sure they're pretty friendly, or maybe you might even get a game or two in with them and take photos with them. Remember, enjoy the venue, enjoy the games, enjoy all the booths that Garena has to offer.
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities to meet up with all survivors out there, Free Fire fans, especially on that venue, and a lot of activities as well. So those who are fan of posting social media, that is like a treasure trove at this point. So many photos, so many personalities that you get to meet. And again, like me and Husky is saying, we would love to be there, but right now we are there in spirit and in voice as well.
Yeah, we are always there with you guys, one way or the other. I think, you know, again, one way we can I can interact with you guys, again, pop quizzes, right, trivias. Naruto trivia. So I've been waiting like 2 decades for this moment. What is Naruto's son name? Oh, that one's actually very easy. But
that's easy. I know that.
Truth be told, I've not watched a single episode of that. I like my journey ends with the Shippuden folks.
Right, let's bring it back to the stage right now for the interview for the players that we've seen right here. So let's listen what they have to say.
ล์การเล่นคนละเรื่องเลยนะฝั่งหนึ่ง attacker อีกฝั่งหนึ่ง defender โอ้โหไม่ธรรมดาอ่ะมาเดี๋ยวเรามาสัมภาษณ์กันดีกว่า move to the first questions เลยดีกว่านะคะอยากรู้เลยไหนๆมันก็แข่งในโหมด 4-4 แล้วมันมีธีมของนารูโตะแอดอินเข้ามาถามแบบ favorite character กันเลยดีกว่าคาแรคเตอร์ของนารูโตะที่คอลแลบกับฟรีไฟแล้วน้องๆชอบคนละ1ตัวค่ะ
Alright, so moving on our first questions. Okay, so which Naruto character in Free Fire is your favorite?
อ่ะมาน้องชายพี่เปิดมา
ผมนะครับผมชอบซาสึเกะครับผม
ซาสึเกะไม่แน่แน่นะ
สำหรับผมก็คาคาชิอะครับผม
จริงต้องรอต่อไป
ชอบซากุระครับ
โอ้โห
เพราะว่ามันสวยเหมือนแฟนผม
นี่เด็กนี่มันร้าย
ผมชอบนารูโตะครับ
โอเค
It's like none of them are in like Shippuden version, right?
Yeah.
It's
And
like
I think they are on the Hokage side, on the
Hokage
Konoha side.
the good side.
Yeah, the good side. They grow up with like a shonen jump.
Yeah, like not the
Something
villains
like that.
at all.
คือพี่แซวกันว่าแบบเฮ้ยทำไมเขาเลือกแต่ตัวดีหมดเลยอ่ะไม่แบบชอบแบบตัวร้ายบ้างหรอหรืออะไรอย่างเงี้ยเราก็เลยบอกว่าเราโตมากับว่าฮีโร่สไตล์นี่ประมาณนี้อ่ะ let's move to the second questions แล้วก็คำถามที่2เนี่ยพี่เลยอยากรู้ว่าการที่ฟรีไฟอ่ะไปคอลแลบครั้งยิ่งใหญ่กับนารูโตะครั้งเนี้ยแล้วมันมีโหมดการเล่นที่มันชาเลนจ์มากยิ่งขึ้นพวกเรารู้สึกตื่นเต้นหรือรู้สึกแบบท้าทายกับการเล่นครั้งนี้ไหม
Alright, to our second questions. Do you think that this collaboration, Free Fire and Naruto Shippuden, adds more fun and challenge to the competition?
ก็ตื่นเต้นมากนะครับแล้วก็ท้าทายมากด้วยนะครับเพราะว่ามีแบบสีสันในเกมที่แปลกใหม่มากไม่ว่าจะเป็นแผนที่นะครับหรือว่าจะเป็นเมืองแล้วก็จะเป็นราเมงแล้วก็จะมีทั้งดาวกระจายด้วยนะครับที่ให้ปลา
He said that he really liked this collaboration because it adds more challenging into the game, and there are a lot of items and teams in like a ramen and kurenai and weapons like that.
Oh, it's cool. Or maybe like I want to look to a second one, like to listen to the thoughts. You know?
Okay. มีใครอยากแอดอัพอะไรอย่างอื่นไหมจ๊ะDo you have anything to add up? หรือ Do you want to tell all of your fans that coming to cheer you up here อยากจะพูดอะไรกับแฟนๆที่มาเชียร์ที่นี่ไหม
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนที่เชียร์นะครับที่เชียร์ทีมประเทศไทยก็ขอบคุณมากๆครับเพราะผมทำเต็มที่แน่นอนแล้วก็พรุ่งนี้รอบชิงก็อย่าลืมมาเชียร์ทีมไทยกันด้วยนะครับไทยแลนด์สู้แน่นอนครับผม
So we did all our best and thank you to everyone that cheering up for us and tomorrow wait and see for the final round.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's really lovely and also very challenging at the same time.
Yes. และนี้นะคะก็จบเป็นที่เรียบร้อยสำหรับการสัมภาษณ์และอินเทอร์วิวกันแล้วนะคะเดี๋ยวเราพักเบรกกันสักครู่หนึ่งนะแล้วเดี๋ยวกลับไปเจอกันกับคู่ต่อไปค่ะ
And this is the end of our interview, and now we will head back to our little break before we running into a new couple of match.
Thank you very much to Yunsul and Yuki as always. You heard it from the folks of the Thai KOL teams. Very different preferences and characters that they like. All of them liking the protagonists. But I'm gonna be the guy. I like the Akatsuki. I like Uchiha Madara the most. And let's see if the next upcoming series from the Vietnam and the Indonesian KOL will bring us more action-packed Free Fire actions. We're gonna go for a short break, and when we come back, more Free Fire action in this collaboration show match continues. We'll be back.
The Free Fire Ninja Clash Squad tournament begins with a Swiss stage featuring 8 teams competing for 4 spots in the playoffs. In this stage, each team must secure 2 booyahs to qualify, but any team that loses 2 matches will be eliminated. All matches in the Swiss stage are played as a best-of-3 series. Day 1 kicks off with round 1, where no teams from the same region will face each other. Teams that lose in round 1 move to the elimination round on day 2, where they will still have a chance to claim one of the last 2 spots in the playoffs if they can survive from this round. Once the Swiss stage ends, the 4 teams with 2 booyahs advance to the playoffs, which follow a single elimination format with best-of-3 series matches. The tournament concludes with a best-of-5 series at the grand final to determine the champion.
Aqui é a Falcons, porque todos os campeonatos de X4 que teve aqui na Tailândia, eles acabaram ganhando. Bermuda, porque é o mapa mais antigo do jogo e sempre que vem esse mapa a gente ganha. O Asana, depois que atualizou o meta, ele nunca mais foi o mesmo.
Meu personagem favorito do Naruto é o Itachi, porque desde o anime como no jogo, a skin dele tá muito da hora, as habilidades dele estão muito da hora também, e é isso que faz ele meu favorito. As equipes deixa eu ver, Buriram, Ivos, Falcons, R7, quem mais? WAG, Fluxo também, todas. Um jogador que não deveria estar aqui era o The Cruz, da Buriram, porque, querendo ou não, já tá aposentado, não joga há muito tempo, então, mano, já deu, né? Eu estou muito confiante e, mano, pra mim, nosso time disparado no top 1 aí. Pode vir qualquer outro time aí, mas não vai dar jogo pra eles. Eu acho que talvez tenha um pouquinho de dificuldade, porque é um modo que a gente não é acostumado tanto a jogar assim. Mas creio que a bala, a mecânica e tudo vai surpreender todo mundo aí. Acho que o fator mais positivo do nosso time é mecânica, bala, estratégia também, habilidades, então, e muita calma também, querendo ou não.
Mi personaje favorito es Naruto porque creo que la historia que tiene es muy motivadora. Mi mapa favorito en Free Fire es Bermuda porque es el primer mapa que salió en todo el juego y me gusta mucho. Yo creo que el oponente más complicado para nosotros es EVOS porque vienen de salir campeones mundiales y la confianza de ellos yo creo que debe estar muy alta.
Los oponentes más complicados para nosotros son Team Falcons, ya que tienen muy buenos jugadores en su equipo. A Laos, ya que en los entrenamientos lo vienen muy bien. Buriram, por favor, nosotros no estamos asustados ni un poco. ¿Ustedes nos tienen miedo? Cruz, ya que en la EWC no participó en ninguna partida y creo que ya es historia. Sí, me siento muy confiado de poder barrerlo nuevamente. Podemos salir campeones.
Mungkin player yang kurang bagus di turnamen ini Wasana sih, karena di turnamen terakhir juga dia main jelek aja. Favorit karakter Naruto di Free Fire mungkin lebih ke Sasuke sih, karena keren gitu.
Favorit gue di karakter Naruto mungkin Naruto sih, soalnya dia dari ceritanya pun sedih dan bisa jadi yang terkuat.
Ya semua tim lah, karena ya apa ya, ya bisa jadi kan semua tim ketemu semua, jadi kita pengen coba ketemu semua tim sih.
Lawan terberat mungkin Falcon ya, soalnya kemarin tuh dia waktu di Vietnam habis juara dan ya di pikiran gua dia lawan yang terberat.
Ya mungkin Buriram lah, karena apa ya, ya kita pede aja sih lawan mereka. Ya kita nggak punya kelebihan, nggak punya kekuatan, tapi kita percaya pasti kita bisa menang.
Favorit gua di map kelas kuat Bermuda karena lebih hafal aja kompon-komponnya dan kayaknya lebih gampang sih.
นารูโตะครับเพราะว่าผมอยากแยกร่างได้เหมือนนารูโตะครับมีนาโตะแล้วกันครับตัวละครคาแรคเตอร์ดูฟูเท่ดีครับฟินิชเชอร์ภายในเกมก็ไม่ได้แนวเคโรโลแล้วกันครับก็ไม่ได้โหดขนาดนั้นครับฟอลคอนเคโรโลแล้วกันครับระเบิดตาดีครับแต่ว่าติดเลิกครับอ้อมไปตายครับไม่ก็อ้อมไปแล้วก็เพื่อนตายหมดแล้วก็ไม่ได้ทำอะไรครับเซเว่นครับเพราะว่าดูจากการซ้อมแล้วก็ไม่เท่าไหร่ครับคิดว่าไม่มีนะครับชนะสบายๆเพราะว่ามันระดับเวอร์ครับถ้าได้แชมป์ก็อยากได้แชมป์ให้มันสมศักดิ์ศรีครับก็ทีมาคิวครับเพราะว่าเป็นคู่แข่งกันมานานครับก็อยากเจอเหมือนกันครับน่าจะเป็นรัตยาจากอีโวดีวายครับเพราะว่าสไตล์การเล่นโหดครับเล่นตำแหน่งเดียวกับผมด้วยก็อยากเจอในแคสคอร์ครับก็อาจจะไม่ง่ายเหมือนที่ผ่านมาครับเพราะว่ามีทีมจากบราซิลมาด้วยครับคิดว่าไม่น่าง่ายครับเพราะว่าทีมเป็นทีมระดับสูงทุกทีมครับน่าจะยากอยู่แต่ก็จะพยายามให้ดีที่สุดครับ
Dạ, nhân vật yêu thích nhất của em là Naruto, bởi vì nhân vật chính.
Nhân vật trong bộ truyện Naruto mà em yêu thích nhất là Itachi vì nó cool ngầu và khá là mạnh ở trong phim.
Dạ là Falcons, tại vì tụi em đã thất bại với họ trước 2 lần.
Đội tuyển mà em muốn đánh bại nhất là Esports bởi vì em đã thua họ ở mùa giải trước.
Dạ em nghĩ là Fluso, bởi vì bên Brazil họ không mạnh về mặt tử chiến.
Em nghĩ đội dễ đánh bại nhất là RQ bởi vì em không đánh giá cao tay tỉa của team RQ. Map yêu thích nhất của em là map quân sự bởi vì em luyện tập cái map đấy trong buổi stream và bắn răng rất nhiều.
นี้เกือบเต็มกราฟต้องมาลุ้นต่อไปค่ะว่าคู่ต่อไปนี้จะเต็มกราฟกันขนาดไหนนะคะและนี่คือการแข่งขัน CS Elite ค่ะ ซึ่งคู่ต่อไปค่ะจะเป็นการแข่งขันระหว่างทีมเวียดนามเจอกับอินโดนีเซีย
Welcome back to the Clash Squad Elite Tournament, and our next match will feature the KOLs come from Vietnam clashing against with KOLs from Indonesia. So I think it's time to welcome them to the stage right now.
และตอนนี้ค่ะได้เวลาต้อนรับพวกเขากันแล้วเพราะฉะนั้นขออนุญาตขอเสียงต้อนรับทีมจากอินโดนีเซีย
First of all, let's welcome our Indonesian team to the stage.
และนี่คือทีมเวียดนาม
Let's welcome Vietnam team.
และต่อไปนี้ค่ะคือคู่แข่งของทีมเวียดนาม จะเป็นใครไปไม่ได้นอกจากทีมจากประเทศอินโดนีเซีย
And that is the Vietnam team on the stage, and now it's officially the Indonesian teams on the stage.
และแน่นอนค่ะว่าก็เป็นตามธรรมเนียมนะคะของ Free Fire เราค่ะ เมื่อนักกีฬาทั้งสองทีมอยู่บนเวทีแห่งนี้แล้ว ก็ให้เขาจับมือทำความรู้จักกันหน่อยก่อนที่จะไปแข่งขันกันในเกม และประจำโพซิชันค่ะ
So Vietnam versus Indonesia, they've always been clashing together against in the Clash Squad mode, and now finally having a chance to meet again in the World Tournament like this. So it's your time to shake your opponent's hand and get prepared for your first match.
ได้เวลาของการแข่งขันสุดเดือดกันอีกแล้ว ทุกๆคนคะที่กำลังรับชมอยู่ตอนนี้คิดว่ายังไงกันบ้างคะสำหรับศึกในครั้งนี้ระหว่างทีมนะคะอินโดนีเซียและทีมเวียดนามใครจะเป็นฝ่ายชนะขึ้นอยู่กับคุณแล้วค่ะสามารถส่งเสียงเชียร์กันได้นะคะแล้วก็คอมเมนต์กันได้เลยค่ะแต่ว่าตอนนี้ค่ะได้เวลาไปรับชมการแข่งขันกันแล้วถ้าพร้อมกันแล้วเราจะขออนุญาตส่งเวทีนี้ต่อให้กับชาวแคสเตอร์
The competitive scene right here is really intense since this is the second couple that we are right now. Yeah, so I can totally feel the heat. So, Shoutcaster, it's your time now.
Welcome back, survivors, to the hidden mic village. As you guys witnessed at the Valley of the End, a showdown between two big regions, Indonesia and Vietnam, in this Free Fire All-Star Ninja Clash Squad tournament. It's me, Husky, alongside gentleman Neptune Garcia. We are getting ready to head into this best of 3, and I think the atmosphere is already getting pretty tense. You know, you can feel the rivalry between the two teams, even though this is just their KOLs.
Yeah, it's just the KOLs, but the region has brought in a lot of rivalry overall from the past. And this is where we want to see more of an even matchup. We were expecting that in the previous one, but we know how Thailand is in terms of playing Free Fire. So let's see if these two teams, though they are influencers, but they also have teams. So from Vietnam, that's Team Aimfob, if I got that correct. And we have Dominator Esports from Indonesia. So one has won a battle or went into Battle of Stars Season 3. The other one is also part of the 33rd SEA Games Vietnam qualifiers. So let's see if this is the spicier KOL matchup that we're going to watch up. You did mention that they can bring it all through the end of a best of 3 as well as of those 11 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, we call them, we say that these are just, key opinion leaders, big influencers, content creators, but they do have their accolades, right? Again, to be in, for example, the 33rd SEA Game Vietnam qualifier, that is not an easy feat, especially when we look at these tournaments that, that's, for example, SEA Games or ASEAN Games, you would think that they would take the best of the best from the pro teams, but sometimes you have hidden gems like this. And this is the chance for them to prove that maybe, for a region like Vietnam, who had a very interesting, journey, not being on the radar, then coming onto the radar, being in the spotlight, and then fading out in the past, 6 to 9 months, now having a second chance again on the main stage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is, a story that we don't want to see, but you know how it is. Some teams can really pop off and just overshadow entire region or some teams from that region. So this is where they are bound to make a comeback if they can bring it on. Again, the same rules applies. It's M1887, a level 4 on the helmet as well as armor, and unlimited glue walls. And we just saw how chaotic that can be in a match. It's so tough to really play it out, especially if, like, for instance, a player like me, I want to go in a long range, but I couldn't. I don't have that much accuracy compared to what we've seen that these players has, but this is something that they have to deal with. And we are seeing Naruto and Sakura as well in the crowd.
That we have some cosplayers in the house, and this is one of those few, canon events that I think a lot of people wish would have happened in the actual anime when Naruto and Sakura got together. Last that didn't happen. Do you know that the voice actor, an actress for Naruto, is actually a lady? And I really enjoy her voice acting. Right? I think a lot of people didn't know that. I certainly didn't know that when I was a kid. I thought it's, some young voice actor with a raspy voice, but no, actually, it is a very experienced voice actress.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing though. What I love about anime is the opportunity as well to be in a different role, a different persona overall. And that's not the first. Like, even in other animes, even other characters in Naruto, there's a few that would surprise you once you find out who they are voicing out with. But this is something else that the collaboration is showing us. Not only the collaboration, but also the theme on the stage right now. This is Chapter 2 of the Ninja Wars, and this is the protagonist, or antagonist rather, antagonist reign. At this point, Akatsuki clan is now showing up not only in a game but also on the stage.
And plenty of things to kind of go around, right? Like, if this is, I think this is one of the biggest collaboration Free Fire has had in quite a while, of this scale at least, right? Like the depth of content that we have, then the amount of attention to detail, the willingness to explore and incorporate the elements of the collaborations in the subjects Naruto into the game itself. I don't think I've seen it anywhere else, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, most of it is just character skins. Like, it's more of character skills, or if the character, and because of the number of active and passive skill that we have in Free Fire, there's a lot of potential. To be honest, every time I see some of the skills, it reminds me of some of the talents as well. It reminds me of some of the talents as well. And this is, I thought about this when I looked at Paloma. It reminds me of Carol Bombshell. and that's one thing. I mean, it can be someone who's already in Free Fire or someone who can be in Free Fire.
Yeah, we started off with one of the biggest ones. We have DJ Arlock. That was literally one of the OG highlight collaborations, right? A literal, mega star from the Brazil. And I remember on that big stage, that's where Corinthians lifted the trophy. And then we had J Beeps. And then we have C Ronaldo. I don't think I've seen any other titles out there or anything that I've worked on that has something of this skill, and I think that's still relevant until today. Every now and then, JB was back in the meta. C Ronaldo is now back with the time turner on that chrono. I think DJ Arlock is probably the one that still kind of needs a bit of number tweakings, but when he was relevant, he was a menace.
It does work. It does work in, I would say, in Clash Squad, and that is one feature, one mode in the game that really features a lot of those active and passive skills. So I guess there's still Alok is still in the mix, and I'm not talking about the music mix. But anyways, we are prepping up right now for the second series of our KOL Clash Squad Elite battle, and this is a Free Fire and Naruto Shippuden collaboration, the Ninja Wars Chapter 2. Everyone's excited right now to be part of this event, not only for those on the venue but also in the chat. So really appreciate those who are hanging back with us whilst we are waiting for the match to begin.
Yeah, and especially those that have stuck with Free Fire since the beginning. I know, especially those from the regions that are waiting for the circuit to be launched or reactivated. The Bangladeshis, for example, those from Sri Lanka, Nepal, Pakistan. They've been with us for a long time, and with the recent emergence and recent attendance of Red Hawks at DWC, at least we are seeing the region slowly get revived. I've been getting some texts. I know some people ask me, when is our region going to be brought up? I have no idea, but I would say at least that is an eventuality. It's inevitable. Yeah. We just have to be patient and wait for it. We had Sri Lanka in FF. Is it called FFWS or FFMC? I don't remember. MCPS, yes. MCPS, 2022, I believe. Like for one season, we have like Revenant Esports from India playing, and that was quite an experience.
Definitely. I mean, once like India is back on its feet in Free Fire, there's really a huge chance that things will be popping off. Again, I did mention about FFMIC, so it's a continuation of the India Cup that is currently happening, and I really love to see how that's going on. Who would be the champions in there? There's a lot of things that is happening at a global scale in terms of Free Fire. So as Husky did mention, if you're in a country, in a region that hasn't experienced or in a while hasn't experienced a tournament just yet, it might not happen this year. It might be for next year, but don't take our word for it. There's a lot that is happening, and how it is popping off right now, this is just the beginning. 2025 is just the beginning of that global movement, of that global Free Fire revolution.
We're gonna put the whole globe under the infinite Tsukuyomi if we can, to make sure that this is our time to see good energy in the mall, And another thing is, like, we look at the schedule, we know that this is gonna be a long and eventful day for sure. We haven't even gotten into the main course, right? This is just the appetizer. We haven't even seen the pro teams on the stage duking it out, and who knows how long those games are gonna get, how interesting those games are gonna get. And now my question is, we got a full house before the event even started. Are we gonna have that by the end of the day? Because I sure hope that the crowd does not leave until we turn off the lights at the mall.
I don't think so. I don't think they will be leaving, because there's a lot of things that is happening, and it's already heated in this KOLCS Elite Squad matchup, and it's getting even more hotter once we get in onto that final battle. We are going to start that round 1 of the Pro Teams Clash Squad battle, but before we go there, we're going to go for the start of the second series. It's Indonesia going against Vietnam. Who's going to win? We still have to find out, and let's go.
Right off the bat, see Indonesia very aggressive. The dual placements very far in front. Again, it's not about taking space as always. I mean, for the Vietnamese KOLs, Zeus will kind of take a back seat. An attempted wraparound from Flado. That one didn't bear any fruits. He's going to go the other way around. The rest of the team is going to buy time for him, and this might work out if Gaiden stays alive, and that would be the case for now. They did box off the side of the map, and he's smell something in the air.
Oh, he smells something cooking right now, and let's see if he can throw those thunders in, lightnings in against Flado. But as you can see, one takedown already against Thailand, and the recovery as quickly as that. But no, there goes the shot. Team MT being dominated at this point. It's a 1-1 trade. Geisen has been picked up, but the potential of still turning things around is an possibility.
Very aggressive start. Haaland with another knock, this time to Camille. Fortunately, can't bring him back. Haaland with the confirmation. Indonesia down to just 2 DMT on the rope right now. Both Flado and Geisen are able to stick together, thankfully. Flado rocking the Nintendo skin, cosmetic. Zeus trying to break through this labyrinth of the blue wall that everyone has somehow set up. A double arm from the corner. Zeus wins that out in a 2v1 and makes his way to safety. And just like that, AMF with round 1.
AMF Team Aim Fob round 1. It's only one casualty, Cena. He's not John Doe. He has been seen and he has been taken down. But let's see if Indonesia can turn things around. Again, Vietnam is showing up a little too passive and aggressive, especially in round number 1. But later on, once everything gets heated up, I'm expecting to see what we saw from Thailand earlier. Everyone will just be rushing it.
So Indonesia, DMT tried to rush it early on, but it didn't really work out the way that they wanted, right? This time they are taking a lot of precaution to check the flank. Flado probably heard all of that footsteps and Camille, he's going to be receiving flag. That's why he just straight up backing off. AMF though, not slowing down. Roxy ends up taking the punishment. They box in Haaland, Geisen with the knock. Vietnam getting ambushed from behind. They play ring around the Rosie and they somehow ran into their own trap. Zeus with another knockdown and a confirmation, and he is the one that comes alive.
Yeah, let's see if Cena will be able to recover, but I don't think so. Camille's already guarding him, and the chase on to Flado. He will be flat, and he will be taken out. Only a few HP remaining, and they're still trying to recover. Still alive and clicking the Zeus right now. With B onto the other side as well with John Min. Flado will be down. It is a 1v2 situation as Zeus will try and will need to recover. Camille fires those shots, but doesn't make it. The glue wall saves Zeus at this point.
Double kill. Maneuver his way out of that this time. Unsuccessful as DMT finds the quick equalizer in that round. Pretty messy. Contrary to the first series that we have, these two teams are the gladiatorial blood. They are out for action. They are full steam ahead. You know, the gate swing open. They just run at each other with no regards at all.
No regards to human HP. No regards to HP, I would say at this point. But again, you know, Vietnam is just rushing in, similar to what we've seen earlier, and DMT just staying in one place. But the glue wall did save them, and it's still the ring around the rose being done by Vietnam, and this is where they lost that game earlier. So let's see if Indonesia and Split will be able to barricade them in and probably take them down one at a time. But again, you did mention it is scrappy from the beginning up until this time. There's no slowing down, so I think it's a reverse of what we've seen earlier from the earlier KOL match.
Of course, we also have, I think, you know, for the Vietnam AMF, decides to take the perimeter of this building, get a couple of good checkpoints set up, good enough for a boost, but also prevents Indonesia from really doing damage to them. I think the X factor is where the circle is going to move after this.
Let's see though. I mean, the circle definitely changed the pace of the game, and that's what they're waiting for. The closure of this first phase would prompt everyone to get in position once that direction is shown on the minimap. So everyone is just showing some aggressive glue wall action, I would say. Aggressive glue wall action until that time comes. But Vietnam a little bit too far on the outside. Roxy is just waiting for their movement. Good thing they have a little bit of space work with, but they need to break through. Otherwise, they will be stuck, and Geisen would be the first target that they have.
Some contact made, Geisen and Zeus taking minor chip damages, but right off the bat, Flado getting knocked down by Cena as he comes out of nowhere. You can't see him, unfortunately. KML getting knocked down too. Geisen finds a response onto Cena, but his two members of Indonesia getting knocked down and wiped out right away. Vietnam paying two for the price of one. Geisen next on the chopping block. Zeus with the pump to the chest, and Roxy now left all alone. It's Jiraiya that comes out on top. Vietnam AMF 2-1.
Zeus really bringing that on, and that's a good play definitely for him. He did manage to get 7 elimination already. Final 2 was from that play. The glue wall was just a millisecond delay, thus he managed to push it through and take down 1 players from DMT, and that gave Vietnam that advantage.
No slowing down, still running at each other, and seeing some interactions even, I think, on ground. Zeus pretty much locked in on his camp. Just ferociously communicating with the rest of his team. And Indonesia, sometimes they look over the eye of the stage to see how the opponents are reacting to the state of the game. But it's fair to say that they are willing to fight and brawl to the death. Oh, that glue actually gets brought down. I thought that would be the contact between AMF and DMT, and indeed there is Cena again with the first blood.
Cena right now, but that's most of the time where he fails, but no, not this time around. Still managed to take down Raxi, and another one for Vietnam will be going down, though Haaland the only one remaining at this point. No confirmation for those who've been knocked down, so a chance that they can still retain those weapons as well as armor they have earlier. But it's already 2-2, and I am loving the trade back in points right here. It might not be back and forth, but as long as they can fight back, as long as they can bring it on for each round, it would be a longer match and anyone can win.
I gotta say, I'm very entertained just by looking at the player cams of AMF. They are in the expression, right? The seriousness that they put into this. This feels like to them probably a grand finals level of match.
Yeah.
How they are really, taking it as if it's the most important match of their life.
And that's what we call for every game, even in the pro scene. Hopefully everyone will leave, will really put in everything and treat it as if it is the grand finals overall. And that is what MF is bringing right now. And let's see, though, if they can do it once again. Zeus did feel a little bit of wrath right there, but KML will be shot with only a few HP remaining. Recovery will be tight, though, with the glue wall, the barricade right here being done by both teams as the blue closes in. AMF, though, for the flank.
There's going to be a big flank and gives enough time for DMT to recognize this. Surely, right? Surely they know, right? No way AMF just snuck in from the back door like that. Haaland catching Roxy completely off guard. This is the best opportunity for Vietnam to score a third. Forward from Zeus, finding a second knockdown in elimination. Flado and Geisen on the run, but they are split apart from one another. Flado getting surrounded by Haaland and Zeus, chasing him down. Pain must be felt, and Cena will chase them down. Zeus with Flado knocked down. Geisen is gone, and Vietnam with a massive backstab to get the third.
Oh, definitely a backstab overall, and they put up their barricade thinking that they will just break through it, but no, they didn't expect it. Geisen was a casualty at that point, or was it Araxi, and who was just standing in one corner of that barricade. But again, 3-2, and I think DMT Dominators will do their best to get back another point. They would be mad if they don't, especially what would happen in that game, the failure that happened in that game.
That's gonna be a punch to the gut. But luckily, it's not a, not a match-winning round, right? It is.
Yeah.
The trick can only work once. Let's see if Indonesia has adapted to it. Definitely not gonna take that lying down. Dirty tricks from their opponents, but still. Steals plays Serenanas and Sketchbird's Blood anyways onto Geisen. Indonesia down one man once more. Zeus now surrounded by Roxy. Still somehow managed to outmaneuver two members of DMT. Try to heal back up. That's to find the time to do so. The glue walls put him just in time to protect himself.
Yeah, I mean, Zays right now, he's like an eel. He's like a falcon just moving up and down. Raxi will be taken out. It's now left to Flado at this point. And Flado, no chance. A final hit from Cena. And 10. He gets that point.
Insane. Zeus has 10 eliminations. What was the top eliminations we had from the previous series? 10? Well, Zeus is about to break that record. He is 10-2. 6 rounds in.
I mean, Zay is just doing his part. Rotation overall, he's just rushing in. But the survivability from this guy, even in a 1v2 situation, and it's not so much a pressure being brought in by DMT as well. So let's see if there's something that they can work on and as we continue this game. So apologies of just giving a brief pause. We want to give the players a little bit of breathing space as they go in for that battle. And here we are back. Vietnam still lead on 4-2, but no one's being taken out just yet. So let's see if Indonesia can take back a point.
Haaland with an insane boost. He sees so many things happening. Info is going to be relayed for sure. We'll see if Vietnam can capitalize on that. AMF have plenty of intel to work with. Indonesia is feeling lost. Roxy somehow sneaks close to Haaland. Not getting any conversion yet. Came in on his contact. Haaland now in the low and somehow survives. But they do get Zeus. So that's what DMT needs.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Zeus out of the picture. DMT can take over this, but the tower of glue walls being put up and no one's breaking through. It's DMT making that work, but Haaland managed to squeeze through. One shot onto Flado, but the reversal has been done onto Haaland. Now it's still a 3v2 situation and AMF is in trouble. Haaland was picked up, but is there time for him to recover? Even Xena has trouble recovering and getting away as well, but still managed to do so despite of all the pressure.
And Kamiao, he's trying to chase from Yang and finally gets the takedown. But I mean, AMF, they bought so much time for themselves. This round should have been won by DMT long ago. Yeah. And somehow we end up in the spot 2v2. Both teams having time to heal back up, but DMT is backed against the wall for them. Fortunately, Vietnam's are the one that have control of the circle. They are not afraid to just take up the space. Try to block off Indonesia as much as they can. Kamiao and Vlado splitting up. They're going to run into a double stack. Cena takes the fight onto Kamiao, blocks it over the glue wall. No boost for you on top of the container, sir. And Vlado finds an entry in, but again the glue wall from Haaland is just perfect. And now they make contact. Cena around the corner. Haaland now sees Kamiao somehow. No one from DMT damage.
Oh, there goes Haaland going down, but Kamiao in trouble because of blue. But Xena right now is in way to take down Flado at this point. Glue wall after glue wall, but the blue's closing in, and all DMT is waiting is for that extra damage to come in that gives them another point. It's now 1 point in difference as Vietnam is 2 points away from winning the game.
Extremely scrappy round where sure, Indonesia, DMT still ended up winning the round, but it could have been so much cleaner.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the spirit that we like from these two rivals. A rivalry that extends beyond just the pro teams. Vietnam, see if they can recover. I think statistically, at least from what we've seen so far, AMF still has an overall more solid performance in these late rounds, this mid to late rounds.
Yeah.
Even in terms of just surviving itself, like individually, they have been able to hold their ground pretty well. Four-man rush from DMT straight into the face of Vietnam.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, survivability overall, AMF has it. When Cena as well as Haaland surviving at only a few HP, they manage to get away. But DMT right now, it's still scrappy at this point. The position is questionable. Not quite sure why they're still stacking up all those blue walls a little bit far from the border of this team because they don't have a long-range weapon. So probably it's just getting information. But Haaland will try to push through onto the other side. But the same goes with a DMT at this point. So they're just barricading Indonesia. onto the outer side of the blue until it closes in. And I guess it's a plan of Vietnam right now.
Okay, guys, and it's probably the highest APM in the lobby right now. Just multiple actions at once. Even Flado actually was quite close to Zeus. So Zeus and Gamin still not able to find much contact, but they get to slowly corral AMF into a very tight spot. But I think if AMF, they want to make a move, it's going to be right now. You got to get rid of the glue walls, maybe start running at some of the DMT members.
Let's see though, I mean the blue shift or the circle shift would be favoring them, and DMT would just be running in their crosshairs. If Cena can get into that rooftop, he can put a drop into any players. Camiel is one example with only a few HP, but with that Alok being pulled out, it is working for the recovery, and he is still back in play. Zeus though, it's a different story. He needs to recover that quickly, but Camiel as well as Raxi is very close. A good thing that Haaland and Cena as well as Jiaming is pulling them to that area to give space for ZUs to recover. So that is still a good play for Vietnam, but no one's going down and the Blues closing in.
Most of them able to hold back the onslaught for now. Now the circle closing in. Gamin making first contact. Instant 1-for-1 trade as Pandemonium ensues. Gamin gets knocked down. It's Zeus in the 1v2. Not able to hold on. Cameo with the clutch at the very end with a sliver of health. Indonesia ties it up.
Yeah, I mean, that was like a scrappy beginning, but a solid ending for Indonesia. The way they positioned themselves was take that high ground to stay in the middle of the blue. And they didn't need it at that point, but that is a good backup plan if in case all those engagement fails. But tied up right now and one chance for either team to get a match point. We'll have to see if Peak gives them that problem, because we are seeing a lot of questionable calls that is probably not working for them in each phases of this rounds.
This is the closest we get to an urban warfare. Until the circle forces us out into the open, we are going to have to be working with this for now. But right off the bat, again, AMF, they're going to wall off key entry points. We see an attempted flank from DMT, Cameo. Oh, that one gets walled off. Timing could not happen more perfect, but there is a gap that Cameo can slip through. And he does see a couple of members. He sees Zeus. Is this one of them? I think Haaland also was spotted as well. When does Indonesia pull the trigger?
Let's see though, backstab is potential at this point, but the moment he pulls the trigger, Camiel will be going down, but Flado is the one who goes down first. Haaland tries to go for the follow-up onto Ryzen and managed to get a confirmation onto Flado. Now, it's a 3v4 situation, and still scrappy play. We don't know how they are going to turn things around, because DMP is failing miserably at this point. AMF looks like so prime, but Geisen managed to take down Haaland, and Raxi will be traded. A 3v2 situation. Jiaming, though, being failed to be taken down.
Another 1-for-1 trade. So it's just Geisen left up against Gamin and Stina. With Zeus still having a chance of being picked back up, this could turn into 3v1 pretty quickly, and that will be the case for now. Geisen either deal with the gun barrels of AMF or the blue, and they choose death by shotgun. So Vietnam up to match point.
Match point indeed, and up to Clock Tower. So similar tactics might be happening, but they don't have that much open space in that building. So they might pull like a good flank and the lower ground close to that compound, or just go straight ahead for both teams and then battle around where the face of the circle will be shifting, because that's what we've seen in the past 3 rounds of this first game.
Yeah, it's I think for DMT, Clock Tower, I think the goal is still going to be the same as what they have done in the winning rounds. Zeus is less of a threat right now, right? In this late round, I think Indonesia, they have adapted to it for sure, but the main struggle is still in these tight moments when Vietnam was able to clutch it out with just pure survivability. It's not that they're outgunning Indonesia by a mile, but they were definitely surviving long enough to have their numbers make a difference.
Yeah, they know what to when to rotate in that perfect timing, just to make sure that they have plenty of time recovering. But Zeus will be taken down, and I don't think there's any waiting for them. DMT just bring it on as quickly as that, tying it up to 5, and it's anyone's game at this point as we head into Nurek Dam. Even tidier space for them to work with, and again, this is anyone's gameplay. This was almost the end of the previous series, but let's see if this is the end of this one.
And that's the perfect time to get a wipeout like that, right? To give yourself that morale boost heading into the last round. And if Indonesia wins this, that is going to be a big boon going into the second match. But if they drop this, it is going to swing that pendulum over to AMF in a blink of an eye. So the emotional stakes could not be any higher, and we started off with Haaland taking some chip damage, and that's already not what you want. Indonesia, the ground that they covered, they got that small bridge that Kamia is holding, and that is going to give them enough room to work with, just enough to edge out and start chipping away at Vietnam's health bar. And Roxy attempts a breakthrough, not able to find it, but they are doing enough just to push AMF back.
Yeah, IMF is being pushed back. Zeus, like no opening for him. He couldn't even go in onto the other side to go for the backstab. And I don't think that is, I think that is a questionable play if you try to go around. But Geisen will try to do that and probably get an opening at this point. But he's backing away together with the rest of the teams. They don't want to pull away from the group. They just want to go heads bashing against these teams. So we'll have to find out where they will be going once this next circle shows up.
You see this getting a bit too tight for comfort for AMF. Look at, they barely have space to work with.
Oh yeah.
4 members sleeping in a small dorm room with two double-decker base, and Camille is going to take advantage of that lack of space. Zeus gets knocked down instantly, but Haaland responds in time. Roxy is the victim, but Gamin gets traded back. Indonesia losing health bars, but not members. Vietnam, they are the ones on the back foot. Roxy finally leads out, but Gamin and Zeus, they both get eliminated at the same time. It's down to Cena. Can they see him in this mess? And they will. Recovery for Indonesia, and DMT scores the first point.
Yeah, DMT, the Dominators, dominating this game, and it was a great comeback, a great turnaround being done by Indonesia. Though Vietnam looks a little, I would say, a little stronger from the beginning, but that slowdown coming from Zeus, that really slowed down the rest of the team. So let's see though if they can turn things around. It's just the first round of the series. Still have another to show up. Husky.
Yeah, you know what they say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Zeus got off what? He was 10 and 2 6 rounds in, but when the series ended, he was what, 11 and 5, 11-6. So again, fortunately not the ending that Vietnam needed. We talk about the morale boost that DMT got in round number 10, that full instant wipeout, just enough to push them over the edge and get the first match of the series.
Yeah, I mean, like Zeus, if he still managed to break that record, but the rest of the teams really needs a lot of adjusting. Zeus right now just slowed down, probably a lot too much of gas in that beginning of that first round. So let's see on how they're going to work it. There's not so much of difference in terms of terrain though. We're still going back to Bermuda. It's just dependent if they can outsmart DMT once again, or probably survivability would be their main factor, because we've seen that from Cena as well as Haaland for several instances, but not just for the final round, wherein they could have survived and probably turned things around to their favor.
Yeah, and even you look at this scoreboard, right? In the end, it is a Camille that have like a 10-5 scoreline. Yeah, Zeus 11-6. Underperformers definitely Gamin in this case, not really able to do too much, you know, for the overall scheme of things. I think a lot of it, like you said, was Zeus having a lot of gas coming into the series, but you know, not able to really pull them over the finishing line. So 6-5 scoreline is going to be the case with ID taking match number 1.
Yeah. I guess this is just the beginning of what you called before this match. They're stretching it to 11 rounds. How close it is? Very close. And I think Vietnam would or might take it on the next round. But let's bring it over to our match MVP, DMT Kamiel from Indonesia. 10 elimination from and 3951 in damage, and I believe this is quite similar to what we've seen earlier from the MVP. But again, let's not take it away from Zeus, because he did break the record of the highest elimination from this day. So can anyone take that out or can bring that back? Let's see if Zeus can take it again, as well as the rest of the team.
It's going to be a tall mountain to climb. Now that Indonesia, they have the leverage, they got the morale boost already after that match 1. Going to match 2, it's time for Team Vietnam to start adjusting, right? We go back to the same map Bermuda, we play the same rounds, same loadout, same rule set, but mentality is going to be a bit different for both teams.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one managed to win, the other one would be hungrier. So let's see who will take this next round. Round number 2 of the series between Vietnam and Indonesia. But again, still locked in overall compared to what we've seen on Dominators. And this brings a question, which one is a more pressured or less pressured, I would say? Is it Dominators? Is it Indonesia, who is just looking at their teammates, communicating with their teammates, not really locked into their screen, or the ones who really are in the zone, which is Vietnam?
I don't know, I mean, they look pretty in the zone. They definitely look in the zone. A lot more than they were when game 1 started. And I think that was just off of the intro, right? Like when we had to do the handshake, you can feel the friendly animosity. I don't know if that's even the right word to describe it, but it definitely felt different, right? Lesser smiles and laughter between the rivals, and even amongst them. AMF starting to feel the pressure a little bit. Round 1 of match number 2 now kicks off.
See now, I mean, Flado and Roxy already heading in straight in the middle of the map. Flado will be left out as Gaizen groups in with Roxy, but they are just trying to isolate one of the players, which is Cena. So 1v2 is bound to happen at this point, but they might just be reeled into the rest of the team. Roxy right now, and there goes Cena. Not seen, but managed to go for the takedown. But the trade is potential, but no, it doesn't work for DMT. It's a 3v4 situation now.
Unseen, unfortunately. Vietnam, see if they can. He's alive, and KML tries to track him down, but backup comes through pretty quickly. And Harlem catches Flado off screen. Dyson now also in the red. Zeus with the takedown, and Vietnam, just like match number 1, starts off pretty hot. KML not able to provide any backup. Will be stuck in the 1v4, and it should be a round 1 win again for Vietnam, off to a good start. And emotions are flaring on the Indonesian side. KML clearly not happy with how that round turned out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it seems like from that specific round, from that specific engagement, the moment they got that knockdown, DMT just slowed down, and that's where AMF managed to take 2 of their players. They were expecting that that would slow AMF down as well, but it didn't happen. Thus, take advantage of that situation was AMF. So let's see if that's something that they can learn from. But DMT again heading straight on, as Cena will not be seen at this point and go for the backstab.
And once again, Cena tries to make the long wraparound. Doesn't find anything in this case. Flado will do the same. In fact, this late rotation, if Flado somehow able to avoid detection by Cena, he could make something happen, but I think they would make contact eventually. KML now coming under fire very, very quickly, force the heal back up as AMF, they fortified their position. Roxy takes a shot in the back. Some shrapnel from Haaland. Nothing significant just yet. Vietnam decides to fall back and regroup.
Cena and Vietnam is a 3-1 split. Cena still behind, but Kamiel can be taken down, especially with the glue walls and the time spent for DM2 to regroup. But Vlado already taking the second floor of his container as Haaland has been spotted, but Haaland right now tries to shoot at Roxy. No one's going down just yet. The Blues closing in, and Cena might be our first casualty being stuck. The same goes with Zeus.
Starting to really feel claustrophobic for Vietnam. When we saw this in the final round of match number 1, where space was a major problem, and Kamiel trying to keep them caged in as long as possible for the Blue to close in. It's going to start moving, I believe, in the favor of Vietnam instead. A saving grace for AMF.
Talk about luck at this point. AMF was almost being taken out, but I guess they timed that quickly that they can still have space to move in. And they're still in a group, but DMT is still trying to go for a quick flank, make sure that AMF doesn't have that opening. So Cena and Kamiel might go in a 1v1 as quickly as this, and the glue walls just stopping them from doing so. But a 1v2 is potential to happen as one of the players, though, from Indonesia backs away. It's Gaizen because they spot Haaland, but they haven't taken him out just yet. Again, survivability from Vietnam is just prime.
Save for Kamiel. He doesn't have time to really regenerate his health at all, but he's able to hold back Vietnam. We might come down to the circle to end it all. Roxy with the first knockdown onto Zeus, and that's the numbers advantage that Indonesia has been looking for. A quick wipeout onto the entirety of AMF. Indonesia runs on the clock and gets the second round.
I love the boost and the jump shot that is being done by DMT. That's something that we don't see often at this point. But this is one way to really make it work. No one's going down, so what you need to do is to go in from above, and it's just less time to really respond if the Blues closing in. So much pressure is happening, not only from the zone, but also for the rest of DMT that really threw AMF off guard. But AMF right now, no more flank. They are just heading straight on. And compared to the previous map, there's not so much of there's not so much of a closed area to work with. There's so much open area, open field that they can isolate Kamiel that easily. But Cena goes in a little bit too late, and that pulls in the rest of the team to regroup, and DMT is back in play.
If anything that's commendable about Vietnam is how fast they make the call to back off and regroup. Although Gaizen, he is so far out, somehow separated from the rest of his team. So it's a price that they have to pay. Roxy and Vlado not looking too good either. Kamiel comes under fire. Vietnam attacking from multiple different angles. This should be a round secured unless Indonesia punches it out again. Haaland having time to heal back up, but Kamiel gets knocked down by Zeus for the second time. Vlado by his side needs to bring it back up, but not able to do so. Roxy, though, does find Cena down to a 2v2. Haaland chasing after the Roxy. Zeus comes in the backing mount. Roxy somehow boxes herself in. The glue wall placement is just perfect. Roxy comes up, pops up from the shadow, takes out Haaland, and it's just Zeus left once more in the 1v3.
Yeah, 1v3 situation, but makes that a 2v2 as Haaland has been picked up but needs to recover. The Blues closing in, and Vlado might lose a few more of the HP as aggressive Zeus is now moving in onto the flank. Vlado spots Haaland, and Zeus has been taken down. Haaland, despite of the time that he can recover, he didn't do so because he doesn't have all those meds on him. And it's now a 1v2 with only a few HP remaining, and the Blue closing in. It might be another point for DMT unless miracle happen.
This time Haaland doesn't have the blue on the side too, just to run straight into DMT. Kamiel chases him down and almost does a full version pop-off. He almost stood up from his chair, but the morale again, an all-time high for DMT. Emotional driven to a certain extent. But that's just kind of the motivation you need in situations like this when you are already in control and now you get more control. And for AMF, it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about AMF is they have that aggression to really finish the game a little bit early, but they, at some point, They slow down the moment that they lose that opportunity for a takedown. They just back away. Thus, they lost that game as well. If they manage to take them out a little bit early, there's no worry about mids losing out. All you have to do is just recover afterwards. And this 1-3 split with Cena from above might be their advantage, but Roxy will not be taken down. Vlado almost, though, but managed to get away.
Needs time to recuperate. Oh, as much as his name is Pain, he can still feel pain. But those chakra rods, they do share the sensation. For Vietnam, again, another situation where it is slowed down, but what's the next move? I think contrary to the first series between Thailand and Laos, it feels like just sometimes they are just spamming those blue walls, but first blood has come through for Indonesia, and that's already a bad sign for Vietnam. Kai Miao drawing attention away from Haaland, and could end up drawing Haaland into Flado too. Exactly, that's what happens. The blue wall drops and Flado catches Haaland off guard. Roxy does get knocked down, but Vietnam have lost control of this round completely. Zeus, third one on the list, and Gamin. We needed him to step up, but in the situation, it seems like that's an impossible feat. Indonesia up 3-1.
Yeah, up 3-1 and close to closing the game. We'll have to see though if Vietnam will be able to get back in play again. Zeus has been nerfed at this point. Xena is most of the time being the first casualty in this game, so those two things need some work for them to recover. But for DMT, I guess this is how it is for Indonesia. As the mastermind, which is RRQ, they know how to make those plans of adjustment, and they're doing it right now.
Yeah, and for Vietnam, again, the main struggle that they've been running into so far is just space, right? The control of the space that they've not been able to get for themselves. And we saw that even from the opening round of match 1, where Indonesia, the way that they place the blue walls is not right in front of them, it's miles ahead of them. Knowing that Vietnam is not contesting for it, they were testing the waters, and that Lisbeth test came up with a positive result. And Flado trying to make contact, plenty of windfall. Here comes the drop down. Gamin able to find Roxy, and a punish comes through, but Flado instantly responds. So still a 1-for-1 trade, boxes himself away. Geisen gets picked up by Haaland off screen, and Vietnam strikes back with Cena from behind, and K-Mail left to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, I mean, K-Mail will be taken down. Cena will go for 2. And that is another point being taken by Vietnam after 2 points being grabbed by Indonesia. Now, this is, I guess, what they have been waiting for. A good chance to really bring back up or tie it up against Indonesia. And they're just doing it a little quicker. Not waiting for the next phase to show up or to shift, because I guess they read the situation, as it did mention. Indonesia is just putting out blue walls to box AMF out, and they don't want to play that game. They just want to go and rotate and probably take one down out, and then that's where they steamroll once again.
It was a necessary risk. I think that Indonesia didn't really do anything wrong. It's just unlucky, right? Vietnam got the perfect response to what they wanted to pull off with that drop. Because Flado again, that not really boxing off the entrance as much, but thankfully there was no members of AMF around the corner.
Yeah, there was still a risk though for Flado at that point, because the moment he get that elimination or knockdown, there's like 2 other players that has been knocked down as well. If he was not in a safe space to go for the pickup, then that could have done, or that could have been taken by that could have been taken otherwise. But DMT right now boxing themselves in this time around, and not just AMF being pushed away from the safety of the circle. But Vlado for the flank into the midst of it, and managed to take down Zeus, but the trade-off is just pristine. But DMT still in the lead, but Roxy needs to recover.
Wait, they forced Haaland out of the building. And Haaland couldn't provide any support until it was too late. Indonesia making it work out again. Haaland 1v4, impossible situation to be in. Indonesia, brilliance in that round. I thought that they wanted to take control of the stairwell, because that would give them a bit of a leverage to work with, which they weren't able to do so, but it paid off in the end with how they were able to box off Haaland from the rest of AMF.
And that's one thing though. I mean, usually isolation is isolate one from the rest in the beginning. But what they did is they isolate the three, leaving Haaland behind while they take them out, and then Haaland's the only survivor just to secure, to make sure that they secure that win. So let's see though. It's a 4-2 on the points right now, and Indonesia is still on the roll. And AMF will need some sort of a plan to catch up with the point, but KML a little bit too aggressive, but Roxy might be able to go for the backstab. Jamin is first one who goes down from the hands of Geisen, and this pulls everyone in.
This round already looking worse for wear unless Cena can pull a rabbit out of the hat. It's Roxy down, but they need confirmation. The guys instantly calls for help, brings Roxy back up, and Vietnam once more on the back foot. Health bar not looking too good for two of the Indonesian members, but you can say the same for Vietnam, who all needs time to get themselves back up. Zeus, good knockdown to Geisen, but still, no confirmation means that Zeus gets traded back by Cameo, who has been incredibly vocal on the team of DMT, and it is really starting to spill over to the rest of the round. And Roxy finds another knockdown. Vietnam left with just Cena, and this time they sure as hell can see him. Indonesia for 5 on the board, and it is pretty much confirmed.
Yeah, it's pretty much confirmed, and there you have it. Match point for Indonesia. Managed to see Cena. That is something else. But again, AMF strong at the start, slow in towards the end, and it's not looking good. Now, AMF, not so much a space to work with, and hopefully isolation, those isolation play is something that AMF can play out of, break through away, because the DMT is just doing it quite perfectly. They know how to time their glue walls to make sure that 1 or 2 players will be left outside from where the rest is targeting.
Back to this rig again. Seems very poetic, and almost every series ending round we ended up here was the case. So previous Vlado almost went for a swim there. That could have been disastrous for their chances. But they have 3 rounds to work with, and Vlado, wait, was he not aware?
I mean, the man that can't be moved.
Grin on the side of his face, he's like, okay, he got me. Right? That one, props to AMF. But there's plenty of round to work with, even if this round doesn't go well.
Yeah, let's see though, AMF. The catch up will be quite long for them, but KML, I guess they are slowly giving them that breathing space just to make sure that they have a longer game, or probably there's a tactic, there's a plan out here for DMT. So no takedown just yet after Vlado, and Roxy would be the first one to go after a while, and DMT is losing out this game.
This round pretty much done and dusted KML, and Geisen backs against the wall. Geisen splits away from KML. Cena somehow not able to get the knockdown. KML able to wrap around, but yeah, Cena eventually finds it. The blue is going to be his undoing anyways. It should be a closeout very quickly from Vietnam. Started off with a very awkward pick onto Vlado, who were just unfazed after getting shot multiple times. So round 9 it is at Rimnam Village. Still match point for Indonesia.
Yeah, only 1 more point, and Indonesia grabs this win. Now, Rimnam Village, not so much of moving can be done, similar to what we've seen in Northdown. And this looks like a good playground for AMF, similar if that is the same story. But I guess Vlado would be moving with the rest of the teams right now, and they have a plan of leaving Vlado going for that flank.
With the Rimnam Village, it gets a lot more interesting. The seafood restaurant is actually a very important point to hold. At least in this case, right? Usually you would hold the other huts if you have long-range weapons. But with how aggressive these two teams have been, literally in each other's face. Cena against Geisen making contact in the low ground, but again, Geisen comes out worse for wear in terms of health bar. Another full retreat called by both teams.
Yeah, I mean, they take both sides of this compound, this area, this dock, I would say. And Zeus is just going in, trying to go in for the other flank as Jamin is working his way onto the left. But Roxy is already waiting for that movement. And not so much of damage being done. Even trying to get that elevation is not working for him. But I guess this might be it. This might be a chance. This might be the time. And they're waiting for Jamin. Will be jamming at this point. But Flado goes down. And he takes that jam.
Yeah, and Vietnam now is going to try and push on forward a bit more. Again, confirmation is imperative. Vietnam will finally get it. Flado eliminated from the equation. The guy holding the most eliminations on DMT this series so far, 8-4. Tina taking fire, able to duck away, draws attention to his wounded teammates, but at least Indonesia not able to push the envelope. Geisen ends up showing himself, but the corners are covered, so Vietnam in a very powerful position.
Yeah, powerful indeed, because the shift would be, despite of not favoring them, they have elevation to see where DMT will be moving. And the isolation is already being done. Geisen on one side, as well as two on the other. Camiel tried to fight back, but Jamin has been missed, and he goes in for a shot. Geisen with only a few HP, and there goes 1 point difference being reduced by Vietnam.
And we are getting closer and closer to the equalizer. Vietnam pulling it back from the brink. Indonesia trying to feel feeling the heat. They have blue 2 chances. 1 more and we go down to deathmatch. And if you're Indonesia, you would be sweating a little bit.
Sweating or shouting a little bit more, because that didn't work in the previous round. All those shouting, all those like relieving the pressure did make that win. But let's see if this is something that they can turn around as quickly. No, they don't have the momentum, but it doesn't like give them any advantage because they have economy for both sides, and it's just left mechanical skills as well as strategy. So Flado getting information, seeing 3 already, but there's no movement, there's no way for them to squeeze themselves outside of those blue walls.
Yeah, a slow burn this time. It's been quite a barn burner of a series. We've maxed out match 1. We are 1 round away from maxing out match 2 too. Again, it's just the appetizer. I think a lot of our survivors who tuned in, they thought that we are deep, you know, into the tournament, but no, this is it's not even the entrees yet. We haven't even brought out the actual pro teams that we saw on the silver screens. But this is the slowest this entire series has been between these 2 squads.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are slowing down. I guess this is one thing the AMF has been waiting for DMT to try and move onto them, and that's where they take advantage because they have isolated Camiel already, but Sina, as well as the rest of the team, is going in for the flank. It's a little risky because they're still outside of the zone, and once it closes in, that would spell trouble for them. But no, they have advantage of the shift of the circle, and both sides has been covered. AMF right now doing the impossible in surviving against DMT just because of the blue, and let's see if this final clash will ensue in a few seconds.
Inevitable, for sure. Looking at the Indonesian squad, feels like it is by their own volition to slow things down. Valo tries to attempt a crossover with the amount of boost. He's hoping for AMF to lose track of him, but they've been keeping track very well. In fact, the circle, if this is going to be how the game ends, Vietnam better pray that they play this perfectly. Sina jumps through and forward. Okay, mid-contact with Vlado first. Here comes the glue wall. Now it is just a hot mess. Vlado and Camiel getting the first blood, and this is not looking good for Vietnam. They will try to stand. And it's a tie-out, a blowout. Somehow, Geisen with just a sliver of health survives the end game, and Indonesia wins 6-4 and a 2-0 over Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, they just ended that with, I would say, precision. That precision of taking that middle of the final circle, making sure that they have more time to spare before the rest of the teams of Vietnam pushes through against them. And, well, there we have it. Vietnam would be the ones being eliminated, and Indonesia pushes through to another region rivalry against Thailand.
Yeah, the Dominators, I wouldn't say they dominated that series, but they sure as heck made it entertaining. 6-5 in match 1, 6-4 in match 2. And, well, what do you know, both match ending round came down to the circle closing in completely on both teams. But Vietnam, they put up a pretty good fight. It's just for match number 1 they gassed out at the end. Match number 2 they came online too late. That sadly wasn't any in between.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though. Not quite sure what happened, if there's any breakdown in communication, probably strategy, or is like Indonesia just that great in adapting into the gameplay, because we've seen them try so many tactics, techniques, and some of it fail, but they don't stop in trying it again. And that's where we see the dominance of masterful gameplay coming from Indonesia once again. It's not coming from the usual pro teams, but this KOL match really is exciting.
Yeah, and that's how entertaining this is, right? I mean, again, just a show match, but the rivalry is going to continue. Indonesia and Thailand, they got a best of 5 tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure they will stick around and enjoy the festivities over at the venue right now. What was the last show match we had that has such a big collaboration? I don't remember exactly, but this is definitely one of a kind at Central World. Once more, congratulations to Team Indonesia on the Dominators with this booyah. We're heading to the grand finals tomorrow, and that concludes our at least nation show match for today. We still have KOL show match coming up in between the official matches, but I think at least for now we are almost ready to bring out the entrees in just a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in where everyone, or the part where everyone has been waiting for. Before we head there, let's take a look at some of the stats right here. Vlado would be, I would say, our MVP at this point, especially with how well he did it from that second round. He was, most of the time, from the first round of match, the first one who goes down, because he's just flanking in and flanking blind, and he goes down. But it's just the rest of the team's adjustment that made it work for them. But in terms of elimination, it's also quite balanced between them. It's just the closure that has been done by Indonesia that well.
Yeah, and I think that's what separates them from Vietnam, and that kind of is a statement in the overarching growth of Indonesia as a region. They've been getting better and better at this close quarter combat. They've been able to incorporate the fundamentals, the foundations set by RRQ back in the days during the good old Legal Empire. Right now, they are having a heck of a year. All 3 tournaments so far have been won by Indonesian teams in 2025. Preseason by RRQ, spring season by Onyx Olympus, and then EWC by EVOS Divine. And it doesn't seem like it is stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, there's a lot of promise really that is being done right now. But again, Vlado from DMT, damage-wise, it's like not even, well, it's very close, but not even topping what we've seen earlier, as well as elimination. But Vlado really made that play, to like that game, to really make sure that Indonesia gets those wins. So there you have it. The second series of our KOL Clash Squad Elite Showdown is done, and we have the teams that will be going into the finals best of 5 for tomorrow.
Thailand against Indonesia, a tale as old as time. Even historically, it took Indonesia 6 years to finally beat Thailand again on one of the biggest tournaments in the world. I think the funniest thing was that it is the same organization that Thailand dominated the world stage with 6 years ago. How poetic it can be, and that's how it is. EVOS, a home state name, and they will be taking center stage later on in one of our series. They are going to be playing. I think the first series is actually WAG and Movistar R7. WAG missing out, EWC, but Movistar R7 they had quite a run, but they faltered in the grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Movistar R7 has great potential, but there's a lot of changes, a lot of adjustment that needs to be done, especially when they jump into Clash Squad. But we've seen so much promise from Movistar R7 as well as WAG from the previous season that we've seen them in Clash Squad. They almost managed to get into the finals, but they was just denied. It was a little bit too late though, when they recovered into those points and they were left out and not qualifying for the grand final. So Movistar R7, we don't have that much info in terms of Clash Squad domination, but we know that they can go in on a 4v4 when it comes to Battle Royale, and that's just what it is. It's a reduced part of VR, which is Clash Squad, that also involves economy.
Yeah, and I think that's the fun part of it, right? It's like it's fun mini game, a side quest, and obviously in this case, the storyline from the Battle Royale doesn't fully translate into Clash Squad, but it does give us a good indicator of how these teams manage themselves when push comes to shove. And I think for Clash Squad, WAG is going to have a pretty good chance. I mean, again, they've shown moments of brilliance, but this is the first time that I think we include teams outside of SEA in this Clash Squad format, and we get kind of see them play together. So it will be very interesting to see what the Movistar R7 is going to bring to the table later on.
Yeah, I mean, a team from Latam right here in our next match going against the usual team that we see in Southeast Asia. And we do know for a fact that even for the other regions, they don't adapt the Clash Squad battle, the Clash Squad mode in our tournament. So I guess that's something. This is something as well that would work in terms of, I would say, gameplay if they go in a different format once we get into the global finals or other major tournament that Clash Squad is involved.
Yeah, I hope that one day we will get that onto the global stage, right? And it becomes a universal thing. And that will be the next era. I think we're slowly getting towards there. SEA, we are pretty blessed to have both Clash Squad and Battle Royale in a single split, and it gives these teams an extra incentive to play for. But obviously, the workload for the players also increases, right? You got more prep that you need to do, you got more tournament days you need to play, longer scrim hours, like you name it. But at least for the Brazilians, those from Latin America, it is an exciting time for them to finally be a part of this ecosystem.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a good chance really to make those adjustments, as well as mentioned, be part of this ecosystem in terms of Clash Squad. But in a bit, we're going to go in for the interview and we're going to listen to what the team has to say after that second match in that CS Elite Squad. Again, they are just waiting for that to happen, and we're going to jump in right now on the stage. So let's bring it over to Yuki and Yunsu.
พี่กิกำลังอยู่กับทีมจากอินโดนีเซียเพราะฉะนั้นก็ต้องสลามัสซาเลall of Indonesian นะคะแฟนนะคะ I miss you guys โอเคค่ะตอนนี้เดี๋ยวเราจะมาอินเทอร์วิวกันแล้วนะคะคำถามแรกเลยแล้วกันนะอยากรู้มากเลยว่าในเมื่อเขาเป็นตัวแทนของทีมอินโดนีเซียแล้วก็จะเข้าไปชิงแชมป์กันแล้วแน่นอนว่าเขาต้องเจอกับทีมไทยรู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะ
Jadi dia tanya perasaannya kalau sekarang kita menang itu harus pasti menghadapi dengan Thailand. Bagaimana perasaannya?
Bahasa Indonesia aja.
Perasaannya sih senang banget, apalagi kita juga belum pernah lawan Thailand kan ya. Jadi ya semoga aja besok menjadi match yang meriah gitu melawan Thailand. ก็คือเขาบอกว่าเขาก็รู้สึกยินดีเป็นอย่างยิ่งครับเขาตื่นเต้นมากเพราะว่าเป็นครั้งแรกที่เขาจะต้องเจอกับทีมไทยแล้วก็ต้องสู้กันในเกมก็หวังว่าการแข่งขันในวันพรุ่งนี้เนี่ยจะเป็นการแข่งขันที่น่าสนุกแล้วก็เร้าใจครับ
He hopefully that tomorrow competition will be like a colorful competitions and hope for good, and this is very excited for them because it is the first time for them to meet Thai team.
So this is the first time like Indonesia can meet Thai, and even more, this is your hometown, right?
Yeah.
So like fighting in the hometown is very stressful, but I think that tomorrow we're gonna be witness a very
how do I say, a very big match between Indonesia and Thailand. So before that, let's jump into our next questions.
Yes.
Okay, so could you guys show us a victory moment? Like since you guys win the game, right?
Some port, right?
Some posture, gesture of the victory.
ง่ายๆเลยจ้ะไหนๆก็ชนะแล้วขอสักหนึ่งโพสฉลองชัยหน่อยเป็นไง
Jadi mereka minta postingnya setelah menang. Jadi sebagai untuk perayaan kemenangannya itu harus menunjukkan satu postingnya sebagai tanda kemenangan. Satu posting.
Okay, in 3, 2, 1, right?
Jadi kita akan hitung mundur. 3, 2, tuh. Ya, poster.
In 3,
3, 2, 1. Bebas.
Poster.
Okay.
Mantap guys, mantap.
Very cool.
Mantap.
Cool and like really confident. I think they are very confident actually.
Actually, I think that among of all teams in our regions, Indonesian team is very, very like how to say? They are not shy. Yeah, energetic. Full of energy.
Jadi di antara semua tim-tim dari ASEAN, Indonesia itu adalah salah satu yang energinya paling tinggi itu.
พี่กิบอกเลยค่ะว่าในบรรดาลีเจียนทั้งหมดทั้งมวลเนี้ยทีมอินโดคือทีมที่พลังงานล้นที่สุดแล้วก็ล่าเริงแบบสุดๆด้วยเด็กไทยอ่ะยังขี้อายบ้าง
Nampaknya gembira karena orang Thailand itu
ทีมเวียดนามก็ยัง
kayak orang
แบบว่า
pemalu gitu,
ขี้
malu-malu kucing.
อายชายบ้างอะไรแบบนี้แต่ไม่เลยสำหรับทีมอินโดค่ะก็หวังว่าจะโชคดีแล้วก็หวังว่าจะเจอแมตช์ที่เดือดขึ้นไปอีกในวันพรุ่งนี้นะคะ
Jadi dia harap itu besok itu adalah hal yang beruntung untuk Indonesia dan semoga dapat kemenangannya.
Thank you.
Alright then, thank you so much and again congratulations to you winning and we hope to see you guys again in tomorrow. Well,
terima kasih
that is the end of our interview and now let's come to a little break before we start our real match between like professional players.
ค่ะเดี๋ยวเราไปพักกันสักครู่หนึ่งแล้วเดี๋ยวกลับมาค่ะเจอกับโปรเพลเยอร์ไฟท์กันดีกว่าไปพักเลยจ้า
Thank you very much, Yuki and Yunsul. And there you have it, dominators really dominating that game, and they're looking forward to what tomorrow will happen. Now we are just waiting for the grand, I would say the main event at this point for the pro to go against a pro. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, that is what's going to happen. So don't go away. Keep on liking the stream because we'll be right back.
The Free Fire Ninja Clash Squad tournament begins with a Swiss stage featuring 8 teams competing for 4 spots in the playoffs. In this stage, each team must secure 2 booyahs to qualify, but any team that loses 2 matches will be eliminated. All matches in the Swiss stage are played as a best-of-3 series. Day 1 kicks off with round 1, where no teams from the same region will face each other. Teams that lose in round 1 move to the elimination round on day 2, where they will still have a chance to claim one of the last 2 spots in the playoffs if they can survive from this round. Once the Swiss stage ends, the 4 teams with 2 booyahs advance to the playoffs, which follow a single elimination format with best-of-3 series matches. The tournament concludes with a best-of-5 series at the grand final to determine the champion.
I'm Yuso and this is Meg. Right next to us is our very festive day one of the Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament. Okay, so right in front of us, as you can see, so many standees, and I wonder like who's your favorite characters here? Oh, yeah. Okay. So it's a very fun part for everyone who likes to take pictures or something like that. You can sit here. Oh.
Yeah, we can take a picture in this booth and get the photo.
Okay, so we can try it. Oh.
Wow.
Oh, so cute.
So cute.
Next booth is Playbirds.
Yes.
You can see that there are many clays here. So if you are a fan of art, definitely we can provide you some clay here to make the toys that you want to. Alright, next booth, Madara weapon. So right behind us is a Madara. Hold this Madara and try to hunt down 3 targets. Ooh! Okay, painting kunai on scroll. As you can see on Meg's hands, there will be a kunai, and you can freely express yourself, drawing colors, making your own design. We will scan for you, and your kunai will show on the screen like this. And welcome to Free Fire Landing. You guys play the games already, right? Free Fire. So we will jump somewhere.
Oh.
Wait, is that safe?
Yeah, it is.
All right.
Safe.
Okay, so both of. Hi everyone, I'm Yuso and this is Meg. Right next to us is our very festive day one of the Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament. Okay, so right in front of us, as you can see, so many standees, and I wonder like who's your favorite characters here? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's a very fun part for everyone who likes to take pictures or something like that. You can sit here. Oh.
Yeah, we can take a picture in this booth and get the photo.
Okay, so we can try it. Oh.
Wow.
Oh, so cute.
So cute.
Next booth is Playbirds.
Yes.
You can see that there are many clays here. So if you are a fan of art, definitely we can provide you some.
NARUTO straight down to the BFK. Root will be closing in soon. There's no shift anymore. It's magic here. Bumping up the road. Limit gets the knock up to Wasana as well. We'll see the final duo goes down. For the stop is going to bring it home. Only one remains. Amaterasu.
The Free Fire Ninja Clash Squad Tournament begins with a Swiss stage featuring 8 teams competing for 4 spots in the playoffs. In this stage, each team must secure 2 booyahs to qualify, but any team that loses 2 matches will be eliminated. All matches in the Swiss stage are played as a best-of-3 series. Day 1 kicks off with Round 1, where no teams from the same region will face each other. Teams that lose in Round 1 move to the elimination round on Day 2, where they will still have a chance to claim one of the last 2 spots in the playoffs if they can survive from this round. Once the Swiss stage ends, the 4 teams with 2 booyahs advance to the playoffs, which follow a single elimination format with best-of-3 series matches. The tournament concludes with a best-of-5 series at the grand final to determine the champion.
อีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะบนเวทีนี้กับ Ninja Clash Free Fire All Star ค่ะและในตอนนี้ได้เวลาเจอการแข่งขันในระดับโปรเพลเยอร์กันแล้วและนี่จะเป็นการพบกันของทีม Movistar R7 เจอกับ WAG จากเวียดนาม
Welcome back to the Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament, and this is the part that I think everyone has been waiting for because it is for professional players. And it is also one of my favorite match is because the only team of my bringing the color of my flag here.
Yeah, but WAG is in the house, you know.
Yeah, of course.
WAG is the prize of Vietnam.
It is. They are the pride of Vietnam. So, welcome to the match between WAG and Movistar R7.
เพราะฉะนั้นค่ะขอให้ทุกคนต้อนรับทีมแชมป์จากรายการ Free Fire World Series รัตินอเมริกา 2025 EWC Qualifier และนี่คือทีม Movistar R7 ค่ะ
Please welcome Team Movistar R7, the champions of Free Fire World Series Latin America 2025 EWC Qualifier.
และนี่คือแชมป์จากประเทศเวียดนามกับรายการ Free Fire World Series เวียดนาม 2025 for และนี่คือ WAG
And please welcome WAG, champions of Free Fire World Series Vietnam 2025 Fall.
They're coming with a ninja running pose ไม่น่าเชื่อเลยค่ะเป็นการเปิดตัวที่เรียกได้ว่ามาถึงปุ๊บก็ว้าวเลยว้าว Ninja running ทำอย่างนี้ได้ยังไงคะทุกคนคะเปิดมายังสีสันขนาดนี้ energy พวกเขามาเต็มมากๆและแน่นอนค่ะทุกคนคะได้เวลาให้ทั้งสองทีมเช็คแฮนด์กันหน่อยดีกว่าแล้วค่อยประจำโพสิชันกันค่ะเชิญค่ะ
For today, our Ninja teams and Movistar R7, please kind of shake your hands and get ready for your first match.
ทุกคนคะพร้อมหรือยังสำหรับแมตช์สนุกต่อไปและเรียกได้ว่านี่คือการแข่งแมตช์แบบโปรเพลเยอร์คู่แรกถ้าพร้อมกันแล้วไม่ต้องรอช้าดิคะเราไปเจอกับชาวแคสเตอร์กันเลยดีกว่าไปจ้า
Or then a team, they fly half of the continent just to be here, and Vietnam is kind of close. So I think there's gonna be a different thingy for Movistar R7. But I think today they just can, gonna handle it, gonna play their best, right?
They are the best of the best. Can you feel the heat?
I already feel the heat, and I hope you guys also feel like us. Now, let's go back to our caster and let the game start it.
Thank you once again, Yuki and Yunsul. And again, this is Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia, together with Husky. We are your casters for today as up until the end of this tournament. And really, this is something else that everyone has been waiting for, and as well as I am. I think this is the first time that these teams will be going in, meeting each other. There might be some instances in Battle Royale, but Clash Squad, this is the first time we are going to see Movistar R7 play. So hopefully they learned a lot from watching the VODs from Southeast Asia, because that's where it started. From preseason up until the previous spring season, they are already bringing in the Clash Squad into play.
Yeah, we have been funnily enough, experimenting it with Southeast Asia way before it was implemented into the official circuit, right? Even previous years, past years when we had show matches. I remember when the Chinese Taipei was still part of the equation. LGDS, who remembers these heroes from across the world? We had these Clash Squad show matches, and every single time SCA has been a part of it. So to a certain degree, SCA teams, we got a head start, but we cannot count out teams like Movistar R7 who have proven their mettle. Sure, the economy system, takes a while to get used to. It's not like Battle Royale where you have infinite resources from looting, corpses. But at least in terms of the gunfights, in terms of how we strategize around things, it's almost the same as long as you remember that there are no revives in Clash Squad.
Exactly, no revives, only pickups just in case you get knocked down, and that's one thing that they need to play with. Also is the ban and pick system that the teams will need to deal with. What meta are they going to take out of the board in case of using those unique active skill? And I think the same still applies though. They are going to have unique active skill, and the passives would help them make all those works. And you did mention about economy, so those pistol, or no, not pistol rounds anymore, it's shuriken rounds at this point because of the update that we have for this collaboration. The shuriken rounds would be a difference, especially with their accuracy as well as the range that they have to fight in to get all those cash to buy more of the weapon that they need up towards the end of the game.
Yeah, I think that's very important too, right? We also have the event exclusive, mechanics. I would assume that we are gonna see the flying Raijin Jutsu, all the what do you call it, keepsakes for this Clash Squad mode. But of course there is stakes, just like every great ninja war, there's a stake. It's not just peace for your hidden village, it's also 40 grand US dollars for the champions, and a half of that for second place, 10,000 for third and fourth, and then all the way down to 4,000 for fifth to eighth. And if you are the grand final MVP, you get an extra 3 grand to your name.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is something else to really look forward to. Moment you move up into the leaderboard, into that round, you are getting a bigger piece of the pie. And even if a grand finals MVP adds more to that, but you need to get into grand finals, you need to survive a little bit longer, not lose out on 2 matches, because that is the elimination factor that we have on this Clash Squad mode. You will need to go against, for round number 1, against a different region, and you will need to increase your number of wins to be able to get into the semifinals as well as the grand finals. This is a tournament timeline. It is happening today. The first round between the 8 teams, and then those who had the first wins before that will be our finale for the day.
It's in of itself, from today onwards, we already will find out which 2 teams are going to make it to the playoffs, right? Who gets the fast track ticket to playoffs. But of course, just like them two mentioned earlier on, 1 unique active skill per player. They cannot have duplicates. Every player in the team needs to use a different active skill, and they have to use an active skill. So no double Riptide Rhythm, no double Chrono, no those shenanigans that we've seen 2 years ago. Everyone has to have their own unique playstyle.
Yeah, I'm real excited on what the teams are going to bring into active skill department, because we do have a few updates in some of the characters right here. So we'll have to see if that is something that they can adjust to, or they've adjusted to. But before we move forward, we also have the Naruto Shippuden special gameplay, as did mentioned by Husky. A few of those changes because of the update. We have the Red Moon. If in case you get 3 airdrops, you activate the Red Moon. We also have the ninjutsus available. So those jutsus that is in game is also available in Clash Squad, and did mention about the shurikens as our shuriken mode in comparison to pistol rounds that we have. And there's also difference. It's not the Warbringers anymore. It's the Hidden Leaf Village as well as Akatsuki going against each other. And these are the teams that is participating for this Clash Squad battle.
got Laos, RQ Kazu, Budoram United Esports, EVOS, Fluxo, Falcons, WAG, and Movistar R7. And funnily enough, you look at this list, only 3 of them were eligible to win EWC. And those 3 of them, surprise, surprise, does not include both our 2-time world champion, nor our defending EWC champions. But that's Battle Royale, right? When it comes to Clash Squad, I think it's much agreed upon that Team Falcons are the team to beat up to this point. We'll see if that's going to be the case. And for those who are not familiar with our format, we are playing in a Swiss round format. And the easiest way to put it is that you win 2 series, you go to playoffs. You lose 2 series, you are out of contention.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you will be eliminated and you will not be proceeding in tomorrow's matches. Thus, the first round would be very crucial to make sure that you will get that 1-0 and also end it to the final 2 series that we have for today. But you did mention about Team Falcon, who is, I would say, Clash Squad champion for Southeast Asia, but they're going against Laos at this point, and we know how Laos is. In Battle Royale, they have put in so much aggression, and how do they put in all those aggression, all those points, is with those CQCs, and this is the name of the game of Clash Squad, CQCs overall.
Yeah, CQC, if you can't hack it, you're out, right? You don't have a second chance to buy your teammates back, as you have to be able to man up and fight your way to the death. And that's what makes it interesting, right? Really puts the fundamentals to the test, right? Gone you don't have to think about rotations too much. It's all about how you handle yourself in the heat of battle. And thankfully, at least for the first course of the entree, we start off with a bit of a more light tasting dish, right? Our Movistar R7 is WAG. WAG, of course, the only team in this entire Clash Squad tournament, a show match that has not made it to EWC, but has made enough impact in SEA and makes it interesting against R7.
Yeah, I mean, especially from the spring season we're in, I did mention this earlier, they almost got it against their opponents right there. And I think it's EVOS Divine who just took them out in contention, but they're still far from them. Movistar R7, though, we don't have any details that we can say, or in my record, about their performance in Clash Squad, but you did mention that they are part of EWC. They showed up, even was part of the Grand Finals, and is a good chance to really bring it on against the Vietnamese team. So let's see if the Latam region has what it takes right now. But Yunsul did point out a good point earlier, because they are far away from their region, from their country. So there's a like home ground disadvantage, or continent disadvantage, as well as jet lag in the mix.
Yeah, that probably all are going to start adding up. But you know what they say, sometimes you know, if you are closer, if your home is closer to where the tournament venue is, the pressure is also higher. You know, in this case, WAG's trip back home would be a hell lot easier if you know, R7 knocks them out. But let's see how this one is going to play out. Both teams obviously locked in on stage. R7, I think, coming into this, sure there is pressure, right? When there's prize pool, when there's stakes, there's going to be pressure. But I think at the end of the day, you also look at it from a point of view that this is the first time, it's an experience, right? It's not often that they get to play in an SCA territory. And I think more so for Movistar R7 compared to teams like Fluxo or Laos, who, at least Fluxo, have stepped foot in SCA. But for the rest of the Latam or the Brazilian teams, it's very far and few in between. Map order this time, Bermuda, Kalahari, and Nextera, so we don't have 3 Bermudas in a row.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen so much of Bermuda already, but we are still going to see that for game number 1 between these 2 teams. And I would love to see which or what active skill they are going to take out as well as use in this game. And that surprised me, the mentality of some of the teams, especially in this Clash Squad, even in Southeast Asia, how they choose their active skill can spell them winning this battle in, I would say, in multiple rounds. So that can also give a preview of what needs to be taken out on the next series. So that is something that they need to think about, and we are seeing some discussions as well between the players as well as their coaches, just to make sure they don't make a mistake in picking it out
And of course, for those who only saw the show match earlier on and are not really familiar with how the proper Clash Squad format is, we do have a draft. We do have abilities that people are going to band out. The draft, the compositions of the lineups that we are going to see. So a lot more depth is included. Then afterwards, we have the economy, the management. If you're bad at finances, this is where it's really going to start to hurt. If you, all in all your chips at round 2 after losing, you get a heavy buy and then you end up losing again somehow. That is going to bite you in the back. So I think that management is going to be a lot more important for both squads. And the venue still continues to heat up. It's like what? Thailand is an hour behind us, right? So it is 4:20 p.m. there.
Still early though.
Still early, yeah.
Yeah, and you know how it is. It's a weekend though, so there's a lot more of survivors that will be joining them right there, and they're just in time. If in case they missed out the KOL match, they're just in time right here to watch the pro match. But we're seeing so much more, but let me take a peek on what WAG did use in the Sea Spring against Team Falcons the first round. They took out Steffi. They used Zane, Koda, Iris, and Homer into their active skills. So that's one thing that we might expect, especially, and that is same in Bermuda. There's a lot of usage of Iris at this point, especially for the sniper. Just make sure that you get all those information in against your opponent and just time their movement to be able to take them down as quickly as that from a distance.
Yeah, I remember like Steffi was a huge deal. Steffi and the Iris were a huge deal in Clash Squad, and there's a lot of emphasis. Santino also, I think, was introduced into the equation when he was released. Like, sniper players love that. I know Limit was a big fan of Santino in his debut day. Russia too, yeah. But I do wonder with Tatsuya now having that nerf, right? I wonder if people will still take him or they will still go for Oscar and then have the Skylar in, because I can still see the application of getting that knockdown reset. We saw that, I believe, from Laos, from Rigby during EWC, where he still rocked the Tatsuya, and actually it paid off. And sure, it's like 1 out of 10 rounds, but you can see the theory behind it. And I do wonder if it will work better in Clash Squad, where there's no revives.
Yeah, there's no revives. There's really no chance of losing out. But that would depend though. If like accuracy, if that is the case for Rigby, he does have the accuracy. So if he rush in, get that knockdown, he still has the refresh, and that's the good thing about Tatsuya right now. If you get a knockdown, the Rebel Rush will refresh, and you have a chance to like pull away or go in for the next target. But if you fail, especially with M590, the reload would be quite long. You might not be able to follow it up that quickly. So let's see if that combination specifically will be used at this point. For your point at Santino though, there's a change that has been done, adjustment that has been done. There's a limit on the distance, especially in the vertical distance, that Santino can be used. So I think it's 10 meters above ground that you won't be able to trigger that recall. So for those, especially for those guys, specifically in Solara, playing Santino in TV Tower, that is for you. Because you keep hitting me so much from above and they just go back.
Yeah, it's a necessary change for sure. I remember back then, like, people just send the clone and it's like, it goes so far away.
Oh yeah.
Of course, we also have our on-site commentators. Oh my goodness. Is that you, Madara?
Dude.
Don't destroy the venue, it's just day one. No almighty push, no almighty attraction, okay? Don't use any of that. No shenanigans this time. Be a good boy, Madara.
Wait until
no, Madara,
closing.
sorry, it's pain. What am I talking about? Yeah.
Pain, that's pain. I mean, wait for a closing. At least you can take out, like, clear out the venue, clear out the mall.
He's gonna clear out the mall. If we gotta find out which team he supports, and then we can avert disaster. Because I don't think the great sages will be there to help us this time.
the Great Sage and the Great Stage, I would say. Well, we're seeing a few more doing that, and a few fans. I love the emote booth. I mean, I would love seeing all of those people energized, because you know how it is. In a place just like this, there's a few games, but you don't see those energetic vibes, and that alone just gives you that vibe that everyone can catch up to. So like emotes overall, especially if you know the emote and you will love to try it out, that's a place that you want to be.
Yeah, makes me feel young. Well, we had a good time at EWC. Though I wish that there was more time to explore around, because I realized that after I came back, after we left, and like I talked to my friends who were still there, and I realized how much I've been missing out in Riyadh. So hopefully you get more time next year. Hopefully.
Which part? Outside the boulevard or
no, like
the
even
boulevard?
within the boulevard itself, there's so many things that actually was happening. I didn't know that they had a full museum of all the evolution of gaming devices. So like your Atari into your like the whole museum, and there's so many things that was on display. But the crowd, I mean, this is like what? It's Saturday, right? It's the weekend.
It's Saturday.
Lively place in Thailand.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess we are set. I mean, fist bumps overall. They are ready. And there we have it. The bans. This is what we want to see. Which active skill do they want to take out, and who is getting the first ban? Because you know how it is in draft. Like you go for a counter pick or counter ban based on your prerogative, and Sane will be taken out. So none of those buff, none of those extreme encounter that will be coming in, and A124 from the side of Movistar R7.
Yeah, so no Sane. So not much difference from I think the last time. I know that Sane was also pretty popular. We get the A124 ban, and the Oscar instantly picked up. Would have been Tatsuya pre-nerf. Right now it's going to be the Oscar. So we're going down to kind of the basics, right? We still have someone that can rush. Tatsuya gets picked up by Movistar R7.
This is what we're talking about, the counter. the counter picks.
I wouldn't say it's a big surprise, but it definitely is something that I can see being an option, right? You need someone to match the quote-unquote aggression of Oscar, because back then people would open both Tatsuya and Cassie, and then they will see if they can win the gamble and get it on second pick. In this case, we get Oscar, Cassie, and then the Coda, which is also a huge commodity. But without Sane in the equation, those blue walls aren't as reinforced, and those you're not taking down blue walls as fast, and you're not as tanky, which was a big deal back then when people were just first picking Zane and Cassie in the same rotation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing that would really help a team get a little bit tougher in those CQCs. But on the other side, Clue. So again, another counter to Coda. Coda with that information, Aurora Vision, wherein Clue has that tracing step. So both of them have a chance to get information of the location of their teammates. Chrono, though, with Time Turner, as you did mention, this is something that has been coming back, especially in Clash Squad, because of those CQZs. If you want to survive a little bit longer, especially if you're down on HP, you would pull out the Time Turner, and it gives you 10 seconds to recover, or probably target the opponents, or find a way to target the opponents before you head out.
Yeah. And we immediately are seeing one of the advantages that WHG have with this composition is that they have ways to destroy glue walls, right? We're talking about the Oscar Valiant Dash, but at the same time, you also have great intel gatherers with Coda, Iris to a certain degree, and you have that regeneration from the Cassie Electrotherapy. Movistar R7, they have Clue to trace footsteps, sure. They have Santino and Tatsuya to kind of reposition. They have Chrono as a defensive mechanism. But taking down blue walls is going to be one of the struggles that they might have to brute force through. And a part of me is thinking that WAG, because we're going on to Bermuda, if we are starting off at peak or somewhere like on the shipping rig, they could pop a Coda, get the intel, and then have Cassie Oscar just go right in for attempted first blood.
Yeah, exactly. And well, Iris right there also with, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is often for X4 because he's a sniper. But I did mention, we talked about this earlier, that X4 might be trying a different role at this point. So let's see if that was just a fluke from what we've seen in their skirmish from before this day. But usually the sniper is the one bearing that iris that gives him the advantage. So there you have it. It's PLS 1 right now. Who would be sniper? And surprise, surprise, Oscar will be used by X4. So I guess it is true.
Yeah, so it is true. And then we see Turbo coming in from Movistar R7. He was not feuded at EWC at all. So it's going to be the first time we see him for sure. Very interesting, right? Because we put X4 in one of the Hall of the Greats when it comes to sniper plays in SEA. I wonder if this is just a Clash Squad role change, it's a Clash Squad thing, or is it going to translate into the fall season? But either way, interesting development we've seen so far. I want to see if the experience that WAG has is going to be more than enough to take down Movistar R7, or maybe they came in with their own plans as well.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, these adjustments, especially in terms of role, we've seen this before. We've seen, well, not really role, but like adaptability. We've seen this from Buriram United. We've seen them just wear a sniper, use a sniper, even if they're a rusher. So it's quite a reverse right now for X4 because he has been the sniper overall, but he needs to go for survivability if he's stuck going solo. I guess this is a good way as well to use that, or good avenue to use that as a training ground to make sure that he can fight back even if he's not the sniper of the team.
Yeah. Of course, the WAG players probably spotting fans in the crowd. I like the vibe. You can see that big change. We just had monitors and PCs on the stage and now they're all removed. We're just back to the good old Free Fire, good old mobile phone gaming.
Imagine it's only a few minutes though. A few minutes break and they just managed to take it out.
We've all witnessed teardowns before, or at least like changes in the equipments when you make some changes on stage. Events is such an interesting field to be in. I remember being part of events even back in school, and then the amount of things you miss that goes on behind the scenes itself is it's pretty overwhelming. Like people moving stuff around, changing out decorations and all of that. You gotta really give respect to the staff. They are definitely giving it their all for this event.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, given the fact as well that they have not just those equipment, but also like everything in the scene that is, I would say, different. Like the LEDs, you need to be careful with those as well. But I mean, how they set it up, how they make sure that everything is set up overall. Production design, I would say, they've done so much in here. Kudos to the production design at this point for putting up this stage as well as clearing it out that quickly.
It's something that we have been repeating so many times. I think since 2021, since MCP, like every season the graphic keeps getting better, the stage keeps getting more and more grand. They keep one-upping themselves, right? Like this is pretty crazy how much work is being put in. I remember there was this show that I watched before, and they had performances in between, and something unfortunate happened. A dancer did a backflip and landed on an LCD TV. So that was quite quite a spectacle. But yeah, you gotta be really careful with these stage things.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if it was me, I'm already putting myself in their shoes. If it was me, I mean, I would need to do another job. But how can you get another job to pay for that job that you messed up? So that's one thing though. Make sure you don't make mistakes.
Yeah, even if you make mistakes, don't damage equipment. That's all I'm saying. Like the most you're allowed to do is trip over your headphone wires, right? Like you actually unplug it or something, and then sure. But you drop the mixer, you break an LED light. That's a completely different story.
Yeah, bring down the stage. not literally. Not literally. Just bring down a stage based on performance, but not literally bring down the stage.
that would be an extra. That would be like the least of your concern if the stage does go down. Let's see, like BRU on the scene too. They are going to be playing later on against RRQ. I wonder where all the pro players are. So we spotted BRU. We're missing RRQ. We're missing Laos, Falcons. That's the last one. I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Evos.
Evos, yeah. Evos. Well, I guess like for those in Thailand, I would say Falcons and Buram United, they have most of the fans, especially in this venue. So, and again, for the others, they are just like probably just chilling because you know how it is. The prize pool is involved, your reputation is involved, your pride as well as a preview of what's going to happen in the fall season is here as well. So I think they're taking their time focused, but for those who are confident, I would say Evos is probably also roaming around because how confident they are, especially with the EWC championship that they had. So I guess they would also, there will be a lot of fans out there looking out for them. But, well, we are just waiting for the game to start. Love the setup out there. Again, it's quite different with all those LCDs. But the players are in their comfort zone, I would say, at this point. The stage doesn't bother them. The crowd doesn't bother them. You see all those smiles. And one thing, though, is not quite sure if this is something shared, but all the players have a heartbeat monitor.
Oh, we have to see that stat, right? We have to have an API that pulls up the heartbeat, right? And to see how they are controlling themselves. I can tell you, in heated moments in game, my heartbeat goes up. But I know there are some players that are incredibly stoic, like it doesn't faze them. Wow. We need to implement that. Maybe some way down the road. Maybe for global finals, right? Heartbeat monitors is the next on the checklist. And wow.
Yeah, we have that now. We have that now. We're going to see that in a bit.
That's going to be so exciting. Here we go.
Yeah, well, R7 right now already on the flank, and this is the usual movement, especially in this part of the map. For WAG, though, most of the time, like teams going in on this side of the map doesn't go all in, but they want to end it quite quickly. X-Bow with the triple shuriken takes down Turbo, and that's what I'm talking about accuracy of the sniper turn the Russian.
That is some insane stuff. Of course, WAG, they're representing Akatsuki. They're taking the hidden lift village. There's Minato right in front of them. Joker loses out. Able to get a trade back. A nade in the hand. I didn't know that ninjas use grenades nowadays, but you know, times have changed. Secure into PLS1. Joker also being able to collect it. So far, WAG up in numbers.
Yeah, up in numbers. Games King being hit by X-Boar. Santino already being triggered just to make sure there's an escape plan for them. But they are rushing in against X-Boar. It's a 1v1 situation, and there goes Santino being triggered to get away. But no, WAG just says, we'll take you down. Only one casualty, and they can retain all their loots.
And this is why Sasuke hates Naruto, because the Santino bailed. He bailed on his teammate when they went in from a two-man rush. That is quite a funny start. But WAG getting the first round, Mini Uzi in hand. They finally bring out the big pistols. And Joker with a hero rifle.
Oh, let's see though. I mean, economy-wise, it's not really wise for Joker and Games King, but if they can give them that advantage, they will be able to use it at this point. Mini Uzi from the other side, PLS1 with the Deagle in his hand, and a Turbo already popping up with that Chrono Time Turner. But let's see if this is something they can use right now. T-Kui almost being taken down and barricaded themselves in. The question is, will they be able to take R7 in this engagement? Because PLS1's a little bit too far.
Wow, they somehow were able to get Joker. Because of Cyrus, Turbo I think getting knocked down too. Games King needs to make use of the rifle that he got, and so far it hasn't been paying off. They lost Joker, so one of that hero rifle is ready. Removed from the equation. T-Kui, another Uzi to the body of Della, and Games King left alone. Not an economic
Double kill.
investment.
Double
Did
kill.
not pay off at all. WAG up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, WAG won the first round, but they went in for the 800 just to get those mini Uzis, and they still have a lot in their pocket. So they can really switch it up right now. Turbo with a P90, and, well, let's see if that would work for them. Same goes with Games King, and we have the Pyrofall on the hands of Joker. Great on long distance, great damage as well, but this is, unless you flank onto those silos or onto the bridge, that's the only time that you can get that opening.
Well, at least they do set themselves back slightly with that forced buy. Whereas for WAG, they definitely put themselves in a more comfortable position. In the previous round, we see them use a lot of the clay bomb to try and force WAG into a rough spot. And for a moment, they did in the containers. But again, no capitalization on that was the undoing. The mini Uzi fire rate at close range was just a lot more effective than those rifles that that R7 brought out.
Yeah, I think I saw an AWM as well being pulled out or being seen. Well, let's see though if this is something. It's PLS1 with AWM. Not so much of range or opening for him to use it, but Joker already on that second floor, or on the rooftop rather, and Turbo on the flank. So R7 is securing the middle of the map, and WAG is just regrouping inside the compound, waiting for the blue to close in.
Remember, to summon the Red Moon, you need to get 3 of the drops. I think WAG already got 1 of them, as indicated by the red dot. Slow round for R7. They don't have the best guns. You see, mini Uzi is an assortment of guns. It's like a buffet that they have, but none of them are extremely effective. I think the silver lining is that, like you pointed out, Neptune, that this AWM doesn't really have. They have high ground too, the form of Joker, but they can't really get intel indoors, and that's where WAG can take advantage of.
Well, let's see though, WAG can take advantage of the shift of the circle, but the rest of R7 is already waiting for them to move. So let's see if this is something that they can use. There goes a few of those Jutsuks being pulled out just to make sure that they have an opening, or they will not be rushed out quickly. Explorer ready for the flank. PLS1 might be in trouble as Joker jumps in on him, but no, they are still in a group, not even spreading around. There goes Oscar, and there goes a takedown by against Joker, and it is WAG losing out. Only two Decoy remains, and will be going against Games King.
He is down in hell. Decoy! What a clutch! Right in the center of the zone, just winning with position. And this man, we have sometimes casted doubts on him. He's been with WAG for quite a while, but now he is the top fragger. He's 5-0-3 on the team.
Yeah, that's the thing though. I mean, despite of having Rebel Rush, Games King doesn't have a chance against the blue. And I don't know, there's no way to really get in against Tikui at that moment, but 3-0, that looks like WAG is in a roll right now. But at peak, let's see if they'll be able to turn things around for R7.
And once more, WAG assumes control very quickly of key points. That's like a fireball jutsu in the face. Blue walls, they're gonna stand just enough. In fact, somehow Della finds himself outside of the building. Wants to regroup with Turbo, but WAG is not making it look easy. And every single step they move is going to be a bit chip damage. X-Bordo needs some time to heal back up. Both teams somehow ends up switching position. R7 outside of their own compound.
And there goes another fireball. Brought in by Games King. Does have the Groza in hand, but not so much of the opening to fire at them. And there goes Coda being popped, or our Vision to give information. And X4 right now, just waiting for that opportunity. Doesn't have that much of weapon, only a Deagle in hand, Desert Eagle in hand. Let's see if he will make all those headshots. It's just that WAG is saving up for the opportunity if in case they lose a fight, and I guess this is where that is the strength of WAG in terms of Clash Squad is.
Yeah, if R7 keeps track of cooldown, know that WAG has a window of weakness, but R7 isn't really pushing the envelope just yet, so that cooldown will come back up in just a bit. Irish just got popped as well by PLS1. No cigar right there, and now here comes the rush. Cyrus getting a 1, but this begins to trace him down. X4 traded back, but thankfully for the side of R7, this time they recovered just as well. WAG not able to withstand the full rush of R7, and that is what they need.
Yeah, that's what they need. I mean, the pickup is quick, especially if you have a Thiva on you, and Turbo is just a little bit buff with that Andrew. So let's see if this is something that they can carry over, reduce the lead, and probably take over against Akatsuki or WAG at this point. But as you can see, economy would be something that WAG has already taken consideration of. They lose this game, but they still have a cash to use the weapon. And we are seeing PLS1 pull out that VSK-94, and he can take that second floor as an advantage, and I think he's the one putting damage on Turbo.
Let's see, Games King once more having leverage. It's between him and PLS1, but PLS1 won't have vision of him. Another fireball jutsu, Santino swap, switcheroo, that's right, the clone. They get the safety. Clone will be taken down very quickly by PLS1. Doesn't want to deal with any extra decoy that R7 have been stored.
Let's see though. I mean, Games King from above. This is a deadly position for, especially for this guy. The moment he jumps up, instant headshot might happen, especially with the P90. But the same goes with Tikui in that M1887. But as we can see right now, it is a standoff, a stalemate at this point, and PLS1 will need to move closer, but there's also one from R7 who's waiting for them on the other side.
Yeah, another slow round that might just end with the circle being the deciding factor. Once more, I believe the second drop has been claimed by WAG. We see 2 dots already on the screen. Joker taking some chip damage, and WAG so far hasn't really been putting much emphasis on taking the high ground. Maybe no need to do that as they continue to chip Joker's health bar away. X4 is the one that's making life hard, and Joker is now pinned down. Here comes the full rush. Tikui getting punished by Games King. Was waiting for this moment his entire life on top of the roof. Cyrus also gets punished. The Movistar R7 patience paying off. They lose 2 members in the process, but no confirmed knock just yet to the window. Della finds the knock and converts it to number 3. Tikui left alone to his own devices. Movistar R7 recovers and finds the second round.
Again, Games King is deadly at this point. Accuracy overall, 8 elimination already, plus Della on the backup. Both of them has a P90 in hand, and with this win, they can afford to buy a Groza X, especially for Games King. MP40 for Games King as well. Now up close and personal as well as for long range, this guy would be deadly, especially with Joker on the AWM already. So let's see if WAG can bring this in. Otherwise, it will be a catch-up and they can tie it on a 3.
We're seeing some similarities from when Falcons play in Clash Squad, right? Where you have Limit always posted up on the high ground, and you gain so much leverage just from that alone. So early on, Tikui taking some chip damage. Gonna heal back up very, very quickly by the Cassie Electrotherapy. Again, they have a lot of Intel gathering tools, but it's also about timings. When you press the abilities, are you going to commit to it? Because there's a long downtime in between. Games Kings now is going to be under threat. They want to flush him out. X4 dashes forward, looking for Della, was able to make his way around the corner to escape. Tikui holding the back. Games King somehow still alive.
Yeah, still alive. Games King doesn't have an opening right now. He needs to recover, and that time would be the downfall for Della. But Della slowly recovering from those damage, and R7 moves away. These fences will be saving them, and Tikui takes advantage of the high ground. Mag 7 in this high ground, not really viable because you don't have that distance, you don't have that range capability, but X4 will be taken down by his kill. and Santino will be popped. Della and Turbo is gunned down, but Games King will be followed up by PLS1. It is now a 1v1 situation. Let's see if PLS1 can bring this on. It's a VSK against VSK.
Yeah. Battle of the snipers. It's Minato against Madara. Who's going to take this one? Of course, Joker does have a bit more health to work with. PLS finally getting to recover. And Joker retrieve Della. Decides to not go for it. Takes the fight straight on. Takes the initial shot. PLS with the outplay. 2 accurate shots to the chest is all it takes. WAG out 4-2.
That's one thing though. I mean, AWM up close and personal, you have the damage, but you like the reload is quite slow compared to VSK. That's what PLS has advantage of, and he's just using it like a shotgun, like an M590. And we know how it is with the snipers; they're quite accurate at that point. But with this Remnant Village, this is more of a sniper's venue, especially if Joker can flank in onto the other side. That would be an opening against WAG.
Certainly will be. But we've seen greatness from Movistar R7, and even against the strongest on the global stage, they have put out quite a performance. X4 this time stood no chance
First blood.
as they swarm him. You see even a fireball juice was straight to his face. Not really sure if that was needed, but better be safe than sorry. As they bring the barbecue to the rest of Remnant Village, Cyrus needs time to recover, doesn't find it. Another fireball to the side of the building. Games King is pulling no punches.
Ooh, Games King for the hit, but he will be taken down by PLS1. But only one remains. The 1v2 situation. Decoy will be picked up, but I think Games King right now, who's up close. But no, Della managed to take down Decoy, and Joker brings PLS1. Now, a chance to tie it up once again, and I love how R7 is recovering at that point. When WAG is just getting 1 point, they just counter them with a different approach, a different tactics, just to make sure that up close and personal, they would win against WAG.
And the explosiveness from R7 too. I don't think WAG was ready to receive a hit that fast and direct. You see how disorientated they were when Esports suddenly just got removed from the fight before it even began. But they do have a lot more space at this factory. Maybe direct contact. FGL just to take out that glue wall, even actually no, the clay bomb, excuse me. Games King making contact, Export losing out on the trade. It was a 1v3 by the way, and Export somehow on the receiving end, and he is actually taking down the burn. Is it gonna be enough? No, Export barely recovers.
I was holding my breath at that moment with Export. Only a few HP still going down, but Joker right now, prime position and PLS, I don't think he sees him from that angle. But Games King with that M1014 in hand, and Della will be going down though from Max 7 coming from Decoy, and WAG just steamrolling against R7. Only Joker remains, but what can you do? You might be able to use that. You might be able to use that clue to spot out your opponent, but once the blue closes in, you will be in trouble.
Yeah, R7 tried to do too many things at the same time. They divert resources everywhere across the map and ended up losing every single one of those trades. This is just going to try and run on the clock. I don't think Joker has much that he can do. He could delay his demise and just talk about what they're going to do in round number 9. But for WAG, solid recovery. Decoy, 10 eliminations so far.
I mean, this guy has been aggressive at this point, and especially with how the rest of the teams is moving in for the backup or quick backup, I guess Decoy can bring on Scar in his hand, and it's level 3. So, you know, their fire rate is already good on that weapon, but the damage will increase as well. But Decoy, I think he is just showing up as a decoy at this point, just making sure that Joker peeks out, and an opening for X4, who got tired of being the rusher. He wants that AWM as well.
Yeah, all smiles on the faces of the WAG players. They know this round is pretty much settled.
Yeah, it's just a wait.
Come on, Joker. Come on, give it to them.
Nah.
Still got him with the explosive charm though.
It's tough though. I mean, that's and that is what we've pointed out from before, especially in Russia in Clash Squad. It's always quite far from the rest of the teams. Thus, when he is left alone, the rest of the team is already taken out. There's not so much that you can do. And snipers or Xbor is trying to change that script. He's going for a rusher role, but can also use a sniper so that he can always be with the rest of the teammates.
So WAG this time, gonna take it slow. They actually at PLS1 posted very, very far up against King and Turbo, doubling up. See the explosive kunai in hand. Throws it right at the blue wall, Tikui. Not even phased. They even swapped the decoy, the position of the decoy with Della. I'm not really sure if that was spotted out by WAG. Very early usage of that ability, so good chance that they already saw Della. Della did a fake out afterwards.
There goes shots from afar, but Turbo, you won't be able to do any damage on that MP4 at that point from afar. But Joker right now, AWM, does have advantage from this high ground, but he needs to move away in a bit. Otherwise, it will be a repeat of what happened earlier.
Turbo, Games King, and Della tripling up. Once more Joker on that roof. Last time that Movistar R7 got the round win, it was off of the play of Joker and Games King on these high grounds. They've been taking turns, depending on the situation, but WAG have been a lot more aware, and potential rush Tico just pokes his head out a little bit. Doesn't have the weapon to fight at that range just yet. Coda cooldown, not back up, but Xmore makes the call to at least establish some presence outside, but they still need the Coda.
Yeah, they need the Coda to get information, but what can they do? The R7 is already blocking their approach. They are already blocking their way and taking lead as well on the Shiva Circle. Turbo on the other side will need to wait on one area, and they might be able to take down Export. But no, Turbo pushes away and almost being taken down, but Joker would be the next target. Cyrus with that knockdown with the Groza, and Export with a UMP in hand. I don't think that rush can help them, and it is just WAG wanting to end this game that quick.
WAG will take match number 1 on Bermuda, 6-3 over Movistar R7. High fives all around. I think Movistar R7, they have a pretty decent idea on how to deal with WAG. You know, high ground control is one, but also taking advantage of the fact that the timings for WAG have to be precise. And one of the rounds that they won was just being able to run the WAG when they did not have the abilities online. But in rounds where WAG was able to slow it down and drag it out for the second rotation of their cooldowns, that's where time runs out for R7 and space runs out for R7. So the Akatsuki clan takes map 1.
Yeah, Akatsuki clan takes map 1, but I don't think this is the end for Movistar R7. The adjustment, we are seeing a few of those adjustments, but it was a little bit too late. And WAG can also be countered later on, especially in the next rounds, bans and picks. So the draft would change. I'm quite sure though what they need to take out, because there's a lot that has a potential of a clutch potential for WAG that wins, or that made them win that game.
Yeah. Like Tikui, I definitely came online. You know, this guy was all gas, no brakes that game. PLS 1-2 putting out some incredible clutches. 1v1. We did see some pretty funny moments in the opening round where I feel like, Movistar R7 could have had a decent round 1 and then they bailed on each other. But again, we saw the idea on how they could recover into the game. They just were not able to constantly pull it off. And maybe it's the understanding on the timings and all. But for first time, I think it's not too bad for a debut. They did put up a fight against WAG.
Definitely, I mean, especially with Games King putting in so much of elimination and damage as well, but it's just like still needs a little bit more of tweaking. at this point. But there's still more chances because it's best of 3, similar to what we see in the KOL match earlier. But they need to make those changes real quick. And we do have a change of scenery at this point, because done with Bermuda, we're going to switch it to a different map. So hopefully this is the advantage that Movistar R7 is waiting for.
Yeah, and the map switch also, if if anything, these high ground controls are going to be a lot more important, right? I believe we're going to Kalahari next, and if my memory serves me right, it's going to be Kalahari. It means more open ground, more high ground control needed.
Yeah.
And that's where the tag team between Games King and Joker is going to pay off a lot more.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Joker is doing so much more in identifying where the opponents are, but the clue is not, I would say, it's not his best active skill. So he could have switched over to a Santino. He could have saved him all of those like punishes in the final moment. But let's take a look at the scoreboard right now. And I guess our MVP would be Tikui with that 11 elimination. But looking at Games King, 13 elimination, and they didn't even put in like they had only half of the game in this series. So if in case they are giving that chance, I think Games King can bring a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, Games King has been really just hard carrying the team that game. Joker is the one that needed to step up. Joker and and Turbo both not really contributing in the elimination department, but you can kind of see the playmaker that game, right? Games King was really hauling the weight of the team. In the first map, Bermuda 6-3 in favor of WAG, representing the Akatsuki clan. And we're gonna head to Kalahari and see if Movistar R7 can reel it back and bring us to a map 3.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is one thing that they need right now. And hopefully this time, this break time would help them really identify what needs to be worked on. Because there's only 7 points in Kalahari that they can work with, and only some of those will be favorable for snipers. But PLS1, speaking of sniper, he will be the MVP, and it's not because of the elimination, it's because of the damage. He had helped so much more in those fights and managed to get 3273 in the damage with only 4 elimination, always in the distance, and he is the bomber in title. But the way he played it, as well as skills, he is being the sniper of this team for that game.
Yeah, he definitely is. Like this overall, the damage sure doesn't really translate into the eliminations that he has, but he is a great setup for the team, right? He's been able to make sure that he chips away at the resources and the health bars of Movistar R7 before the rest of his teammates swoops in. Leaderboard for eliminations, of course, Games King leads it for now, 13 eliminations, and then everyone else is Tikoi, Export, Della, and PLS1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we do have this leaderboard that we are looking into, and this is something to really change the pace of the game. If you will be the ones in high contention of that leaderboard, there's a huge chance as well that your team will be winning. Because as you can see here, like, you did mention that Tikui is the highest elimination for WAG, and it's only a Games King who brought in so much of those KDs in that fight. So it's very close though, very close between them, and it's just for the rest of the teams to really bring in so much of numbers. Also rotation wise, they should make it work, and it starts off with this next round. If R7 can bring this back, then they might be able to take it back to back and win this series.
Yeah, and some teams, they are more of a late bloomer, right? They get up to a slow start, but once they warm up their engines, they go and they don't look back. And of course, winning the series also has not just the implication of going into the 1-0 bracket and having the chance to qualify to playoffs immediately, but you also put yourselves in a situation where in a Swiss round format, for those who don't know, you only play with a team that goes 1-0 as well. So you eliminate 4 teams from the equation for your next match right off the bat. In this case, if you're WAG, if you beat R7, then you will only face the winners of their respective series in the upcoming matches.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, less games for you and already qualifying into the playoffs. That's one thing that WAG or like WAG is aiming for, especially with that one win against R7 at this point. And R7 is trying to do that in this next match. Again, it is Kalahari for our next game. Potential for where they will be fighting is, again, 7 points in the map. We have Shrines, Foundation, Command Post, Mammoth, Stone Ridge, as well as Santa Catarina, and finally Council Hall. And Council Hall is one thing that really stresses me out because of how small it is, and there's a really like little movement that you can do because of like the elevation, the second floor. You will just need to bounce off either from those tires or take one stair which is on the other side. So whatever you are, that's what you can take advantage, especially if you're a sniper. But once you move around that, it would be quite difficult. But I'm pretty sure these pro teams don't have that problem. They can move in and out of any situation. It's just up to the rest of the team's chemistry as well as survivability to make it work.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes Kalahari so unique. Whether it's Battle Royale or Clash Squad mode, I think it's just the design itself, right? It forces you to play a slightly different style and to face your fears of the open.
Yeah.
Oh, I think for R7, if they've shown us anything in map 1, is that the high ground control is paramount, right? They love to control the high ground, game scheme and Joker. They have someone to really juggle the responsibilities around. And Kalahari, there's certain areas where that is very pivotal to a round win.
Let's see though. That is going to start with this next phase of draft. And I guess who gets to pick first? So earlier it was WAG. So I guess this time around, unless it's a win pick first, it might be no Movistar R7. But here's an intro video for everyone.
Dạ, nhân vật yêu thích nhất của em là Naruto, bởi vì nhân vật chính.
Nhân vật trong bộ truyện Naruto mà em yêu thích nhất là Itachi vì nó cool ngầu và khá là mạnh ở trong phim.
Dạ là Falcons, tại vì tụi em đã thất bại với họ trước 2 lần.
Đội tuyển mà em muốn đánh bại nhất là Esports bởi vì em đã thua họ ở mùa giải trước.
Dạ em nghĩ là Fluso, bởi vì bên Brazil họ không mạnh về mặt tử chiến.
Em nghĩ đội dễ đánh bại nhất là RW bởi vì em không đánh giá cao tay tỉa của team RW. Map yêu thích nhất của em là map quân sự bởi vì em luyện tập cái map đấy trong buổi stream và bắn răng rất nhiều.
Dạ em rất tự tin về kỹ năng của mình. Em nghĩ là đội mình sẽ đứng top 1 và trở thành nhà vô địch.
Chúng tôi tôn trọng Esports vì thành tích của họ, qua đó cũng là động lực để chúng tôi cố gắng và vượt qua họ ở trận đấu sắp tới.
Họ mạnh thật, nhưng không thể bị hạ gục.
Tốt nhất các bạn đừng mắc sai lầm, vì mục đích của chúng tôi đến đây là để chiến thắng.
WAG as we prepped for our next game between them and Movistar R7. Again, all pressures right now for Movistar R7, though they still have another chance at this point for tomorrow. But at least, as you did mention, you want to get that win first in day number 1 and then follow it through by the next game within the end of this day.
And for those just tuning in, you actually haven't really missed out too much. You know, we're just getting started. We got 5 more series, including 1 show match. So there's 6 more after this. 6 more best of 3s lined up. Into the draft we go. For Kalahari this time, it's all for the marbles if you are Movistar R7, A124 ban again.
Yeah, A124 will be taken out. They really don't want that A124 because of how it damages their potential of rushing, especially using those skills in the crucial moment. But on the other side, Oscar will be banned as well by WAG. And this was, if I'm not mistaken, this was their pick from the previous map. So I'm not quite sure what the ideation is, but Clue once again being picked by Movistar R7 and Cassie on the other side. I believe it will be another Coda that will be picked up. No, it's a Zane. So they just traded off their bans with their pick.
Yeah, so they could double down on the Clue Coda for Movistar R7. We have seen that before. But you do end up sacrificing, you know, a bit of that aggression, right? You're playing very util heavy. They take the Santino once more, which was what worked for them in the previous round. Tatsuya again. So interestingly enough, previously before Oscar was a thing, when Tatsuya wasn't available, people go for full util. They go for Coda, they go for Zane, Cassie, and then they add a Skylar, I guess, into the mix. Sometimes they put a Clue or Santino. So Movistar R7 still wants to bank in on more of the aggressive ability. And this time the Homer comes out for WAG, and that is going to be a big problem for Movistar.
Yeah, I mean, Sense's Shockwave, I mean, that drone that really gives you that pulse that disables you for a few seconds, you will really need to get away. So I guess the Steffi is also a saving grace for them. We won't be dealing with so much of the throwables, and it can save you that much. But it's pretty much the same of what we've seen earlier, apart from that Steffi being pulled in.
So to take Steffi, that's one way to deal with the utilities. Honestly, the only thing that it's okay, probably the grenades, you know, or the clay bombs and the Homer missiles. I think looking at WAG, they probably wouldn't be too bothered. I mean, this Zane Cassie is a bit of a pain in the butt to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have someone who's like, who have extreme state, will be able to shield up that quickly, and then you have someone who can back you up with that basic therapy as well as a focus therapy later on. So Tikui and Cyrus, and well, no question that is Tikui on that Zane, because he did so much of the damage and elimination earlier that he needs to be buffed up a little bit. So I guess this is ideal at this point. X4 might be back into using that sniper unless it's still PLS who will be using that, and X4 will be the ones up front.
So we do get X4 this time on the Coda, really going to the support this time. I mean, taking out different roles. It's interesting. Look at that, we got Kakashi in the house. No, cover that eye. You can't just randomly Sharingan the whole place. It's because of pretty dangerous people in the house. You gotta be responsible with that ability. You know, Obito didn't give you his eye for nothing. Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's the reason. I mean, probably he's like, because of the travel, the effect has died down a little bit. Or he used it so much already.
He got tired from the traveling.
He used it so much already against so many people is on the venue, and he can open it up at that moment.
Yeah.
All right, so there we have it. We have all those picks and bans, and we're just waiting for the team to be set up. Once again, Movistar R7, they banned out A124, pick Clue, Santino, Tatsuya, as well as Steffi. And for WAG, they took out Oscar and picked Cassie, Zane, Coda, and Homer. This is interesting though, because well, for Movistar R7, I think what they're looking for is not a change of skills or active skills, it's more of the change of rotation and strategy. That's why they're sticking with most of what they used earlier. But for WAG, they want to ensure that they get this next round so that they can secure their spot for that 1-0 series.
Yeah, and they get quite a break before the next one too. And obviously, one step closer to playoffs. Is that the? Is that the Eastern Ramen? Is that a ramen shop? Well, it certainly looks like it with the banners. So many fun activities. What is this? So we saw
This is a clay bird
area. Okay.
So they have clays, and they're going to use it to make birds, and hopefully it doesn't explode in the venue though.
Yeah. I don't think it will. Right? The one that explodes are imbued with chakra from Deidara himself. It should be safe. It should be safe play.
I'll see. We are just waiting for the game to begin. And for those of you in the chat right now, I'm pretty sure you're excited as well. But for those of you who have been playing Clash Squad, what do you think? Would this change of picks for WAG give them another win? Or with the retention of Movistar R7 make them secure another point and head over to the next round, to the next game? I know it's too early to count, too early to say, but this is something that you can put out in the chat right here as we wait for the games. Oh, I love this game that we're seeing right now. Taking it out with a fan, and we're talking about fans in the venue.
Yep, I believe that's wait, no, that's not Tamari's fan. Which fan is that? Well, so many activities. What else have they not shown us? There's hidden gems every now and then. Now I'm excited. What if we have a ceremony tomorrow for the grand finals? Can have some more surprises. I know that they surprised everyone at the FFWS Global last year at Rio.
Yeah. And there's a lot of activities really that, and it's tough to beat this kind of event. I know this is a show match event. This is a show match event. It's not I would say it's still competitive. It's still S tier, but you know the what's at stake is not that big. But with everything in the venue, it's really difficult to top this off for the next one. So I feel bad for the organizers of the next one. Hopefully it's the same team though. At least it's them going against themselves.
Yeah. I think this has been the same team for quite a while. I'm not sure. Either way, with the fact that the bar keeps getting higher every event really shows, you know, the progressive growth, because we got a very friendly crowd at the venue. It's almost dinner time, but I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna stick around for a very, very long time. Hold on, is the Red Moon activating already? We're not even nighttime yet.
Well, let's see though. Let's see. What we're waiting for is the game to be activated. Excited to see who's going to pop off this time. If any of the tactics of Movistar R7 would work against WAG, or will WAG just be chill at this point? No, like not really pressured in this game, because we want to see that. We want to see more of, I would say, counters being brought in by the LATAM teams, because this is a different story overall. Yes, Battle Royale, they champion their way into their region, but going against a different region, a different team, in a different mode is a different story.
Yeah, it is. It's gonna take a couple of seasons for us to have a good, you know, Clash Squad narrative, but when the time comes, oh boy, we've got so much to cover. As if Battle Royale already doesn't have enough. We need someone to really start going through the archives, because I can't remember things that happened for 5 years ago. At least not all of them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have that good a memory, but that's why I go into data. That's why I stack it up on data. So we have that scrolls available to be looked into.
Yeah, and it's I over time I start to appreciate data a lot more, for sure. Yeah. Though I think one of the best few days is still like LDDS days. Let's take a look at Movistar R7.
Mi personaje favorito es Naruto porque creo que la historia que tiene es muy motivadora. Mi mapa favorito en Free Fire es Bermuda porque es el primer mapa que salió en todo el juego y me gusta mucho. Yo creo que el oponente más complicado para nosotros es EVOS porque vienen de salir campeones mundiales y la confianza de ellos yo creo que debe estar muy alta.
Los oponentes más complicados para nosotros son Team Falcons, ya que tienen muy buenos jugadores en su equipo. A los, ya que en los entrenamientos lo vienen muy bien. Buriram, por favor, nosotros no estamos asustados ni un poco. ¿Ustedes nos tienen miedo? Cruz, ya que en la EWC no participó en ninguna partida y creo que ya es historia. Sí, me siento muy confiado de poder barrerlo nuevamente. Podemos salir campeones.
Right, we have it. We have Movistar R7 just sharing their mind right now, and I love that that quote or that note to Burem United. Por favor, Burem. And I guess it is showing. BRU, yes, there were. There's a lot of challenge that has been brought in by BRU, but I think they toned down a little bit. Even in EWC, we've seen that happen.
Yeah, it's kind of a low blow, you know, to pick on the Crews. You know, you didn't play. Come on, pick on someone your own size, man. They still would have a chance to play against each other if they do meet. Seeing how things are going, they might have to wait for the 0-1 or the 1-1 bracket.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see though. I mean, but I guess they take it that hard from the time that the Crews really brought in the championship to their championship home, and they still couldn't forget it. So that's a huge, I would say, a huge punch that even after so many years, you can still remember that name. Even if he hasn't played, still remember that he's the one who made a trouble for us. But, well, let's see though. WAG right now is waiting, or we are just waiting for the battle between WAG as well as Movistar R7. And just to make sure that everything is set. Because you know how it is. In LAN events, in LAN setup, there will be some complication. And we are making sure that those complications is fixed before the actual battle. There's still some stakes involved. And that prize pool would be something that you would want to grab even in a show match like this.
Yeah, unfortunately, we gotta make sure that the devices isn't under some kind of genjutsu. We gotta free our technicians from that too, so that we could get the show running. And now, I mean, it's pretty lively. The crowd also have a lot of activities to keep them occupied in case of a potential delay. And in this case, plenty of booths to check out on. Interact with the pro players. We just saw BRU, at the venue not long ago. Gives the teams some time to also kind of reassess the situation, right? Reassess the situation, kind of, plan the next move, re-strategize a little bit, reset the morale. Although for WAG, it's all high spirits.
Yeah, I mean, all high spirits. They are in the groove right now, especially with the point that they grabbed in that first game between them and R7. But again, a different side of the venue right here. I guess that was the entrance before you head into the dark side. it's still sunny, I would say, but I would say otherwise from where I am. But again, this matchup is I want to look forward to if the changes that has been done for WAG would still be effective against Movistar R7, because I did mention earlier, there's not so much of change for R7. It's just a strategy that they are formulating right now.
Yeah. Look at that. I still wonder how they achieved this statue thing. Even though even if it's just cardboard, it still looks pretty quite a feat of marvel, right? With that size. Have you ever wondered how these characters have so much hair and their hair care routine?
Well, I would say that is art. It's something that a lot has talent for, and we like to see that up close and personal. But now, I guess the setup is still ongoing for WAG's side. A few more part of the venue right now is copying. Is it copying all of those signs, all those hand signs?
Yes.
And not quite sure what the target is though. How many, count how many you got correct?
If you do it right, you get to clone yourselves.
Imagine someone like, I thought I saw you earlier. Then he was on the other side.
Yeah, he successfully did the shadow clone jutsu.
I was thinking about that earlier as well when they had two Narutos in in the map. And I thought they just went in for that shadow clone. But yeah, they just have the same skin.
Yeah, they do. And this is the score update for those who just tuned in. It's 1-0 in favor of Movistar. Oh, actually, no, WAG. They did win map 1 6-3 on Bermuda. And Movistar R7, they did come pretty close, but again, they not able to capitalize on the win conditions, I think, was kind of what led to the downfall. Though right now, I think for WAG, I definitely am liking this match 2 draft a lot more than match 1, simply because of, I feel like Movistar R7, they were responding to WAG's draft. The first pick clue was what I felt incredibly weird, because I feel like there were a lot more power picks that they could have gone for, like the Zane, for example, which was a prime first pick back then, before Oscar and Tetsuya were a thing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Zane is something that you would want, especially in a battle just like this, close quarter combat. But I guess speaking of close, we are close to beginning our round number 2 between these two teams. WAG from Vietnam and Movistar R7 from Mexico, LATAM region. And we are off in Kalahari, and we'll see who's going to get the first point. Let's see.
Whoever wins this will determine the state of the series. If WAG wins, they are going into the 1-0 bracket. If R7 wins, we go for game 3 on Nextera. Right off the bat again, shurikens in hand, triple for all of them. PS1 even the connect with the explosive Joker, sharp one on the Cyrus, and a quick knockdown. Instantly the convergence on the side of the Hidden Live Village Ninjas. Here comes Movistar R7, Explore now. They're in trouble. Della cuts him down with a sight. And PRS1 plays unfair, pulls out a pistol, ends up losing the shuriken instead. And Movistar R7 with the first point.
Yeah, I mean, the ones making all those points, the ones carrying the heavy shuriken, and 2 for Games King and 1 for Joker. For Della, though, it does have the triple shuriken or the light shuriken, and that is one thing that, I mean, I'm not a fan of. Most of the time, I go in for the triple or the heavy, similar to what we're seeing right now. And Games King is just this guy who can move around as quickly as that. As we get into the next round, we are down in Mammoth, and well, WAG is already moving in onto the spine. Games King is the one going against them, as well as 3 more players. So it's not looking good. Cyrus might be going down that quickly.
Yeah, not at all. Right off the bat, again, it's they can't reach the crate.
What a place to put a glue wall.
Never seen before.
Never seen before. I mean, that is a glue wall and the best balancing technique ever. Doesn't even fall down. And the only question is, will it fall later once that glue wall has been shot down, and that would be a disadvantage of who or where that airdrop will be going down as well. Games King though, Kingfisher takedown against BLS, the sniper not doing so much of a sniper battle, and it's now a 3v4.
And it's Games Kings with a third pop in a row. This guy
Double kill.
coming alive right then and there.
Triple
potential
kill.
ace right now. Might look at the squad. Games King. Solid round 2 with the rifle.
Yeah, I mean, a rifle, Kingfisher being the king of that game, WAG. Not quite sure what's happening right there. Position-wise, they are off to, I read this already, Cyrus and Tikui will be going down because there's a lot of players in that bone structure, but I was expecting them to recover that quickly, but unfortunately for them, it is PLS1 who has been taken down and they have lost oversight. So Santa Catarina, this is also a field where a sniper will be very useful, especially in the between that crack on that ship. But Tikui as well as Cyrus already jumping in, and this might be a trap set by R7, 3 of which already waiting for them. And Tikui up close and personal, Mini Uzi has nothing to do on that MP5.
Tikui is still bleeding out. Games King needs help as well. Turbo trying to recover. Tikui and Cyrus down with the low. Somehow they force a kunai from Della, takes down Cyrus, but this time it's WAG. It has the advantage. Coming out on top. R7 Joker left all alone to pick up the pieces. The PLS1 finds the snipe. Quick recovery from WAG.
Yeah, it's a good thing that they managed to survive that onslaught on one side because it's a 2v3 situation and Tikui has been taken down. But Export just provides so much of cover just to make sure that they don't take advantage of that knockdown, and then they just went in for that slay. Now, back into the map. It is a 2-1 favoring R7, but utility-wise, WAG can get in all those weapons and probably fight back against R7 at this point.
See, I mean, this time we got a lot more buildings to work with. So Movistar R7, they split out in the 2-2. Joker is so deep in enemy territory. Wow, Games King with the Deagle from that range. Buffalo must be incredibly proud of that performance. Game King and Turbo still ends up getting traded back despite the opening takeoff. As WAG finds a recovery, Della and Joker left. Especially Joker, we need him to step up to the occasion because Smash 1 wasn't really his best. But if there's any time to keep the lead within the control, it's going to be this one. But from a disadvantageous situation, Fireball used to use Tikui, sees Joker. Here comes the glue wall, the ice grenade. Joker tanking that damage. Glue wall gets taken down, forced to retreat.
Yeah, let's see if the retreat will be beneficial for them. Joker with only 1 HP! Still managed to survive though, but Export's already recovering. But I don't think Joker has any meds on him, and that will be it. Tikui doesn't even have to shoot him straight. Mag 7 just graze him up and he'll be going down. But he does manage, or Della managed to take him down. But Tikui, quick scope, and it is now tied to 2.
And just like that, WAG have completely equalized. Look at this replay. I feel like for R7, they definitely missed some windows. Della tried, but just does not have the numbers.
It's tough though. It's tough right now. Now, Council Hall, again, my most hated in Kalahari. I don't want really to... It's tough really to go for a full rotation right here, because the open area in the middle just gives you so much space to be shut down. So let's see if this is something that will be taking advantage of the team. Turbo will be taken down, and Games King cannot do anything about it. A potential of backstab might be happening for X4, but Joker right now pulls away, and there goes X4 going down for the M1887, but response would be that Mag 7 from Tikui.
And that means, talk about a comeback. 3 quick rounds in a row. WAG pulls it back. And all that explosiveness from R7, just like the economy, got wiped out. This is going to be a reset for them. Another moment where it feels like Games King would be able to make use of some of the openings given, but these gunfights need to play out in R7's favor for it to translate into something, and it has not been the case.
Yeah, I mean, R7, I think their split is not working for them. The moment that they have a potential of a chase, one will be peeling away, that is Games King, and it leaves Della and Turbo out in the open. And even if Joker is a sniper, is just far away, some compounds, some areas doesn't have that much opening, so it's just leaving them out to be taken down. So Tikui almost being taken down, quickly recovered, and Della for the chase. This is the bait that I was talking about, and it leaves other players to be taken out, and we're talking about Games King.
Games King going down again. Della now under fire. Somehow for WAG, they got so much control in this high ground. Not looking good for Movistar R7. They are falling apart so fast. Joker with the hit of the X4, and now Joker is the only one alive. Forced to step up again. Ooh. With minimal health to work with, goes for the recovery. PLS1 sees that. The jump shot! What was that? PLS1 with another shutdown.
And they, like, no one has been eliminated at that point. They still remain. They still maintain their weaponry. They're still stronger, and they still have a lot to spare in terms of economy. So they can bring in a lot of glue walls. They can bring in a lot of throwables at this point. Even buff up with some of the skills that is available in that shop. And Divine Tree still open up. Well, let's see if they have. I don't think the Red Moon has been triggered just yet. So they are more focused and eliminating the opponent instead of getting that Divine Tree. But I guess it's working for WAG. Tikui right now backs behind two players, but a back up from X4 making it work. 1 and 2. Turbo is down. Only one remains, and joke's on you.
First blood.
That's what goes back to what we talked about with the competition,
Triple
right? We didn't really like what Movistar R7 has presented. Too many compensations, too many responses to a problem that isn't really solved at the end of the day. Like this lineup with WAG, they had everything. They had the recipe to win fight, they had the recipe to take on damage head on, and not to mention the economy in shambles for Movistar R7. Games King completely just wandered out into the open. Not sure what the call was. 5 rounds in a row for WAG. And they could close it out cleanly with 6 rounds back to back to back to back to back and send them into the 1-0 bracket.
Well, let's see though. I mean, Games King has more potential to take the high ground at this point, and I don't think he's using that. Joker right now already in the flank, 1-3 split, and Tikui as well as Cyrus connected with that basic therapy might be able to take Joker down, or probably just get the airdrop, and there goes a fire jutsu just to push them away, but the deed has been done, and they managed to grab that airdrop. The next step would be to take down one player. Next board is in a mission to do it, but he's very close though, despite of having that AWM. It's a good thing he does have that M1887, but Joker is also working on a PLS1 who cannot get an opening in a snipe.
Yeah, PLS1, because he just instantly ducked away. Joker sees some of the hits of WAG, but oh, that shot needed to hit. Oh, that's a second miss. That is not good, Joker. You cannot miss shots like that.
There's one thing though, I mean, just you ducking in spite of the head open up doesn't give you that much of an opening, but I love the push coming from Games King. That's what I'm talking about. If Games King rush, make sure that there's enough support to back him out, and they can quickly steamroll against an opponent. Now, eyes already on them. PLS1 on one side, and there goes Tikui taking out another. And we have a win from WAG. There goes the series, and Vietnam just bags both.
Oh man, they wiped out Movistar R7 in the blaze. They Amaterasu them as they were all in the building. Just like the anime. When Itachi activated Mangekyou Sharingan, that's how he burned his enemies to a crisp. Movistar R7. They started off the second map 2-0, and WAG did a 6-round run it back. Send themselves into the 1-0 bracket of the Swiss stage. They still have to play later on, but for Movistar R7, the good news is that they have a lot more break. You know, they play tomorrow, of course. The bad news is they're one series away from elimination. So you can give and take, but it is an eye-opener for this team from the Latam region who is participating in Clash Squad for the very first time. And of course, away from their comfort zone.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're also seeing some potential, potential growth that will be brought in, especially GameSking leading the pack. But his adjustment, and that's one thing though. He's the one who adjusted to his teammates and not the other way around. If in case his teammates just adjusted to his gameplay, they could have grabbed this round. But let's not take it away. It is WAG grabbing the booyah in this first series for the pro match after 2 KOL matches, and there's still a lot more to go.
Still plenty. We still have 3 more BO3 for the opening, Swiss stage, and then we have 2 more of the 1-0 Swiss stage, and then we have another KOL match, your favorite influencers. So that's, again, we got 6 more BO3s coming up. The night is still young. If you're watching this, just get your popcorns, get dinner, get coffee, get whatever you want, and be ready to stay up for the rest of the night, because it's going to be exciting, right? We haven't had this is as the most Free Fire action we've had since EWC Grand Finals, and that was a barn burner. 10 games from evening to late night. So if you are a fan of Free Fire and Naruto, this is a double whammy for you.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, especially if you are in the venue, if you're watching our broadcast, then make sure that you take advantage of all the fun stuff, all the fun happenings in the venue. And for those who's not, well, we just have to cry in the corner, look at them, but still celebrate Free Fire overall, because there's a lot more that's happening. Hopefully everyone right here is learning a lot, not only from these teams that we just witnessed, it's WAG, as well as Movistar R7, but there's a lot more of teams who will be bringing out so much difference. And OB50 update is something that not a lot has adjusted to already. So why not learn for the pros, and why not watch from here? This is where you really find out what you have to do in your CS ranked games.
Yeah, it might be labeled a show match, but again, still prize money, and a whole lot of things to show for sure. So for those, again, if you're not familiar with Clash Squad and you want to get to dabble into it, you feel like Battle Royale is the battlefield is not for you, but you want to take on a 4v4, this is the perfect environment. And again, we are exposing more and more of the regions to Clash Squad. That's why even in one of the pre-show clips you guys might have seen, I think Bobs was talking about it, that it's very exciting for them to have never had it before. RRQ and BRU.
Yeah, well, let's see though. Let's see if this is something that we would see one-sided, or probably a chase of that point in terms of points, and probably stretch it over towards the 3 series for this round number 1. So next would be RRQ, Brem United. But before we go there, we're going to go for an interview to listen to what they have to say. So let's bring it over to the stage.
เรียกได้ว่าเปิดมาแบบนี้ค่ะเวียดนามของเราออกนำไปก่อนแล้วนะคะก็ต้องยอมรับค่ะว่าซีรีส์ของเรามันไม่ธรรมดาค่ะเพราะฉะนั้นนะคะเดี๋ยวเรามาสัมภาษณ์เขากันหน่อยดีกว่าและแน่นอนค่ะเวียดนามมาแบบนี้เดี๋ยวจะให้ยืนเป็น translator ให้นะคะมาคำถามแรกเลยพี่กีอยากรู้ว่าตัวละครตัวไหนในนารูโตะที่ X กับ Free Fire แล้วพวกเขาชอบที่สุดค่ะ
Well, as we can see that the C region, whenever we play Clash Squad, will be a little bit better than other regions. So that's why WG can defeat Movistar R7 a little bit easy. Okay, so let's jump into our questions first. Which Naruto character in Free Fire is your favorite? Nhân vật Naruto nào ở trong Free Fire là nhân vật yêu thích của các bạn?
Em thì em thích Naruto ạ.
Naruto. Còn Esports?
Em thì em thích Itachi.
Itachi. Vậy tại sao các bạn thích những nhân vật đó vậy ạ?
Vì Naruto là nhân vật chính thôi.
Nhân vật chính.
Còn em thì Itachi là kiểu nó đẹp trai với nó hơi cool ngầu tí.
Đẹp trai với cool ngầu. So for the Wii, he likes Naruto because he is the main character of the Naruto.
ชอบตัวเมนนารูโตะเลย
Yes, and for Export, he said that his favorite character is Itachi.
Itachi.
Yeah, because he looks really handsome and cool, you know, powerful.
มาสายเท่สายพี่ชายนี่
Yes.
What about the others?
Oh, okay. So, còn những người còn lại thì các bạn nhân vật thích các bạn là cái gì?
Em thích nhân vật Obito ạ.
Obito. Về lợi một.
Em cũng Itachi luôn.
Itachi.
อีกแล้ว
Có lý do không?
I think Itachi is everyone's favorite.
Yeah, because he's really cool and he's strong as well.
What about yours?
Me?
Yeah.
Hinata.
For me it's the Hokage, the fourth Hokage.
Okay, I understand. They're all little kids and they're cute.
Okay. Go, let's move to the next
Yep,
question.
shall we?
Our second question. ใครในทีมคู่แข่งที่เรารู้สึกว่ารับมือยากที่สุด
Okay, so in the match that you guys just played, you guys defeated Movistar R7. So did you find the most challenging to deal with the team or just simply no? Ở cái trận đấu vừa rồi là các bạn đã có một trận thi đấu cùng với đội tuyển Movistar R7 đến từ khu vực Latam, thì không biết là các bạn có gặp phải khó khăn nào hay không, hay các bạn cảm thấy mình có thể vượt qua được dễ dàng vậy ạ?
Thì em thấy bắn như 7 khá là dễ, bắn như bắn boss vậy.
It's more.
Em thì em không đánh giá cao mấy khu vực khác ngoài Thái Lan về tự chiến nên là em thấy bắn cũng bình thường.
User cũng đồng ý, tại vì có vẻ như là khu vực C chúng ta thì chơi tự chiến rất là nhiều, còn những khu vực còn lại thì có thể là họ cũng không có tập trung quá nhiều về tự chiến đâu. So for the Wii, he feel like I feel like playing with R7 is kind of easy for us because like we practice a lot, so that's why we can defeat them easily. But for Export, he doesn't really highly rate other regions like Brazil or Latam because like he only highly rated Thailand or Indonesia or just simply like C region, right? Because he feel like the C region focus a lot into Clash Squad, just like survival mode. Yeah, but for
maybe it's because we are close to each other.
yeah, it is. So that's why our play styles are very similar, right?
Yeah. ก็ตอนแรกนะคะเพลเยอร์คนแรกเนี่ยเขาก็บอกว่าคือต้องพูดว่าจริงๆแอบรู้สึกว่าเล่นง่ายแต่ไม่ใช่เพราะว่าเขาไม่เก่งแต่เป็นเพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าทีมเวียดนามฝึกมาเยอะเอามากๆเลยก็เลยทำให้รู้สึกเล่นง่ายส่วนเพลเยอร์คนที่2เนี่ยเขาก็บอกว่าเอาจริงๆแล้วคือไม่ค่อยคุ้นกับโมวิสตาเท่าไหร่เพราะปกติเวลาเราเจอกันเราจะเจอในกลุ่ม C South East Asia ด้วยกันแล้วเพย์สไตล์เนี่ยมันก็คล้ายๆกันเลยถ้าเกิดจะถามว่าทีมไหนที่รับมือยากเอาเลยจริงๆเนี่ยเขากลับระวังทีมไทยหรือทีมอินโดนีเซียมากกว่านั่นเองค่ะและนี่ค่ะก็คือ WAG นั่นเอง Congratulations for them ยินดีด้วยนะคะเดี๋ยวเราพักกันสักครู่หนึ่งค่ะแล้วเดี๋ยวไปแจกของรางวัลกันต่อแถมใครเป็นแฟนปราสาทสายฟ้าและทีมอินโดนีเซียอย่าง RQ บ้างเตรียมตัวรอชมกันได้เลยค่ะ
Okay, so again, congratulations for WEG, and we will hope to see you guys in another match with the next team. But now, let's moving on to our little break, and let's wait for the next match.
There we have it. Thank you very much, Yuki and Yoon Sul. As we look at the highlights right now of what happened between WAG and R7, the Hidden Leaf Village. And I just love, you just pointed this out earlier, especially in the second round of that game, that our game, like Movistar R7, had 2 lead already, and then WAG just brought it back as simply as that to finish the game with 6 games in a row.
Yeah, it is definitely a hard pill to swallow. You know, if you're on Movistar R7, at least you can say that even though it's their first time, you know, they won't come in. There's expectations to be set, but to have your enemies run it back 6 rounds in a row is never a good feeling, right? Like you just watch it slip away just like that. And this was a strong start. We literally praised Games King. He got an ace this round. And it was setting up Movistar R7's trajectory to be a dominant one, or at least a one where they will have to lead for quite a while and make WAG work for it. But after round 5, it fell apart. You could see that Movistar R7, it felt like they ran out of ideas, and the calls were getting a bit more messy. They were making a lot more mistakes, and the strategies, they stopped working with how strong this innate composition of WAG is. They just kept running at Movistar R7.
Yeah, I mean, Movistar R7, they do have Games King who can bring in a lot of illumination, but it's just like that. He can bring in a lot of illumination. The rest of the teams couldn't follow through, and I did mention about him adjusting the game style of the rest of R7, but it didn't work for them. Not even an addition of a point has been gathered by the team at this point. So it's really tough, and hopefully it's like a learning experience for Movistar R7 as well as Latam region. And WAG would be proceeding into the next game.
Yeah, to the next round where they'll be playing later on.
NARUTO straight down to the BFK. Will be closing in soon. There's no shift anymore. Getting its magic here. Bumping up the road. Limit gets the knock to Wasana as well. We'll see the final duo go down. What the stop is going to bring it home. Only one remains. Amaterasu.
The Free Fire Ninja Clash Squad Tournament begins with a Swiss stage featuring 8 teams competing for 4 spots in the playoffs. In this stage, each team must secure 2 booyahs to qualify, but any team that loses 2 matches will be eliminated. All matches in the Swiss stage are played as a best-of-3 series. Day 1 kicks off with round 1, where no teams from the same region will face each other. Teams that lose in round 1 move to the elimination round on day 2, where they will still have a chance to claim one of the last 2 spots in the playoffs if they can survive from this round. Once the Swiss stage ends, the 4 teams with 2 booyahs advance to the playoffs, which follow a single elimination format with best-of-3 series matches. The tournament concludes with a best-of-5 series at the grand final to determine the champion.
คุณที่กำลังรออยู่ไม่ต้องรอนานค่ะได้เวลากลับมาแข่งขันกันอีกแล้วและการแข่งขันในครู่นี้นะคะจะเป็นการพบกันระหว่าง RRQ คาสุกับบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports นั่นเองค่ะซึ่งพูดเลยว่าเมื่อกี้เจอพวกเขาด้านหลังเวที backstage so energetic.
Welcome back to Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament, and I think this is the battle that everyone here at the offline event waiting for it. This is RRQ Kazu versus Buriram United Esports. I think so many people love BRU right here.
Because we are the god of the thunder.
I agree, and you guys also the king of Booyah in Free Fire. So let's welcome on the stage, shall we?
Shall we? และตอนนี้ขอต้อนรับทีม RRQ คาสุรองแชมป์เกม Free Fire จากรายการ Esports World Cup 2025
Please welcome Team RRQ Kazu, the runner-ups from the Esports World Cup 2025.
และทีมต่อไปรวมขวัญใจมหาชน ปราสาทสายฟ้ารองแชมป์จากรายการ Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring และนี่คือบุรีรัมย์ United Esports
The runner-ups from the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring, Buriram United Esports. Yeah, really, so much love for Buriram right
yes,
now.
Actually, I think both team.
Yeah, like everyone is cheering for both of us.
ใช่แล้วก็นี่นะคะเรียกได้ว่าเป็นเวลาที่พวกเขาค่ะจะจับมือกันสักเล็กน้อยก่อนที่จะประจำโพสิชันแล้วก็ไปงัดกันในเกมเอาเลยจ้า
I think you guys look at each other really like in love, so let's shake each other hands. Oh.
มองตาก็รู้ใจมองตาก็รู้ใจอ้าว
Oi, no! No pulling other members like that. Alright, I think they have shakes their hands, like meeting each other and prepare for the first game.
ใช่เลยค่ะเพราะต้องบอกก่อนว่า2ทีมนี้เนี่ยคือเจอกันไม่ได้จริงๆเล่นกันแบบนี้หลังไมค์กันตลอดนะคะอ่ะเชื่อว่าตอนนี้ค่ะทั้งคู่พร้อมกันแล้วพร้อมไหมคะ
Huh?
Ready?
Yeah, we're all ready. So let's enjoy the match between RRQ Kazu and Buriram United Esports. Head to Shoutcaster.
ไปเจอชาวแคสเตอร์กันเลย
Thank you very much to our hosts Yunsu and Yuki, and also special shout out to my salted caramel macchiato coffee, because we are ready for more Free Fire action at the Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament. And some might say this is a rivalry for the Aeons. It's RRQ Kazu against BRU, where the fight started on the stage before we got into the game. But it's Husky and the Gentleman Neptune to bring you guys more Free Fire action as we continue the Swiss stage of this event.
Yeah, definitely the rivalry continues, and it might not be longer than Akatsuki and the Hidden Leaf Village, but this has been a long time running. But the previous season in spring, when Clash Squad is part of it, we didn't see them go against each other. So with this current meta, this will be something different as well, but hopefully they can bring more into the gunfight, similar to what we've seen the other teams has done. Probably not similar to what we've seen from WAG and R7. Stretch it out to 3 rounds, why not? Because we are talking about teams that has been rocking the Southeast Asia scene for the longest time. It might be for a Battle Royale, but for Clash Squad, this is their chance. Bring it on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, for for the side of RRQ and BRU. They both have something to prove, especially when you just look back at the track record of these two teams. And it's something that I wouldn't expect myself to say, you know, if it was like 2-3 years ago. But RRQ's track record in the past 9 months have been better than BRU overall. EWC, second place. FFWS Global in Rio, second place. So, you know, BRU, I don't think they're forgotten just yet, but RRQ has definitely fulfilled some of their some of the prophecies, you know, of keeping up and overtaking BRU. But Clash Squad is a different being. Let's see if this one really goes to 3 games.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's different as well as the venue. There's home ground advantage for Borneo United. We heard those cheers right there, and yeah, Yuki and Yunsul did mention that they're cheering for both teams, but most of them are just cheering for Borneo United. It's home ground for them. They have all that energy, but I'm pretty sure RRQ will not be that easily faced despite of all that pressure, because they have been in the pro scene for quite some time, and they have been on stage for so many years that they can, like, the pressure will not really affect them that much. So let's see though, in terms of gameplay as well as the adaptation of the update, because if I'm not mistaken, there's a few teams or specific players from interviews that I heard from these teams that couldn't really keep up with the update that quickly. And we just had that from the 30th of last month.
ถ้าเป็นคู่แข่งที่น่ากลัวที่สุดในทัวร์นาเมนต์นี่น่าจะเป็นทีม Falcons ครับก็ดีกรีระดับแชมป์ CC ครับก็ต้องยกให้แชมป์ CC ครับก็ Falcons ครับทีมที่ผมอยากจะเอาชนะมากที่สุดก็น่าจะเป็นทีม R7 ครับเขาสร้างบาดแผลไว้ให้ผมในรายการก่อนทีมไหนที่อยากจะเอาชนะมากที่สุดก็ในทัวร์นี้ผมให้เป็น R7 ครับเพราะว่าทัวร์ที่แล้วเขาก็เล่นเจอกับผมแบบป่วนผมทุกแมตช์เลยก็ทัวร์นี้มาเอาคืนครับมาระดับนี้ไม่มีทีมไหนสบายแน่นอนครับมีแต่ทีมเก่งๆครับทีมไหนที่รู้สึกว่าเอาชนะได้สบายๆก็น่าจะเป็น R7 ครับชิวๆเลยผู้เล่นที่ผมไม่ชอบมากที่สุดนะครับน่าจะเป็นทีมผมเองครับไอBRUวาสนาเลยครับเขาชอบขี้โม้ครับชอบบอกว่าเดี๋ยวแบกว่าเป็นแชมป์สรุปที่ผ่านมาไม่ได้แชมป์เลยครับโมชีครับคนเมื่อกี้เลยชอบติดแอคชอบยิงหัวโชว์ยิงไม่โดนหรอกนะแต่ชอบแอคเฉยๆนะอย่าให้หยุดฝั่งตรงข้ามมันยิงให้ร้องเลยก็คาดหวังในปีนี้ก็อยากให้กินอิ่มนอนหลับฝันดีแล้วก็อยากจะคว้าแชมป์ทุกรายการในปีนี้ด้วยครับสำหรับปี 2025 นี้ก็พวกผมรายการที่เหลืออยู่ก็อยากได้แชมป์ทุกรายการที่จัดมาเลยครับทุกคนคิดว่าบุรีรัมย์ไม่เก่งแคสสกอร์นี่ก็เป็นเรื่องจริงครับผมฟุกครับเน้นฟุกโดยเฉพาะไอ้วาสนาก็อันนี้ตัวฟุกเลยครับก็สำหรับทัวร์นาเมนต์นี้ผมก็ซ้อมมันมาหนักครับก็อยากเป็นแชมป์ในรายการนี้มากๆครับก็ที่เห็นกันก็แค่ซ้อมมันไม่พอครับรอบนี้ผมมาเอาแชมป์เลย
Well, different focuses from different members. Some want to win, some want to win in games, some want to win in life. But you know, winning is winning. It is still a bunch of legends on the stage. Whether you are here since the start of Free Fire, since the start of their dominance, or whether you are here after other teams overtake them, we cannot deny the fact that some of these guys have been at the pinnacle of Free Fire at some point in history.
Exactly. I mean, well, if we're going to choose whether to win in games or whether to win in life, why not choose both? Because if you can win those games, definitely with a prize pool that is involved, not just for this tournament, but other tournaments as well, definitely you will be winning in life. So that's just, hopefully that shift in that focus motivates them a little bit more. But I do agree, there's a lot that has been done and that has happened, not only for this tournament, but only for the game, but also between these teams. Thus, we'll see some changes. I would say some teams and players being nerfed and some being buffed up. That is Borneo United, who really slowed down in a lot of tournaments, and RRQ Kazu, who is really showing up even from Esports World Cup. But speaking of showing up, we have some fans who are showing up right now, and I think they are doing some challenge wherein they're playing. Hopefully that is a Clash Squad or I'm not quite sure if it's Clash Squad or Battle Royale, but they're just locked on.
Oh yeah, I mean they guys show up to the venue to play the game that you like the most. It's a festival. I always see these kind of things, these kind of events, as a celebration. You know, like it's always so fun to have everyone gather under the same roof. You know, spreading that energy, supporting your favorite team. I don't really get much chances, I think, to be an audience. You know, like the work we do, we don't really get to be an audience often. But the times I do, it's a different feeling to watch a team that you support win or lose. I think for these Free Fire fans, it's only gonna get bigger, right? Like SCA, we are the hub of Free Fire, and there's so much events. Like we've had so many global series here, and then it's not stopping. I'm pretty sure we're gonna keep getting it in SCA.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Southeast Asia really has brought in so much change, the scene change. I would say a format overall for major tournaments that can attribute to more happenings in the other regions as well. And we did talk about some regions being reactivated towards this year, and what more by next year. I can't wait for the roadmap to be shown again, because I'm pretty sure there will be details and plans that would that would excite a lot of the teams as well as the viewers, survivors out there. But speaking of excitement, we have the map order right now of the battle between RRQ as well as Burim United. So it starts off with Kalahari, followed by Bermuda, and then Nextera. We haven't seen Nextera though for the previous map because they ended it on Kalahari, which was the second game. But it will be switched around, and we know how RRQ is. They are rocking Kalahari even in Battle Royale.
Oh yeah, and it's definitely going to be a slight different start and pace, I guess. You know, we talk about Kalahari, it is RRQ's playground. They definitely love, you know, being able to play like in these open areas. And funnily enough, like BRU, there was a time where they were very comfortable in Kalahari, but that's definitely not in recent times. I mentioned that the Tatsuya nerfs hit them. They're one of the teams that was hit hardest by the Tatsuya nerf too.
Yeah, I mean, they're hit by the Tatsuya nerf, and then OB50 comes in, and they will be hit hard by M590 when Wasana was just getting a hang of it.
Yep.
It got nerfed. So I don't think it's like Tatsuya and M590 that's being nerfed. I think it's Wasana that's being nerfed at that point. The target specifically was Wasana. Sorry, Burim United. But that's how I see it. And well, hopefully they can make that adjustment. And I would love to see Burim United really get back on it and really show everyone that despite of the meta changes, you can still fight on. You can still win those battles.
Oh yes, I think nothing is impossible. Like if I feel like for at least the next 6 months, if anyone brings up the term impossible, people would just say that, hey, you know what, DRG made the top 6 at EWC. That wasn't impossible. You know, there are so much things have changed. People are getting the hang of the game as well. But I think for BRU, you know, despite all these nerfs, it's definitely, I think this is one of the weakest points, I suppose. You know, it's by order of the meta changes and by the growth of other teams, but by no means eliminates them from the conversation. They still are one of the strongest that we have known, and I think without them setting the benchmark, we wouldn't have powerhouses teams like we have today.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it goes to the question, I think, from one of the commentary, whether it's a Spring or EWC, it's not because Burim United is slowing down. It's because the other teams are ramping up. That shows Burim United doesn't look that strong anymore. And it is showing. It is showing definitely. Esports World Cup, they didn't show up that much. Even Team Falcons has been left behind in the championship, and it's Evo's Divine who did it. Second is RRQ. So there are just so much changes that has been done, and hopefully Vietnam as well as other regions will be able to catch up to that, because EWC, we love them from last year to 2024. PE Sports really grabbed that second place and then put themselves in the board on that Esports World Cup, but like Vietnam not showing up, there's still a lot more that they need to work on, and everyone needs to work on, because meta after meta, update after update, tournaments after tournaments, you will need to make those quick adjustments. Otherwise, you will just be left behind.
Oh yeah. And look at that. With the cameraman's doing a fantastic job. Just we keep discovering new Easter eggs at the venue every single time.
I love that part though, the one that was last shown. I think that was the drop spot. So you throw your character or a toy with a parachute, and you will need to go in and land in a safe spot. But let's see though. I guess this is where the draft begins. And Brave United, I believe they will be the first one to take a ban, and they take out a 1-2-4. So no thrill of battle at this point. Question is, what will be the response? Ignis has been taken out. So they're not really removing the damage of Ignis. It's that potential of blocking the visuals as well as the damage that the Ignis has brought in, that they are taking out at this point.
Oh yeah. And I think, you know, even previously when Ignis was in play, just being able to deny vision was a big thing, you know, for all of these players, right? It's a big boon to be able to just deny information from the enemy team. It's definitely a ban that I wouldn't expect, but this also opens up a lot of the other possibilities for, you know, in terms of the draft itself. We see the Cassie, Zane, and talking about Dakota, Oscar, or Kazu. We have that Iris. We see the Homer now as well. It's going to be a Iris for RRQ Kazu.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, we are seeing Iris on an RRQ Kazu plus a Clue plus a Coda. I mean, they just want to take advantage of all those information that they have, because I guess it's the trust on their accuracy that they have right here. But for side of Brave United, do have a Zane, and if I'm not mistaken, Zane will be grabbed by Wasana, and then Santino would be with Moshi, or probably Tatsuya would be the ones for Wasana. But it's questionable though. I think Zane would be best for Wasana. Tatsuya would be for Jonah, and then Get High would take that Cassie. I guess I got it right.
Yep, it's a lot of sense. This is such an RQ draft, you know, such an RQ pick. Very tactical, very, you know, very information driven. You know, some things don't change, and again, what was once a powerhouse squad led by the great Legolas, you know, the fundamentals are still ingrained in them. Very focused on getting adequate information before they go in for the kill, and it's something that we've seen time and time again, you know, from RQ Kazu. Though I think the difference that they have right now compared to EWC was the Kiba, I believe, was with RQ, and now we got 18 Deer coming in.
Yeah, I mean, 18 Deer, like dubbed as a clutch kid in the previous Esports World Cup, really didn't clutch that much though in 2025, but we know the potential of this guy. Thus, he is using that Oscar, and if I'm not mistaken, if it's not the Oscar, well, they have potential to, they could have taken Tatsuya, so I guess they just want to add that element of a pushback so that he can get those shots in. So Tatsuya, Jonah, not quite sure what it is that he's aiming for. I'm not sure this is for a rush build, but I guess it's more of to make sure that he has that support power to rush in and help his teammates, because he, like, Jonah is that guy who's not just a bomber, but he can also go for a rush. He can be a support. He can also snipe. So he's an all-around guy.
Yeah. Was some final words exchange between the coaching staffs. Again, gotta make sure that everything is going according to plan. Nothing, no tech issues. Nothing. Gotta make sure that the players are able to perform the most optimal condition. Okay, so we're heading down to dinner time, I believe, in Thailand. For this dinner time for some of us already. So I got my snacks ready. I'm ready to go on all night. I got 2 cookies. I got a coffee. I got more food coming up. Get a bucket of popcorn or something. Whew.
Yeah, I mean that really fills you up. Right now, I'm going fasting. I'm going fasting at this point. I did have lunch and a couple of cups of coffee, but yeah, I mean probably after the game, if I feel hungry and hungry for more, probably grab a meal, but not, I'll just jump into the game. And that's how I end my day, to be honest. I jump into the game until until I feel sleepy or until I lose a lot of games. And then I go to sleep. Which makes it difficult for the latter, because it's difficult to sleep if you lost a lot of games.
Oh yeah, I mean it is normal, right? Like you eat, like you always roll the dice between, do I want to go one more because I can't end on a loss, or do I just take the loss, be sad, and go to bed? There's no winning, right? It only ends when you win.
Yeah, definitely. And there you go, D-Long as well as the coach from RQ. Sorry, I forgot the name, but they are set. They are set right now, and this is a preview of what's going to happen into next season of Southeast Asia Clash Quad. And Purium United right now, home ground advantage. They have reputation. They have the energy coming from the crowd. And RQ, we know that there's a little bit of pressure. There's still a lot of disappointment, especially coming from Esports World Cup, but hopefully it doesn't carry over right here. It's a different day, a different venue, a different tournament overall, and all they have to do is just be the mastermind and put their minds to the game.
Yeah, I mean they did they kind of were the first few teams that pioneered the whole run at your face meta. It's all about running at your face and then just outplaying you, and just they skill check you basically. There's one boss that doesn't beat you because the boss has fancy tricks. It's just because he hits you harder. That's pretty much it. Gone are the times of that. Now everyone is almost at the same level. Everyone is a lot more tactical in their approach, and RQ is the best example of that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they study the opponent, find out their weaknesses, find out their strengths, like actually both strengths and weaknesses, and then work on that. That might not work all the time, but at least the ideation is there, and they can just tweak it and improve it overall. And it is showing up right now, especially on EWC. So that is one thing that we will give props to RQ Kazu. For Purium United Esports, this is just something else. They might have slowed down. Oh, I love this. Sorry to cut off the trail of thought, but if I would have a chance to take my picture there, I would just do that. Not just a picture, a video of the emote as well, and then just post it in social media.
Yeah, that's gonna end up being your in-game banner. That's the new profile pic.
Sir.
Yeah, looks insanely cool.
Whoever thought of that part is a genius. I'm just surprised. Probably it's because the game is about to start. That's why no one is taking that spot, that part of the area. But once a break comes in, I'm pretty sure they will be lining up, taking their pictures when they're just taking the opportunity to be in game, literally.
Yeah.
Or in game IRL, if that makes sense.
Yes. We're using modern terms now. Yes, you have to lock in.
Old guy using modern terms.
Yes.
That is something else.
There was this clip. There was this video where this I think content creator, where he basically went to a college to give a speech, right, about language.
Oh yeah.
Right, have you watched that? I think it was
Yeah.
and then he was speaking in Gen G.
When Gen Alpha, Gen Alpha, I think.
Yeah, Gen Alpha terms the whole time. It was a great speech. I love it.
That was. I mean, I didn't understand most of it, but
without the subtitles, no.
Oh, didn't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read the subtitles, but like just listening to it, I didn't understand most of it. But what I was amazed of is someone like that being able to adjust, and he's a linguist, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's a linguist.
He's a linguist. So it's not just linguist in terms of region, country, whatever. Generation linguist. That's something else. That's something that really blows my mind.
I'm on top of that. I'm also impressed at how all the Gen Alpha students understood every single word. That's how you know there's a generational gap. You know, like language has evolved.
We're millennial. No, you're.
I am. No. Here's the thing. I've checked. I've Googled this plenty of times. I've had talks with friends and I'm trying to exclude myself from the Gen Z conversation. You know, like I don't want to be in that group. But according to my birth year, I think I fall under Gen Z. Like I'm right at the edge.
All right.
Yeah.
I understand because I fall under millennials, but I consider myself a Gen X.
Yeah, right. So we're right on the edge. Like I refuse to accept that I'm a Gen Z. Like I there's too much differences. You know, like I don't subscribe to a lot of the what do you call it? The brain rot, you know, or the ridiculousness that they have. I just happen to be born in an unfortunate year. But also it was the bridge between generations, right? 1997, the 1990s. We get to witness, you know, floppy disk and all, and then the big visor on your monitor before we transition to all the LEDs and, you know, pen drives and so right in the middle of a generational evolutioning in technology and society.
So what was the floppy disk that you?
The one that I've
size
seen.
There.
I don't remember the size, but you know, like those square.
The small ones, right? The smaller ones,
yes,
right?
Yes, like black.
I got to the point where the bigger ones, like the thin, bigger ones. So that's like, I'm 80s. I'm an 80s guy.
We used to burn CDs, you know, like just that together. All right, here we go. Time to head into game 1 of match number 2. And the best of 3 Kalahari is where we start. Council Hall. Here we go. Between RQ Kazu and BRU.
Well, let's see though, I mean, as we can see, it's quite even in terms of rotation, but Osana and Get High already getting into the thick of things, trying to go against 18 Deer as well as Abai, but no, it's beneath them though. So potential that Ma'al can be caught off guard, and it is them who will be chased right now. 18 Deer isolated from everyone else, and there goes the takedown by Jonah with that triple shuriken. And that's what I'm talking about.
Wow.
The heartbeat monitor right now, and you can see Brim United peak in terms of heartbeat. They are just hungry for those kills.
We ask and we receive. It's an ace, Jonah, with an opener. And I just gotta say, I saw Abai's heart rate drop to 0 for a split second. He didn't just flatline on stage, did he? Oh, thank goodness. Probably a glitch.
I think
a glitch in the interface.
I think that was a little bit of glitch, though. If it goes
like,
to
wow,
0, so no need to worry.
It's like, wow, Jonah takes him out and he drops to 0. I'm like, hold on, what happened? I didn't know it goes that deep.
Glitch.
It's a glitch.
But no, I mean, imagine 100 plus on a heartbeat in BPM. It's something else. Something to be worried about if you're a normal person, but not pros like this, because it's like they're eating up all their calories just by thinking.
Yeah,
they're pumping up all those adrenaline right now. Thus, they keep energized and their minds in hyperdrive.
Yeah, well, Moshi at a constant 0 finally, you know, springs into life. With that knock at the 18 there, Abai is out. Oh my goodness, BRU just steamrolling through RQ right now.
Double kill.
It up. So far, it has been flawless from BRU.
Yeah, I mean, as expected, BRU really has the firepower as well as the mechanical skills to bring in those fast engagement. And this is what you need in Clash Squad. Rotation-wise, Wasana and Get High connected with that basic therapy. They just swoop in, find the middle spot, find a way to isolate one or two players, and they just bring it on. Especially with Zane being brought in by Wasana, he will not go down that easily. Well, let's see what the response is RRQ right now. They are down 2 points.
The Divine Tree as well, the drop. See it on the map, indicated. Wasana, 6 assists, trying to look for his first one, the electrotherapy with the support. Wasana just taking no prisoners right now. Finally gets knocked down. Ma'al with the trade back. Finally some response from RQ Kazu. We were wondering if they were able to formulate something. They trade a buy for Wasana. 18 there ends up losing enough to Get High. Survive with several felt electrotherapy connecting to Jonah, and Jonah gets knocked down by Deuce from afar. RQ Kazu now finally finding some answers.
Yeah, I mean, finding some answers and finding all those higher fire rate and damage
Double
from
kill.
the AC-80. Now, it's a 1v2 situation right now, Ma'al and Dutz. And let's see if Dutz can nade his way. Doesn't have a nade, though. But shoot his way into Moshi. And Moshi only has a Kingfisher. So it does work up close and personal. But with Ma'al on VSK, like one shot can bring him down.
Well, we see Moshi make magic before. That's how they won 2022 in Bangkok. So you cannot forget that when Moshi did a 1v3, I think.
1v3, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Ice grenade out. Do it. Instantly takes contact. That's the impact. 22 damage. As long as RQ doubles up, they can win this. For sure, Moshi. No chance. Good pincer attack from RQ. Brings themselves to first round in this full gun round. Usually this is where you kind of stabilize yourself. You lose 0-2, you win round 3, and suddenly you're back in a comfortable position. RQ was able to preserve 2 of their big guns.
Yeah, 2 of their big guns and 2 AWM as well being brought in. I think Dutz also have an AWM on him, if I'm not mistaken, or probably he just tossed it onto Ma'al after grabbing it from Moshi. But Get High and the rest, they are down to Mini Uzis and Desert Eagles, and they will need to keep distance. Wasana, though, up close and personal, Mini Uzi on him together with Get High, and there's no target in play. Ma'al's already in a huge distance between them, and Abai is just waiting for that opening. He can be the bait, though, as 18 Deer can shut them down, but there goes the shots onto Dutz. Not so much of damage, especially with that range, with that distance, but RRQ right now on the push, and Get High might be in trouble.
Oh, good glue wall to block that shot. If Mao connected that, that would have been disastrous. Jonah holding a Deagle in your hand, but up against the Mini Uzi, there's no chance unless Jonah lands a headshot. Wasana also Deagle in hand. Here comes the fire, and they actually double out onto Abai. Who ends up getting split up from his team. Not really sure what the call was from RQ, but a fatal mistake that is salvaged by Duz, and then King there with the Mini Uzi takes out Jonah. A quick recovery from RQ Kazu. 2 members down on the ground from BRU, but unfortunately, no confirmation. Get High now gets to recover and retrieve the rest of his teammates. Duz left alone, and this round has gone out of control for RQ.
Yeah, I mean, that debuff picked up not even a second, and you will be up. Now, let's see if Dutz can still fire against Moshi and Jonah, because Get High is already out. So it is a 1v3 situation. Wasana is still alive, but not really making so much of damage. Let's see if they'll be able to flank against him, or I guess they could just wait. They could just wait and see what they have to do at this point. But there you have it. Dutz right now managed to go for the confirmation. He's just waiting around and using that jutsu as well to heal him up. So he's still safe. He have the second floor. He can take advantage of his elevation to get in all those shots, and Jonah would be the next target. AC-80 in hand. Greater fire rate as well as damage because of that update. But Moshi, the guy who can potentially take him down, will only have a Deagle in hand, but it would be a good call for them. He's the only one who can have, or who has that accuracy to really take him out. So Akatsuki Burim United already have 3 points against RRQ Kazu Hidden Leaf Village. Now, what would be the response, though, of this point? Because it would be tough. In terms of economy, they don't have that much, and Kalahari is a map where you need a long range or middle range to long range weapon. And I guess this is something that they need to work on right now because Borneo United is taking it all.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's RQ? They do have some of the guns. BSS in hand is one of it. Ma'al needs to absorb the pressure. Straight over to 18. A buy ends up going down.
First blood.
Another poor opening for RQ Kazu. None of their own doing. It's BRU really just embodying the whole identity that they introduced to us in the olden days. Just running their opponents, outfight them, and now gun them. Wasana with M1887 on the 18 tier. Ma'al gets found
Double
out.
kill.
And this is just precision in terms of breaking RRQ apart. This is a guarantee round 4 for sure.
Yeah, I mean, guarantees it. Dutch right now left once again. And this time, it's not against 3 players. It's against a full squad of Borneo United. Then he did manage to get a few points earlier, but didn't manage to get that win into the round. And that shot will be final information that they need to get the position of Dutch. And there you have it. With that shuriken hit, Moshi gets that point, and that will give him 5. The same goes with Get High.
So we hit to Refinery. This is supposed to be RQ's stronghold, but in the Battle Royale sense, sure. In this case, if you hear in the faint background, I believe that's the Akatsuki theme song. Very apt timing with how BRU are representing the organization. Up 4-1. I truly believe in a alternate universe. If both the Hidden Leaf Village and Akatsuki fought at the same force, Akatsuki probably would have won for sure. Let's see though.
Let's see if that is the story that can be reversed at this point. Barjutsu Get High right now, up close and personal. Max 7 for both. 18 deer in the buy has nothing to do for Get High, and they managed to go in for the takedown. Pickup needs to be done on Dutch though, but he is in a good space to be picked up right now. But on the other side, Wasana managed to take down a buy, and it's now a 3v3, but Dutch still needs to recover.
Yeah, that's the explosive charm takedown. That glue wall melter prevents any sort of a glue wall being placed up there, so it narrows down the angle that BRU needs to watch out for. As they slowly work around in Ma'al, what a shot to intercept Jonah as he makes that rotation. Ends up isolating Wasana. Moshi also playing very far away, and this is what BRU is very used to. Playing 1-for-1 for their own Moshi. Getting spotted out once, trying to jump spot Ma'al, but not really the smartest choice with the limited help he has. And with Wasana getting found out, Moshi left again in his own devices. Will have time to heal back up, but 1v3 unless he repeats his Bangkok performance 3 years ago, is going to be pretty tough. Santino Decoy sent out wins against Dutch, but now has no health to work with. Just a gust of the wind is going to be enough. This shot has to be perfect from Moshi, and it's just not possible.
It is not possible right there. 100 plus, 115 and heart rate. Pressure is on him, but I don't think they're phased that much. They're still in the lead by 2 points. And let's see if this is something that can calm down RQ Kazu right now. Again, they are in Kalahari. They have a good potential of winning this game, especially as they are, I would say, great in Battle Royale. But with this win that they just have right now, it gives them all those economy to get all those snipes. And you are seeing 2 AC-80 from Abe as well as Dutch, as well as AWM and VSK combination from Ma'al. And then 18 deer with an M1887. That is, I would say, perfect combination for the scene.
That's a high roller buy for sure. And it has to work out. If not, they're going to go into match point without much to work with. Hit the fireball jutsu, chip damage onto Wasana and Get High. It's going to force out a very early medkit, at least for Wasana, so he only has 1 left. And Dude's trying to get reconnaissance on top of the mammoth skeleton. On the spine he goes. Get High actually, Moshi actually tucked in the corner. I think Abai is very aware of that.
I mean, stuff though. What Moshi's position is, he will be able to get those shots, but getting away if in case someone rushes against him, against him, that will be tough. And the blue is also close to him. So if he ends up jumping out, it's just 18 Deer will be waiting him out. It's a good thing that Jonah is quite close, but AC80 on him, not very good in the CQC area. And there you go. Moshi is the first one who goes down because of his position as well as the weapon that RRQ has in play.
Yeah, by with the aggression. Wasana getting punished. 18 Deer, just an easy shot to the chest with the deagle. Never really cooled down. Very easily done by RRQ Kazu. It should be a done deal. Jonah really doesn't stand any chance. So the buy works out. And RRQ, they keep all those weapons. Heading into round 8, we're looking at a potential equalizer for sure.
Not much that Jonah can do at this point. There goes the rush. And everything that they have to do right now is just put Jonah on to his knees, and they can get that point. Now, we are down to Santa Catarina, and it's only 1 point difference between them. Now, I love that we still have 3 snipers from RRQ, because this is where you want it. That opening that Burem United has right now in terms of their position gives them like less chance to survive, especially when RRQ gets position on those snipes. So they can just move to the left, get close to the ship as much as possible, and then move to the 2nd or 3rd floor. But they're on the other side, so 2nd floor, and then just deal with them in a CQC.
BRU instantly taking control of the wreckage too. It's all about taking the space, but it does put themselves at risk, right? You're beelining towards these points of interest. Wasana thankfully didn't need to use any medkits thanks to the electrotherapy. But keeping track of where RQ movements are is going to be pivotal, and they were able to find good. With that first blood, now it's going to be looking to be translated. Sadly, Jonah goes down, so no translation comes through just yet. Wasana around the corner, force the heal back up, so Jonah gets sacrificed. Not really much return that BRU could have gotten from that. In fact, RRQ now gains more control with Ma'ao on that high ground.
Yeah, I mean, Ma'al is prime position. Elevation could have been, can be taken by Moshi, but Abe is trying to stop them from doing so. And then 18 Deer up close and personal, like he does have an M1887 as well as an like AC80 on him, so just secure that for Dutz later on. So they are just taking 2 steps ahead if in case they win, but also take advantage of their position just to make sure that they don't lose out.
I haven't seen a flying Raijin Jutsu so far. Was wondering if you see the application that you pointed out early on during the pre-show, which would be interesting. Get high getting shot. Santino decoy throw now, and that was pretty obvious. Moshi takes it and actually runs down Ma'ao. So a surprise attack from Moshi. Still needs to win a 1v2 though. 3rd time in this ground, and he's put in a clutch situation and just could not do it. Good attempt, but valiant.
Valiant effort right now, and it leads RRQ to tie it up. Now, both of them are 1 point close to match point, 2 point close to closing this round. But there's not much of pressure because despite of economy, they're already late in the game that they will have as much to be able to get those weaponry in, but not so much in utilities. So question though is even RRQ saving up like nades, ice grenades is not being pulled in. So I guess they don't want to risk it. They want to have some extra just in case they don't win out this fight. But Dutch with a follow-up onto that fire jutsu goes in for knockdown against Wasana, but a quick pickup has been done and responded and taken down a Bay.
And 18 did do is able to convert that out of 1 fireball jutsu from Abai. Holy cow, RRQ Kazu. 3 rounds in a row. And 1 round away from closing out Kalahari. What a turn of events.
Oh, definitely. I mean, RRQ has taken the clutch kid and he is clutching it once again. This is what 18 Deer has to offer in this game. In spite of all the pressure, he is still on fire. Given the right weaponry, and M1887X is something that he uses so well. He's even the one of the most calmer, but not as calm as Dudes though, in terms of heartbeat.
Ma'al rocking 16 assists in 10 rounds. This guy is something else. Back to Santa Catarina. BRU's approach last round was to take the inside. Abai. Oh my goodness. He sees Moshi. Gets the drop onto him. Moshi able to wall himself back off. Santino decoy. Abai has to make a choice. Moshi trying to outplay him. Actually was able to duck away. Abai forced to take a fall. But still, they end up taking Jonah out. Wasana in danger. 18 here is the trade. All things considered, BRU able to scrape by, but Wasana getting knocked down by Abai. He is still on the chase. Abai is relentless. Moshi takes the decoy and puts himself in a very precarious position.
Oh, that start from that flank really pops off for RRQ, and Dakota has been popped off. Toots has idea where Get High is, but he's recovering. He's not in the field of range right now. And Abai is just going in for a chase. It is him who uses that Mag 7 to take Get High down. Only Moshi remains though, but it's tough because you will be taken down that quickly if you're in range of the sights of Moshi, the snipers. It's a 1v2 situation. As long as he has this elevation, he will be able to go for that elimination.
And in this information, he has no idea what Abai is. Probably Dude's last seen down the wreckage on the other side, but Abai is going to try and creep out onto Moshi again. Look at that. He is crossed out. Abai is going to make contact. Moshi caught off guard again. And RRQ Kazu takes the first match 6-4.
Yeah, similar to what we've seen earlier. I mean, a good start, but a finisher will be taken by the opponent. And RRQ really is becoming a mastermind at this point. They study their opponent positioning as well as what Brim United is going to take in certain situation. Turns it around and use it against them, especially that final moment in Santa Catarina. That, like, Moshi's position being spotted as early triggered that final moment, triggered their win overall.
BRU, it's not often we see this, but they were definitely left scratching their heads after round 5. Around 5 or 6, because it definitely felt like a lot of things were not in their control, right? Like that fireball jutsu in round 9 where they caught BRU off guard, and RRQ just making smarter calls that BRU were not prepared for.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we call them mastermind. They only need a few rounds of adjustment, and then they make those adjustment work, steamroll. And when we call, you did mention about how smart you have to be in terms of economy. That's what they did. After that first win that they have in, what is it, round 5, round 6, they just managed to use that to their advantage. Doesn't risk so much in using up like all of it in throwables and utilities. They are just making sure that they have what it takes if in case they lose a round, but they didn't, and they managed to grab 1 point in the series.
Yeah, putting RRQ in a very comfortable position as we are heading into Bermuda next, and that is also a map that both teams are very familiar with, right? In the Battle Royale sense, they both were in the top 4 of top scorers, at least in EWC, of course, with BRU being in front. But this CQC, it hasn't turned out the way that BRU wanted it to. They get out to a strong start, they were making a fool out of RRQ Kazu, but once those big guns comes out, once RRQ starts making adjustments, suddenly you see the script being flipped around. BRU left wondering, how do we deal with RRQ? Especially Ma'al, who clocked in, almost 20 assists by the end of the first match.
Yeah, I mean, damage overall, I think he will be the MVP of that game. But let's not take it away from 18 Deer. The clutch that he did there saved them a lot. Like it could have been extended a little bit more, because Brim United is already making that approach, making that rotation to ensure that they can secure one more round and save up on economy. But now It is just 18 deer who managed to clear it out in, was it shrines, or what is it, that area of the map in shrines. But either way, both teams has great potential, but only RRQ is showing up a little bit stronger in that round.
Yeah, and they definitely have shown that promise, right? Like again, this is a rivalry that spans seasons, years, and now I can understand why they try to take out one of the RRQ members on stage just now. Nice try from BRU, gotta somehow find the Achilles heels. But in the fair game, RRQ continues to dominate over BRU.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing that we are seeing right now. I'm not quite sure if this is, I don't know, pressure because of the fans. But again, we talk about this. Both these teams did mention generations. Well, I was thinking Naruto.
Yeah.
But let's head over and listen to RRQ's video intro.
Mungkin player yang kurang bagus di turnamen ini Wasana sih, karena di turnamen terakhir juga dia main jelek aja. Favorit karakter Naruto di Free Fire mungkin lebih ke Sasuke sih, karena keren gitu.
Favorit gue di karakter Naruto mungkin Naruto sih, soalnya dia dari ceritanya pun sedih dan bisa jadi yang terkuat.
Ya semua tim lah, karena ya bisa jadi kan semua tim ketemu semua, jadi kita pengen coba ketemu semua tim sih.
Lawan terberat mungkin Falcon ya, soalnya kemarin tuh dia waktu di Vietnam habis juara dan ya di pikiran gua dia lawan yang terberat.
Ya mungkin Buriram lah, karena ya kita pede aja sih lawan mereka. Ya kita nggak punya kelebihan, nggak punya kekuatan, tapi kita percaya pasti kita bisa menang.
Favorit gua di map kelas kuat Bermuda karena lebih hafal aja kompon-komponnya dan kayaknya lebih gampang sih.
สวัสดีครับผมมีอายุวัฒนาครับวันนี้ก็จะมาสอนวิธีการสปีดรัดยังไงให้เข้าถึงศัตรูได้อย่างรวดเร็วและแม่นยำครับก็ไปดูกันในเกมเลยครับตัวนี้ก็จะมาสอนอันนี้ครับวิ่งยังไงให้แบบในทีไม่โดนยิงง่ายๆแล้วแบบว่าดักยิงศัตรูได้ก่อนดาวหนึ่งครับทีผมก็แนะนำว่าให้เล่นแดดนะคือถ้าใครเป็นสายที่แบบยิงแบบคมๆหน่อยมันก็จะแบบได้ไหลเรื่อยๆตัวเดียวแล้วผมแนะนำว่าวิ่งเหลี่ยมขวาก็ผ่านตลอดนะครับหูยศัตรูวิ่งเหลี่ยมขวาเหมือนกันขวา4อุ้ยเปิดได้1โอ้นั่งอยู่หลังกล้อง4ตัวเอา1เอา2เอ้าโดนลัดเอาเฮ้ยปัดเจี๊ยบอะด่านเนี้ยแนะนำว่าขึ้นขวานะเพราะถ้าขึ้นซ้ายถ้าเราอยู่แรงสูงๆมันจะโดนสไนฝั่งตรงข้ามตัดได้นะครับฝั่งตรงข้ามเขาชอบมาอยู่ตรงเนี้ยตรงที่ผมมานะคนดูมาก่อนนะเขาชอบตัดตรงคอนเนี้ยถ้าขึ้นไปผมแนะนำว่าต้องปักไอบอลด้วยถ้าเราจะขึ้นไปยืนไอดับอ่ะต้องปักไอบอลตรงเนี้ยตรงบันไดที่ผมเล็งอยู่ปักติดไปเลยอ้าวเป็นซื้อปืนเฮ้ยทันอยู่มาดิเซอร์ลิเกิลมีมาขวานะมีมาขวานี่ได้เปรียบมากตัวก็มีเหมือนกันปุ่มไม่ติดนี่แดงดิแล้วตัดต่อเนื่องนี่แดงเอ้าไม่ได้คิวไม่แดงนะเราดูคนดูนี่แดงเรียบร้อยครับก็ลองไปใช้กันตามได้นะก็เหลี่ยมต่างๆอ่ะผมชอบเล่นเหลี่ยมประมาณนี้แหละเพราะว่ามันสามารถตัดศัตรูได้จริงๆเพราะพี่ใช้มาแล้วน้อง นี่แหละครับที่สปีดรัดเข้าถึงศัตรูได้อย่างรวดเร็วและมีประสิทธิภาพของผม เพื่อนๆสามารถนำไปปรับใช้ในการเล่นกันได้นะครับ ก็เจอกันใหม่ครั้งหน้าครับ บ๊ายบาย
There you have it from the wise words of BRU players themselves, and of course a showcase of even they have oopsie moments behind the scenes, but what matters is the task at hand. They're now currently behind in terms of the series score. They do need to win this to even have a chance to bring us to a game 3, and if not, then they are gonna join Movistar R7 in the 0-1 bracket. And maybe we'll get that matchup that we've been looking for. You know, Movistar R7 against BRU. You know, they smack talk the crews a little bit. Maybe BRU will feel the crews, and that would be a storyline in of its own.
Let's see though. Let's see. But there's one a weird part now, because Brem United Wasana just shown his tips and speed rush in Bermuda, and that would be the next map. If RRQ Kazu was watching that or has watched that video, then they would know the position that Wasana will be taking. So that is a huge risk though, but for those of you survivors out there watching, I definitely learned a lot. And that is one thing that I would want to try. But what surprises me for Wasana's gameplay, because he was moving so much and shooting so fast that I didn't expect him to just be using 2 thumbs in a game. I was expecting him like 4-finger claw gameplay, but no. I mean, these are pros and they're quick with their thumbs.
At least it proves that you don't need to play with the 4-finger grip all the time. I know I struggle with that. I don't know how. I don't have the finger flexibility, if that's even the thing. I've tried like 3-finger grip, but that's pretty much it. Like anything beyond 3 fingers, I just don't have the dexterity for it. So mad respect to all these pro players to be able to pull it off. But heading into Bermuda, both teams like it a lot. I think Bermuda a bit more than RRQ. So if anything, they should feel comfortable, especially when a lot of the areas that we're going to be playing on Bermuda are areas that BRU usually get respect from other teams in Battle Royale.
Oh, definitely. I mean, this is something that they would really be excited to see and play on. But we'll have to see, though, if Brem United has a plan to fight back. They did lose the first match in the series and in Kalahari. Probably it's because RRQ really does know that place. But in Bermuda, we are talking about like race to 6.
Yeah.
So 11 matches, and let me count real quick. I think we have 11 areas in the Bermuda map as well. So they can, like, if they want to stretch it all along to 11, we have all of those areas that they will be playing, from Shipyard, from Observatory, Katulistiwa, Bimasakti, Riverside at Nurek Dam, Peak, especially if it's on Peak, that will be the most favorable for Brem United, because that's their drop spot. They know the area like the back of their hands.
Yeah, it's not just Peak. Clock Tower also used to be their headquarters.
Oh yeah.
The stronghold. So yeah,
before the Malaysians got it.
Before the Malaysians got it, you know, before BRU decides it's just not worth it, and they headed the Peak, and even then it was a bit of a headache to deal with, right? Like once they got Peak, they never looked back, and teams have tried. Like Movistar R7 was one of the few teams that were like, well, they take Peak, let's take Peak, and then we know how that went. No one has ever wrestled Peak away from BRU.
Yeah, I mean that's tough though, because like if you have Brem United and Bermuda dropping in, I know we're talking about Battle Royale right now, but let's talk about this. If you have Brem United playing Bermuda, they're already in the center of the map, and all they have to do, and we know that they can play snipers. 3 of them can use a sniper, then 1 will just be waiting for a close range weapon. So that would be a lot of elimination, probably not in the beginning, but towards the end of the game. But let's head over to the maps, bans, and the active skill. Banned and pick Ignis, once again being banned by RRQ Kazu. And let's see though what Brem United will be banning at this point.
So we take the Ignis and the Oscar ban this time. So bit of a switch up, so no Oscar. Let's see, do they take the Cassie here? The BRU did take Cassie first pick, and then they have the Zane to follow up in second. The A124 gets let through for the first time. So RRQ Kazu, they instantly pick it up. This is a very RRQ pick.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, they don't want 18-0 to use that Oscar. So Sane, once again, it did work for Wasana at this point. So they will still be using that, and then as well as get high on that Cassie. The question is, what will be the response for RQ Kazu? Would it be different from earlier? Because they already have the A124. So what they would need right now is something that would help them rush towards the opponent. But no, they're using the Iris definitely for Maal. But what would be the other one? I'm hoping at Tatsuya, just to back up that A124 still information gameplay. So they don't want to let go of what's working for them.
So Zane Cassie once more. You can't. So they do still go for the clue. This last pick, it could. Santino, I guess. Yeah. So it's the same lineup, same loadout that we saw from Kalahari. They could go for Homer here if you're RQ Kazu. We've seen them do that. Steffi also left open, but I think Homer makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Homer would really help them. So it's a double stun and then information gameplay. They do have the potential in terms of damage with weapon, but not with the skill. So we have Clue. So it's a mix-up for Burem United. It's a mix of a combination of active skill, but let's see if that would work, because it didn't work earlier for the first map. Probably a map advantage would be what Burem United is looking forward to in this game.
If anything, in Bermuda, there's definitely some incentive to go fast. We've seen the areas that, you know, we've seen like what? This is the 5th Bermuda we've seen today already. So we did have 3 Bermudas early on. Actually, no, more than just 5. I think this is like 7th, 8th Bermuda. Either way, 8th Bermuda. Oh, so much Bermuda for one day. We're not even halfway there. But if anything, BRU, they should feel a lot more comfortable. Depending on the opening map though, the opening location. If we are starting off with Peak or Rimnam Village, then sure. But we're starting on the shipping rig, and it's different. Oh, Yuki joining the commentary desk.
Yeah. Let's see on how it's going to turn up for, because like for Burem United though, and in what they did, it was close. It was like they could make it work. There's just a few adjustments that RQ Kazu really did to isolate Moshi and Jonah from Get High and Wasana, because they know that Get High and Wasana is already rushing in front, making sure that they're in the middle. And with that, the hunger that Wasana has together with Get High, they anticipated it, and that threw or whatever they're doing to Moshi and Jonah through the tactics of Burem United off guard.
Even like for RQ Kazu, if they stick to the game plan, right? Again, high ground control has been so important. I mean, we say that between WAG and Movistar R7, but we also saw how RQ takes control of that, right? Being able to flush out like players like Moshi and Get High from those angles. It's just good understanding from Abai, especially, to take on the role of a rusher, but at the same time still able to identify these spots, these POIs that BRU wants to hold. Thai fans, of course, observing this with bated breath. They haven't had the best run in the previous 2 tournaments. Actually, even including preseason, it hasn't really been something that Thailand is extremely proud of. At least there's nothing to celebrate about. No trophies being taken home, and subpar finishes. This could be the turning point.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of assumptions as to why they don't want to show their tactics before any major tournament. But a major tournament did happen, which is Esports World Cup, and they did well in knockout stage, but like it's quite tough really to see them not perform that well as expected. So I don't know. Question remains is this like is this downfall or the slow downfall of Borneo United because of the other teams really ramping it up, or like they have something in plan, probably not for tournaments before the global finals, so that they can just show up and bring home that trophy.
Yes, 40K on the line again. But some of these guys are already millionaires in their own right. There's never enough money, never enough prize pool. It's pretty much a lot of opportunities. The season just entered its second leg. It's getting heated up as the Red Moon activates once more. We are going to be transported into the realm of Bermuda, back to the origins of Free Fire. And RRQ Kazu up 1 point in the series. One more win and they will be off to the 1-0 bracket and fight for the playoff spot later on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is happening today as well. For those of you wondering, the 1-0 series will be happening after all the round ones has been done. But we are going to start right now. Borneo United against RRQ. Maal already in the flank, but Jonah will be spotted out and will be receiving a few of those skills. And I guess that threw off their tactics. Wasan is a little bit too close though. But with that, they have received that homer. Now Abe will be rushing in, but that side will be taken by Wasana as quickly as that. So you don't want to get close to Wasana. 2 hits, 2 slashes, and you're down.
That's why we say the zone control is so good, right? Being able to stop Jonah from taking ground, but still, with Abai getting knocked down, this is going to be a good start for the side of BRU. Once more, explosive started round 1.
Yeah, I mean, explosive start. But this is something that they need to be worried about, because it's just RRQ studying their approach and are seeing Wasana putting in that Shira as well. So damage delivered as a passive skill, and this is just something that they can be used to mark and find out where the opponent is if you get hit from afar. So the intel is also being shared for the rest of the teams. So this might be an advantage to add up to the information gameplay or to counter the information gameplay that RRQ Kazo has in their active skill.
Start is how you finish. BRU, they got out to a strong start just like match number 1. Seeing if they can extend that lead. They did start out with a 2-0 earlier on. Pasana making contact again. But regardless yet, Moshi finding good instant trade back, get high, bleeding out. Good conversion, Moshi on the 18 here. RRQ Kazu not doing too well, but clean up.
Triple kill.
Moshi with a 3-piece and BRU up 2-0.
Yeah, I mean 2-0 and Moshi is already in a roll together with Wasana, and this is what we want to see. Both Moshi and Wasana just popping off, but I love that both teams are utilizing those part, the bridge part of this dam, and not just that close quarter area of the compound. But as we get into a different part of the map, this is a good opening for RRQ, especially if they have a long-range weapon. But with that loss, though, with 2 losses already, they might not have that much, but Maal does have that BSK.
See, again, Pandemonium ensues. Wasana takes initial contact and wins that one out. It was very easy. 18 Gear now needs help. Backup is there. 18 Gear living on borrowed time. Does with the backup. Takes out Wasana. Need confirmation, though. 18 Gear needs time to get himself back up. He's gonna buy time for Jude, but unfortunately Jonah smells that out, and again this time adjustments made well by BRU, and they clean up the remnants of RRQ. Maal left to pick up the pieces. Most likely a 3-0 for BRU to start it off.
And that's so much of pieces to pick up, though. He's the only one remaining at this point, and there it goes, a drop shot plus an MP5 takedown from Jonah. So it's a 3-0 right now. And Borneo United just wants to end this quickly. They don't want to give any opening for RRQ Kazu to go for a comeback, similar to what we've seen earlier. But we'll have to see, though, because we know RRQ, they might try something different. But It only will be triggered if they win a match. Otherwise, Burim United can just go for a 6-0. Then they just have to wait for the final round.
Oh, absolutely. Now they've got a substantial lead for themselves. Of course, if you don't want to let this go, if you are BRU, they have let the ball drop a little bit previously. Up at this point, RQ struggling to find their footing, and BRU continues with the old ways of aggression, and this time a bit more refined and polished throughout. Jonah making sure that he takes out space, instantly diverts his attention to 18 Deer. In fact, they're a lot more precise in identifying the positions of the RQ players. Get High and Moshi both find one piece, and that should be good enough for Get High to convert it into more. Given no space, no quarry to work with. Ma'ao once more left standing all alone as BRU looks for point number 4.
At point number 4, Moshido has been taken down by Ma'al and will be pushed with a mini Uzi. Not so much of challenge, especially at close range, and they understand that, knowing that Ma'al's the only one remaining. All they have to do is put so much pressure, and they can take them down. But as we look at Get High's replay right here, as well as the final moment, I mean, Get High going for a close range with the BSK is just something else. Both teams are, or Burim United is being proficient in all the weapons available, regardless of which role they are.
That's basically a definition of awakening the sleeping beast. We head to BRU's favorite spot. He's back down to OHQ, Clock Tower. Instant wall up on the second floor. Abai doesn't want to take any chances. Wasana with the explosive charm in hand. Fireball Jutsu again. Get High just takes frontal contact. 18 Years doesn't want to be there. They haven't covered the window just yet. 18 Years somehow finds a knockdown, but at the cost of the rest of RRQ. 5 in a row for BRU. They make it quick and easy.
Quick and easy indeed. They don't want to disappoint the fans who's watching real time. And it's quite tough though, especially with Get High. Mag 7 in hand, he can make those shots, and that was a headshot overall. So, like, despite of like the number of bullets that comes out for Mag 7, if you can make a headshot as quickly as that, you can save up and still follow it up if in case anyone tries to get close. But we are now getting into a potentially last round in this last game in this round, but Abai a little bit too fast and trying to do what BRU is doing to them. Amazing Deer will be following it, but there it goes. Black Flames, but there is Ma'al being taken down. 6-0 as quickly as that.
The round just started and it has already ended. Booyah for BRU. See Wasana on the cabin, it's like, what just happened? Did we just win? Was it really that easy from the get-go? Could have ended this half an hour ago, but BRU, what a recovery onto Bermuda. We said that both teams are proficient on this map, with BRU being the more dominant one, but 6-0 was definitely not on the cards.
Oh yeah, definitely. 6-0 not in the card. We were expecting, because they did say in the interview that they are also looking for Bermuda at this point. So it's tough. It's tough to see, but I guess it's what's needed for Burim United as well as the fans in the venue to have their hopes up. And it's not just like up, but they're talking about up in the skies because of what Burim United has done.
Yeah, and that is a big morale boost, right? You went from a round where a map where you could have won, or at least a map where you have a chance to win. You kind of get overwhelmed by your enemies. You come into the second map and you sweep them 6-0 in such a dominant fashion. When we head to Nextera, it will be the first time we see Nextera this evening, and that's going to throw everything out the window because neither teams are the best on Nextera. In fact, the stats pretty much average out on the same playing field. That makes it even more interesting. I believe Graph Labs is one of the locations we get, and you were just telling me the stories earlier on about the RGS on the entirety of BRU. Let's see if they are going to mess with that on Graph Labs.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that. Like RGS, you would be a jumping homing missile, like a jumping tank. I would say you're just jumping in, shooting at the target with RGS, and there's not much that you can do. Even a glue wall might not save you at that point. So I would love to see that, especially in Grab Labs, but I don't think the teams will be playing around, especially with what's at risk. Both of them has a round already, has a point already, and they just have to win another one next Terra, and they will be moving into the playoffs.
And I think when you look at the 1-0 pool right now, it's actually looking it doesn't look impossible to beat, right? I mean, it's WAG, it's not to take anything away from WAG. We came with this kind of agreeing that bracket feels slightly easier, at least for the first matchup. But when you look at this 6-0 score, oh my goodness. I mean, RQ only got 2 eliminations the entire match, the entire, game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Brim United doing Brim United things at this point. They didn't even get to peak at that point. So they just love Bermuda, and that is what they did. Yes, they had a few mishaps in terms of player being taken down, but they quickly turned it around, and they just showed up. They don't want to be taken down that easily. So 6-4 versus the 6-0. BRU looks like they're the strongest.
BRU form. They had 4 points.
They say never count BRU out until they are officially out. And this 6-0 score is going to give the fans plenty of confidence. Match MVP is going to be Moshi, 7 eliminations and almost a 3k total damage.
Yeah, I mean, 7 elimination might not be that high though, but we are talking about a player, a sniper at this point, who has limited openings, especially in Clash Quad, but still managed to get all those damage in. And they don't need that much though. They don't need that much. All they have to do is just end quickly. And the reason why it's not that high as well is because there was no recovery from RQ Kazu. So it's only 6 games that they had to play, and as well as, how much is that? 24 eliminations that they need to work with, divided amongst the 4 players of BRU.
This is not even close in this leaderboard, at least for this game. Clearly, Ma'al and I mean the rest of RQ got done dirty. If there was only a top 4 spot, we wouldn't even see Ma'al on the list. Again, dominance from BRU. I think there's really nothing much that can be said about match number 2. It's just BRU steamrolling through RQ with the same approach that they had in match 1, but a lot more refined and a lot more calculated in how they identify these pain points of RQ.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we'll have to see though if Nextera would be something quite balanced for them, because we did mention that map-wise, there is some advantages. Kalahari is favored for RQ, Bermuda is favored for Brim United, and Nextera, no one, well, it's not no one, but we don't have a clear view of who's going to dominate it in between these 2 teams. So there's huge potential that it can go either way, unless they know that this is a map that will be played in this tournament, so they will have prepared a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that's the fun of it, right? It's full of surprises. Can't wait for the day where we have all 6 maps in rotation for Clash Squad tournament. That would be fun. Right? Maybe the 4th map. This is throwing a curveball. Let's put Solara in. It's going to be pretty fun. I mean, again, this series comes to a 1-1 scoreline. We all wanted the game 3. It would be shocking if we don't have 3 games between these 2 big rivals. So we are going to give them some time to deliberate on how to play on Nextera, kind of think about the strategy moving forward, especially for RQ Kazu, who have always seemed to come so close, but never close enough. And standing in front of them, with BRU standing in front of them, it's not going to get any easier.
Yeah, I mean, it's not getting any easier at that point. But I mean, Nextera would be the next part. And one thing that both teams or RQ need to be worried about is if they end up whatever match, whatever round it is, in Museum, because that is the drop spot of Brim United, and they know it, they understand it. And even I don't want to go against any team in that map because of some moving parts that throw off that game. So I would love to see them really, I would say, try to play it out and beat Buram United in that specific area of the map in Nextera. There's also Intellect Center, we already pointed out, Grab Labs, Farmtopia, Zipway, Rusttown, Mudside, as well as Deca Square. So those are the potential areas that we are going to see a repeat. Yes, possibly, because we might be expecting the teams to bring it all to 11 rounds.
Oh yeah, I think
Go all the way again. This is kind of what we expected from both teams. I remember like there was this, what was this video talking smack about RQ, about them crying, you know, deep cut. Can't wait for that them to face off. But for now, we have something that we want you guys to enjoy. It's a quick video piece. So we'll be back in a bit.
เพื่อนแบบเหล่าอินฟูด้วยกันที่ทำช่องฟรีไฟด้วยกัน
แล้วเราอ่ะ
ก็รู้สึกดีครับ
แล้ววันนี้มาเชียร์ใครเป็นพิเศษ
ถ้าตามตรงๆก็ไทยนี่แหละ
คุณล่ะ
เชียร์สำรวยอเมริกาครับ
ไม่มาสอนรวยไม่มา
ก็เชียร์ทีมไทยทุกคนนั่นแหละครับ
อันนี้สวยนะ อันนี้มาหลายสีนะ
this is สี
is only สีแดง
สีแดง is red
red only red
okay
yeah อันนี้ purple yellow and blue
okay it's time for you to scan I think for Smin Kunai it's going to be very easy to recognize because it's only red
คนนี้ด้วยครับขอซีแคทเรียบร้อยครับ
okay
go let's go
I need to see the red kunai
yeah oh
okay the red kunai is there yeah the red is wait like is that him
this him
oh this is
oh
what is this kind of technology how can they do that so magic like it's technology but I feel it's so magic well we just witnessed two kunai from our two KLOs
show
them สวยมากขอบคุณนะคะ okay we'll catch up with you guys later bye bye
I love that, like, you get to draw your own kunai and you will see your kunai flying around just like that. I've seen that before in a science museum where my kids went for a field trip, but I didn't realize that it can be done in a place, in a show match, in a show just like this. So great idea though. A smart idea to really entertain the fans.
I remember when I first, started watching like the anime itself, Naruto, and I always wonder, like, are they real life ninjas, right? And if you go on Google and not ninjas that can use like ninjutsu and stuff, but people who are stealthy, right? And they have been, I think, studies or documentations of their existence that they are very light feet. You can you won't even trigger pressure plates or something. It's a skill. Evo's fans in the crowd. It's good to know. Evo's going to be taking center stage in just a little bit after this series. After we get done with this rivalry, and we'll have the Wonder Kid. He got quite a celebration, quite a welcome back to Indonesia. Party when they flew back 1 year ago. He was standing in the bleachers and making a promise to the rest of Indonesia that he's going to be on that main stage, and then he does it a year later, wins the whole thing, and gets celebrated as a hero. What a storyline this kid has. We're going to see Rasha soon. But for now, the order of business is Nextera between RRQ Kazu and BRU, and the mood has completely changed. RRQ Kazu now needs to lock in.
Yeah, I mean, they need to lock in. They really need to bring it on just to make sure that the first round will be secured onto the playoffs. But either way, I think both teams, and like, you know how it is in terms of brackets, right? You just need to get into the playoffs to have that chance. You to have that chance of a reset. So even if they lose one, it's just a longer road for them. And I don't think for either of these two teams, they will be taken out that quickly, unless they're like the same story happens that their opponent for the next round, if they loses, would have been that strong as well. And I'm talking about potentially Laos and Team Falcons. So if they end up on the same pairing on that 0-1, any of the teams but end up on that, then that would be trouble. But if it's not the case, either Bremen United or RQ Kazu, they go in for lower bracket or for the 0-1 run, I think they can still make it on the playoffs.
Then, speaking of fans, hold on, this is definitely not from not our Thai or Indonesian fans. Wow, we have definitely come a long way. Welcome. I'm glad that they are enjoying it. You know what? I can't wait for the day when we have Free Fire Max in Sri Lanka already, but I can't wait for the regions to be opened up again, just like we have, and then we include them back in the local circuit, and then we have all these fans gather, right? Like, we see them in the chat all the time, you know?
Yeah.
The Red Hawk supporters, the Hot Shot supporters, but it'd be so cool to get more of that down the road, especially at a LAN event. It's been quite a while since we have a crowd, at least for an official league. I know we had it for spring, for fall last year, even for global we had it in Brazil, and that was something that I don't think any venue could have beaten. The Brazil crowds are different.
It's quite different. I've been in Brazil, but not in a tournament. Not in a tournament, but I know for a fact the nature as well as the spirit, the energy coming from Brazilians are something else. And we've seen that as well, like global finals, even the players themselves, they jump into a different region and you can see the energy, you can see the panache coming from these players. I would say the wow factor that they have might not be all, because they are still some shy players, but they, like, in terms of talent development, they don't need that much. They already developed them before like probably jumping in the global scene. They have that energy, that confidence that they can bring to the table.
See how this draft is going to pan out. BRU again, I think, getting first dibs on the ban. So the shift made was that BRU banned the Ignis, but this time they switched it up. Santino ban.
So they banned Santino, and then Akasi will be taken out. So, yep, I guess they have been waiting for this moment, especially for RQ Kazu. They don't want Get High to give that support dominance for Wasana. But what pick though? I think Zane will be brought in. And then I think the response for RQ Kazu, especially for Dutz, is they are going to bring in Steffi, and Dutz will just be like utilizing all those. But no, Oscar will be used right now, and I guess this is Jonah? Jonah can use this.
Yeah, I think he can too. But if the Coda goes through, I think they probably would give in Coda as well. A124. Is the Coda gonna come through for RQ Kazu? No, they take the clue instead. This has to be like what, Coda Homer? Coda Sane? I think they're both good choices.
Yeah, Coda is Zane. Just take it away. Take that information away from RQ Kazu. Just to secure that. There you go, the Coda. Zane would follow, unless they want to bring in Iris for Moshi, and there you go, Iris for Moshi.
Takes away a lot from RQ Kazu. There's no angle for Steffi too. It's gonna be quite a headache for RQ Kazu. They could go for Homer. Zane doesn't feel too good because you don't have the Cassie to support you. Can't think of any better pick. There are teams that have gone Skylar Homer, but that's too much utility.
Yeah. Let's see though. I mean, they still have Zane, so they're taking it away. Or I don't think Bremen United will still take that. And a Chrono. So, all right. Let's see. They have Disabler and then defense for 2. Ignis will be put in play. So, not quite sure who's going to use that Ignis though. I think that will be Get High, because Cassie has been taken out for him, so he will just use that so that they can move a little bit quicker. And then Oscar will be used by Wasana so that he can like knock back the opponent. But for RQ Kazu, information, defense, disable, I think is more viable though.
Yeah, but this does help BRU a little bit. You have so much utility to really stop RQ Kazu. Right? Their main line of defense is hopefully the A124 stops the potential rush, but the chrono time turner is the most important thing, which could be nullified if the Iris spots you through the wall, the Coda pings you, Oscar runs you over. Not to mention now the Ignis creates another blind spot that BRU could play with in an already chaotic playstyle where BRU runs at you. They have so much setup to make it happen.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, there's potential for both of the picks right now. It's just how they are going to use it into the map. So we have their player Wasana will be using that Oscar. We have Jono, Dakota, Moshi, and Iris as expected. And because being taken out in the game is Cassie, so they have to bring in Ignis. But on the other side, Chrono, on that Chrono for 18 Deer, and then Abai with that Zane. Maal, definitely the sniper would need that clue, and Duts, the bomber, will be using that 8124. Their roles are switched. I'm quite sure if they are actual roles will be switched as well.
I could say I think it makes a lot of sense for what we're seeing on BRU's side. This Chrono, it feels like a one-off ticket, right? If that time turner doesn't get enough value, there's going to be such a big window for BRU to just capitalize on it. So for RQ Kazu, as much as I want to say that they should make the first move, they also don't have the best way of doing so. Their hands are pretty much tied right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's the timing of the skills that they'll be using right now. If say RQ Kazu like pulls out all those skills, there's a huge Ignis potential for a counter, and then the rest will just follow through. So that is like what I'm expecting from Buddhism to do. Just wait it out. RQ Kazu, I'm pretty sure Chrono doesn't have that, Time Turner doesn't have that rush for 18 Deer, but this have an exit strategy if in case he's stuck in the middle. And that is one of the problems that 18 Deer has encountered from the previous map. So they're just playing for that.
Let's head into game number 3. Nextera it is between RRQ Kazu and Buriram United Esports. Coming fresh off a dominating 6-0 victory onto Bermuda. Let's see if RRQ Kazu can reset the mental. We've seen them do it before in the Esports World Cup stage where they had a devastating loss and still were able to pull it together the following round. Albeit didn't end well, but they have the Metal Ignis Firewall being pulled out. So that whole ground is going to be isolated for now. Abai facing down the barrel of multiple BRU members. Needs to get out of there right now.
Oh, up close and personal, Wasana taking shots on Abai, plus that Ignis, but a triple shuriken will work for him. Get high right now. Denied of that Cassie, but still making work. And it is a 1-2 trade. The quick pickup can be done on Abai, and Get High will be taken down. This right now really being strong, especially with the 8-1-2-4, and it's left to Moshi and Wasana.
Yeah, Deuce to the rescue. Could not have found a better timing for that. We see that nade getting thrown out by Wasana. Trying to fish out Ma'ao, couldn't find it. Him and Moshi are separated. Because RQ making the smart choice, ganging up with Wasana. Moshi, from long range, finds 2. And now Moshi has definitely leveled the playing field a little bit. Catches Abai with the side, but
triple kill.
Abai cuts him down in time. Moshi could have made the difference there.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much that you can do. The damage that you can pull out with a a big shuriken is not that high compared to that site. And even if you take all those shots, you still will need to work with the movement. So site can hit despite of how quick you can go compared to the shuriken. So that was a no-brainer, I would say, for that final hit.
Pretty unfortunate there. Again, they were outnumbered from the start. BRU. They got a good opening, and RQ able to clutch it thanks to Dutz's intervention. Conveyor belt taking control by BRU. 18 Deer, opening snipe. Catching Jonah taking a joyride, and that didn't end well. 18 Deer getting confirmation of the second member of BRU, and Ma'al with the secure. It's gonna put RRQ in a more comfortable spot. Moshi even got spotted out. They see Wasana with the cross, and RRQ basically pinging out every single member of BRU at this point.
Now, by right now, Mini Uzi in hand might be able to take down one player with only a few HP. And Moshi right now, Kingfisher trying to fire at nothing. And he will be taken out. Get High, the only one remaining. But there's not so much that you can do with the Desert Eagle. And there goes the VSS takedown by 18 Deer himself. 2-0. As quickly as that. But I'm not quite sure, though, if it's done for Grim United that easily. But it looks like RRQ Kazu is just utilizing everything that they have, especially an 8-1-2-4 to their favor.
If they can get past round number 3, where BRU starts to get a better buy, that would be a great advantage for RRQ. Ideally, of course, you want to preserve all of your weapons. You know, get a 4-0 clean dub. But if possible, just winning out round 3 itself is going to be good enough for RRQ. Here comes the Ignis Wall. Turns out the entirety of the inside the clock tower. The explosive charm also on the wall, the container that we saw from Wasana. So that gives BRU control of all the space, but the thing is, do they know that Dutz is wrapping around? Because Moshi just got ambushed by Ma'al, able to duck away into a corner for now.
Yeah, not for sure what Dutz can do at that point. He will need to go in mid-range, but doesn't have an angle to work with. Moshi right now will be able to recover. Ma'al will fire back, and that prompted Moshi to pull away. And one thing that is working at this point for RRQ really is they are isolating players from Buddha United, but they backed away that easily, and Moshi, with almost being taken down, will still survive. Down goes 2 players of RRQ. No recovery. 18 Deer and Dutz will follow, and 18 Deer will be out. That gives 1 for Buddha United.
Ace for Wasana too. Single-handedly pulling out RRQ Kazu. So that came down to 18 Deer and Wasana. Wasana with the Mini Uzi was able to pull it out of the bag. Heavy damage to the economy. They needed that win by hook or by crook. Graph Labs, the Divine Tree airdrops too. It's gonna be Red Moon for this map, for this round. RRQ.
So I doubt
they still have a better economy this round. Still, they can win it out and extend it to a 3-1. It will still benefit them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it will be beneficial for them. It's a good, smart move as well to get those VSS, because you will need better accuracy in terms of the mid-long range. But it is not working for a buy as well as Dutz, because a Mini Uzi would be, as well as the Deagle, would be the weaponry for side of Buddha United, and they just saved up, but still they're playing it to their favor. Get High almost being taken down, and still back up is here, so Wasana can take shots alternately, and even the pinch, and RRQ will be out. It's now tied to 2.
See, Wasana even have the Ignis Firewall too, making life a bit harder. That 1v1 was not fair. He throws out the Firewall mid-air, and suddenly a buy loses track. For its final sequence, there's nothing much that can be done by RRQ. It's going to be a 2-2 score. The equalizer has been attained.
Yeah, not quite sure though. I mean, if Get High does have a Moko might be able to use that Ignis to really spot out the opponents, but I think it's just more of the cover that they can bring in to themselves to move into a certain direction, and that is what they're doing right now. Abai feeling the burn, and there goes Wasana with the Mini Uzi. Even the Time Turner will not save them. Oh! Almost saved them though, especially with A124 being triggered, but the buy needs to be picked up. Same well goes for Wasana and Get High, and Buddha United is looking at 3 games back to back to back.
That's not even close. Wow. Left to its own devices again. It has been the case, BRU. Yeah. Formula to taking out RRQ. You start with everyone else. Leave Mao alone. As long as Mao cannot have an impact, you can save him for last. So that's 3 rounds in a row for BRU as they run it back.
And stuff though, I mean, if Maal don't make any adjustments with, I know he can use other weapons, but if don't make adjustment in dealing with a close range, just switching it up in a close range battle, then it would be very troublesome, not only for Clash Squad, but even in Battle Royale. But there's a lot of factors that can change that. But Wasana already receiving a lot of damage early in the game. This might be a chance for RQ to fire it up. Jonah right now, accuracy plus damage with that Flam Mirage. Abai goes down, Dutz goes down as well. 18 Deer is now bleeding out, and Maal with only a few HP remaining. As quickly as that, they are going down.
And that's the same story, the same situation from the previous round. And this time even tougher for RRQ to swallow. Abai going for the rush, and Jonah cuts off the rest of the offense with a glue wall, forcing the isolation. And then this Ignis firewall comes out, completely smothers whatever attempt that RRQ wanted to make. That time turner ended up being in the detriment of RRQ. Instead of helping them out, Maal couldn't provide any support from where he was. Not even an advantageous position to begin with on that low ground. So the way they picked the fight and the way it turned out was bound to fail for RRQ. 4 rounds in a row for BRU.
Yeah, 4 rounds in a row. And this is not the first time that we are seeing this. They can bring it to a 6. Now, position-wise, Wasana is out in the open. Because of losing that Kazi, he's just going all alone, but Get High is still giving him that support. Now, Jonah will be stuck in here dealing with Abai and 18 Deer, and Jonah, only a few HP, but here comes Get High, Flam Mirage, plus that M1887, and 18 Deer is down. Jonah would be taken down as well, but there goes the rush from Wasana, plus that M590, and there goes 2 more for RRQ. Only 2 remains at this point.
Maal needs to get this shot, but Moshi is very aware of where the potential sniper of RRQ might be. He's going to send Wasana in to do some reconnaissance. Maal needs to know this. Playing outside the fence as well. Here comes the utility. Dutz gives the signal. Maal unfortunately cannot move. He has to be perched out there. And look at the diversion from BRU. They make a detour to take out Dutz instead. With the support of Moshi from long range, Dutz now feels the pinch, but it was able to still get rid of Get High. Moshi, what a snipe from the low ground to get rid of Maal.
What they did right there is they know that Maal would be on the other side, and that is what they want to deal with last. So focusing on Dutz would be great, and since information has been relayed where Maal is, Moshi can also just wait them out. So just pull out Maal as he supports Dutz because of the split that they've done, and they just finish one after the other.
Circle also not too friendly to RRQ too, making, kind of threatening them every now and then. With your back face again, this idea from RRQ, it's not really working out anymore.
All right, let's see though what would be working out for them. 18 Deer and Abai on the flank might be meeting up with Jonah, but pulls the glue wall, probably spotting Moshi on the other side. And there you go. Maal for a takedown. No help will be coming on Moshi's way. And 18 Deer and Abai will just be blocking off any approach being done by Jonah if in case they try to target Maal. So smart move from them, but the Dutz has been taken down as well for an equalizer. The only question is who's going down next?
From off screen too, you see the wall off on the stairs. Wasana going out, but he's going to commit that glue wall melter. Wants to really get some presence in. Blocks a couple of shots. He's fishing for members of RQ Kazu. Wasana deep in enemy territory. Still finds Maal. Clears him out from the high ground. Firewall onto the low ground. Abai being flushed out. 18 is going to be following, and there's nothing much left for RRQ Kazu. BRU runs it back 6 rounds in a row and proceeds to the 1-0 bracket.
Proceeds to the 1-0 bracket, and well, similar quite a similar story from what we've seen earlier. They just gave a head start to RRQ Kazu with 2 points. But, well, there you have it. Buram United proceeds to 1-0 bracket. That will be happening later on. The question is, who will be their opponent? Because we still have 2 series to go before we find out who will be stepping in there. And I'm pretty sure it will be shuffled as to who's going against who towards the final 2 series.
Oh yeah. Again, Buram has narrowed down the pool to just 3 other teams. Of course, they have WAG that's waiting for them. Because all hugs. You know, they gave out an incredibly hard time. But at the end of the day, they have been in this spot for God knows how many tournaments. Right? It's all smiles and sportsmanship. RRQ bested in this best of 3 by BRU, and I wouldn't pick a better team to lose to. Right? If it's BRU, I'll take the L gracefully. But RRQ have a lot of thinking that they need to do, because to make it to playoffs, they gotta win 2 best of 3s tomorrow, and it's not gonna be easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though, especially as who is in line. So depending on who will be going against them, let's take in the list. So first is R7, Movistar R7, and if you get a pick like Evos against Flux, or rather Evos against Fluxo, I think Evos would be potentially has a great potential of moving to 1-0. So Fluxo will be one of the challengers against RRQ Kazu, and this is a tougher call between Laos and Team Falcons, because Laos great in CQCs, but Team Falcons have accolade in being champions in Clash Squad. So either way, it would still be tough for anyone in that mix.
Yeah. And the fact that one of them is guaranteed to be in the 0-1 bracket after today is a scary thought for sure. But for RQ, when they get more time to think about it, right? The journey is longer, but at least there's time to prep. You know, they get to watch the remaining 2 best of 3s, and then we still have the winners bracket, and we still have a show match coming up. Plenty of actions still happening in Thailand. It's we're not even halfway through the day. So for those, if you feel like you're missing out, there's plenty more to come at Central World. Plenty of boosts. We've been fed a lot of the Easter eggs also with everything that has been set up and going on. So do drop by the venue to enjoy the festivity and celebrate with your favorite pro players and pro teams, KOLs, and Yunsu and Yuki. When they're off duty, they probably will be wandering around, so do look for them as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of fans out there. There's a lot. Not only teams that is playing right now, but we also got a glimpse of Sming earlier, or Saming earlier on that kunai drawing that they had. So again, it's not just those who are playing. Even the other teams in Thailand will be at the scene. So this is your chance, opportunity really to meet those fans. For those in the chat, for those watching on YouTube, well, you have us. You have us to keep you entertained, and hopefully you are entertained, because so much of a battle, so much of a greatness being shown right now, and we're just in round 1 of the Swiss stage.
Yeah, we're gonna be here all night, so don't worry if you guys want a history lesson. We have plenty of time to go through the biographies of all of these players. For now, again, it's the moment for BRU. We saw them got off to a slightly slower start. RRQ had the momentum, and then BRU clapped back 6 rounds straight, 6-0 on Bermuda, and then they made a 6-round comeback on Nextera. For now, let's talk to the winners. We are going to talk to them, but not now. It's gonna take a look at what they have shown us first. Overall, I think BRU has just shown phenomenal resilience and recovery.
I mean, this is one thing that I love, especially in the movement against Buram United, when RRQ is getting the win in Kalahari. But the moment that they got away from the map, favoring RRQ, it was just Buram United overall. So it's quite tough though, because we are expecting a huge fight coming from RRQ, especially in the final moment. But, well, it is what it is right now, and there's a few more of adjustment. You did mention a lot of thinking will be done by RRQ after this game, but in a bit we are going to hear the mindset as well from the interview that we have between Yuki and Yunsul together with Buriram United. So that's where we're going to see where like how they're treating this game, because despite of the prize pool, despite of the prestige, this is still a show match, Husky.
Yeah, it's still a show match, right? They're here for the funs and giggles. They're here to have a good time and just meet up with friends from other regions, right? I think it's not easy to put aside that rivalry when you are on the stage, but when they're off stage, you see it's just all smiles between the players. And even though one of them walks away defeated, they still know it's not end of the run. RRQ has made bigger comebacks than this, but again, the journey is going to be a bit longer for BRU. The journey just began. You still need one more win to make it to playoffs, but if anything, even winning this entire show match itself is going to restore some faith to the BRU fans.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they have been, I would say, slowing down in a lot of instances. But speaking of slowdown, we are going to go for a quick break. When we return, we are going to have another interview, or probably a next match up for you. So don't go away. We'll be right back.
Is going to bring it home. Only one remains.
The Free Fire Ninja Clash Squad tournament begins with a Swiss stage featuring 8 teams competing for 4 spots in the playoffs. In this stage, each team must secure 2 booyahs to qualify, but any team that loses 2 matches will be eliminated. All matches in the Swiss stage are played as a best-of-3 series. Day 1 kicks off with Round 1, where no teams from the same region will face each other. Teams that lose in Round 1 move to the elimination round on Day 2, where they will still have a chance to claim one of the last 2 spots in the playoffs if they can survive from this round. Once the Swiss stage ends, the 4 teams with 2 booyahs advance to the playoffs, which follow a single elimination format with best-of-3 series matches. The tournament concludes with a best-of-5 series at the grand final to determine the champion.
มากันอีกรอบแล้วค่ะหลังจากพักเบรกกันไปให้หายเหนื่อยนะคะสำหรับการเชียร์ตัวแทนจากประเทศไทยแล้วก็ทางอินโดนีเซียนั่นเองค่ะแต่ว่าต่อไปค่ะจะเป็นการแข่งขันกันอย่างที่บอกกันไประหว่าง Esports DY และทีม Fluxo ค่ะ
It was a very intense match between Buridam and RQ, and you know who won, right?
ใช่
Yeah, and now we are going to witness. I think this is my most favorite one. It's like
Why?
EVOS Divine versus Fluxo, because like
okay.
Fluxo, they are really strong in Brazil.
Yeah.
Before EVOS Divine, they were the champion of EWC 2025. So watching two kings play against each other makes me feel like I'm going to stay wide awake, because like the match is kind of long, so everyone must be kind of tired. But I believe that this match will rock you guys up.
โอเคค่ะทุกคนเพราะฉะนั้นนะคะขอเสียงต้อนรับนะคะ Esports DY แชมป์จากเกม Free Fire ในรายการ Esports World Cup ปี 2025 ค่ะ
Yep, and let's welcome the EVOS Divine, the champion from the Esports World Cup 2025.
และแน่นอนค่ะทุกคนคะขอเสียงต้อนรับเพื่อนๆจากบราซิลกันหน่อยและนี่คือทีม Fluxo รองแชมป์จากรายการ Free Fire World Series บราซิล 2025 ค่ะ
The runner-ups from the Free Fire World Series Brazil 2025, Team Fluxo!
เราจะให้คู่แข่งทั้ง2ทีมจับมือกันก่อนที่จะเข้าโพสิชันในการแข่งขันค่ะ
Alright, the waiting time is over. You guys come over, wide awake, shake each other's hands, and get prepared for your first match.
Look at that, look at that. ดูการจับมือเมื่อกี้นี่คือ energy มาแบบเอาแน่โดนแน่ไฟแน่เกมนี้จะต้องมันแบบสุดๆเลยค่ะ
Well, to be honest, like I think they really want to just like start open the game and then just jump into the game and play against with each other. But like from your guessing, who will be winning of this match?
Oh, it's hard because Indonesian team always be my favorite, but maybe this time I will cheer to Fluxo.
Okay, if you Fluxo, then I will be EVOS.
Okay, girls. So can't wait.
All right.
Let's get back to the shoutcaster.
Yep. Everyone, welcome to the shoutcasters.
ไปเลย
Thank you very much, Yunsul and Yuki. Well, Yuki cheering on Fluxo at this point, and Yunsul taking a safe route. She did mention that like they have been a great potential for EVOS to be able to win this game. But I would love to see what adjustment Fluxo has done, because like Bobs did mention, they are excited to be part of Clash Squad. They don't have this in their region, their country, so it might have been tough, but I'm pretty sure they have some training that has been done to prepare for this.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is, you know, when we know that Fluxo's mindset is very refined, very positive, right? Even when we see them take losses, and sure, losses, they do hurt. You look at EWC, they go into the last round and, you know, and realize they don't have a chance to win the whole thing. But even on the cameras, they saw smiles and giggles. They're ready to still give it their all. And I think that's the hallmark of a great team, a team that has won 2 world championships back to back with the same roster, well, almost the same roster. And Boss, being one of the greatest captains in the Brazilian league, continues to deliver, and hope he, manages expectations for the teams coming into this, facing off against the literal EWC champions. It's not going to be an easy Clash Squad series, but I'm looking forward to some potential upsets.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, upsets that we might have seen from the spring season Clash Squad, because we know, similar to what we've seen in RRQ, Russia has been keeping distance, especially in position, going in for a very long flank. And as a sniper, that is what you need. But distance between him and the rest of the teams are quite like that huge that there's no follow-up that can be done to help him. So hopefully that has been corrected already, just to make sure that they can win this fight against Fluxo. And it's tough as well. MT7 is their good sniper, so this is a good chance that we will see a battle between the snipers. Yes, the Wonder Kid is there, but MT7 is also bringing wonders in terms of that fight.
Yeah, and the one critique that I think Fluxo has been receiving, not just from the devs, but also I think for a lot of supporters, was the way that they play Battle Royale, right? Very slow and calculated. But now when we throw them into Clash Squad, you're forced to fight, you're forced to go fast. I wonder how that's going to turn out for Fluxo, because I think this is a very uncomfortable environment for them. When they play loosely, when they play freely, we know that they can fight. We saw that at the closing rounds of EWC. But what happens when they're constantly thrust into that position? Like that, I think this is where we get to see and discover alongside Fluxo if this is going to be something that they themselves have not realized within them.
Yeah, exactly. That is something that they will really have to work with, and I'm pretty sure they know that. They understand that that's what they need. That's their weakness in terms of Clash Squad, and we've seen them from first time I saw them doing those drills before a match. I'm pretty sure they have something planned. They are confident that they can bring it on right now, but the confidence is just one part. It's more of how can you make those adjustments, because yes, they can play it slow, especially with what I pointed out and what Russia has been doing in Clash Squad, but they need to also switch it up to a quick pace if needed. Not just for this game, but if they get into the playoffs or probably the 1-0 matches, because we've seen how some teams move quickly. Budapest United is one. Another is Laos. They are very good in CQCs, and Team Falcons, if in case they are in that part. So WAG, though, we've seen some similarities between them and Fluxo. So I guess that's even for them, but for the other teams, that will be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. I think for Fluxo, they have had a very rough start of the year, right? They haven't won anything so far, and again, they came off of quite a struggle at the recent EWC. But we look at the caliber of the players, we know that they have a great shot caller in Bobs. They have MT7, who came in and instantly made a name for himself, right? Just able to kind of change the way that Fluxo was perceived. But I think right now, for the team itself, Fluxo with with Prox now in the roster, the latest addition, GU still being around, I really want to see if they have learned anything from EWC. Have they really switched out their play style and kind of adapted to the current meta, which demands you to be a lot more decisive in these fights?
Yeah, I mean, it's only a few weeks since EWC, and it's only a few days since the update. So, and I guess this is one of the teams that really are struggling in terms of adapting after each change, each update meta. And we're not talking about Battle Royale as well. They are runner-up in their region. They are champions from the previous global finals, but Clash Squad is a different story. It's a different chapter, similar to the chapter 2 that we have in Ninja War. So we'll have to see. This is a chance for them to really prove it to us, to remove all those doubts. Otherwise, if they come to a loss, how quick can they adapt later on would be the question. That's one thing that they need to answer right now.
Yeah. Let's see what they have to say to each other in this upcoming video piece. Enjoy.
Naruto itu dari kecil dia dikucilkan di Konoha. Jadi pas dia sampai dewasa dia bisa jadi pahlawan buat desa Konoha itu. Tim Falcon, karena dia berturut-turut jadi juara di turnamen Clash Squad.
Falcon, karena kemarin Falcon sempat juara lah di Asia Spring CS. Jadi menurutku dia, aku pengen lah ngalahin dia.
Mungkin Kalahari, karena Kalahari banyak high groundnya, jadi kita bisa manfaatin perang jarak jauh kita.
I think I'm good because I'm good is so bad in FF Spring. Yeah, he's so bad. He cannot play. I think he should practice. Karena I'm good menurutku sampah banget di Sea Spring. Jadi dia harus banyak latihan sih untuk event ini. Overrated player, I think On Fire. Karena On Fire tuh ya dia juara lah kemarin di Sea Spring CS. Jadi menurutku dia bakalan jadi player yang bagus. Mungkin Buriram sih, karena kita bakalan ya lebih improve lah daripada yang sebelum-sebelumnya. Kalau dari aku kayaknya iya sih, karena dari role yang terpenting juga aku, jadi tapi it's okay lah.
There we have it from the Wonder Kid himself. Rose to fame in public lobbies. They showed in a couple of few matches. Gets signed by EVOS while he was 13 years old. 3 years later, wins EWC, becomes public enemy #1, the most sought after investment in the entire world. His rise to fame has been second to none, but he's handling the pressure and the fame pretty well. Let's see if he can continue that with EVOS in this show match. I think they have a lot more to prove than just enjoy the show match.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this kid, this is really a wonder kid because of how well he composed himself. Again, the fame, it's not just because he's a wonder kid, he's like won the championship, but 7 million followers later, he's still a kid that you want to be, or that we hope, we as like elders would like to hope other survivors would be humble, but still has strength, still has like all of those that can be offered by a pro player. So this kid is something else, and hopefully we see more of like more survivors become this kid, also jump into the pro scene, see them like evolve differently, and a great storyline indeed, not only for Rasia but for Evo Divine overall.
I think it's a maturity that at such a young age that's very rare in a young kid, right? When you have that much power, that much influence over everyone else, and you are finding success. I think that maturity is something that usually comes late, that comes lagging behind, and that's what a lot of young superstars struggle with. He's the kid that most parents compared me to. Now, how am I supposed to be a wonder kid? It's not a fair playing ground, but every once in a blue moon we get a prodigy like Rasha, and able to take on the Grace as well. It's not like him becoming a champion, in the community tournaments. He literally went up against people who have won world championships, who have played on the world stage multiple times across multiple years, have seen everything together, and he's stepping up at the first time, being able to be not just the grand finalist, not just the champion, but also the MVP of the entire finals. I think that is something remarkable that we'll probably never see again in the future 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though, it's tough. But let's see though if this is something that can really motivate Fluxo to bring it on, because there's a lot of like they also have their own accolades, but similar to what we mentioned in Burim United, they are faltering in some aspect. But map order right now, we are going to start off with a finisher in the previous series, which is Nextera, and we head into Bermuda, and then followed by Kalahari. So this is this excites me a lot, because Nextera is a map wherein, similar to what we've seen earlier, doesn't favor them that much. But hello guys.
All the co-streamers on site. That's so fun.
That's one thing as well. Like, that excites me for this. It's not just for the fans, but even the KOLs are like set to have fun, not because they need to, but because they are literally just having fun.
Yeah, come on, Garena. When is our turn? Get us there, please. Please, just once. I'm not complaining, you know. We still get to enjoy it, but it'd be nice to be there in person, maybe in the future down the road. But yeah, I think, you know, for I think this particular case for Fluxo, I think most pressure is probably off the shoulders. I feel like Esports probably has a lot more to prove, at least from the public perspective. Yeah. Now co-streamers having tons of fun. I mean, it's so cool, right? Everyone has their own setup. You get to report on what's happening. You get to enjoy, get a fun time, have fun, get paid, party, play the game, meet people from around the globe, have fans come up to you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's one thing that I'm loving, especially in this setup, especially in Free Fire has to offer right now. The number of like potentially meeting fans from all over the world is just something else. And even for us, to be honest, even for us, the opportunity that was given to us by Free Fire, the Garena Free Fire, is in a different level. It's a different level. I could compare compare it with other experiences, and this is why, like, despite of my age, I'm still loving a young person's job and game. I would say.
I agree. Like, I've mentioned to our bosses a couple of times that this is something that I've never experienced before, and they laugh me off. They say that I'm lying, but I'm not lying when I say that Free Fire has definitely, you know, been something else. Oh, is this 5 years and counting? I think since 2020, since the first MCP major up till now. This has been a long journey, but it's nothing like I've ever experienced before, right? It's open doors for not just me, but the rest of us. We went to 2 EWC together. We've been to multiple global finals, online and offline. There's more to come. We watched these kids grow up. Like, I remember I watched, first time I saw Russia was in a show match, and now he's an EWC champion. Like, I don't have kids, but I feel like I'm watching my own kid grow up.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we have right here. I mean, especially me, I'm on the 40s, 41 to be exact, and I'm seeing the growth of these kids. Literally, like, including you. You're my kids, because you're around the same age as some of the players out here, and I'm loving the evolution of everyone, the game itself, the player base, the team base, and even the introduction of the others. You did mention about like some unexpected, like Dragons just moving up, Red Hawks being part of EWC, a lot of fans out there, like some of the tournament scene that I would say rested for a year or a couple of years is now coming back, and it just brings more excitement into the game, into the scene itself. Not just esports though, into the entirety of Free Fire scene.
Yeah, that's why I think we were nominated for the best mobile game at one point. I think we won it at one point. It's again, it's quite an achievement overall when you look back down history. I would say that for those who've truly been around for a long time, let's just kick it back to like 2019 or 2020. Here's a pop quiz for people in the chat. How many hairstyles has Moshi gone through? I think that itself is a good enough indicator that we've been around for a long time, because this guy has been experimenting a lot. I mean, right now his hairstyle is a lot more, normal, more conventional. But there were times where his hairstyle was so outrageous that the player portrait frame could not contain it. He breaks boundaries, literally. That's Moshi for you. Erase the bar.
Raise boundaries.
It's graphics designer's worst nightmare.
I do agree. I mean, but that's what we love. Different personalities, different approaches. But let's get back into the game. So Cassie has been banned by Fluxo and A124, especially with how deadly it is earlier. But Zane and Oscar. So this is similar to what we've seen being done by Buriram United. Then Evo's Divine comes in. It looks like an RRQ thing. So especially with that Steffi. So that Steffi is an RRQ signature in Clash Squad, but they didn't pull it out earlier. So not quite sure why, but probably it's because there's no threat of grenade or probably grenade launcher being used. But Evo's Divine is using here Fluxo right now, Tatsuya and Clue. So Oscar and Tatsuya double down on the rush. Sane will be the backup, and then Clue will just give them information. So Sane, I believe this will be Bops or probably Butsin, and then Jiu would be either Oscar or Tatsuya, and Clue would be MC7. He needs that.
Yeah, 100%. This is more of a Fluxo that I wish to see, right? A Fluxo that's willing to take initiative. Homer last pick for Evo's Divine. Again, more info, some utility to delay potential push. I was thinking if they want to kind of throw a curveball and go for that Ignis instead, create those blind spots and, you know, really throw a wrench into Fluxo's full-on aggression. But I can work with this, right? Like that Tatsuya, if it pays off, we have this Oscar as a primary layer. I can see it working out for Fluxo if they can get the ball rolling. But you're also contending with Rasha, who is one of the few sniper players that I can confidently say not only stand amongst the greats, but also in a way where he can play long range and also CQC when he's needed. He is one of those one-of-a-kinds. And when I say one-of-a-kind, the first time we saw someone like that was Moshi, and that was back in, what, 2021, 2022?
Some glimpse of it in 23, but yeah, I mean, that was a prime of Moshi in that earlier year. So I do agree with you, especially that's one thing that they learned as well. But as you can see, Zane would be Bops, Oscar would be Butsin, Jiu would be Tatsuya, and MC7, as called it, would be Clue. Now, I'm wondering, Ray would be the ones using that Santino, and then Abax with that Steffi, Coach Shield with the Homer, and then especially Rasia on that Iris. So I was thinking he will be sticking with that Santino, similar to what we've seen in this spring season, but I guess this is more viable for them. Yeah. And we're talking about Nextera though. So not so much of elevation, but a good chance really to give out that information for the rest to work with.
Not only that, we also have Ray playing instead of Aim God, right? That explains why Aim God was kind of in a coaching staff position. We didn't see Ray play at EWC, even though he is an active member of the squad. So it's good to see that he gets some play time on his own. Technically for Fluxo, they're not facing against the full force of the EWC champs. Still 75% of it, and that itself is going to be a daunting task. But again, good to see Ray back in action. Was there... not Ray, Abax, sorry, back in action. He was there last year when they finished second at EWC, and this year, of course, having to sit on the sidelines and watch Rasha take the spot definitely is a different feeling, but it was a much needed change. And now with Abax back on the field, let's see how this practice behind the scenes has paid off for him.
Yeah, and I thought Aim God will be sitting this out because I think it's from the interview that was mentioned by Rasia that like performance is not that well. It has been dying down, or it's like just because of that moment. Like it's different moments, especially in EWC and other tournaments. So hopefully it doesn't trickle to that when it comes to Battle Royale. But good point indeed. We want to see what Abax has to offer in, well, not just in Clash Squad, not just in this Ninja Clash, but also in the other tournaments. But we'll have to wait a little bit more. We are focusing on this battle between them and Fluxo, and I want to see how this is going to turn up. Because at some point, the Oscar Tatsuya tandem between Jiu and Butsen, yes, it would work, but they're the ones who took out Cassie. So, like, the potential of Bops using that was already taken out. And, well, I guess since they're their first ban, they don't want to give it out to Evo's Divine as well. So it's smart, but they could have used it to their advantage because of how well they can utilize it for rotations.
Yeah. Not only that, I think it's also when we look back at the the lineup. When Apex wasn't playing and AimGod was in, he was sort of the mental support. He was the one that keeps the team in check, right? When they were at a all-time high, he made sure that they don't overheat, and we saw glimpses of that, moments of snippets of that back at EWC. Now you wonder who is going to be the shot call, right? Is Apex taking over the reign, or will Rasha be given the mantle and try it out? Coach must continue to have fun at the venue. Multiple language. If anyone is interested, you could check out the localized language: Thai, Vietnamese, Brazilian, well, not Brazilian, Portuguese, I mean, on the BR broadcast, Vietnamese as well. One last high five amongst the teammates and one last handshake of the coach, and we are ready to get it rolling.
Yeah, and well, really excited to what's going to happen right now because, again, these are teams similar to what we've seen earlier, has accolades of their own, facing against each other. Both, well, have differences. One has experience in Clash Squad, the other one is just new to this, but you know how it is. Once you're new to a scene and you learn the ropes, that will be wonders to everyone, not just for the viewers, but the opposing team as well.
So, we gear up Xterra opening. I think if I remember correctly, when we look back at even previous stats, again, funnily enough, teams that are good in Xterra actually aren't really playing in this tournament, right? Vitality is one of a good example. They're not here, sadly. We just saw them announce their roster change, well, a bit of a roster shuffle. Majority of the players are still there, but it's a much needed change with how close Vitality came to the trophy. I personally was surprised that Vitality decided to go for a change that felt overdue. I thought they would be around at least for another run for the global finals.
Yeah, I mean that's one thing that was quite surprising, but I guess there's a few need for that because there's so much of promise when they jump into the major scene, but I guess that it has an expiration. It has an expiry. Like promise, they brought in a lot, but if it's not working, to give the organization some of like ROIs, then there's some changes that's needed. But speaking of changes, a change of pace right now, a change of scene right now, because we are getting into the first match, a first round of our third match for today for the pro scene. Evo's Divine going against Team Fluxo in this Clash Squad mode.
See, Evo's 5-man stack instantly, well, 4-man stack. Apex taking first contact. 2v3 situation, MT7 playing in the far north. Rasha will be actually handling with the pistol instead. We saw him to pull that out just now. Butcherson's gonna be able to hide behind that crate. Ray drops down. This could be a big wraparound if they find the timing right, but it seems like Fluxo are not gonna wait. Apex wants to drop down, fell to his death, same as Kochu as they were trying to retreat. Rasha gets picked up by MT7.
First blood.
Overnight to be first blood double and a triple for
Double
Fluxo.
kill.
Best possible opening for the Brazilian squad.
Yeah, definitely only one player to deal with, and not so much a fight can be done against 4. So this is a secured first round for Team Fluxo. MT7 right now, almost being taken down, but there goes the follow-up by Boss, and then the finisher by MT7. 1 point goes to Akatsuki Fluxo for that shuriken round.
We did talk about how Fluxo, they can instantly step on the gas. They have 2 layers of offense. With the Oscar and the Tatsuya, if they need a third one, Zane comes into play instantly. And that's exactly what happened with EVOS completely caught off guard, especially Apex and Ray, who both ended up breaking their ankles. They were chipped away by the shurikens early on. Santino decoy dropped down at the start of the round. As EVOS Apex looks to get intel. He's gonna be trying to fish for the switcheroo to see if he can flush out where Fluxo are at.
Yeah, let's see though. Apex right now goes in, avoids that shuriken, or that push from Butsin. Now, Mini Uzi still in play. GU is ticking in on the back door as well as Bobs. But the Blues closing in. So this might spell trouble for Butsin just in case he doesn't move that quickly. But I guess that's part of the plan though. They just want to see if they can isolate one of the players and then they will be able to go for the takedown. But Rasia would be the threat to all that plan. Oversight would give them all that information, and EVOS right now might take advantage of this.
And look at that Oscar, that Balin dash completely destroys the layoff defense. And Russia, being in the same spot, was able to deliver Russia once more. Finds a two first. Apex first one to go down, and 7 down the low. Russia collects all of them. And that's what you need from this kid. 3-piece in round 2 with that hero rifle. One of the first few rounds that force buy paid off, and EVOS finds the equalizer.
Yeah, I mean, finds the equalizer. It's only one though. There's still a long way to go, but again, if they can take this lead right now, probably throw off Fluxo tactics off guard, and even work with economy at this point. EVOS can steamroll and get this, but this is one tough map, or one tough area of the map of Nextera that would throw off your accuracy. Once you start jumping off, it would probably like not give you that that target, that accuracy that you need.
Payback taking a lot of pot shots. Russia is right in the face of MT7. MT7 down less than health. Tossing back up from Bobs, and here comes Russia. Mid-air shot. 7 goes down. Instant response from the side of Bobs. Tonight with the explosive chance to take out Russia. They need this kid out of the way. EVO's down to just 2 A-backs. Very much injured. Needs time to heal back up. Able to do so. The recovery is slow and steady. But Fluxo have a man advantage.
Man advantage. Let's see though. GU, Kingfisher in hand. Just striking down all the covers they need. And Kochil might be in trouble. The moment he steps out, he will be the crosshairs of all players. But A-backs right now. Great backstab against Bobs. And Butsin will try to go from above, but good counter on that jump. Let's see that finisher by A-Box. With only 16 HP remaining, managed to get that hit. Now, another point being taken by EVOS. Divine long range is working for them, but Fluxo right now will be left with only a few coins to work with. And let's see what they're going to use, as MT7 already have that VSK, Butsin with a Mag 7 and a Mag 10 for GU.
Like you said in the previous round, Neptune, EVOS needed to win that round, and they did by the skin of their teeth. Offers just great individual picks. In the situation where they were outnumbered in the beginning, A-backs able to level the playing field. Around the corner, Ray goes, instantly sees Bob. That's a tag. And Ray engages. Unfortunately, doesn't really have the gun decoys out with the Santino. That's the bait and switch right there. But the smoke and mirrors, MT7 on the down low. That could be a point of attack. Russia's back is very exposed. MT7, if he finds the right timing, Fluxo will have a great chance.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one reason probably why Rasia just moved in with the group. The moment like a backstab happened, and at least they're saving for him, and puts in up close and personal. Mag 7 takes down Rasia. Information has been relayed, and Coach Shield right now will be isolated from the rest of the team. AVAX AK-47 trying to take down Butsin, but needs a couple more shots and will need to deal with Bobs at this point. But no, it is MT7 from that corner, and a 1v1 about to happen on this side, and Bobs still managed to win it.
That was supposed to be Ray's win.
Double kill.
They gotta drop the ball a little bit. Around the corner, GU finds a clean sweep. Fluxo brings it back 2-2. Bit of a small error from the side of EVOS. We were worried about MT7's backstab, but it was actually Butcherson or GU that ends up finding Russia. And takes him out from the equation. The long range support instantly gone.
Well, not quite sure what's happening with Evos at this point, but well, two rounds back to back. Not so much of damage though in terms of how they're going to end it, but I think they will need to find an opening right now, especially in this part of the map. Russia have a good angle against GU as well as Butson, but ABAX is a little bit too aggressive though. Not even waiting for Cold Shield for the backup. Probably it's because Russia already had oversight with skill damage onto GU. And there we have it, an opening for Evos to finish them off, but a great turnaround by Bobs.
Unfortunately, it's not enough. MT7 left to wonder what happened. As the barrage of explosions from Evos instantly just eviscerates the front lines of Fluxo, leaving MT7 to reel in pain. Less than half a health bar to work with. Kochu on the chase. And Evos, if they can keep everyone alive, it would be the best. And I think it is very, very achievable. Ray with the finishing touches, and Evos now up 3-2.
Yeah, they are just saving up resources, grabbing what they have, what Fluxo has on their arsenal. But right now, ABAX is now going for that VSK plus Farafal. So distance overall is working for them, and this is what's needed, especially in this part of the map. That stadium or that bleachers would give anyone an opening, but it also can give MT7 a chance to take you down. So hopefully Russia can get a good spot, but I mean, despite of the distance, there's a teleport, like a portal they can use to cross over that quickly. So Evo's Divine has a good chance of moving, but Kochil already going in for the flank. That tire jump, Butsusin will be waiting for him. Back's turn, but still managed to survive though. Butsusin is receiving that damage and pulls out that Santino.
Oh yeah. Let's see, I mean, for the side of Evos, if they have their work cut off for them, in the low ground, Butsusin needs to get some intel. I think he caught a glimpse of where Russia is. Might see Ray, but that glue wall is making it pretty hard. He protects himself, but cuts off line of sight. That jump spotting is not doing enough. Kochu though does get spotted out. Fireball Jutsu forces him far and away. The Evos now aggressive. Bob's not ready to receive that hit. Now ABAX to try and find a response. Butcherson comes in, but the rest of the team not ready to follow up. Butcherson ends up going down. Evos finds two just like that. We still have a Santino decoy to work with. MT7 with Kochu. Gio responds with Ray as they look for recovery, but Apex quickly turns it into their favor. The ties now shifts in favor of Evos again.
MT7 on a 1v1. But Apex just a little too quick though against the sniper of the team. And I'm loving how Evo's Divine is just making work of the confusion that Fluxo is encountering. Now heading in onto this part, I guess Red Moon is about to be triggered, or has it been triggered already? And it gives advantage though to players out here in the battlefield, and also gives them extra of the skills, random skill they can use at this point. So Fluxo just stacking up on one side. Zipline can be used, but Bobs went in solo, almost being taken down. If in case Evos just have that shotgun pointed at them, but Santino will be taken out as well as MT7. That surprise hit from afar would make him fall down, and it's now left to two players for Fluxo.
This should be easy cleanup for Evos. They shouldn't be losing anyone anytime soon. Clean sweep, Evos up 5-2. And Fluxo, they has a couple of close shaves, but you know what they say, close is never enough. It has to be a proper conclusion. They just couldn't wrap up the rounds. I think Evos have tried to crack the code. The economy vastly in their favor. They could throw the next 2 rounds and still have money for a complete arsenal buy. But for Fluxo, every single round counts. They don't even have much to work with for the M1997. And a couple of rifles to work with. An AWM on the side of Evos. MT7 already lost most of his health bar, and the Homer drone catches him. Fluxo once more, caught off guard, puts this in, finds Ray, but they need more than just that. MT7 does not get an opportunity to stand up and fight at all. But Esports coming in from 2 angles.
And there you go. The pull will be working for Fluxo at this point. Geo rushes over onto the other side. Rasia with only a few HP, and Steffi has been pulled out. So no throwables will be attacking them, but AVAX will be going down from the max 7 from GU. So it's a 2v1, make that 3v1 situation, and Rasia pulls away. Does have a good opening, especially with the accuracy that he have. And MT7 out of picture, but GU says no, it's not only MT7 who can use a marksman. AC80, especially with that buff, will.
Russia looking over at his teammate is like, man, that didn't expect that round to go that way. They got the drop onto MT7, couldn't finish him off in time. He got picked back up twice, despite being disabled. The numbers still favor Fluxo in the end. We saw that almighty pull, like you mentioned, from the Tendo keepsake of pain. Let's see, Evo still has 2 rounds to spare before they go into sudden death mode. The economy still in their favor, like we established. Ray about to, in a world of pain, instantly does the switcheroo with the decoy. Gives a lot of info over to the rest of Evo. 3 members of Fluxo are in that vicinity. Avax with the explosive charm catches Geo off guard. Not able to respond at all. Avax still ends up going down, but again, Evos, they need confirmation, and the confirmation comes from Bob instead. Russia from long range takes him out as an exchange, down to a 2v2.
And Russia right now, AWM in hand, needs to recover, but buffs can be picked up that easily. But no, Coach Hill making sure that that doesn't happen. And Coach Hill, even with sliver of health, who can be taken down by a skill, would have been taken down, but back up from Rasia. A 1v1 on one side, and MT7 with the AWM takes him down, isolates Coach Hill, and Butch Sin will just be waiting with this M1887, but MT7 will be taken down, but no avail. They are still the ones getting that win, and they're closing to equalize this game.
MT7 with his fist clutch, understanding that they just need 1 more round. But at least they have enough money to go for better buys. The economy starts mattering for Evos right now, because if they win, they move on. But for Fluxo, enough to keep them afloat, finances for another day. And once more, chances are starting to run out for Evos. They've come close 2 rounds in a row. No more do-overs. Which is in once more getting tagged. The past 2 rounds have been Evos getting an early drop onto Fluxo, but not able to finish the job. Here comes the almighty pull from Bob. Turn the corner, and again the explosion. Doing just right. Rasha tries to provide backup from long range, getting Bob's down, but no finisher. So Gio gets him back up. The Blue Wars going to put Avax and Switchu in an irrecoverable position. Straight tries and ends up losing out. It's a 3-round running back from Fluxo, and we are down to the last round of the game.
I mean, they are stretching it out right now for the team, and Fluxo is already activated Red Moon. So again, they have that extra buff on them. And let's see if what counter Evos has to offer right here. But they made a point earlier that despite of losing a few more of those games, they have made an investment in economy, thus they still have a chance to fight back and get their weapons. But back into this area, I believe it was Evos who loses out in the same area, so they need to just switch it up just to make sure that they have more advantage and win this round for the series.
Let's see if Fluxo makes us run it back. It's going to be quite a morale boost for them. Against Evos, who have a strong showing so far, right? The Russia, especially, has been able to really get these kills from afar, but this frontal assault, that's what we wanted to see from Fluxo. We know that they can do it. Because the only time that these 2 teams fought straight head-to-head at EWC, Fluxo won 4-0. A complete team wipe. The other chances was just Fluxo getting wiped out by other teams. They never gotten a proper second round with Evos, but right here they are showing that they are capable when push comes to shove.
Let's see though what capability they will have right now at this point. as it has been slowed down. They know the risk. They don't want to lose out that quickly, especially when we're talking about mistake. There it goes. Clay bomb or the clay bird being thrown at them, removing a few of those glue walls, even the fire jutsu, just to make sure that they don't have that much cover. But MT7 a little bit in too deep, and he will be taken down by Cold Shield. Now, let's see if Evos can fire back. 2 remains against 2 from Fluxo, and only GU remains. Cold Shield for the finisher, and Evos Divine wins this round.
By the skin of their teeth. You see Apex instantly stands up for the pop-off as he cheers and makes sure that Fluxo sees that. Unfortunately for GU, for MT7, palm on his forehead, that round came way too close for comfort. That could have been their round. They almost made the comeback happen. But Evo was able to clutch it out once more. And it seems like we've seen this narrative time and time again. Evo gets tested. The universe tests them, pushes them to the absolute limit, and they come out on top stronger than ever. With that, they take Dexterra 6-5. One more round and they join the 1-0 bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough really to see, but there's a lot more that will be happening right here. But it is about to go for a different map. Now, Bermuda is something that I would say is favoring Fluxo in terms of Battle Royale. But again, Clash Squad is a different story, and Evo Divine already has that 1-point lead against them. So they need to make that adjustment. Fluxo needs to make that adjustment just to ensure that they get another point and not lose out on a 2-0.
Yeah, I think for Fluxo, nothing to be too discouraged about, right? They definitely have, I think they came closer than I personally would have expected to bring Evo to a full 11 round. But again, we've seen them bounce back plenty of times. They did have too much of a poor track record against Evos in CQCs. The aggressiveness from Fluxo actually has been very good. The shot calling, right? The decision making. I think under Bob's leadership, we've seen, especially round 8 to 10, where they were able to really stave off Evos' assault. Something that they can try and replicate in the upcoming map.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's something. If it's working, yes, go ahead and replicate it. If it's not, then make those adjustments. So hopefully we'll see all those changes, all those adjustments happening at this point, especially with some. I guess this is one of the Clash Squad match that we've seen that most of those skills has been utilized, like the Naruto themed skills has been utilized most. From previous one, it's just it looks like the regular Clash Squad mode, but here they even use all those keepsake. I mean, the Pain Tendo pull, like even the Pain Tendo pull, even the Itachi keepsake. There's a lot that has been used right here, and that's what is crucial at this point. Not just don't just play with what you're used to, just play with what's available, and that's why it's very close between these two teams.
Yeah, and I think Evo was able to make some last-minute adjustments throughout the rounds, even the rounds that Fluxo were able to take away from Evo's. One name constantly pops up on the radar, right? On the feed, it's always Russia, getting knocked over and over again. But I think this doesn't put Evos in the clear. There's certainly signs of weaknesses, certainly chinks in the armor that Fluxo has taken advantage of. So heading into next round, I think Evos needs to start thinking about how to utilize Rasha in this situation, because he's been getting some great pickoffs, some great trades. He's able to make these exchanges with Fluxo, but the cleanup was what Evo struggled with on match 1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the finisher. And I think it's the same problem that we have from a spring season, because it's tough to go for the finish. Even if you have a great sniper and no follow-up, then it would be tough. It would be a scoreline just like this that would happen, and they could have ended it a little bit early. But as you can see right now, it's quite balanced between them. It's the damage, though, that is being taken by MT7 the most compared to Russia, and you can see the disparity in terms of work that has been done from the damage itself. 3 out of 4 from Evo Divine is just putting it all, but for Fluxo, Butsin and and then GU is on a 2,000 mark. So it only shows that they are not doing that much in terms of putting pressure against Evo's Divine.
Yeah. But at the same time, you can also chalk it up to the eliminations, right? Like Gio has 6, but he only dealt 2.1k damage. That is a lot of effective damage. A lot of conversion also came from MT7, who dealt the most damage in the entire match 1, 4.6k. So both snipers on respective teams put in the work. They did their job right. Gio had to carry more of the weight, but the translation over to Fluxo actually I feel like was a lot more effective than what EVOS has brought up in comparison. As EVOS, they did have a lot more moments where they were chipping off the health bar of Fluxo, but not able to collect it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, it goes back to the finisher that we were talking about earlier. And, well, let's see, though. There's still a good chance that they can recover and change that overall. But for our MVP, it is the Wonder Kid, the EVO's Divine Sniper Rastia with 7 elimination, 4,250 on the damage. And if I'm not mistaken, despite of most of the game, this is the highest damage that we've seen. 10 eliminations only translating to 3,800. So this is what Rastia has to offer. This is the reason why he is called the Wonder Kid and is still bringing wonders to the game.
Absolutely. And I think, again, Rastia has always been kind of on that list. I think for those who probably have not seen him in his younger days, before he was allowed to play competitively, probably would not expect that he was already a prodigy in the making. Of course, the leaderboard for eliminations with MT7 coming in first, 8 eliminations, and then the rest are basically decked out with EVOS members.
Yeah, I mean, MT7 really has... I guess he was a game changer when Fluxo just grabbed that championship into the global finals from last year. So it's no surprise that he's also doing wonders in this game as a sniper for the team. But in terms of overall performance, again, this is Clash Squad, and Fluxo doesn't have that much experience, thus EVO's Divine is just taking over, but it's very, very close. As I did mention, didn't expect it to be that close, so you are seeing the potential that it can be turned around by Fluxo in the next game.
Yeah, I think the best part about all the Free Fire events that that these players get to attend is that everyone gets a piece of the pie, right? Sure, if you finish dead last for whatever reason, you don't get as much, you get the bare minimum, but there is an incentive to work for more. And I think for Fluxo's case, they have a lot more than just coming here and trying to get used to Clash Squad and taking it as a learning experience. The Brazilian region hasn't really had much of a positive record in recent times, except for Laos and Pain Gaming, and that's in the local league. But I think eyes are turning over to Laos rather than Fluxo just because of the past 6 months. And you say that before Laos was Laos, it was what, Netshoes Miners? And
Netshoes Miners.
They almost won EWC last year. This could be the next coming. Could be a takeover, just like how BRU was usurped by some of these teams. So I think Fluxo have a lot more to give coming into Map Number 2.
Yeah, definitely. A lot more to give, a lot more of chances for them to really bring it on. And I guess for this year, this is, from what I'm seeing, this is a retribution for those coming in second and third. You can see that, like EWC, EVO's Divine went in second, and now they are champions. Yeah. Netshoes Miners was third, and they are really popping off as a loss this time around. And like, there's a lot of storylines being twisted around for 2025. Not only the growth of the Free Fire scene, of Free Fire Esports, but the Free Fire scene overall is just astounding. So let's see though if the growth will be felt after a few minutes after concluding that round number 1 as we head in onto the next match. Not quite sure if it's ready though, but hopefully they are prepared right now because we are going to look into the maps and bands.
See if Fluxo changes anything up. Surprisingly, Ignis was let through in the previous match and no one really picked it up in the previous game actually. Again, Cassie getting banned up by Fluxo, don't want to deal with the electrotherapy, which is understandable. I think a lot of teams are willing to let Cassie through, and we've seen teams deal with it. But for Fluxo, they'd rather not have that regenerative factor. A124 ban out, Oscar first pick for Fluxo again.
let's see though. So Cassie, A124, not really wanted in this game because of the potential of change, like really changing it up. But Tatsuya, Insane for Evo's Divine. Now, I would like to see more of that. And there you go, as you called it, Ignis Flam Mirage will be back in play, gives an opening for Fluxo really for a rush, and then that Coda Aurora Vision just to get that information. So cover plus vision, it's more for Fluxo to take advantage.
This is definitely a lot more balanced, I think, for Fluxo. Even the previous draft was, pretty bold. I feel like if the Tatsuya wasn't taken away, Fluxo would have went for round number 2. But they did take the Iris from Evo's Divines. So if Evo's Divine forced to have that Santino, this one's... I wonder if they would put Russia on Clue or Santino, right? Both seem like decent choices. But for Fluxo, now they have a lot more versatility in that approach. No need to just full send with the dash, with a double dash, Tatsuya plus Oscar. Now, a bit more leeway, a bit more utility to work with. You need that Ignis Firewall to block a line of sight to really cut off battle lines of Evo's Divine, like they already did with the Glue Wall in game number 1. That now they have a lot more ways to do that.
Yeah, and there you have it. I mean, this is from Brazil, who is giving out all of those energy into the camera. Now, going back, Razia will be taking the Santino. But if we look at it from the spring season, he was using this. That's why I was wondering why Iris has been picked. But it's a good spot as well that MT7 pulls it away from Evo's, and they can just bring it on right now. More advantage for them to really take this game away from Evo's.
If we go to a game number 3, we're gonna be here for even longer. I think the mall would probably close. We'll go into the midnight shift, and there will still be more action for Free Fire. It's the weekend. I'm pretty sure all the fans are out here to party. I know our KOLs, our co-streamers are.
Yep.
First time we're able to bring co-streamers from across the globe as well. This is, again, a celebration, right? Whether you're online or on-site, I'm pretty sure everyone is going to be energized, Grab a cup of extra coffee in the middle of the night if you have to. We still have a lot more going tomorrow where we are crowning champions, giving away prize pool, but most importantly, be under the same red moon at the Bangkok, Thailand, under Central World. See all this Free Fire action before the actual season starts. I think that's the craziest part, where we have pre-season or pre-season show matches before the actual season, and we are still rewarding people who compete. I think that's the great thing about this circuit that we have. Like, the roadmap keeps on getting better every year.
Exactly. I mean, it just gives them so much of leeway to, especially the updates that we have in game. Because they get an update, there's not so much of chance really for them to show up and use that against an opponent that they haven't played before. They play less. And there's a good chance to show that, though it's not Battle Royale, but in Clash Squad, it's still a viable option to use those to study how it would work for them. But before we talk about anything else, let's head over. This is the first round of this, or a first match of the second round. Or I would say the first round of the second match for the series.
Right at the bat, the aggression is here. Jiu and Butterson taking so much damage. Here comes the Fire Warbing. So now, with Ray somehow slips past the bat line. Butterson confused by a little bit. Apex to take him down. Raja pulls out the gun in a Shuriken fight. Not really making it fair, but the name of the battle, isn't it? Apex now against Bob. Just Bob that wins out somehow. He gets traded back by Ray. It's now Ray and MT7 with the execution coming with the sight. Ray needs time to heal back up.
Kill.
Able to find that space. It's here on NT7. NT7 closing the gap. Ray sees him, dashes forward, tries to slice him apart. Ray does it in style.
Yeah, slice and dice. Definitely something that he has thought about already. Because, like, we saw that earlier. Shuriken doesn't work that well at close range, and that is what the site is being taken advantage of. And Evo is already grabbing the first point, but that was just a Shuriken match where, well, Russia really pulled out pistol. Or probably he just missed out on buying a weapon, a Shuriken. at that point. So let's see how it's going to turn up right now, where they have a little bit more investment to work with, as GU already pulls out, GU and MT7 already pulls out a Kingfisher. The same goes for Russia, and two-man push onto one side, and Russia, they just pull them in, and this might be a ring around the rosy or switcheroo that Russia will pull out. But Bobs falls into the ground floor. A missed opportunity for them.
Oh! Ray was waiting for him.
First blood. Double kill.
Bit of a whoopsie there for Bobs. They clearly saw Russia do the decoy switcheroo, but Bobs ends up breaking his ankles, and Ray was just waiting there with the side. Is that the plan all along, to only get side kills? Some TikTok highlight clips from that. 2 times in a row that Ray closes out around with that melee weapon, that Tatsuya somehow paying off.
Yeah, I mean, take advantage of it as long as it's working, because in a bit, once economy is starts to grow for Fluxo, you won't be able to do that anymore, especially if they have a quicker weapon to work with at this point. But the 3-1 split right now, MT7 backing away, and the Drew Fly Mirage being pulled out, and Nade. And GU might be damaged, but no, it doesn't work on him just yet. But Russia have good shot onto Bobs, turns to GU, but no, still goes in for that play, for that spray, and no praying is needed at this point.
Then GU, someone pulls out the mini Uzi and wins that fight against Ray, and they were just running side by side, leaving Russia to try and clean up the remnants, have a health bar to work with. You see the toolkit from GU. Here comes the ice grenade on the second floor. Barely tag on the Russia. Just 4 health points. Not enough to force Russia out of his nest. Does give Fluxo a bit of that room to work with. They could go in for a second floor rush if they want to. Or alternatively, go to the circle and wait for Russia to be forced back out. Russia drops onto the first floor. MT7 gets info. Russia doesn't seem to want to aggress it. Sentino decoy. Russia will try to get info. Is he going to take the switch?
Nice, smart move. He could have gone in for that elimination, but we are seeing a few more of the waiting game being done by Fluxo. The Blues closing in though, and Russia, it looks like, has a good chance of surviving this a little bit longer. But if he's brought into the open, then that would be the end of it. So Russia right now will need to make their work. Flam Mirage plus that Kunai doesn't damage them that well.
Switches into the mini Uzi. It's a 1v2 Russia. Too much to handle. GU cleans that up. So the numbers advantage. Fluxo wins round 3. And they keep the AWM, which is the best part of the entire exchange. Of course, this one, with Ray going down, definitely skewed the favor of the round into Fluxo. Very funny interaction. They both run side by side in parallel. There's GU that able to come out on top. Did a quick gun switch towards the end of that sequence while Ray was reloading to find that elimination as we head into round number 4. Economy favoring Fluxo this time.
Yeah, not only is Economy, but GU has the scythe, and I don't think he will be shy in using that. But we'll have to find out. A few more of the weapons being used right now, and Ray will be going in for that push onto one side together with ATAX. But Bobs and GU might take a hit on them. Backs away that quickly.
It's gonna all regroup to one side of the building of the garage. Of course, Apex, Ray, and Russia are gonna hold back. Here comes the firewall. Ooh, veil over the eyes of Evil's players. Witnessing, whoa, what a rush! That was beautifully done, but Ray gets the trade-off. GU able to respond in kind. Fluxo springs the trap that Evos were not ready. That was the timing that we talked about. You pull a firewall and instantly a dash to follow up. Evos completely blindsided.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that they have learned from a lot of Southeast Asia Clash Squad that has been happening. And that is, I'm loving what Fluxo is showing right now. after that loss in previous one, very close loss, they don't want that to happen again. So they have a good chance to take this lead. Economy is favoring them at this point, but Evo's also a little bit in deep, so they can pull out a fire foul as for Rasia. Not a sniper though, but Evo's Ray also has a Mag 7. So I think this is different tactics overall. Fire Jutsu being brought in by Bobs, damaging Abax plus a Flam Barrage onto the other side. Abax will go down.
Yeah, forced to really give himself up there. Bobs will find space to recover. Ray getting peeked through. Whoa, what was that? Taking a challenge into Puttison when he doesn't have the health bar. Not really sure if that call was warranted by Evos, but they definitely fell apart this round. If Kochu, last man alive, kills Pop. 3 more to go to. And unfortunately, this does not have the numbers to work with. Yu finds the 3rd round for Fluxo, and just like the previous match, previous game, Fluxo able to make a swift recovery.
Yeah, definitely swift recovery overall. And what I'm surprised with the previous, or before we switch over to the scene, was how low MT7's heart rate is. And that's what you need in sniper. I mean, literally on a sniper, you need to be calm. You need to be like not really pressured, and that is what MC7 is bringing to the table. But GU, on the other hand, like he's just going in for elimination, aggressive but not aggressive to go down that easily, and that is why he will be in the front lines with Bobs backing him up.
Actually, it's a good point. Look at that MT7. He is so calm. Look at that heart rate. 82, 80. Gets a casual finish on to Rasha. Doesn't even flinch. Man, is built different. Stone cold killer for sure.
Oh yeah, yes indeed. And well, the rest of the teams right now, I guess there's no need to worry. That's what MC7 is doing right now. No need to worry, because 3 players from Fluxo has this covered. They're in the front lines right now. I'm not really worried about how Rasia is going to take them down. And there's no oversight for Evo's Divine anymore. So JU, the aggressiveness will still continue. And I'm pretty sure that he's going to end this, breaking the record of the highest elimination in one game.
Pretty sure our heart rate cast in this game is probably higher than MT7 when he's in a firefight. Finally, the blue wall gets broken down again. The rush from Fluxo, perfectly executed, systematically and surgically dissecting Evos, and that's their 4th round. Evos now needs to dig deep and figure out how to stop this.
I mean, it's tough though. It's tough to make that call. Especially they lost out a few of the skills that they were using, taking advantage on earlier, which is Iris. And that's what MT7 is using right here. So this advantage is something that shows why the draft is important, why the unique skills is important as well. So I guess Fluxo really studied how Southeast Asia has been playing Clash Squad is bringing on here. And the adjustment that we were talking about earlier, after that loss, they want to bring this home and stretch it over to a game 3. As we look into the flank, Eva Divine, Ray just heading straight, and I don't think that would work anymore.
Suya from Ray. Needs a knock if he wants that reset. Able to find it on the Puttison, but he also gets traded back. So unfortunately, no reset for him. They get the collection on the Puttison. If they can retrieve Ray, that would be great. Bobs from the firewall being knocked out. Avax with smoke screen takes out Bobs. Ray gets collected. Members of Evil, oh, pretty down in the Ray. MT7 again. Comes out huge with the long range shot, but this time he is left with his own devices. Kochu knows where it is. MT7 on top of the roof. It's him against Avax and Kochu. They can still bring Rasha back up. MT7 will not have to deal with the rest of Evos.
Yeah, it's tough though. Not quite sure how quick you can recover. But there you have it. Rasia and an Avax follow-up is just working for Evos. And just in time though, because Evos will be left behind and like Fluxo will be at match point. So they don't want that much pressure against them, and this time they have a good chance of coming back, still maintaining their economy, and then giving or making Fluxo lose out on all the weapons that they have available earlier.
Fluxo still have the lead. We've seen Fluxo catch up to make it 11 rounds in the previous game. This one could be no exception in favor of Esports. Off taking first con. Ray takes it. Esports and
First blood.
Fluxo finds the conversion. ABAX and Coach Yu both go down. Russia doesn't have a clear angle. Butcher's in with a good blue wall to make sure that Coach Yu gets collected, and he puts himself in safe hands. Ray now gets ran at. That blue wall is only protect him for so long as Fluxo tries to overwhelm him. Butcher's in takes first contact again with a bait and switch in and out. Ray can only survive for so long. Takes out Jiu. Ray needs one more. Russia shows up one time! And the Wonder Kid tag teams to bring Esports to a 4-4 scoreline.
Now at that point, that moment is where the adjustment in the M590 is showing up. Because at some point, a 2-man on the M590 could have cleared Ray at that point, but no. He managed to get away from 2 shots, and then the follow-up from Rasia. The timing was just pristine, and they're all tied 4 right now.
And that is the morale boost. You see high fives and dabs all across the Evo's lineup. Payback taking some chip damage for start, but if Evo's can keep this up, it can give them a good entry. Close on the round is firewall. Absolutely massive. The health bars of Evo suddenly disappear into the wind. Ray and ABAX stood no chance.
First blood.
This has been the modus operandi of Fluxo the entire map, and it is continuing to pay off and convert into more than Evo's would have liked to handle. Coach Yu able to find boss, but MT7 needs to be removed from the equation before Coach Yu can breathe a sigh of relief.
I mean, that Amaterasu blame really changed the game at that point, quickly damaging Evos. And Rasia is the only one left. Though he does have the AWM-Y, but needs to deal with MT7 who's getting too close, and then as well as 2 more players. So not so much of distance to work with. If only he can head onto the top, then he might be able to shoot them one at a time. But nope, there's not so much that can be done. Rasia heads in. A little too close, GU, but no takedown just yet. Santino shaped splitter can be used, and he managed to take down Butson. Up close and personal, there's no chance of losing, but GU with an M1887, 2 shots on against the sniper, made him lose that.
I'm telling you, if he wasn't holding an AWM, if he was holding on to maybe the M590, or even the revolver, and it was a 1v1, that could have been the clutch of the day. Still, Russia tried to make it work. Let's see if they can find that 5th round and end it close again. The economy is in shambles for both teams. Unlike the previous round where we head into round 10 and Evos has more than 20k net worth to spare, they have 1 less 0 this time. That Ignis from GU has been a pain to deal with.
It's a pain, really. I mean, that's a game changer. We've seen that overall, but let's see how it's going to work. Rasia has been waiting in the ground floor, managed to jump up the stairs. GU now outsmarting Ray on the flank, M1887. And this is what I'm talking about. Rasia will need to utilize or learn to use either a shotgun or close range a weapon, just to make sure that it will not happen what they did earlier. But it's a good thing that the rest of Evos is fighting back. Coach Hill, though, has been knocked down, and Rasia will need to recover that quickly. ABAX, though, also pulling out some shots from afar, but it doesn't work. It was Bobs with an AWM to finish them off, and they tied it with Evos Divine for that booyah.
If you ask me, I think this Ignis might have to go. It has been the bane of Evos the entire match number 2. They had no solutions to it, and even in games that they had solutions, it had to come down to clutches from Ray and Rasha. in round 9, but in rounds that the Ignis takes over basically every other round that Fluxo won. So either they ban it or they come up with a different way of dealing with it, because this Santino for Russia didn't really had the value that he thought it would. Sure, the switcheroo is pretty fun, but if the rest of your team were dead, then it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's quite tough. It didn't work from the spring season when he was using it in a Clash Squad, and it didn't work for that round. Iris, though, is a smarter move for them, but I guess it's because of the draft phase. He doesn't have that chance, and then the throw off as well would be that Ignis. So they didn't ban it, but the risk is if they ban Ignis, A124 will be opened up, and I think that would be more troublesome for Evo's Divine if in case Fluxo managed to pick that up.
That is true too. We gotta see if they are first or second pick in the next map. I think that would really decide it. We're going to Kalahari, so that is something that I think Evos could be a lot more, a lot less worried about, a lot more comfortable, right? I say that. I mean, Fluxo is also not too shabby on Kalahari too. But again, I personally think this Ignis was a big problem for Evos, and Fluxo played around it very well. The Ignis plus the Oscar. I mean, good luck trying to put up blue walls, right? The Oscar itself is already enough, and you have a Ignis to cover the offense. Evos never really felt ready to accept the hit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's not so much that they can play with, especially if they're like only 3 in the front lines, and they know for a fact that Rasia will be so far away. And looking at this, Abax managed to top up against Rasia, and even Ray managed to do it. Even Coachil. So Rasia is bot frag at that point, and I guess that spells why they lose in that fight, because most of the time if Rasia pops off, then that's when Evo's Divine win. For Fluxo, it's quite even, like, it's quite the same story. MT7 doesn't have that much elimination, but we know how much effort has been done by the rest of the teams to rush, to put in themselves in a good position to outsmart and probably like take down 3 players before they have to deal with Rasia.
Yeah, it is. Again, so far this has been incredibly close. 6-5 on Nextera just now, 6-4 in Bermuda. We're going to Kalahari next for our last map of this best of 3. Honestly, like for the entire, I think, match 1 for this start of the Swiss stage, I would think that RQ and BRU is going to be the closest, but Fluxo and Evos have surpassed that expectations. Not only bringing us to a game 3, but also giving us such a close one. MT7, the MVP of this game, with 5 eliminations and a whopping 5.4k damage.
This is just mind-blowing. Earlier, we saw Rasia with 7 elimination and around 4k on the damage, and that's less from the other MVPs that we've seen. Now, this is even lesser on the elimination, but damage overall is just astounding. He's just making all those shots count. It might not have been an elimination. It might not have been a confirmation, but most of which, if we look at the knockout, if we do have that numbers, most of it is coming from MT7.
It really is. Of course, as we update the leaderboard for elimination, at least for this one, is a GU with 10 eliminations. More names of Fluxo on the board this time. Peterson and Bobs also joins the ranks. We got Ray and Rasha from the side of Evos. And this is signs of life from Fluxo. Again, we said that the record against Evos in a full 4v4 isn't really too shabby. They just didn't have much chance to meet on a battlefield when it comes to a battle royale setting. But from the very minor sample size data that we have, we know that Fluxo can pull it off, and they certainly have pulled it off with the right composition.
Yeah, definitely, and hopefully they still have that chance on this next round, on this next draft, because if that's the only card that Fluxo has to go against Evo's Divine, then it's already done for. Because the switch up can easily be done. If I would say Iris will be taken out from Fluxo, then that's already a loss, because Evo's Divine can use that in the advantage. If Ignis will be banned, then that is something that would throw off the game. It would be different game style compared to what we've seen in that match number 2. So I'm pretty sure there's still a few more plans for Fluxo, but hopefully it's strong enough to counter Evo's Divine, and especially with that loss, it would be a prompt for them to do even better.
Yeah, and hopefully for at least for Evo's Divine's sake, they could kind of regroup. I think in the previous round they were definitely outsmarted in a couple of rounds, and fortunately, like Abex wasn't able to deliver to the capacity that he wanted to, right? It was primarily down to Ray and Rasha, especially Rasha. But there's the limitations as a sniper player, like you need the hole.
And that's one thing though, I mean, we've been suggesting this for Rasha, and I know he has an accuracy. It has been done before, but it's just tough to really switch guns, especially if you're used to AWM, and that is one thing that he can utilize. Around the map, around the game, especially in Clash Squad, you can pick up a shotgun and you can just go guns blazing, especially if you have the accuracy of sniper like Rasha. So that's one suggestion that I would have, but I don't think he can take it as quickly as this because it's the last game. It's the last game for the series, and I don't think they want to try that at this moment. If it was the first one, yes, they could have done it.
I agree. I think a lot of times when push comes to shove, when you are in the situation, you are looking for comfort. You're looking for what makes you feel good. Again, in Fluxo, they have the first ban. If the Ignis does get given over, it's most likely a second pick for Fluxo. So Evo's Divine actually have a chance to pick it for themselves. That's assuming that the Oscar was traded, right? They have to initiate some sort of an exchange with Fluxo.
Let's see though what they will be pulling out right now. Again, first ban would be crucial. So it's either they take out Ignis to take out that potential of not only the damage or not only the visual impairment, but also the damage that has been brought in by that skill. So again, they're still on discussion. They're still waiting for the opportunity to show us what ban they will have.
Taking the time with this one. It's a very important choice to make if you are Fluxo. Especially when you have to take into consideration that this is Kalahari. Maybe the Ignis is always going to be a good pick, but who do you prioritize, right? Do you prioritize the ability to be in the face of Evos, or do you try to focus on MT7's delivery and kind of replicate and carry on the performance that he has put out on map number 2 on Bermuda?
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, we've been waiting. Let's see what draft there are going in, but there's a lot of discussion. I think they will have to decide as quickly as that what they have to ban. So and they don't want to let go of Ignis that well. So it's either they ban it or they ban something that would definitely make sure that what do you call this? That Evo's Divine would not pick it in the first. So it's just up to what it would be.
I love it. I love when the crowd is having fun. Of course, for Fluxo, a lot of discussions happening. Also check out, make sure that the lobby and everything is up and running and fine. We see that the players are still at the menu. So again, need to make sure that they in the optimal position to play the game and make sure that there's no complications. Wow, big tablet in the hands of Aim God. Has he always been wearing chains? Man, winning EWC does change you.
I mean, if you want that amount, definitely you
yeah, but
you will
I don't
invest.
I don't think you receive that prize pool that quickly. He's wearing chains, he has an earring. I don't think he wears jewelry before that. I don't know. Maybe it's a world champion effect, you know? He's living the life for sure. Probably bought himself a house with the next paycheck. I hope they got a pay raise from EVOS. It's a long-standing organization and one of the few divisions, I guess, that was able to win a world championship. The last time I think EVOS as an org won a world championship was God knows how long ago.
Yeah, I mean, EVOS as it is, not the EVOS Phoenix.
Yeah.
I guess EVOS, you did mention that earlier. It's EVOS from Indonesia, and then we have EVOS from Thailand. So I mean, either way, they have approved that they are an organization that can bring champions. So the same goes for Fluxo though. Like Magic Squad, they grab a champion. Now Fluxo, they managed to do so, but it takes a while. It takes a while for them to really turn things around. But I guess the ban's already has been done. So Santino has been banned. So that leaves Iris to be pulled in by EVOS Divine. That is the play, unless they change it, they switch it up and pulls out that Ignis early.
Wow.
That is something that they can use, but no, EVOS Divine is going in for the usual rusher plus support build.
I'm not really sure about this. I can see Cassie Tatsuya. It's a classic combo, but this is a very daring trade from EVOS Divine. I was thinking maybe they could go for a Cassie Ignis or Cassie A124, but they give Ignis an A124 over. So this is gonna hamper Tatsuya's ability. Sure, you have the Steffi with you. That's gonna be one of the ways to deal with the utilities coming in from Fluxo, but it comes down to timing. If you're Fluxo right now, I don't know, Coda seems pretty juicy for them.
Yeah.
Coda, Zane, Ignis, A124, you don't have the rush potential, but you sure have Intel Gatherer. Clue also works pretty well with the tracking.
I guess the Clue makes sense, because what you want is the general location. So it shows up in the minimap compared to the Coda, wherein yes, it does pulse, gives you like exact location, but there's a counter to it. You need to be in a certain position, or you need to be in a certain position just to get away from that Aurora vision. So let's see though if this is something that could work, two of which is already worked from a previous round. Ignis as well as Clue. A124 in addition can disable like the Steffi. It can disable even everyone right here in a specific moment, the perfect moment, if it comes to those crucial moment, then A124 can bring it on.
So Evo is deciding to I mean, this again, I personally expected this to go slightly different, but EVOS sticking to comfort. I think that's what you want to look for, right? Cassie, Tatsuya, they're willing to face off Ignis a second time, especially this Oscar ban. I think we figured that was a big problem, considering that all the defenses were smashed. So instead of dealing with Oscar Ignis, they'd rather deal with just Ignis. But then you have Zane, who technically can do the same thing, right? Just soften up the glue walls. And then you have Ignis put that firewall that cuts across. And you're relying a lot on Rashaf to play long range again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The reliance on Russia using that Iris probably throws up this draft pick for EVOS. And it looks like it's more viable for Fluxo right now to take advantage, to just utilize all this, unless this is something that they are intended to use overall, regardless of which part, whether it's beginning or this when they lose it out on the first one. But we'll have to see. There you go. High fives all around. I guess we are set. We have the draft already set. We have assumptions on what might work. But it's up to the players, it's up to the teams right now to really make that play.
One last map on Kalahari to determine who moves on to the 1-0 Swiss round. And has to play later on. It's definitely going to be a lot more tiring for the winners, at least for today. But the trade-off is that if you win, you get the shortcut to playoffs tomorrow. Instead of having to play 2 rounds tomorrow and then the playoffs, and that would be incredibly rough, honestly, in a single elimination format. And the playoffs is best of 5, so no rest for the wicked. Must win for both EVOS and Fluxo as we get ready to hop in. We could go another 11 rounds, or it could be a blowout as the fatigue starts to set in. It's 9:15 p.m. over at Thailand, but the party keeps on going at Central World.
Yeah, I mean, it still is continuing. There's a lot more to be seen, and we're only halfway through this day. So it is a stretch overall, but again, we are loving the trade-offs in terms of points. But Fluxo right now, we've seen this before. Woodson as well as GU up front, but Coach Hill and Abax slowly breaking through. And the distance, the increase of distance with that electrotherapy, with that basic therapy, is really something that would help them. Quick recovery as well by Abax, but another hit being done, and Coach Hill cannot do anything about it. Woodson just takes down Abax, and despite of that connection using that Kazi, they couldn't fight back.
So right out the gate, just straight up execute 3 members of
Double
EVOS.
kill.
Russia for the 3rd time in a row. Decides to opt for the pistol instead of the shurikens. There's still no chance. If I remember correctly, Fluxo's win rate in the shuriken round has been 100%.
Yeah, I mean, Shuriken round win rate 100%. It's the accuracy that we have right now, and it's just EVOS Divine was not given a chance to grab a sight. So if they have that, if Abax managed to grab a sight, then he might be able to get all those points in the early parts. But again, EVOS Divine right now, Refinery, the split is now 1-3. And Kingfisher will be used by Rasia at this point. Jumping in on the other side. Damage received by MT7. Not quite sure where, but Putusin will be the first one going in. And there goes Tatsuya Rebel Rush. But Ray has been put into trouble. Abax, though, good follow-up, but still going down with a mini Uzi coming from GU. So recovery will be done. 4 men strong for Fluxo. But here comes Rasia, unable to deal with all.
Look at the development of that entire chain of events. Where was Russia? Not in a position to provide support. It's a very tricky spot to play with when you're at Refinery on Kalahari. The position of your snipers, like where Russia is right now, you see on that map, it delivers nothing to the team. If they're all fighting behind the silo, Russia becomes obsolete. So a quick 2-0 for Fluxo. Evo's already feeling the heat. This map, this round is a must-win.
Exactly, a must-win for them because they will be left out. Well, like even if they win a few more rounds, quick recovery can be done by Team Fluxo. So let's see on how would that work. A few jutsus being thrown in to disrupt the effort of EVOS Divine to cross the barricades. GU receiving a lot of damage. Potential backstab from MT7. And Cold Chill goes down. Confirmed. Ray tries it against GU, but GU managed to survive, but not against Abax as well as Ray. So EVOS right now, Abax will need to put in so much pressure. Otherwise, a pickup on GU and Bops will be done, and he will need to work with against 4. Make that 3 from Fluxo.
Already seems to be impossible for Abax. A must-win round. MT7 has the gun to work with. All Fluxo needs to do is wait out the clock. Abax has to be the one that moves towards them. That's the slash blue wall. A nade in hand, pushes in, splits away from the rest of his team. It's come down to a pincer attack. Abax needs to find isolated picks. The GU tags him, and that's more than enough for Fluxo to get a 3-0. And completely break the economy of EVOS. Nothing much that Abax can do. 3 guns to be kept by Fluxo going into round 4.
Yeah, and then that would be tough though. I mean, EVOS Divine, I guess it's, I don't know, gas like being spent up for the first round. It has been a long day though, and even if this is a game the only match that they have played for now, it has been a long day for everyone, especially in the venue, because there's a lot of things happening, and being around the crowd at some point drains some people. So hopefully that's not the case for EVOS. As you can see, Coach Chill a little bit chill on the heart rate, but not as chill as MT7. So let's see what Ray has to offer. Flam Mirage, quick recovery will be done by Ray, but that doesn't do anything for EVOS at this point.
This is a distraction. Gio, another firewall. Russia is under a lot of pressure. They need to free Russia. It starts with taking out Gio. And Ray gets the job done with Gio removed from the equation. Now they can focus their attention onto more people, but MT7 taking out Ray is going to throw a wrench into their plans. ABAX taken out by MT7 again. Look at where MT7 is. Completely uncontested. Russia needs to somehow get his way onto the top floor. Finally flushes MT7 from his nest. But now Russia finds himself in a 1v2 with Butcherson and MT7 hunting for him. Russia just could not hang on long enough. MT7 responds. That's 3 in a row.
Double kill.
The rest of EVO starts to fall apart. Fluxo with 4 rounds. Back to back to back to back.
Yeah, I'm loving this. First game, the first time that we are seeing Fluxo on Clash Squad. Yes, it didn't show up earlier, but we've seen this before. They are just studying their opponents and how MT7 is positioning himself. Not only in the sniper's nest, but also how he managed to get through behind. Evo's Divine is something else. That's what you don't expect from a sniper, and that's what we are looking for Razia at this point, because at some point Razia, if he gets the elevation, he just stays there. But for NT7, he also moves around. Just make sure that he is not caught off guard, and he is moving with the group. We seldomly see that from a sniper, and I guess this is why it's working.
A lot of heat. Oh, EVO is not looking too good. All their health bars are being burned down. This Ignis is causing too much problems. And there's no way out of this. It's a death sentence signed by EVOS the moment they decide to take that gamble. Comfort does not be effective in this case. Fluxo looking for round number 5. Making it as flawless as possible. Focus down into the blue wall. Koju finally gets knocked down on the pass. Unfortunately, MT7 finds another trade back, and the Wonder Kid left to his own devices. And Fluxo cleans up house. Another flawless round. 5-0.
Oh my goodness. I mean, 5-0. And we thought that Fluxo is like not that well in Clash Squad, but they prove us that they can fight. And the moment that they fight, they just like disrupted what EVOS has to do, especially with those draft pick. And the draft is just working to their favor. They might have lost at Iris, but still have that Ignis and information as well by Clue. Disruption by 8124. It's just working pristine for Fluxo right now, and ABAX might be the first one to go down once again after Cold Shield. But no, Burichian would be the ones going down from M590 from ABAX. It's now a 1v4 as quickly as that, and there we have it. This confirmed. It is Fluxo moving into the next round.
A blowout in the final map on Kalahari. 6-0 was definitely not the expected result. We knew that Fluxo had a chance to win this against EVOS, but not in this fashion. This is definitely a bit of an upset for a lot of fans watching. EVOS not able to pick themselves up. Need to go back to the drawing board for tomorrow. That Ignis needed to go. EVOS decided that the Oscar was the problem. Clearly the Ignis ended up being the undoing, but it's good to know that EVOS still all smiles, still enjoying the show. They have another go tomorrow, but it's going to be a hell of a long day if they were to make that deep run. EVOS once more tested by the competitors, and this one is nothing different from the EWC stage. They've been in under more stress than this. But for Fluxo, they get a free buy into the 1-0 bracket. We will see them later on.
Yeah, later within the day, and that is where the 1-0s will be going. But I'm really happy that Fluxo managed to show up right now, and they did mention, Bobs did mention that they are excited, but I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this finisher coming from Fluxo, but well, it is what it is right now, and they're moving up. I am loving the storyline for Fluxo, but not for Evos.
Yeah, I again, we said the only time they've met Fluxo won. Whether you believe that it was a fluke or other circumstances, Fluxo has proven that they can take these fights. Again, EWC not the best reflection of what they were capable of, but here I think Fluxo, despite being the first time in a Clash Squad tournament, was able to really pull out all the stops. They were handed the best possible picks on the silver platter, and they did not miss a beat at all.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a potential that they could have countered in that draft, but no. It's just Evos Divine calling wrong. Not quite sure if it's a wrong call, but they might have been baited to like ban out as well as pick out all those active skill that made them throw off that game. But I would say one tip is A124. That is the first pick. Ignis would be a second takeaway. If in case it's already been banned, Ignis would be the next one, because yes, you have that potential of blocking the view as well as putting so much of damage, but the disablement of the skill, I guess that is what worked well for Fluxo.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to fight against a composition where all they need to do is to press their buttons, and suddenly you become disabled, useless for a fixed amount of time that was enough to get you a team wipeout. So Fluxo, once more, they were handed the optimal picks. They made good use of it, and they took advantage of Evos just trying to find a different solution to a problem that they could have fixed from the draft itself. Either way, congratulations to Fluxo with that booyah. They make it to the 1-0 bracket. If they win again, they're going to make it into the playoffs. And honestly, look at the 1-0 bracket. The worst case is that they face up against BRU, but after that round against Evos, I think Fluxo have a pretty good chance, because that's another rivalry waiting to unfold.
Definitely. I mean, rivalry has been showing up all throughout this day, and I would love to see that happen. There's so much of promise right now, especially with what's going to happen towards the final match of the first round. But before we go there, there's one KOL matchup that we're going to see later on. So everyone just have to wait for that Laos and Falcons battle. But as well as, I think there's some interview that will be happening, or highlight that will be happening in that interview, or probably a break before we get there. So those of you who are in here hanging back, thank you very much for staying with us. It has been a long day, but it's getting more and more exciting.
Yeah, we've got 4 more series coming up. 1 show match, the last 0-0 match of the Swiss stage, the opening series, and then 2 1-0 brackets. So plenty of action coming up. We just have to see who comes out on top. 2 teams will qualify to playoffs today. The other 2 will have to wait for tomorrow in the 1-1 bracket for qualifications. We'll go on a short break, and we'll be back for more action.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a short break will be happening once we have it here. But again, I'm really excited at what's going to happen. It might have been a long game, but who's winning at this fight? This is just bringing in so much in this battle. I know this is just some show match. I know this is just something to show off as well, the Ninja Wars for the Ninja Clash. But if this is what the teams from other region has to offer, then I'm all for it for other tournaments that doesn't have a Clash Squad just yet.
Yeah. Of course, the team that we are missing is Pain Gaming. Would have been nice to have them here too. But again, we only got 8 invited teams, and if we expand this, maybe we'll just have our own league for the Clash Squad down the road. Either way, Fluxo makes it through. Evos, they got some time to think about it tomorrow. It's going to be a deep run again, as they will be tested once more by all the elements in the world. We'll be back on more Free Fire action in just a little bit.
Happy every time to see your face.
Yes, me too.
On this stage because we have each other back.
Yes.
Right now ค่ะทุกคนคะตอนนี้นะคะเรียกได้ว่าแฮปปี้มากๆเลยเพราะว่ามันมาถึงอีกหนึ่งนะคะกิจกรรมดีๆนั่นก็คือการแข่งในโหมดของหมาป่าเดียวดายหรือว่าลอนวูฟนั่นเองค่ะซึ่งเรานะคะจะทำการแข่งขันกันโดยมี KOL ค่ะมาแข่งกันแบบ 2v2 ถ้า 2v2 เนี่ยให้เล่นธรรมดามันก็ง่ายเกินไปค่ะเดี๋ยวจะไม่บันเทิงเอาก็เลยกะว่าจะให้1คนใช้แค่1มือเท่านั้นเพราะฉะนั้นมันจะกลายเป็น1คาแรคเตอร์นะคะหรือ1ตัวละครมี2คนเล่นรวมเป็นทั้งหมดทีมหนึ่ง4คนนั่นเองจ้ะแมตช์หนึ่งจะเป็น4คนนี่บันเทิงแน่นอนค่ะ
Alright, it has been a long day for us, but overall, welcome back to Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament. And the next match is going to be a special show match featuring our KOLs. They will be competing in a 2v2 mode, which is Lone Wolf. To make things even more exciting, we have paired them up in mixed multinational teams. For an extra layer of fun, both players on each team will be sharing on a single device to control the game. This should make for a truly entertaining and a chaotic show match.
เพราะฉะนั้นตอนนี้ไม่ต้องรอช้าเดี๋ยวไปเจอกับทีมแรกกันก่อนเลยนะคะและทีมนี้คือทีมแสงอุตสาอาคาสึกิค่ะ
Oh, so let's welcome first our team Akatsuki. Welcome, Chonti Xkan. Our left hand will be the control of India and the right shooting will be Vietnam.
มีอินเดียเวียดนามแล้วก็อีกคู่หนึ่งจะเป็นอินโดนีเซียกับลาวนั่นเองค่ะและในตอนนี้ค่ะมาอีกหนึ่งนะคะหมู่บ้านเขาส่งตัวแทนมาค่ะกับทีมโคโนฮะค่ะ
Well, look at them. Welcome to the stage.
This team also mixed with Mexico, Brazil, and
Vietnam and Thailand. Oh, Vietnam and Thailand.
We are together.
A duo like us. Yes. Okay, let's go. Let's go back here to your position. Go, go, go.
โอเคค่ะแค่เห็นเปิดตัวเนี่ยก็บันเทิงกันมากแล้วจริงๆน้องๆอยากเข้าโพสิชันแต่เราต้องห้ามไว้ก่อนใจเย็นๆวัยรุ่นอย่าเพิ่งแข่งกันเพราะว่าอะไรเราจะทำการจับมือกันก่อนนั่นเองค่ะแล้วค่อยเข้าโพสิชันเพื่อเตรียมการแข่งขันแม่ไฟแรงขนาดนี้งั้นเดี๋ยว let's shake hand
Okay, it's time to shake your hands. Meet your partner.
Yay!
look so close together, but I don't think that they are that close.
But
the enemies.
I think the next match will be chaotic.
It is like you have to like 2-person control one game.
Oh, if we are in a group in a team, will you use like? Do you want to attack or do you want to control the controller?
Attack.
Attack. So I will be the controller.
Okay.
So I will be the left hand.
Yeah. And then,
like this.
Okay, I'm holding my mic, but still, I think I will be a good attacker.
และแน่นอนค่ะทุกคนค่ะจะให้เราสองคนมานั่งเล่นกันแบบนี้ก็คงแบบจะไม่สนุกเนาะเพราะฉะนั้นไปดูนะคะแมตช์ปั่นๆจาก KOL ของเรากับโหมด Lone Wolf กันดีกว่าค่ะ
Yep, and I think like there's a little bit enough for our pro scene, so let's chill, let's have fun with our chaos show match. Head back to the caster with the Lone Wolf mode.
Let's go!
Right, there we have it. We have the KOLs all set for the Lone Wolf mode. And yes, for those of you who don't understand what's happening, we have a 2v2, but we do have 4 players on each side. And one player or one character will be played by 2 of those KOLs, of those representatives. So it's tough. Like a left hand and a right hand working in different succession. So I don't know how this is going to end up. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of misses right here, or probably no movement at all, just to make sure that the accuracy is on point.
Yeah, you know what they say, too many cooks in the kitchen spoils the soup sometimes. But this is a rare moment, right? I don't think we have seen KOLs from different regions come together for a show match or any major festivities. Maybe in SCA, but we've gotten creators from Latin America, we've gotten creators from Brazil, and now I thought they only brought in the Crow streamers. I didn't expect them to also bring in the KOLs to team them up and have them bond over a couple friendly rounds of Free Fire.
Yeah. I mean, it's good as well. We're going to see him. Especially we saw John T. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of fans out there in chat and other KOLs as well. There's a lot of potential, a lot of fun moments that we are going to see right here in this game. So this is after so much pressure, after that 3 pro games, this is chill mode for us. All laughs and giggles, I would say. So don't take it against us if we're just be laughing along these matches, because definitely it would be funny in how they play the game.
Yeah, we have before. It's just a good checkpoint. Like your first dessert in a 10-course meal of this omakase before we head into we head back into the serious matches between the pro teams, and it's a bit of a relief, right, for everyone to lighten up a little bit. Sometimes when you get into the late night show, you want to watch some comedy. This is one of it, and it's a good time for everyone to just unwind a little bit. I want to see the chaos that Garena has planned. Can they stir up chaos between these creators, right? How are they going to work together? Most interestingly is also how, because they're from different regions, how are they going to communicate? Are they going to do it blindly? What about the language barrier? This is going to be fun.
Exactly. I mean, we've heard some games listen in from the pros, and at some point it's less words that's being used, but we're talking about KOLs, and you know how it is when you're streaming, when you're creating content, useful sentences. So that would be tough to really make it work. Control 2 minds, different languages, that is something else. But I guess they know they know overall the mechanics of Free Fire, so it's easy to just understand where they're heading, where they're I would say aiming at, or probably just pointing out. But dude, they're even on a mobile phone, so it makes it even more difficult.
Yeah, you can see the dedication of tasks. One guy is moving around and doing the action. The other one was controlling the radar and the field of view, where the character is looking at. But again, teamwork is imperative, and of course we need to employ, I believe, some of the translators too, so they start working together. They've already locked in. They're serious. They're here to win. I hope. Feels like it. 2v2 after all. Of course, you gotta get used to each other's settings. You know, everyone has their own preferences. In game, the dynamics created on the spot is also going to be quite interesting. You know, some people are gonna click well more than others, but I want to see how that plays out, right? Are we gonna have a pairing that is, you know, down for the chaos, a pairing that is locked in, that wants to get the W, or a pairing that's just there for the giggles?
Yeah, I mean, either way, this is going to be fun. It's going to be tough, but it's going to be fun. So I guess they are doing some practices right now in game. But we're seeing Jonty just all smiles, all chill. I guess there's no pressure for him overall. And this is what we want to see. And I thought it's tough from what we've seen earlier, even in the PC. But this is even tougher. So there's a lot of excitement, a lot of fans waiting for this to happen, and I want to see how they're going to make this work. If not, then it will still be fun though, seeing them struggle. Sorry, but this is like the perfect term. They might be struggling at this point, and it will still be fun.
Yeah, and I think that's the whole point of things, right? Just have them enjoy the best they can, but we know that everyone's gonna get a good laugh out of it. Yeah, as our admins, our marshals, make sure that everything is in place, you know, get the rules explained to our KOLs, make sure that everything is communicated perfectly. For some of them, all of them are pretty much gelling pretty well already, just no rubbing their hands. It's time to get down to business. Gonna be fun. I mean, 2v2, which means that there's lesser room for errors. It's really about teamwork, right? Are your enemy your enemies, or your partner becomes your enemy? I think that's the question that you need to answer as well.
Now let's see though. Let's see and how this is going to work for them. Lone Wolf, for those of you who don't know or just new to Free Fire and interested, this is a smaller clash squad. So it requires you to go into smaller map, and there's also a pick on specific weapon. So I'm not quite sure of how that works, who goes first, who gets the first weapon, but there's a trade-off. 2 rounds, you get specific weapon chosen by your opponent, and then after that, it's your turn to pick the weapon. So let's see on how this is going to play out, going to pan out right now. We're seeing them all set already, some already hyped. I guess communication would be less of an issue because we're seeing some of them already talking to each other. So they have their plan all set right now. We just want to see how it's going to work with left and right hands working together from these players.
Yeah. Maybe the game instincts is enough to kind of carry its own weight, right? Sometimes little words needs to be, you know, communicated as long as they are on the same wavelength. Because we got 2 factions, the Hidden Leaf Village and Akatsuki. I actually wasn't keeping track. I'm not sure if Akatsuki won more or the Hidden Leaf Village so far. Fluxo was Akatsuki and they won. BRU was Akatsuki and they won too. So I guess the villains so far have been gaining more ground in this Free Fire universe.
Let's see though if this is something we can start off. They might need a little bit more time though. They might need a little bit more time to prepare. But we are I'm really excited. I'm really excited. Now the fans out there's also going in some of the chats already giving out support, especially John D. Like India has the KOLs here, and they have Bahadi Gamer as well as John T Gaming that is part of this event, and also coming from a different region. I do have a list right here. KOLs, so we have Chica YB, we have Minato from Brazil, John T Gaming, Chibudoy, FF2K from Thailand. But no, I guess the battle's about to begin right now. This is a 2v2 Lone Wolf, and seems like the movement doesn't look like it's coming from 2 players. So they are quite well in going for the rush, but the ones who rush in a little too quick are the ones who fell down quicker.
FDway given a good old smackdown. One of the few ID KOLs. Has been a big name. Of course, FDway and John T on the same squad. Always love to see it. Let's see if it's going to be any different, right? Just now they ran straight into his crosshairs. FDway clearly having fun with the UMP of all things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of a miss. This one, well, not really landing the mark, but clearly they have switched up. No, I'm trying to look at the cam, but not really much communication, at least not on the Hidden Leaf Village.
Yeah. Alright, so Zar and Tam, Gunty and Kan on the other side. There goes FDway, level 3, but doesn't put so much of damage. The MP9, and there goes Jaunty being taken out as well. And that would be a trade-off. 1-1 the scores right now.
Jinky stands up and does the C Ronaldo Sue in their face. I love it. This is how you interact. Again, they don't have headphones on, so they can clearly hear whatever is being broadcasted in the arena. Having a blast at it, essential again. Okay, round 3. The objective again is to get 6 as always. Big flashbang. Oh boy, that blinder does as well.
So, guys, for those of you wondering, this is not if they win 7-2K on camera on the left side. It is Jonty who is playing, and on our side is not Genke and AVG as well. But as we are looking at it, work being done by Samurai and White Toxic, and that is what they have to offer, back-to-back gameplay, and they don't have to move that much though. All they have to do is to have them in position and shoot them down. M1887 has that potential to really bring down the player, the opponent, that quickly if you have a good angle to take.
Give it a good old fist bump too. They are definitely having a lot of fun. Definitely seems like, at least for the Hidden Leaf Village, they are coming together. There's a lot more synergized with the calls. We haven't seen the Akatsuki side pull off much of a play this year. Still trying to get used to control and make sure that they don't start running in circles. Weapons we have definitely changed in this case with the M1887.
I mean, it's tough though. At this point, his weapon needs you to get up close, and no one's getting close. It's tough though. But there goes the Rebel Rush right now. But Time Turner saves a 1, and they can turn things around. Caminado and Cañado goes in for the hit, but no, Jonty and Kan managed to beat them. And it's an equalizer on the 2. Again, they are in the race to get to first 6. So I'm loving how this turning up. They are communicating quite well, and they are playing this in a good fashion. Slow down as well as a good aim is working for them, but I guess it just have to be left to be seen on who's going to win.
Yeah, as much as it's for fun, you know, it's still a hint of competitiveness. Oh, that was pretty close. Ooh. Tracking not really in place, but we still end up getting a 1-for-1 trade. This will be a clutch out. Stay away on the lower ground. I gotta say, I'm incredibly impressed in how controlled they are of the characters. Despite it, like you said at the start of the round, this does not feel like it's being controlled by 2-person.
Yeah.
High fives all around the Hidden Leaf Village as they take the third one.
I mean, imagine, like, 2 hands working on it, and they still managed to go for a jump and a 360. So it doesn't look like it. And I guess, not quite sure how long they practice, but they have how much time? Like 9 hours or even more to play and work this out. But let's see. It is Hidden Leaf Village already working its way. But a takedown as quickly as that. And there it goes into the corner. FDway will not have anything to say about it. And a quick recovery, a quick pickup on the 2 points by Hidden Leaf Village.
The atmosphere really heating up. Love all of the see the high fives and the dabs from the Hidden Leaf Village. Again, we say that they look a lot more in control. Come on, Katsuki, give us something. The good old Tatsuya dash of Daewei leading the charge again has been the approach so far. John T being the trusty right-hand man. The A124 connects and Daewei forced back again, forced to do wall his way out of this one.
Yeah, see now, level 3 MP5. Hands of White Toxic and Sam. Spray is working, no recovery. And there you have it. Minato as well. Cunyato was able to go in for that finisher and end it for the first round. Was it the first round already? Oh, not yet.
Yeah, well, pretty close to it. One more round, and Hidden Village scores. Yep, the first round. Even talking to the camera, they sure know how to entertain the crowd. Okay, all right, that is. I think that's a blowout. Should be 6-2, just like that. Hidden Village takes game number 1 and celebrates as if they won the World Cup. They might as well have won the World Cup in the first ever inaugural 2v2 one-handed Clash Squad tournament. We need a better name for
This is
that.
something else. This is something else. I really am loving the concept. Whoever thought of this is insane. I mean, in front of the crowd, and then you're controlling one device, a two-player being controlled by one device. So it is something else, but again, one team has to win. And it is a Hidden Leaf Village who has managed to grab that first point, that one game. Not quite sure if there's something following it, but it's already tough. Like playing that, it takes so much energy just to communicate with your partner as well as play the same round compared to just playing and being silent.
Yeah, I mean, talk about, just talk about having fun, right? Talk about just enjoying the moment. I mean, whoever came up with the idea, I agree, it's pretty fun. I feel like with enough time, with enough experiment, we could do a full 4v4, and with 8 KOLs on each team. That would be ultimate fun. But for now, I think we definitely have seen the potential of what this could bring. The KOLs enjoying every single moment on that stage. All fun and games. We got one more round coming up. Potential for 2 more if the Akatsuki wins out round number 2. But for now, the KOLs continue to. Are they switching? Oh, they're switching seats.
Oh,
they're switching hands. All right.
Oh, only
like
one
it.
set though. Only one set is switching. So I think AVG and this Genki will still be the same. Same goes with Jonty and his partner. So it's only like they already won. So why not switch around to give an advantage to the opponent? That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, they're so comfortable in this partnership. Again.
Yeah. Now, let's see though. I mean, there's a few disappointments that we're seeing, but I guess the adjustment is quite fun. As long as they make it more entertaining, similar to what we've seen already, it is all good in the hood. So this is the 2v2 Lone Wolf battle between the KOLs. Again, there's a lot that has been in play, and I was talking about earlier, when you're a streamer and you're playing in front of a crowd or even the viewers, it's already difficult, but this makes that difficulty level times 10.
It is. I can't even play the game alone, let alone having to work with someone, right? That's I think a lot more pressure, but again, gotta make sure that the players are well hydrated. Everyone has to be well hydrated, of course, as the heat intensifies in the arena at the Central World. We are still we're just halfway through today. Can you believe it? We started bright and early in the morning, and right now we aren't even done with the official matches. He said, "Oh, let's It's getting geared up once more.
I don't know. If you like, how many hours more?
We
we
are
were expecting.
We'll probably have like 4 more hours here. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready to go deep into the night. The mall might close, but the party continues. That's how it is in Thailand.
Well, they do have a huge part being taken over, especially with the stage as well as the crowd that we've seen. So I guess there's a lot more that's being offered right now. But we also saw in the crowd earlier that there's a lot of kids involved. So hopefully those kids will be going home and they've had so much fun already. But we're up into the next game already. And this is where we're seeing probably a comeback from Akatsuki in this game. John T and Kan already onto that push, potential backstab, but they couldn't find their opponent who is moving away. Now here comes White Toxic and Sam, as well as Minato and Cuñado going in for the final takedown. 1 point once again for Hidden Leaf Village.
Oh, him with the fade away. White Toxic just looks into the camera and just stops playing the game. Oh, I love the energy. This is definitely an unexpected collaboration. White Toxic and Feast Note 1. I think having a hell of a time there. All right, let's see if this continues in Leaf Village so far. With all right, that round has ended pretty quickly. So far, it has been going the way of the Hidden Leaf Village for sure. That's your dash. And the blue wall, come on, those shots needs to hit. It's Itachi against Naruto.
Oh, story. Oh, Time Turner saves him. No hits, no takedown. And there goes another rush. I mean, they're just playing with time. And there goes that way. Managed to go in for a takedown. Now it's similar story or similar scoreline that we've seen earlier though. So yeah. I don't know. I don't know if this is something that they can win out that easily.
It looks across the table and gives a thumbs up. It's like, good job, guys. Good job. Yeah, it's definitely made something happen. A bit slower than they would have liked, but they can never. In the A124 drone are pretty early, and what was that? Somehow ends up a 1v1 trade despite FDW being late to the party. The last help, come on, around the corner, this could be easy. Shut down. FDW scoring it. Fists up in the air. 2 rounds in a row.
Lottery kill. And 2 rounds in a row. Guess they're getting a hang of it. I mean, I know it's difficult, but they're getting a hang of it right now, and this might be what they have been waiting for at this game. Now, position-wise, they are just hanging back, looking for the opponent's throw balls being used right now. A little bit short, though, on the other side for the Hidden Leaf Village. More of a hit coming from Akatsuki at this point. And, yeah, they are just waiting for that opportunity. Now, I'm looking at their player cam or the device cam, and it seems like even with the movement of the fingers, you'll be able to read what you can do if you're the ones on the shooting angle or shooting side. But it is working for Akatsuki right now. 3 in a row, and there's no hint of them slowing down.
Yep. Again, like you said, that they are starting to get the hang of it. FDW is really putting in the numbers in this tournament, at least in this show match. 4 eliminations out of 6 total for the Akatsuki. Really has been leading the charge. That partnership is working out well for them, of course. FDW once more in the front lines. Double ice grenade being thrown out. Only buying space and time, but realistically not really getting much for Konoha, at least in this second match.
Yeah, I mean, they will be stuck in one corner, and hopefully this is something that would work for them if Akatsuki will be rushing in. But no, they're just buying for time right now, and they're just waiting for, again, this is a test of patience for both sides. And if Hidden Leaf Village or Konoha will be rushing in. That's what Akatsuki has been taking advantage of for the past 3 games.
Definitely taking it one step at a time. Information. Much given if Daewei trying to go for the wraparound. Here comes the pincer attack. The time turner. Not enough to protect his teammate, sadly. Hidden Leaf Village about to fall. If Daewei now in a prime position. 2v1. 1v1. Staying spot as last game. The clutch. And that's the dab that we've been waiting for. Hidden Leaf Village sponge the bleeding.
They staunched the bleeding. They didn't have a fire jutsu to do so. All they had to do is one guy making it work against 2. That clutch would be very, very well. But M590 right now, I mean, it would be much more difficult, especially with the reduced reload time for this weapon. But they are trying to make it work. Even the movement doesn't have to be that fast, though, to make those shots. And White Toxic and Samurai making all those throw balls, but I think it was a little bit of an overshoot for them. And same goes for Akatsuki. Again, Akatsuki are the ones who got the 3 points back to back to back, but they will need to make it work. John T might be seeing a backstab right here. Skill being used, but doesn't take that hit. And that Rebel Rush right now doesn't also translate to an elimination.
That time turner was perfect to stop the offense of the Akatsuki. They should give the Hidden Leaf Village the 1-up and make it a 3-3 scoreline. The execution pretty well. I mean, the presence of mind that we saw early on, unless Jonty can somehow makes a 1v2 happen. Impossible. Equalize again. Hidden Leaf Village starting to catch up.
And I love the waiting game. I mean, we have one dealing from afar, and then White Toxic and Sino is just waiting on one side, and that's what make it work. That's the number advantage, how you play that. Now they have a vector, a double vector. Some trouble in switching to Akimbo, but there you have it. If they would manage to do it. Now this is another weapon that you need to get up close and personal. And this is where that Oscar will be in play. But the Hidden Leaf Village doesn't have any of those glue walls to help them, to stop them. And the time turner is working so well for this team, but not so well because it's now a 2v1.
And somehow the clutch happens. It's a quad. 7 with just him alone. And this looks like a run it back. 4-3. We started with 3-0. It's a 4-round comeback.
Yeah, let's see though if this is something that Akatsuki will be able to pay back. And
what?
Now, so quick! And now it's match point. And they thought they are given advantage. It's just a change of weapon. And this might prompt, well, I don't know. It's a long shot, but this might prompt a lot of players, a lot of survivors using that vector once again.
It's not even close. And right here, right now, it's the Hidden Leaf Village looking to restore peace from the villains. This ice grenade tossed over the plane. Again, no connection. So far, FZW has really been struggling. He's always the first to make the contact, but him alone is not enough. Quite toxic. Here he comes. Whoa! Right at the dome.
Well, let's see now. We are seeing Cuñado Minato trying to get away with only 26 HP remaining. But what can he do? Nothing. Jonty already making that shot. 6 eliminations overall for Jonty and Can. And, well, very close to tying it up. But it's tough to call. Hidden Leaf Village managed to grab the win in the first round. And they can just end it as quickly as this. But they are on the M1887 though, so it's a different weapon that needs up close and personal as well as great accuracy and movement. and we need to see that once again for Akatsuki to go for the equalizer.
Kind of keep this run going so that we get more Free Fire action. Hidden Leaf Village. Individual track records, at least from White Toxic XM, it's miles ahead of everyone. 12 eliminations, I think. Sim alone. They're willing to slow down just a little bit. Circle will start to close in.
I mean, tough though for Hidden Leaf Village right now, because position-wise, they will need to move first. But skill has been used. Let's see if Jonty and can get an opening, especially with that Oscar. And there goes Samurai and White Toxic for a quick hit. And Hidden Leaf Village once again grab that booyah. And this ends the Lone Wolf series for KOLs.
Peace restored to the Hidden Leaf Village and the Naruto Shippuden universe. And once more finds harmony and balance. It's all smiles and funs. Yeah, give it a great Wi-Fi, a bit of a dab, some high fives. A moment to remember as they continue to talk into the cameras themselves, but this is not a moment. Would have loved for it to be a bit longer, maybe a BO5, but even a short-lived entertainment is good enough as a bit of a relief, unwind for everyone else that's seen. Booyah for the Hidden Leaf Village. Definitely some highlight moments. The collaborations between these KOLs, their live reactions on cam. You know, some shots were so nasty that we see them jolt back on their seats. But unfortunately, the Akatsuki will not prevail this time.
Yeah, I mean, they will not prevail. There's a lot of struggles that we've seen so far, and Hidden Leaf Village just managed to adjust a little bit, use all dojutsu as well as that chakra to their favor in that moment. Imagine like being brought down in several instances, especially in that final round, and then getting back up. It's just a definite like Konoha hero story. So that's what they have to offer at this point. And there you go. Our KOLs, winner or loser, it doesn't matter. They're representing their region as well as Free Fire to the fans out there. So I'm loving it. I'm loving the presence. I'm loving that everyone is in here, all smiles. And there's just so much more that we can see.
Yeah, I mean, they have been the cornerstones of the Free Fire community, right? They believed in Free Fire when a lot of people didn't believe it or didn't know what Free Fire is. They've been there then, they're still here now. I'm pretty sure they will be here many, many years down the road. And I think without them, we probably wouldn't even have the exposure that the game probably wouldn't have the exposure that it has now. So this is our way of giving back to them and making sure that they give back to the people that have been supporting them from day one. And I'm pretty sure that we will keep seeing more of them down the road and have them be involved in a lot more of these fun activities. Maybe next collaboration, who knows, maybe global finals, we'll see them again.
Yeah, I love to see it. There's just plenty of opportunity right now. And again, if it doesn't happen, because we're closer to the end of this year, or tournaments towards the end of this year, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things that will be happening in Free Fire. But if you are not seeing your favorites in that, especially in the KOLs or probably pro scene, then there's still a lot more years, as you did mention, Husky, because we are just starting a global revolution for Free Fire at this point, and there's a lot more that we want to see, that we want to expect as well, and I'm pretty sure Free Fire is going to deliver.
Yeah, again, there's the surprises keeps on coming. I was pretty certain that at some point that we will have seen all we know, but no, they just keep on one-upping everyone every single season. And in this case, just the fun has concluded. That's the show match. We got 3 more best of 3s coming up. 1 more for the opening of the split stage and 2 more in the 1-0 bracket. Now take a short break. When we come back, Free Fire action resumes.
WESK. Move will be closing in soon. There's no shift anymore. It's magic here. Bumping up the road. Limit gets the knock to Wasana as well. We'll see the final duel goes down. What the stop
is going to bring it home. Only one remains.
Amaterasu. The Free Fire Ninja Clash Squad tournament begins with a Swiss stage featuring 8 teams competing for 4 spots in the playoffs. In this stage, each team must secure 2 booyahs to qualify, but any team that loses 2 matches will be eliminated. All matches in the Swiss stage are played as a best of 3 series. Day 1 kicks off with round 1, where no teams from the same region will face each other. Teams that lose in round 1 move to the elimination round on day 2, where they will still have a chance to claim one of the last 2 spots in the playoffs if they can survive from this round. Once the Swiss stage ends, the 4 teams with 2 booyahs advance to the playoffs, which follow a single elimination format with best of 3 series matches. The tournament concludes with a best of 5 series at the grand final to determine the champion.
ยังไม่จบค่ะทุกคนคะและตอนนี้ค่ะอีกหนึ่งคู่ที่ทุกคนรอคอยเป็นการปะทะกันระหว่างตัวแทนจากบราซิลแล้วก็อีกหนึ่งความภาคภูมิใจของประเทศไทยอย่างทีม Falcons นะคะนี่
We are moving to the final stage of our first day of the tournament right now, Ninja Clash Free Fire All-Star Tournament, and of course this match is going to be Team Falcons versus Laos. But you know what? Team Falcons, they are the king of Clash Squad in Thai. So I think it's gonna be like a little bit difficult for Laos.
Nothing to say much.
Yeah, but we will see what Laos can do because from the previous match, Fluxol won Evo's Divine.
Oh my god. Anything can happen right now.
Anything can happen.
So, let's get into the game.
Let's welcome our team to the stage.
ขอต้อนรับทีม Laos แชมป์จากรายการ Free Fire World Series Brazil 2025 ค่ะ
Welcome Team Laos, the champion of Free Fire World Series Brazil 2025 to the stage.
และทีมต่อไปคือแชมป์จากรายการ Free Fire World Series Thailand 2025 Fall และนี่คือทีม Falcons
Team Falcons, the champion of Free Fire World Series Thailand 2025 fall on the stage.
ได้ยินเสียงเชียร์เป็นพิเศษแต่เอ๊ะเสียงเชียร์จากบุรีรัมย์นี่นะ ยังไงกันแน่ไม่แน่ว่าอ๋ออยากเชียร์เพื่ออยากได้แบบว่าเพื่อนเข้าไปชิงกันอีกทีบุรีรัมย์อาจจะเป็นการสงสารว่าอยากตบฟอลคอนหรือเปล่าแต่ยังไงพวกคุณก็ต้องรอค่ะเพราะว่าต้องรอทีม2ทีมนี้แต่ก่อนที่จะให้เขาแข่งกันจับมือกันสักหน่อยดีไหม Shake hand let's shake hand
Well shake hands to champion of each region like 2 champions of each region so this match is going to be really nice
I just noticed that
yeah 2 champions playing against each other I think it's going to be really nice
fire
competitive as well so let's get back to the casters
let's go
All right, baby, it's time for Laos and Falcons.
Well, Laos and Falcons. I mean, Team Falcons, they have been champion in Clash Squad mode in Southeast Asia. And this is just something that really surprised me because they are playing slow, but how they recover is quite quick. But one thing, though, that I'm going to give Laos is in CQCs, even in Battle Royale, and we don't see them in Clash Squad yet, but even in Battle Royale, they are quite great in CQC. So this is what is needed right now for Clash Squad mode. So I still couldn't tell who's going to win.
I can't either. I think after Fluxo and EVOS, I feel like anything can happen, right? As much as we say that Falcons is the kings of Clash Squad, and I still believe that deep down in my heart, but we've both established that Laos, they are a piece of work as well, right? They have shown it across 2 EWCs back to back, and even in FFWS Brazil, that they are a force to be reckoned with. So I would not be surprised if this is where Brazil makes the statement with Laos and Fluxo going into the 1-0 bracket.
I mean, given that, if in case Laos and Fluxo will be in there, I'm pretty sure the randomizer on who's going against each other on that 1-0 would be messed up if they are matched against each other, if Laos wins. But again, if Team Falcons is the ones winning, then it would not be a problem at all. But you know how round 1 is set up. No one from the same region will be going against each other. It's only to that next level that there's a possibility that they will be fighting. And that's what I want to see. No offense, Team Falcons. I want to see Laos going against Team Fluxo on the Clash Squad, because apart from us not seeing, not having any data on it, I'm pretty sure they're excited as well to feel how they go against each other.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they could still technically meet in the 1-1 bracket as well. It depends on which part of the competition we want them to clash. If Laos can beat Falcons, then yeah, there's a good chance that we see the 2 Brazilians meet. But if they don't, they might be in the playoffs. There's a ton of possibilities that could happen. But for Team Falcons, I think compared to Laos's track record, Falcons definitely are on the down low in recent times.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not a performance that we're expecting. The EWC qualifier, though they're already part of that because of the championship that they place 9. So, and even from like EWC itself, they didn't show up that pristine, that well compared to what we expect them to be. But as we look at the map right now, we are going to start it off with an OG map, Bermuda, followed by Nextera and then Kalahari. So for both teams, I guess Kalahari would be crucial if they get to that level, if they can stretch it over to that game number 3 because of the snipers, how well the snipers are from both sides. We have Limit and if I'm mistaken, Nando, who is quite great on the snipes as well. So we would want to see them that in that fight, but why wait for Kalahari? Why not bring it to Bermuda? Because there's a lot of potential for snipers as well to make it work. But with Rigby part of this team, it would be a huge advantage for Lost, especially in that close range.
Yeah, it has been, right? Like, Prox was with the squad previously, and of course now he has moved over to Fluxo. But it doesn't. But Lost continues to really level up. I call them late bloomers, but they say better late than never. That's kind of Lost's story at EWC, where they had good chances to close out rounds. But it was destined to be an SCA affair in the very end. Almost kind of the same ending that we saw last year, where Neshu Miners made a deep run, 2 back-to-back booyahs in round 4 and 5, and then we head into round 6. They make it to final circle, top 4, only to fall short to the Falcons. And if you kind of draw that stretch a line, realize that we are back to where we started. Falcons against Lost. They have a score to settle.
Oh yeah, I mean this is a time for them to settle it. This is a chance for them to, well, not really end that story, but show up and probably have some retaliation against Team Falcons, because in their hearts, in their minds, I'm pretty sure they want to win this game. Just show up against Team Falcons, but Team Falcons right now is chill, and we're going to see how chill each player is. Can anyone beat the heartbeat of MT7? Because he was just cool, calm, collected overall, not even exceeding 100 in that heart rate monitor. And this is one thing that excites me as well. Like, it's not just the numbers, it's not just the facial expression. You are dealing with physical and mental prowess that everyone's looking at. And this brings a whole new story on what makes a champion tick.
It's this saying that it's hard to get to the top, but it's way harder to stay at the top. Right? Like, what goes up must come down, and we've seen that happen. Funnily enough, across the past 4 years, right? BRU up to the top, then Fluxo, Magic Squad takes over, then became Fluxo, and then they started coming down. And even Falcons' reign wasn't long-lived too. So how that turned out for EVOS earlier on, they were completely dismantled in Clash Squad, albeit being a show match. Let's head into the draft this time. Falcons being on the Akatsuki side, and Lost gets to play the Heroes on the second pick.
Now let's see though, Cassie already being taken out, so well, there's a little chance of going in rush recklessly, because you don't have that basic therapy connecting you and that quick recovery being done. Now let's see what would be the ban on the side of Lost right here. And it is Oscar. So I can remember any player who potentially used Oscar for Team Falcons that made that winning moment. But I guess it's a good start for them. Ban it right now and pick it later on, just to make sure that they have that opening if in case they need it.
Oh yeah. So we take the Zane first. We've seen how that works without Cassie, Tatsuya. So it's gonna be Ignis. I mean, if we're looking at Indonesian teams, they would first and second the Iris, but pretty sure how Lowe's gonna play this up. Yep,
Ignis.
Just making sure that the playbook is almost the same as what we saw from Fluxo earlier on.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, that's something that they learn. If that is a winning factor, if that's a winning combination, then it should work. But A124 right now, while disabling skills, active skills at this point, would really help them go in for so much damage, plus the Coda as well. So that combination, A124 plus Coda needs to be like activated first before the A124 once you get that information. Santino right now will be used, definitely a sniper, will be using that at this point. What would be the final pick though for Lost? And I can't think of anything. Steffi! So, yeah, I mean, viable.
Yeah, very viable. I am slightly surprised that they decided to opt for the Santino instead of the Iris, but I can see it working, right? Santino, Steffi, they give the Coda A124 away. This could be an Iris angle. Clue as well. See the Coda, Clue or Coda Iris. Depending on Falcons, but knowing Limit, I feel like that Iris makes a lot more sense. Wow, no, they pivot. They take the Chrono instead.
All right, so the question is, what would Limit be using? Would it be the Coda or the Chrono? Because that's the only thing that makes sense. I mean, you get information and then you just wait on them on the snipe. Or the Chrono, the time turner, if you get hit on your position, especially if you're trying to snipe, you pull that in. But no, it's not. It is A124, so I got that wrong right now. And Potato will be in play. Karoro will take that Coda, and Sane would be for On Fire. On the other side, we have Steffi being taken by MT Sexy. We have Nando 9 on the Santino. Kaone Sechi on Ignis. And Rigby on Tatsuya, which is expected for Rigby as he's the Russian.
So we get... Yeah, and it's the same picks that Rigby did brought out at EWC2. I feel like he's one of the only guys that ran the Tatsuya. Not that I remember. We didn't really get to see Tatsuya on the screen often either way. This Chrono though, that I wonder if Falcons know something we don't, right? Last time that they dominated the Clash Squad, they were also one of the few teams that ran a composition that no one really played with as much, but they made it theirs. But I'm not too sure about this Chrono. It doesn't solve the Ignis problem. And that's why I feel like Ignis is such a strong pick, because it really does not care about your utilities unless he's disabled by the A124. But aside from that, he does clear up so much ground.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it clears out so much ground, and it's not just the cover, it's not the visual impairment, the damage that is being brought in. That we've seen that in so many instances from earlier, and that's what teams are taking advantage of when they're using that Ignis. So yeah, we'll have to find out if this is something that would work for them. But I'm pretty sure like Rigby will be rushing in together with Raone Sechi, and that would be your front line. Santino right now with or Nando 9 with Santino, for sure he will join the fray, but the quick recovery, the quick reposition would give him that opening as well. And then MT Sexy, who would be the support or the mid-man joining the 3-man front line. That I think that would be the tactics right now for Laos.
Yeah, I think knowing the BR region, they took a lot of inspiration from the Thai team, so it's not a surprise we see some of that reflection in how they approach these skirmishes. That aggression, right? That raw aggression. But you can also kind of chalk it up to it being ingrained in the DNA of these Brazilians. They are incredibly passionate. Asking them to play slow is like trying to keep an excited puppy still. It's never going to stay still for long. They will spring into action at the first sight of opportunity. And that's what we expect from Laos into Falcons. Two hot-headed, aggressive teams.
Yeah, well, let's see though on how hot-headed they will be in the game. But before that, we also have a video introduction for both of the teams right now, just to give us a glimpse of what they had to say for this game, as well as for this show match. So I really want to listen in on that as well, to see them and also to prepare for those this matches. So let's bring it over for the video.
Naruto ครับ เพราะว่าผมอยากแยกร่างได้เหมือนนารูโตะครับนี่นาโตะแล้วกันครับ ตัวละครคาแรคเตอร์ดูฟูเท่ดีครับฟินิชเชอร์ภายในเกมก็ไม่ได้แนวเคโรโรแล้วนะครับก็ไม่ได้โหดขนาดนั้นครับฟอลคอนเคโรโรแล้วนะครับระเบิดตาดีครับแต่ว่าติดเลิกครับอ้อมไปตายครับไม่ก็อ้อมไปแล้วก็เพื่อนตายหมดแล้วก็ไม่ได้ทำอะไรครับ R7 ครับเพราะว่าดูจากการซ้อมแล้วก็ไม่เท่าไหร่ครับคิดว่าไม่มีนะครับชนะสบายๆเพราะว่ามันระดับเวอร์นะครับถ้าได้แชมป์ก็อยากได้แชมป์ให้มันสมศักดิ์ศรีครับก็ทีมมาคิวครับเพราะว่าเป็นคู่แข่งกันมานานครับก็อยากเจอมันครับน่าจะเป็นรัตยาจากอีโวดีวายครับเพราะว่าสไตล์การเล่นโหดครับเล่นตำแหน่งเดียวกับผมด้วยก็อยากเจอในแคทคอร์ครับก็อาจจะไม่ง่ายเหมือนที่ผ่านมาครับเพราะว่ามีทีมจากบราซิลมาด้วยครับคิดว่าไม่น่าง่ายครับเพราะว่าทีมเป็นทีมระดับสูงทุกทีมครับน่าจะยากอยู่แต่ก็จะพยายามให้ดีที่สุดครับ
Aqui é a Falcons, porque todos os campeonatos de X4 que teve aqui na Tailândia, eles acabaram ganhando. Bermuda, porque é o mapa mais antigo do jogo e sempre que vem esse mapa a gente ganha. O Asana, depois que atualizou o meta, ele nunca mais foi o mesmo.
Meu personagem favorito do Naruto é o Itachi, porque desde o anime como no jogo, a skin dele tá muito da hora, as habilidades dele estão muito da hora também, e é isso que faz ele meu favorito. As equipes, deixa eu ver, Buriram, Ivos, Falcons, R7, quem mais? WAG, Fluxo também, todas. Um jogador que não deveria estar aqui era o De Cruz, da Buriram, porque, querendo ou não, já está aposentado, não joga há muito tempo, então, mano, já deu, né? Eu estou muito confiante e, mano, pra mim, nosso time disparado no top 1 aí. Pode vir qualquer outro time aí, mas não vai dar jogo pra eles. Eu acho que talvez tenha um pouquinho de dificuldade, porque é um modo que a gente não é acostumado tanto a jogar assim. Mas creio que a bala, a mecânica e tudo vai surpreender todo mundo aí. Acho que o fator mais positivo do nosso time é mecânica, bala, estratégia também, habilidades, então, e muita calma também, querendo ou não.
We're ready to hop into the action. This is the last series in the opening Swiss round bracket before we head into the winners one and figure out who will get into the grand finals tomorrow. Grand finals playoffs tomorrow. Semis, as I correct myself. Falcons against Laos will close out at least the opening Swiss round bracket. Of course, it's been quite a long day. It's 10:35 p.m. over in Central World, Bangkok, Thailand. And there's one thing that these players need to contend with is that fatigue might start setting in. And the job is not done just yet. Whoever wins this plays afterwards, after a short break. So this is no longer just about skill. It's starting to be about endurance and that mental fortitude to push through the night and survive the red moon.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure like they spend hours playing, practicing as well, but this is different. Once you are involved in tournament, there's a lot of stress involved and it drains you. So hopefully they have that fortitude, mental fortitude, as well as like vitality to be able to survive a little bit longer, fight a little bit longer more. But speaking of fighting, On Fire right now will be isolated and will be chased by the other teams. While Lost and Limit X7 doesn't have that much of an opening to go in for the damager. Two Ignis, Flam, Mirage already used, and Limit is the first one to go down.
Nando9 and Rigby both score one for themselves. Empty second from behind. It's between Ham and On Fire. The Uchiha fight. So Madara wins out that one.
Kill.
Unfortunately, cannot beat the copy ninja by a skin of the team. Nando 9 scores the first round for loss.
Oh, Nando 9 already. That is something. Now, I didn't expect, I mean, after the 2 or 3 takedowns, we're expecting that it could have been a Team Falcons, but you know how it is. Up close and personal, loss can go in for the fight. But speaking of fight, let's see on what they can do right now, because we are seeing 3 of that Kingfisher and 1 Parafoul for the side of Lost, and then a Deagle, a Kingfisher, as well as 2 Mini Uzis for Team Falcon. So they just need to get too close for that Mini Uzi to be viable. Otherwise, it will just be a long-range fight by Lost. But despite of the long-range weapon they have, they're going in up close.
Yeah, and Kiroro with the Deagle catches Haone off guard. MC Sexy instantly aggressive. Whoa, Kiroro, what a shot! From that range!
First blood.
The Falcons have found the opening. Towards the back line, front and center, onto Lost. Rigby needs to somehow hold the fort. It's him 1v2 against Kiroro and Limit. Rigby has the rifle, of course, but Kiroro has shown that he can work magic with this handgun alone. Rigby with an 8 in hand. The double up on the side of Team Falcons. Kiroro closes out a 3-piece for this man.
3-piece indeed. I mean, good payback to balance go for the equalizer. And let's see though on what they can do. Now that they have a good chance to upgrade their weaponry, but I don't think they will be doing it. They have grabbed already most of it, like the 2 Kingfishers as well as a Parafoul from Lost right now, and they will be saving up. But On Fire already brought in 3 glue walls. Oh, actually, most of them has brought in 3 glue walls with the winnings that they have. So they have more advantage in terms of protecting themselves. But how can they do so if they have that Ignis in play?
Sadly, Lost let that round run away from them. So we got a whole lot closer in terms of the round state in game 3. He comes the Ignis wall. Potato being stuck. Tono actually working out for him. Potato is on fire so far. Same as Kiroro.
Double kill.
Rifle conversion of MC Sexy. Falcons getting the 2nd round for themselves.
And I love the follow-up that's being done by Team Falcons. I mean, it's not just one playing against the other. It's just them making sure that they have each other covered in the gunfight. So I guess Team Falcons, despite of losing that shuriken round, they are bringing it on. And I won't be surprised if they can get 2 more before Lost can manage to get back. But looking at the weaponry, 2 P90, 1 UMP, and UMP right now, great fire rate. Not so much damage though, but we know that MC Sexy has that accuracy, plus Nando 9 will have that AK-47. So let's see on how well they can go, because Limit X7 already has that AWM, and that would prove so deadly in the hands of this sniper from Team Falcons.
This long range definitely has been in favor of Falcons so far. If they could do that with just a Deagle, imagine the destruction they could bring forth with a proper rifle. Limit perched up on top. Because Mini Uzi in the hands of On Fire. They need to take the CQC. Potato right beside him. And for Lost, they are trying to find a way into the building. But with Nando 9 already having to expand that medkit, that option becomes a bit more constricted. And all these choke points being very well guarded by Falcon. Kiroro somehow with the Deagle just pops Nando 9. You cannot let him get away with that.
First blood.
Yeah, I mean, like that Deagle right there. Gameplay by Kiroro plus the flank is really working for Team Falcons. Now On Fire right now going for the rush, but it is Kunai, the exploding Kunai, that will finish them off. So it's 3 points already, and they are up in peak. So compared to the previous maps that we've seen, there's not so much of opening in peak. So this can be an advantage that Lost can use.
Unbelievable. I mean, Kiroro is he is really having a good time. Can't even get away with all these Deagle shots. Has a P90, but decides to go the good old-fashioned way and just pistol whips his opponent. Lost needs to shut him down, or Falcons will run away with Bermuda.
And one thing though, I mean, he's using the Deagle as a primary and the P90 as secondary. It's just something else. Now, let's see though, up close and personal, but that Divine Tree already being picked up. Rigby being shot at by Limit in that small angle, and On Fire follows through on One Sechi, and there you go, steamrolling across the board. Lost right now is a little bit lost, only Nando 9 who will be available at this point. Can he fight against the 3 players, make that 4 players now of Team Falcons?
Yeah, not even a chance this time. Kororo didn't have to pull out the good old Deagle. The rest of the team has already done the heavy lifting. Okay, I say that, you give him another pop to the head. Kororo, Stalin on Lost right now, and starting to look very, very unfair.
Dude, I mean, how many elimination that Kororo has done with that Deagle? There's just a lot. There's just a lot. But we're going to pause the game right now and wait, give them a little bit of chance to breathe easy so that they can recover at this point. I'm not just talking about loss. I'm talking about both teams. But Kororo on a Deagle, how many elimination has he had already? Was that 5
7.
already?
I think it was like 6 or 7. Yeah, I would like to assume that all of it was done by the Deagle, because I have not seen him do it with any other weapon. Wouldn't be surprised if Lost calls a pause and be like, someone check Kororo's phone, because this guy is hitting too many shots with the Deagle. My Deagle doesn't work like that. I don't hit shots from afar at round 2. That makes no sense. It's hitting moving targets with the Deagle.
If I'm the opponent of Team Falcons, I won't be complaining, because regardless of what weapon, I won't be making any of those shots. That's why I'm the support player when I play Clash Squad. So as long as I have that Cassie, as long as I have that Diva, as well as that Olivia, I'm good. I can pick you up, I can heal you up, and help you as much as possible. Probably in some assists, but not on the elimination, especially not on the Deagle.
Yeah, again, I think it's gonna make some of the legacy players proud. The only, player that has done something more than the Deagle in a revolver, in this case, hitting a moving target in a vehicle, that's Buffalo. It's the only guy that has done it. The only guy that refuses to give out double revolvers when everyone has moved on to rifles. But it's good to see the Deagle back in action.
Yeah, I mean, definitely good to see them in action. Now, we are just waiting for some of the players to get back in play. There's a technical difficulty, and it's not for Lost. It's for the side of Falcons, I believe. And this is what they're fixing right now. But, yes, it's showing 0 for both of the teams, with the lead for the first round is being taken by Team Falcons, especially with the prime work that Kororo has been doing with that Deagle. And I don't know. This is just like Team Falcons rubbing it to the face of the Lost right now. Apologies, Lost, but that's how it looks right here.
Yeah. Of course, Lost still has a chance, It's currently 4-1. We've seen the run it backs in previous series, so it's not impossible. And this is a good time to pump on the brakes and start digging deep. How are we going to stop Falcons from getting these insane shots, because they are out mechanicking Lost?
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't look like it, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot more of potential opportunities, because we are looking at their active skill as well, but they're not using it to their best advantage. The Flame Mirage coming from Ignis is being triggered a little bit too late. Most of the time, that is used with only a few HPs remaining for the opponent. So if they're hiding out, especially if you have a Dreki on you, you would know that an opponent is healing up. So just trigger that, and instantly you might get a knockdown. And then the follow-through will just happen. So just a few tips from what I've seen this game, these players do in a game, but I guess a Lost can make that adjustment.
I think it has to start with how they utilize this Ignis, right? The difference between how Fluxo did it was that Ignis is essentially serves 2 purposes, well, 3 purposes. First, to take down utilities like Blue Wall. Second, to cut off line of sight, but also to facilitate a rush. I think Lost, they do it differently, right? They use the Ignis Firewall as a buffer in between those ability cooldowns before Falcons make a move, but Falcons have been catching them off guard, so it diminishes the value of what this firewall would have provided if they just use it in a more aggressive manner. But they have time to work it out. Gotta make this one work though. The economy is not looking good at all.
Yeah, let's see though if they will be able to turn things around. Not so much of a movement needs to be done, especially in this area, but Kiroro right now, another flank, another backstab, and this time against Rigby. Now that guy is the one that you need to disable, but Potato will be taken down as well, and not quite sure if pickup is possible, but Lost is already rushed in. I get that. The rest is working for them, but not so much. Nando 9 will be left alone. Rawane Sechi will not be picked up that easily because of distance that Nando 9 is. But Limit X7, the moment he moves, he might be taken down, but Nando 9 is already feeling the heat.
Doesn't even give Nando 9 the opportunity to go for a peek. He is just straight up spamming that area. Well, this round is pretty much done and dusted. Lost not given any time to re-strategize. And this is the kind of pressure that can really mount up.
Double kill.
And it starts to become painful for the losing team because you feel like you are constantly under the microscope. Falcons know how to not just put on the show, but break their opponents and not let them have any time to compose. And you only have like 15 seconds pre-round to get your thoughts together. But once chaos ensues, Falcon start coming out on top. You see Lost fall apart at the seams.
Yeah, I mean, and it is really tough right now for Lost. And one thing I forgot to say, because we pointed this out in Brutum United, is they are in home ground. So that's one reason as well that they're so comfortable in playing this game. Not only are they the CS champion for Southeast Asia, but they're also in their home ground. So the energy is still prime for them. And this is what we were talking about. Ignis Flam Mirage was triggered a little bit too early and not even that advantage for damaging Team Falcons. And that is what happened. Nando 9 being left behind once again as a sniper. And even if he has that elevation, doesn't have that opening to go in for quick elimination against 3.
And this is pretty much the end game for map 1, Nando 9. Again, not even given a chance to think about the next move. It's just relentless pressure from Team Falcons. And a Booyah 6-1 on Bermuda, making it look easy.
It does. And that is props to Kiroro, who has made so much of progress in initiating those fights. So I think Kiroro did get, if not 9, 10 elimination at that point, and he is just one grabbing that first blood. So that's one thing that they need to work with. Just block off the approach of Kiroro, as well as probably utilize the active skill in a better way for Clash Squad, because it's quite different when it comes to Battle Royale. And I think they need that first loss for Loss to be able to recover and make those adjustments, similar to what we've seen Fluxo did.
I mean, talk about being shell-shocked, right? Like, you can see the round ends, the lights were flashing, but Lost deep in thoughts on that stage. Really not knowing what hit him because the rounds ended so fast. I don't think there's even enough time to process what happened in round number 2, let alone the end of map 1. But that's how the cookie crumbles. Falcons still has it, that chrono somehow paying off, but majority of that win really just came from the individual mechanics of Falcons. There really wasn't much depth to it. They just sort of outgunned everyone on Loss.
I mean, they did outgun them. And, well, we'll have to find out if there will be any adjustment. I'm pretty sure there will be some changes in terms of active skill pick for both sides, but less for Team Falcons though, unless they still have a lot of pages to pull out from their playbook, and I'm pretty sure they do. But for Lost right now, like, they can stick with the same or probably just change it. Like, if Nando 9 can utilize that Iris together with a Flame Mirage and just let go of the Steffi. I don't think the Steffi has made that much of impact in this game. Yes, you will be disabled by the A124, but throwables is not so much available for everyone that it's being used that often. So they can choose a different active skill in replacement for that Steffi, and even that Suya can be replaced as well.
Yeah, I think for Laos, I feel like the Ignis still wasn't utilized to the way I wanted it to. But then again, I think Falcons just struck them fast and hard, right? So if you want someone to slow down Falcons, I feel like you might have to consider taking the A124 for yourselves, or the Homer would be a good second choice.
Yeah,
it's more of an Indonesian team thing. I'm not sure if Laos has practiced much with that, but this 6-1 scoreline on Bermuda is definitely an opening statement for Falcons.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, opening statement that they want to close it early. That is what they're aiming for. And let's see if they'll be able to do it, because, again, there's still more chance. But the MVP for that match, definitely it is the Falcon with an eagle, Keroro. He is the bomber, but he doesn't look like it. He looks like a sniper and a pistol. With that Deagle, managed to bring in 9 elimination, 4,226 on the damage. And, well, this guy, the acquisition of this guy, is proving to be worth it at this point in time.
I don't know, like 7 out of 9 eliminations with a Deagle in rifle rounds. Mind you, he is one of the few who has been on the world stage and who has been on world champion teams, right? Sometimes you forget that he was with Attack all around at one point before he eventually ended up in Falcons and played with them on the main stage to varying degrees of success for sure, but still overall he was up there, and now looks like he's on track. And I gotta say, he and On Fire look almost similar.
almost like if there wasn't I would say the hairstyle. No, the hairstyle is the same. Features are the same. So well, that's one thing though. That's one thing. Being together with so long, it rubs on you, and that's how you make a chemistry for a team. Just spend so much time, but not spend so much time that you look alike.
Yeah, I think it. I've seen like different organizations, different rosters across like multiple titles, multiple like events I work with. Some rosters have been together for so long that they start to look the same. The hairstyle, the routine. One guy hits the gym, and now everyone hits the gym. You know, one guy gets a mullet. Everyone now has a mullet. It's uncanny. But sometimes these teams are the ones that come out the strongest, that start winning trophies, on the bigger stage.
Yeah, I mean, they do things together, so they know the mindset of their teammates. They know the mindset of their partners. Who, like, wherever they are, they understand. They put themselves in their shoes, and they would know how to trigger, like, just that, the support as well as the rush. You don't have to even talk if you spend so much time together. The situation itself, you know specifically what the other guy needs to do, and you just do it. That's just bro codes overall. Bro codes being broken by bros.
Yeah, and that's why sometimes I like it when teams stick together for long periods of time, and continue to go for that success. Obviously, it doesn't work for every squad, but sometimes you can see that potential in those who have made it to the top or are close to the top and just wants to give it another shot. EVOS is a good example of that. RQ2, Fuxo being one of it, and now Laos has joined that conversation. See if they can make some adjustments in this game number 2, because there's really not much time to process what happened on Bermuda. So it's time to go for a full reset and ignore what happened just now.
Let's see now what reset they will be doing. It starts off with this draft pick. So let's see if they will make any changes from what we've seen earlier. But there goes the Sane being taken out. So none of those extreme encounter that will be happening right now. And A124 being taken out by Team Falcons. So I guess it's a smart move from Team Falcons to take this out, because it's easy for Laos to grab this from the get-go. But Oscar right now will be used. So I guess instead of the Flam Mirage, but they can still pick it later on, they can use this as a rush build to break down glue walls, knock them back, and then let the rest of the teams follow through.
So we get a Tatsuya grab for Team Falcons. They trade the Oscar So no Zeno A124. Cassie is the obvious choice for the Falcons. Let's see if we get that Ignis again. It feels like Lost might go down that route again, but this time with the Oscar, it does feel a lot more manageable. But again, utility wasn't the big issue from Falcons. So a good divert to the Iris. I do like that approach. The Ignis to follow still. And now we're talking. Lost have a lot in their arsenal to break down the defenses of Team Falcons if that comes into play. But Falcons, they're going to start with Santino. That feels like a limit ability for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Santino and then that Chrono. So it did work well from the hands of Potato, and it might work even better this time around. But expectation needs to be changed right now because I'm looking at how Lost is playing this. So we still have the Ignis that hasn't been used to its best advantage, but they do have 2 on information. And this is something that Iris, definitely Nando 9, will be using. Coda though, not quite sure who's going to take this. I guess this probably MT Sexy, and then Oscar would be a Rigby skill. That's how I see it. Let's see if that is true.
Nice. Well, see, I mean, for Lost, this, I feel like this definitely is it feels very, maybe if you remove the Ignis and put in a clue, I would have said this is an RQ comp. Like Haone on the Ignis, MT Sexy on the Coda, Nando 9 Iris. So, yeah, so Santino Limit on fire with the Chrono again. Kiroro with the Tatsuya. Off of that breakout performance in match 1. This is not a surprise that they give Kiroro to Tatsuya and Potato to back him up so that he can keep on delivering highlight reels.
Definitely highlight reels overall, but I don't think Lost will be falling for the same play. I'm pretty sure they will be keeping their eye on Kiroro, especially with the flank. The flank that has been done by Kiroro is just insane. That you would be more insane if you fall for that again.
It would be, but sometimes the same trick might work twice, depending on the recipient. Again, Lost, they didn't have much time to think about the strat, but they definitely have switched up the comp. See if this is going to be enough to bring them back and keep them afloat in the running for the 1-0 bracket. Because we're heading into map number 2. It's Nextera time. Falcons and Lost.
Yeah, and there you go. Start of the game right now. The flank is a 3-1 split. Limited 7 will be taking the longer side, but the Kiroro right here is being the bait at this point. So On Fire would be the ones that has the potential of a backstab, and Potato being chased by that Flam Mirage would not be harmed, but Rigby is the first one to go down with a heavy shuriken coming from Limit, and On Fire just finishing them off with a sight.
First blood, double kill, triple
it's already
kill.
gone downhill from the beginning. Doesn't feel like Falcons are under any pressure. See, even Limit casually having fun with his team. It's all serious expressions on the side of Lost. They need to somehow pull it back, and yet they have yet to find a solution. This second round most likely will go in the favor of Falcons, judging by the trajectory. Look at Falcons' bank. Kiroro just got himself a deagle again. They are not spending their cash. They are willing to take this on as if it is the Shuriken round.
Yeah, I mean, they just want to make sure that it is even between them. If in case they lose out, at least they have something to work with. And MT Sexy right now, Mini Uzi will not let them get away. But On Fire will be taken down as well. So MT Sexy, 2 in the board already. And Kiroro, Limited 7 just backing off in one of the tower. Santino has been triggered. Shake Splitter right now, just to make sure that Limit has some backup. But Limit X7 from the underground managed to get across and meet up with Kiroro. And this is what I love about this. There's a lot of a zip line that you can use to get you to the other side.
Not gonna lie, at least Laos doesn't take this disrespect lightly. So I would say even if they win this round, Falcons will have bank to work with for the next round. And that's where the big guns come out. But they sure as heck can still do damage to Laos. Take away that mini Uzi, that would be ideal. Limit makes a gun for it, Haone just pops it with a Deagle, and this time Kuroro is not going to win this 1v4, is he? As Kidney Village finds the equalizer, it's 1-1.
It's 1-1 right now. Now let's see if Team Falcons has decided to bring in the big guns, or will they stick with a Deagle play. Because I saw Kuroro already picked up the Deagle, so that's no question. That is what's going to use, but I want to see more from the other players of Team Falcon. So we have a VSK for Limit, we have a Mag 7 for both On Fire and Potato, and for Lost right now, we have a Woodpecker that we've seen Nando 9 use, as well as an MP5 for Rigby. So all rush overall can be used. It's a level 2, I believe, but there goes the fire Jutsu. And Potato and On Fire will be taken down. One with the MP5, another with that sight.
Good cover with the firewall. Here comes Kuroro into bring into action again with the Deagle. Good response from Nando 9, not letting Kuroro get away with daylight takeouts this time. At least for Lost, they find themselves a second round guarantee this time. And Falcons definitely realizing a bit too late into round number 3 that Lost has had some of their tricks figured out.
Let's see now, Rigby using that portal to get behind Limit 7. There's not so much that you can do, especially fire rate of that MP5. And he is grabbing a sniper just to give out to Nando 9. Now let's see if this is something that they can turn around for Team Falcons. It's 2-1 already, and well, I guess this is where they decide. They need to bring the bigger guns at this point, or probably a bigger tactic.
Finally, Kuroro brings up the VSS. Playtime's over, he says. Done with the Deagle shenanigans. It's time to get the show going. They realize that if they lose this round, the bank is going to break again. They save out in round number 2. But it's time to get a bit of a lead. At Firewall doesn't do much. See that Sharingan being used, so the ability getting copied in favor of the side of Lost. Rigby getting tagged, Empty Sexy as well. On Fire needs to take advantage of this situation. Good ambush. Right on the money onto Rigby. Drops the chrono as well, give him that knuckle sandwich. Instant takedown. That Firewall is not going to do anything. On Fire to the wall and gets a twofer.
There you have it. I mean, On Fire, really on fire. But there goes another copy. But it doesn't work against everyone right here for Team Falcon. So they are going for an equalizer right now, 2-on-2. And with bank slowly being filled for Team Falcons, they might be able to grab another one. But this is the replay, the highlight that we have for that finisher, that jump coming from On Fire. And he was literally on fire with that Flam Mirage, but still managed to get another one.
Yeah, very well done from the side of Falcons. The time turner did get copied, but not able to be used to the same degree as what Falcons has found in that quick exchange. That's the Falcons' aggression we've been expecting. See if they can convert that into more, of course, for Lost. Fireball Jutsu takes out all that glue wall, but On Fire still manages to park himself in the interior of this building.
See though, there we have it. Flam Mirage once again, not even damage. And oh my god, Shadow Stitching slows down On Fire, couldn't even move, and there goes the takedown onto On Fire. But follow-up is that quick from Kuroro and Limit X7. And they survive. All of them retain their weapon and economy.
The Kagemane no Jutsu stitched onto one guy. We see this On Fire at Empty Sexy, but it ended up forcing Lost to cower together and made them living targets for the rest of Falcons who swoop in. It's a 1 for 4. Buy 1 free 3, as they say. And just like that, Falcons make a 3-round run it back. Now up 3-2.
Let's see though. Nando with a takedown against On Fire, but Hody Sechi will be taken down as well by Eliminate 7 and a Fire Jutsu start off the damage plus a follow up by Limit. And again, another quick round brought to you by Team Falcons.
You can see the pressure starting to get to MT Sexy as he clenches his fist a little bit. It is starting to mount. Almost the same effect as game number 1, where Falcons power up the pressure and Laos just could not adapt to how fast Falcons were going. It is starting to get frustrating.
I mean, this is something that they could expect, especially with the champions of Southeast Asia Clash Squad. But again, there's still hope for Laos right now, and One Sechi will try to go in the rest of the teams, but Rigby is the first one who goes down. On Fire, finish off Empty Sexy. Nando 9 being left alone, and Raoni Sechi would be taken down with a sliver of health. But it's a 2 knockdowns being done. Liminix 7 will be finished off, as well as Kiroro. So it's a 2v1 situation now. Nando 9 though didn't expect Potato with that marksman with a sniper and a backstab literally in the back of the head.
Nando 9 was the key for Laos to get back into this game because he was about to pull all of the weight, but once more outnumbered. Fortunately, against Falcons, who are on form right now, being outnumbered is the last thing you want, and this could be the coup de grace for Falcons. And Graph Labs of all places, this is another factor that is going to throw a wrench in Laos's plan. Falcons continue to play fast, Laos teaming up together. Look at Nando 9, the fight just started. Here comes the firewall. On Fire and Potato Force bang, Kiroro gets a shot somehow into Empty Sexy. And now they make the escape. Here comes the Ring Gun, the pull. Sadly for Laos, there really isn't much that they could do. Pressure is overwhelming. Nando 9 left with no devices, and maybe there's a chance. Nando 9 once more could not cross the finishing line. And Falcons close it out 6-2. It's a 2-0 in this BO3. And they lock in the last slot in that 1-0 bracket.
Yeah, I mean 6-2 right now, as expected from Team Falcons, but I don't think Laos expect this to end that quickly. It could have been a close match if skills has been utilized quite well by Laos, but it is what it is. Like Team Falcons, despite of I would say nerfing themselves, Kiroro on that Deagle for the first round and then switch it over when they felt that they really needed, and they just went steamrolling against Laos.
That is a brutal beatdown if I've ever seen one. I feel like for Laos, they got a lot of thinking to do for sure. You step up onto the stage, you take position, but the time you spend in game, fortunately, cut really short. Not as long as the time you spend getting ready for this series against the #1 team in Clash Squad in Southeast Asia. A brutal pill to swallow for Laos. But they have time to think about it before that gruesome day tomorrow, the gauntlet that they have to run on Sunday. For now, Team Falcons, they can't rest on their laurels just yet, but they sure as heck have bought themselves an extra chance in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have a good chance right there. And again, another championship being in the horizon for Team Falcons. But there's a lot more of matches that will be happening. After that, we are heading into 2 1-0s right now. So for those fans out there watching with us, joining us on the chat, even for those on the venue, the day is not over just yet. Still have a few more battles happening right here, and it's a winner against a winner. And probably that's one reason why Team Falcons just wanted to end it early, because they don't want to be losing out on all those energy when they get to their chance.
Yeah, and if you get into the playoffs, you get more chances to rest right before the BO5s, because BO5s are going to be brutal tomorrow. There's a chance we go to a maximum of what, 55 rounds if we maxed out every single map, and that would be a test of endurance. But Falcons, they have been known to clean up maps very, very quickly and efficiently. It's probably the fastest series we had today so far, and courtesy of Falcons. And whoever is watching it in the 1-0 bracket, WAG, Esports, BRU, they got something coming for them later on.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they didn't expect this to be that tough for Laos, because I was saying that Laos are good and close to the CQCs, but Team Falcons, I would say overall, Clash Squad, they just know how to make it work. In spite of all the pressure being done with aggression coming from Laos, they just turn things around that quickly. And even Kororo, that switch from the Deagle, and he was nerfing himself. Then he switched on to a VSK. He has so much potential from that long range even more. So, yeah, I mean, Falcons just went for that easily.
Again, make it look like a walk in the park. This was the beginning of the end, right? The Shadow Stitching Jutsu. We thought it was a 1-for-1 exchange, but it was actually a garage sale in favor of Falcons. And fortunately for Nando 9, he had 2 chances to make a miracle happen, to really bring the spirits of Lost back. But the cards were just never in his favor, despite his best attempt. This was the first one, and the second one, Nando 9 about to pull it off. But unfortunately, Falcons were just a lot more solid coming into this opening Swiss round. We'll go for a short break. When we come back, it's time to see which team will be the first to lock in the tickets to playoffs tomorrow. We'll be right back.
Miguel coming here right now.
We will give you energy by us.
และตอนนี้ค่ะทุกคนคะเรียกได้ว่าเป็นเวลาที่ต้องพูดว่าไม่ออมจ้าเพราะว่าอะไรแมตช์ต่อไปเป็นแมตช์เรียกได้ว่าแมตช์ใหญ่แมตช์บิ๊กแมตช์เลยเพราะว่าเป็นไทย versus ไทยไม่ธรรมดานั่นคือการปะทะกันระหว่างทีม Falcon แล้วก็บุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports ค่ะ
Why does the grand final has to start this early, you know? Because
Oh
Team
my
Falcons
God.
and Buriram are both very strong teams and they have to conquer each other right now. I felt like it's going to be something else, like for example, WAG versus Buriram, you know? We'll be more excited, but this couple, I also highly rated it.
But this is Free Fire, anything can happen.
Yeah, so just follow it anyway. So we're gonna invite the teams on here again.
Between Buriram and Falcon, what team will win, in your opinion? Just pick one. Falcon.
Team Falcons. Yeah, me too. Team Falcons. My pick is Team Falcons.
Why? Why Team Falcon? Because he says Team Falcon, so you pick Team Falcon?
No, they've always been the champion for the Clash Squad mode.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, I pick Team Falcons.
I will pick Buriram.
Okay. If not, I will give you like maybe a drinks that you like.
But I already roast to you the other match before.
Yeah, I saw it.
So เจ้าจ้าโอเคค่ะทุกคนเมื่อกี้ก็คุยกันเล่นๆกับพี่ยุนนะว่าตอนนี้มันเป็นบิ๊กแมตช์ใหญ่ระหว่างไทยเจอไทยแล้วยุนก็เลยบอกว่าเฮ้ยทำไมแบบรู้สึกเหมือนกับนี่มันรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลหรือเปล่าเพราะว่าเป็นไทยเจอไทยทีมFalconทีมบุรีรัมย์เนี่ยควรจะเป็นรอบไฟนอลเลยนะตอนแรกนึกว่าจะเป็นทีมอื่นเจอกันแต่ว่าก็เลยคุยกันเล่นๆว่าเฮ้ยเราคิดว่าทีมไหนจะชนะพี่ยุนก็บอกว่าเอาไงดีทีมFalconแล้วกันเพราะFalconเนี่ยเป็น King of นี่ Cash Squashพี่กีก็เลยงั้นน้องเลือกFalconพี่ไปบุรีรัมย์จ้าแทงสวนเดี๋ยวเรามาดูกันค่ะว่าระหว่างเหยี่ยวเขียวของเรากับปราสาทสายฟ้านี่ the Green Falcon and the Gods of Thunder who will win
Falcons
โอเคและตอนนี้นักกีฬาของเราพร้อมแล้วค่ะขอเสียงตบมือต้อนรับทีม Falconและอีกฝั่งหนึ่งก็คือทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ด Esports ทั้งสองทีมพร้อมแล้วค่ะที่จะแข่งขันกันในรอบนี้ที่เรียกว่ามีแค่หนึ่งทีมเท่านั้นที่จะเข้าไปสู่รอบเซมิไฟนอลตัวแค่หนึ่งใบใครจะได้ไปเดี๋ยวเรามาลุ้นกันค่ะ
And now I think like we're going to let them set up with their advice with the device and maybe we'll throw it back to the casters.
Yes.
Alright, then we will invite you guys back to the head shoutcasters.
Let's go!
Right, I would say this is the battle of the century because they are in Thailand and it's Thailand going against Thailand. So a lot of fans giving them the energy and hopefully they have that energy similar to what Yuki and Yunsul is displaying on this stage. But again, it has been a long day, but it doesn't feel like it's going to end soon because Titans overall will be going into play and you know how it is. They might stretch it towards the end of all of the matches.
And like Yunsu said, we didn't expect the grand finals to happen now, but to keep everyone's less disappointed, this grand finals reenactment might happen tomorrow again in an actual grand final. So we don't know. It is just a preview, right? Last time Falcons met BRU in a Clash Squad, we know how that went. Falcons essentially just smashed BRU. We saw them destroy Laos. That the same thing could happen. But with BRU's performance early on against RRQ Kazu, they seem to be in good shape and they have had time to rest before this qualification series into playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just a recap of what happened from spring season where both of these teams face against each other. Again, it was 3 matches being taken by Team Falcons and the scoreline is for Buriram United. The losing team is 4-3, or was it 2-3 and 4? respectively. That is what they have done. So slowly they built up, but they didn't manage to get a win against Falcons. So hopefully that's the case right now. It's still a best of 3 series. A 2-0 is potential, but it's been a while. It's been a few months already, and I think Buriram United has learned a lot.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they have. Again, we have seen the way both Falcons and BRU approach Clash Squad vastly different. We thought that BRU played it in a very fast manner. Fluxo played it pretty fast as well, but Falcons played it to a different pace in terms of fast. They literally embody what BRU would have been in Battle Royale 2 years ago, where it's just run at you, give no quarter, take you down before you realize it, and then leave the battlefield as you still try to piece together what just happened.
I mean, that shock, that war shock, I would say, that's being felt by the teams being taken down by a very strong squad. Now, this is the map that we have: Nextera, Kalahari, and Bermuda. Now, looking back into what I did mention, they both met up on Bermuda and Nextera, and one of the maps was Purgatory. He's not in the map pool right now, so Kalahari will be one of, I would say, the game changer if in case they studied the past match that they have. But given the fact that Team Falcons worked their way against Laos, and Buriram has similar game style, play style, so aggression often in Battle Royale is being brought in by both teams, but in Clash Squad, it's quite different. Team Falcons looks a little bit stronger this time.
Oh yeah, if anything, this is going to be the test, the true, I think, gauge of how strong Team Falcons actually is. If there's any translation from what we saw in the previous match against Laos, if they could take down BRU in the same fashion, then we've got one heck of a playoff runs coming. Santino banned out, BRU making quick adjustments, making sure that Limit doesn't get that luxury, but Tatsuya will be the response from Falcons.
Let's see though what would be the pick by Buriram United, and let's see if it's something that they've used before in this game. But they know they want to take out that Tatsuya from Buriram United just to make sure that they don't rush that quickly. But Cassie will be taken by Buriram United already, so definitely this is a get high pick. And question is, what would be another pick? So Oscar and Zane, just take it away from Buriram United. You don't want Wasana wearing that Zane.
We know for a fact that because of the Tatsuya ban, and if BRU takes the Oscar first, it opens Cassie, Zane, and that's not the risk that they're willing to take. But BRU willing to make compromises. They take Chrono, and across the clue for themselves too, eliminating 2 potential picks for 3 potential picks that I feel like could have went over to the side of Limit. Coda is a no-brainer. Limit still has Homer, Skylar, I guess, if you really want to go down that route.
Yeah, I mean,
Iris actually is still open. Yeah,
Skylar is rarely used in Clash Squad. Not quite sure why. It is potentially a viable option, but Iris is more of, like, gives more of that sniper vibe. But Ignis, now this is a squad that knows how to use that Flame Mirage quite well. So Ignis definitely seems like a Wasana pick, or probably a Jonah pick, and then Chrono would be for Wasana, just to make sure that they still have that extra defense if they go in for a rush together with Get High.
Yeah, it definitely seems very possible, right? I mean, Clue is definitely going to be a Moshi pick. That's as far as we know. I can see. It's the toss-up between Ignis and Chrono, but I agree with you. I feel like Chrono is more of that Wasana pick because he wants to get up close and personal with Get High on the Cassie behind him. But Coach Deck Long making sure that he drills it into BRU. They've done this many times against Falcons. Of course, most of the time Falcons come out on top. This could be different.
Alright, so Kuro with the ones using that Coda, and with that performance that we've seen earlier, I know it doesn't work that well for Brunei United compared to Laos, but it's still viable that he can go for a solo flank. But this time around, Keroro plus Potato would be the duo for the rush, and then On Fire would be their third person. So let's see, coach's handshake as well as the game's about to begin. Now we want to see this start off as quickly as possible so we can identify how well the adjustment will be done by both teams. They are going against each other, and again, this is not this is the first time that we've seen them play. There's so many history, especially as they're coming from the same region.
Has been building up since the earlier days of 2023, and that time Falcons wasn't even Falcons yet. C-Triple-G was the name. It goes way back when Limit was back with E Arena. That itself has already set him aside from everyone else, beating BRU at the Invitational, the first and the last one that we have, and that was when E Arena won the finals in 3 rounds, and him getting the MVP afterwards. Of course, C-Triple-G was kind of what kickstarted the revolution for this squad before they got picked up by Falcons, win Spring, and then EWC 24.
Oh, yeah.
Firewall getting pulled through, and Falcons make contact. Ooh.
There you go, Wasana for the first knockdown, and it's just Team Falcons going down one at a time. It's tough to go against this guy, Wasana. He can move, he can defend himself as well. Remove the Saint from him, he has a backup plan, and he does have that accuracy on him. So let's see though, that was just Shuriken round, and Jonah as well as Wasana has grabbed 2 each already.
The Deagle in the hands of Keroro, get high. Moshi and Jonah also having theirs too. Falcons more willing to invest a little bit in guns. BRU is a different beast that they have to handle. 2 mini Uzis, one on Fire and one on Potato. But if Keroro is still sharp with that Deagle just like he did against Laos, this could be that turnaround point. Very cost-efficient buy. A couple of pops would do to turn the tides in their favor. Get high will hold the stairwell. All comes down to one swing, but with Wasana finding Potato, that plan now be set into motion in favor of BRU.
Let's see though. Follow-up would be an On Fire and Moshi, who is also getting that Deagle. So Jonah right now has Deagle in hand, and I guess they do have that potential from long range. Limit 7 with only a few HP, and Get High will get down on him. Now Keroro, the only one remaining. Good chance that he can get a knockdown, but for how long? Blue's closing in, and he needs to step out. Get High already in target, and Wasana is just waiting for him to fall down from the heavens and shoot him up.
The conveyor, whoa, Keroro! Not to be denied or misjudged in his ability with the Deagle. That's 1 knockdown at least, and elimination confirmed. 3 more to go to. This is to avoid being headshotted. Keroro gathering intel, finds out where the rest of BRU are at, but Jonah does not give him the vision that he needs to work with. Wants Keroro to go out into the open, and Keroro turns around!
There's something
finds Jonah!
Turn around! I don't think so. Brunei United already have the man advantage, and Wasana will be able to go in for that pickup as well. So 3 retain their weapon, but the Deagle being taken by 3, I think they will need to change. Otherwise, they can just add a few more to their arsenal. So Get High pulls that. I think he was about to get that Mag 7, but changed to Mini Uzi. I want to save up a little bit more and go for utilities before bringing in the big guns.
It was a universe that Keroro would have clutched that. If that was a 1v3, that would have been a touch of the day. Deagle still paying off.
Let's see what can be done. Yeah. There goes Get High being taken down. Wasana goes down as well. Mag 7 domination. And Keroro with Sliver of Health will be going down left to Potato.
Double kill.
Yeah, it's quite turnaround. Potato in a 1v2. Jonah and Moshi, basically full health to work with. We'll see if Potato can kind of clutch this out. The tough feat. Jonah on the low ground. Moshi on high. Potato needs to pick his poison right now, but they're not giving him any room to work with.
Alright, let's see though. Potato with only a few HP. Moshi on the jump, and there you have it. Moshi finished them off 3-0 against the Kings of Clash Squad. This is something else right now. Team Falcons really not showing up as expected.
Yeah, not really. Again, there was a universe where Kororo would have made the difference. Still, rocking that Deagle, this time as a secondary. Proper respect given to BRU. The bank somehow not broken just yet. They had time to refresh the economy. Just to run it through the cycle with how they've lost 3 rounds in a row.
Alright, let's see though. 3-0 right now. Team Falcons on fire, but the airdrop pushes him in. That's tough though. That's a position that you don't want to happen. The airdrop knocking you out, but there's no damage to the HP though. Just throwing you off my feet.
Oh yeah. I think for the side of Falcons, they're somehow able to slow this down. Potato will be taking first contact, if anything, from Akatsuki on side, or in this case from BRU. It really comes down to what Falcons want to do. They have control of the structure, but BRU somehow is the one that's going to dictate how this round goes. On Fire will be the first one to take initiative and try to gather intel from around the perimeter. If they can spot Jonah out, that would be a boon for Falcons. But if they don't, maybe BRU can spring the trap on Fire very deep into enemy territory. This backline very much exposed with Kororo getting first drop into Wasana. It is the call for Falcons to spring into action. Potato on the get high, takes him out. Wasana gets brought back up instantly. Get high needs to be eliminated, and Potato delivers 2 in a row again. And this time it's confirmation. Living on Fire can trade it back, but Kororo delivers from behind, and Falcons finds the first round of this series.
All right, and finally, 1 point being taken by a Team Falcons, and hopefully this they can go for an equalizer after this. But the map itself, the part of the map itself, I think there's something that can change the pace of the game, especially with Limit X7 as well as Kororo on the sniper or the marksman. So AC80 does work for Kororo with the accuracy they have, and then the grows up from on fire right now adds more to the damage. It's more of where they want to bring this, but the Kororo instant takedown with an AC80.
Kororo back on that hype train again. Get high, just get picked back up, but their health bars are dwindling. By the second, Jonah, Get High, and Moshi in the red. All needs time to recover. The time turner will buy some space. Wasana gladly puts himself in the line of fire. Here comes Wasana turning around the corner, limited. Another sniper to Get High, and now it's a double up, a triple up from Falcons as they one up BRU in that exchange. Leaving Moshi all alone with nothing to fend for himself with. Falcons makes 2 in a row.
Now this makes Team Falcons a little bit more deadlier. I mean, most of the time they're dependent on Limit X7 for that snipe, but they do have Kororo, and they still have history. I mean, history from their previous team, and they're still carrying it over at this point. So let's see if I think this is the equalizer that is needed for Team Falcons to bring it against Buriram, but Grab Labs would throw off some of those accuracy, but hopefully they just stay in one corner and just target Buriram United so that they can take advantage of that.
Reduce the Thompsons in terms of arsenal. Still an AWM in hands of Moshi. Wasana trying to engage onto Kororo. Again, that Oscar Valiant dash. Catching Wasana off guard. Only what they want. Still somehow ended up being a trade. Kororo onto the second floor. Get high with a good backup. That's the coverage that BRU has been looking for. And Fire eliminated. Get High now gets to clean up the rest. Limit left all alone up in the air. The first knife does not connect, but Limit has a hell of a lineup to get through, and it's just not possible. Getting knocked down by an ability. Still self-pick up, but Blue closing in. There really isn't much time left for Limit.
Yeah, Moshi has angle already. He's healing up. Everyone's healing up. And, well, this might be it. There will be no chance for Limit to get away from that fight. 4-2 on the score right now. And we'll have to find out if this is something that can be turned around.
It's a pain to deal with. See if Falcons can bring this back. It's going to be a bit of a tough one. 2 more rounds into an equalizer for Team Falcons, and BRU comfortably sitting in that lead. Able to recover the economy as well. We saw Thompson in the previous round in grab flaps, but with that win now, the bank builds back up. Flip Chandler is going to force Jonah and Wasana away from the ledge. Drop the Ignis Firewall, get high onto the low ground, on fire, eliminated by an ability war, and instantly Wasana converts that. To get high with the follow-up, Jonah with the deagle to the head of Limit, Falcons getting dispatched. And instantly, this cleans up house. 5-2 in favor of BRU. This round 30 series quickly getting out of control. And sadly, there really isn't much that Falcons could do in that situation. The bank completely broken at this point. Saudi turn on Thompson's and 18 M87 and AWM in hands of Limit on fire, not delivering the same amount of impact that he had previously. At least when they were up against the Laos. BRU reading into that playbook really quickly. Karoro is going to be first under pressure. Wasana finds him out. This has to be a win. Doesn't have electric therapy to work with. Karoro out into the open. Needs to find some safe space to work with. Get high. Somehow survive that again. This Cassie doing too much work. Karoro running around in circles, but the time turner can only provide him cover for so long with Karoro out of the picture. That's the main fragger down for the side of Team Falcons, and BRU look to put on the pressure and step on the gas. Potato next to the shopping block on fire, needs to find a response right now, but with Moshi covering from afar, there really isn't much that Falcons can do in the situation. 6-2 seems to be the scoreline unless Limit can pull a rabbit out of the hat against the full squad of BRU. Even that is going to be a monumental task. Trying to go for a foot shot onto Jonah and reveal his own position. Unfortunately for Falcons, that one could end right here, and ability to close it out. And BRU with a match 1 win. The Booyah 6-2 score on Nextera. In dominant fashion. Let's get high standing up, making sure his presence is well known for now. For the first time in quite a while that, for Falcons, definitely didn't expect them to receive such a beatdown after the beatdown that they gave Laos. They still turn to reach into the think tank and try to figure out what is the main struggle that they are going to be happening. As of course, you're back with me for now. We gotta try to get Neptune back online just a little bit, as he unfortunately fell under the Genjutsu of the Infinite Tsukuyomi. So we are trying to break him out of the trance. But I'm gonna keep you guys company as we continue down the action. It's not gonna stop. The night is still young. It's almost 12 actually at the Central World in Bangkok, Thailand. But I'm pretty sure the festivities continue there with all our KOLs and our players and of course our hosts. But Falcons receiving quite a smackdown by BRU in match number 1 on Nextera. Definitely not what we expected coming into this. I expected it to be a bit closer, considering that Falcons were able to navigate a bit of the trace in the draft that BRU presented. But I think BRU came well prepared with what they want Falcons to take and the response that they have. A couple of moments where it really felt like Falcons could clutch it out with Limit and Karoro, but unfortunately BRU just a lot more prepared. A few too many ability takedowns from the side of BRU, really just hitting home the point of how proficient they are with using those skills to flush out Falcons from the Falcons nest. And in this case on Nextera, didn't feel even close. BRU, if they have a message that they want to send, if this is the time to get vengeance for all the previous Clash Squad wins that Falcons have delivered onto them, I think BRU are doing a fine job. And I do wonder what the statistics are going to be. I think BRU have done a fantastic job. A 6-2 scoreline. Wasana with 9 eliminations to boot. And everyone else on Team Falcons basically taking a hell of a beating. On Fire not able to come online, and all Kororo getting stopped in his tracks, and unfortunately Limit getting shut down. And all credits primarily given over to that Cassie that had so much impact over to the side of BRU. Get High and Wasana working together in tandem, making sure that the durability is enough for them to outlast these this long drawn out fight. So kudos to BRU. I think they definitely have done this match one right. And now the onus is on Falcons to figure out how to recover on Kalahari, because I think it's not going to get any easier with BRU getting the momentum, and we're heading to Kalahari, which is also one of BRU's comfort spot, at least when we saw them take on RRQ. This is going to be a challenge for Falcons to dig deep. And initially we thought Falcons, they came off a momentous win over Laos. They're going to have that momentum coming in. They will ride on that high tide. Immediately shut down by BRU in the blink of an eye. Again, kudos to BRU. We'll see if they keep on delivering. They keep on delivering on that front. Of course, match MVP for map number 1 on Nextera. We gotta give it over to Moshi with 6 eliminations, 3,467 damage, really holding the back line and making sure that support given is adequate for BRU to convert it into meaningful takedowns on the side of Falcons, and really giving no quarters. Moshi, when he activates, that's where trouble starts. And there's always been this rivalry between Limit and Moshi. They both push each other, the priority of the crosshairs, but unfortunately the support system for Falcons in match number 1 just was not there, and allowed Moshi to shine true and true. Of course, look at the leaderboard. Wasana, Moshi, Kororo, Jonah, and Get High in terms of elimination. Wasana getting 9 eliminations for himself, of all things. Again, kudos to BRU being able to really come out on top of this match number 1. And now the onus is on Falcons. We gotta see if Falcons can bring it back. Match number 2, when we head to Kalahari, a lot more open ground to work with. We've seen how BRU actually struggle a little bit on Kalahari despite having a decent performance, but they were definitely pain points when they faced up against RRQ. I want to see if Falcons can really exploit that. Right? It's going to be between Battle of the Snipers again. Moshi takes round number 1, game number 1, and now it's Limit's time to try and execute a comeback, a recovery play on Kalahari, and that's going to be imperative. If BRU wins Kalahari, they go straight to playoff tomorrow. Bit more time to take breaks before playing the best of 5. But if Falcons win, we head to game number 3, the good old Bermuda, to settle the score once and for all. And I think all of this is going to start with the draft. I think Dick Long has definitely figured out some of the quirks of Falcons in terms of the draft that they want to go for. A lot of emphasis on shutting down Limit, right? Limit did get the Iris in the very end, but the Santino ban is, I think, is the first or the second time we saw it today by BRU. They banned the Santino, and then they take the clue away as well. So really forcing the hand of Limit to put him on that Iris and making sure that his only job is to be able to shoot through glue walls, but not able to do more than that. No repositioning skills, no intel gathering. And then they shut down the foundations, the pillars around Falcons, which was, in this case, Kororo, and making sure that Limit is left on an island alone. And that's what BRU did against Evos too. They shut down everyone around Russia. And they showed that this sniper, despite being one of the best in the business, is not able to deliver without the support system in the front. So hopefully for the side of Falcons, they can find a way back into the game. I think it has to start with the draft. Don't let BRU control control what they pick. I think BRU has had a very good grasp on the draft in game number 1. Something that Falcons need to adjust to before we head to Kalahari for game number 2. We are still trying to get our good old pal Neptune out of the Genjutsu. I think we are making some progress. But for now, breaking out of the Infinite Tsukiyomi isn't really exactly the easiest thing to do. As we now turn our attention to the elephant in the room. Again, Falcons need to dig deep to see how that draft is going to play out. Whereas for BRU, I think they figured out the formula. Kalahari up next. That's going to be quite a challenge. I think BRU, they had the advantage in the draft, but in Kalahari, I feel like Falcons have a bit of the upper hand, at least for now. Hopefully they can pull through in this case. Main challenge is definitely to figure out if they're willing to lose Santino, or if they lose Santino, are they going to change that sequence in terms of the picks? Let's take a look at fans and how BRU is going to navigate this. So last game we did have the ban, I believe, on the Santino from BRU. Could be potential A124 and a Cassie ban. Falcons opting to go for the Cassie. They banned a Tatsuya in the previous game, if I remember correctly. The Cassie ban is a bit of a switch up for Team Falcons, not really wanting to electrotherapy. It did cost them a lot of problems. BRU willingly trading the Oscar. Now Falcons have to decide. Tatsuya, Koda, Zane. Zane will be the choice for Falcons. What is BRU's response? Let's see if they're gonna go for the Tatsuya was an option. Something I'm going to go for, but they will opt for the Ignis instead. Ignis Clue, Ignis Santino, Ignis Chrono. Okay. Chrono. Damn it. Going over to the Falcons, the obvious pick, and Limit gets his hands on the Santino once more. Koda and Clue both left open. The A124 as well. The Iris. Get the Iris on the side of BRU.
Right. I'm back. All right. So. Okay. So, Husky, apologies for dropping on you. Not my fault. I don't want to rest just yet. I want to see this game get concluded. But thank you for covering. And yeah, I mean, we're United. Right, grabbing a point. This Team Falcons come back, and again, I'm loving how this is turning out.
Yeah, me too. Again, we were just discussing about how, you know, Falcons need to start thinking about the draft, because BRU definitely forced their hands, especially they pushed them into the corner with the fourth pick on the Iris, but this time the adjustment was made. Cassie was determined to be a problem that Falcons could not solve. Now they get more comfortable picks, right? Limit getting a Santino again, but it does give BRU a ton of info. The Clue, the Iris, and a lot of utility to really stem the bleeding if Falcons get a bit too aggressive.
Yeah, I guess the Wasana Chrono pick as well is something that they didn't expect they can use, or probably yes they can use, but not not after their potential pick has been banned earlier. So good backup plan for Brave United, and now Team Falcons will, I don't know, they just need to be a little bit more smarter probably not just in active skill picks, but also overall in how they play this. Because Kuroro flank doesn't work anymore. Limit 7, yes, he has that potential, but he needs more backup on the long range.
Yeah, definitely does. The support system needs to be able to hold the front. And I honestly thought that, you know, coming off such a strong win over Laos, they would have been able to at least put up a good fight. You know, they come in on a high, but BRU quickly gave them a reality check in that map 1.
Yeah, definitely that map 1 is something that has changed the pace of the game between Barium United and Team Falcons. Now let's see though, we're all set to begin this next round. And well, Barium United would want to get a 2-0 against the Kings of Clash Squad, but I don't think Team Falcons is ready to give it up that easily.
Oh, definitely not. Setting off right at Refinery too. And we saw the impact of Russia early on when they face up against BRU on Refinery. If you don't have the right angle, better. So Limit is trying to find the correct place to put himself in an advantageous position. So utility being thrown already, no chrono time turner. That one was used, on fire, just cuts down 2 players of BRU. In an instant, he's done playing. Jonah able to escape the side, but not Potato Shuriken, and Falcons off an explosive start.
Explosive start indeed. The site really changed it, and that opening on the airdrop, especially in the pistol or shuriken round, is crucial to get all those loots, not only just the site. But heading over to this next one, the site would or might not work, especially as they have a chance to bring in that mini Uzi. So more firepower coming from Barium United, but let's see, Kuroro back in Deagle and Limit 7 with that Kingfisher. So this is another game changer if Barium can win this fight.
Time to find a recovery is going to be this one. Falcons. Let's see if they can stretch it out to a 2-0. Because they did go for econ buys in the previous match. That didn't work out on Nextera, sadly. There were promises on fire right in the face of Osana, and that is exactly what you want. Quick reactions and quick execution. Osana didn't have a chance to react to that. Kuroro does end up going down. Moshi once more from long range. Equalize the playing field. On fire now needs to somehow retrieve his teammates. Potato from behind gets the dash, and somehow Moshi backs his teammates up when it's needed, but with Limit finally pinpointing where Mochi is, it's down to Get High to keep this run alive, and Get High gets on fire. A bit of footsie work on fire. Comes in with the side, misses the swing. Get High finds the knock, and now it's him and Limit.
Yeah, he's recovering and then going for the pickup. On Fire is already down and out. Kuroro has been picked up as well, and Limit will have an angle take Get High. Barium United, though, Jonah needs to recover that quickly, and he did. Now Kuroro will try to go up close and personal, but it's quite tough. The cover of Get High has been removed, and they can just bait them in, especially with Jonah all waiting. So it's split up right now. A backstab by Get High. That doesn't work for them, and Jonah, the first one to go down. That accuracy on the Deagle still working for Team Falcons, but Get High, not so much that he can do up close and personal with the mini Uzi. Only one shot remains, and Team Falcons grab their second.
That Santino relocation with the decoy from Limit really did a number on BRU. Buys themselves time and space that could have gone very wrong on fire. This one missing the side, Get High, finding a recovery, but thankfully Kuroro also got brought back up by Limit to turn it into a fair 2v2. At the end of the day is Falcons having the better weaponry, able to win it out. Some economical damage onto Falcons' arsenal, but still, at the end of the day, it is going to be a 2-0 score for Falcons, and BRU now gets a full buy.
See though, I mean, BRU, see if this is something that they can turn around. A lot of angles that can be taken, as well as pushes that can be done by Barium United right here. Get High, Max 7, Only a few HP remaining, and he will be going down. Same goes with Moshi. So Team Falcons, they know how to turn things around. Wasana almost brought down, and it is just a trade-off, especially with Jonah on the backup, but not so much as he can do, even up close against Limit X7.
And Falcons really springing into life. 3-0. They've gotten past the halfway point already. The bank of BRU not broken just yet. They were able to conserve some of that economy, so going into round 4, they still have good buys. Falcons, we said that they are going to have a bit of an advantage on Kalahari, and that familiarity is showing.
Yeah, I mean, familiarity as well as potential on the long range. This is what Team Falcons has been playing with, even against Laos earlier. And I don't think there is a matter that could change that unless Wasana and Get High can break through the two players who is already taking this area. And this is it. Wasana takes down Kiroro, and Potato will be taken out as well. But it's not yet over. Still have to deal with Limit as well as On Fire. It's a 2v3 situation, and that Santino Safe Splitter will work for Limit, but up close and personal, there's not so much that you can do with that AWM. And Buriram United grabs the first point in this round.
Yeah, Get High just sticking onto Limit, making sure the Limit could not get the shots in. Of course, for Falcons, winning this map is imperative to keep them in the running for playoffs. But for BRU, the running back needs to start now. 2 more rounds to equalize, 5 more to win. And BRU doing pretty well in the economy department. Kiroro whips out the AWM. Gonna play from afar this time. See if the change of pace is going to help Falcons keep that lead.
See the change of pace. Sticking together, Fire Jutsu being brought into Kiroro, and well, he will receive a few damage, but it's On Fire who goes down first from the hands of Wasana's Mag 7. Limit X7 goes down as well. 2v3 once again, Potato and Kiroro. But Get High is prime. He's ready to go for the jump, and he faces up against Kiroro. And he can put in the damage, but Moshi beats him to it. Only Kiroro remains right now. And another hit. M1887 from Wasana himself.
Holy cow, completely distracted him from Moshi. Get High goes for the rush, and that buys just enough space for Moshi to land a fatal shot. And again, we say it, on Kalahari, the position of the sniper is so important. One wrong sniper's nest, and suddenly you lose impact. But that swing is more than enough to give Moshi the opportunity that he needs to further the lead of BRU. So you head to command post this time. BRU's favorite spot on Kalahari. Right off the bat, Falcons split up on Fire though. Unfortunately, he gets forced back. Firewalk and Trona as well. Another Fireball Jutsu. And Falcons get loot crate right in front of them. Let's see how BRU is going to deal with this.
Oh, Potato, a little bit too close though. And it's a Mag 7 against Mag 7. Jonah goes down first, hands of Potato, and Wasana pulls out the time turner. But I think this might be it. If he can turn things around. On Fire though, struggle on hands, sliver of health, and will be able to finish them off. Kiroro not even moving an inch while that is happening, and Team Falcons managed to take back a point despite of losing a lot from the earlier game.
That was unfortunate. Wasana was 1 hit away from getting the lockdown. That could have changed the entirety of the ties of battle at command post. This was it. If On Fire went down, Wasana would have been able to win for the recovery play and bring BRU back into this match. And On Fire escaping with 12 HP before Wasana gets knocked out by an inability with support from Kiroro from afar. Unfortunate circumstances for BRU.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that time turner was a double-edged sword at that moment, because he could have taken them down. He's the one who pulls it out, but he could have taken down Team Falcons that easily with that M1887. But no, it is that time turner that stopped him to put in so much of damage and complete the task. But Wasana, very close, and there goes Moshi for the finisher against Potato. It's not done just yet. There's still a good chance, especially with Team Falcons in position, but Potato will be knocked down once again with the skill. The same goes with On Fire, being taken out by Get High.
First blood.
This is BRU trying to pull it back. The Firewalk and the force Karoro out into the open. Get High waiting for him. That's attack in the back. Wasana already posting up in the correct position. Limited on fire, trying to recover this game, but pretty much done and dusted unless they can pull off a shot like clutch, but not in the under the watch of BRU. 3-4.
Now this is where we are seeing how or why Brim United is slowly transitioning to everyone in the sniper in Battle Royale, because it's very useful in this part of Clash Squad. If everyone can get those snipes, and we've seen VSK from Get High as well as Moshi, and then the Woodpecker coming from Wasana, that would help them take them out from a distance, not even getting close. And then they have that secondary or the backup they can use if they want to go up close and personal. So that makes Brim United more deadlier at this point, but they're still down 1 point. If they can equalize this in a 4v4 or 4-4 on the score, then they can just bring it home just like that.
It's looking more and more probable that Glue Wall actually went down. The timing, the blast could have hit Wasana face on and take away his health bar. Limit has now been spotted out. Jonah with the Trogon takes out Potato.
First blood.
And that's a huge elimination. Jonah frees up the entire section of that compound.
See though, I mean, they might look like they're in the open, but this crouching in this position just gives you so much of advantage. There it goes. A trigger on a Jutsu, but On Fire will be chased. Not quite sure if this is just a bait, but that Ignis will definitely help them. And On Fire pulls out that Chrono. And let's see if this is something that they can work in right now.
He's able to bring his teammates back out in time for the Firewall to deploy. The timing could not have been more immaculate. Wasana reading the situation just right. Now we are in dangerous waters. BRU finding an equalizer, and all that effort that Falcons put in happened nullified. Started with this, On Fire, able to clutch it out, finds the exchange. That Glue Wall work in detriment of Falcons instead of helping them out. Corona did not have line of sight to stop that pickup.
Yeah, there it goes. We have an equalizer right now between these two teams, and just jumping into Council Hall. Now, this can be a part of map that can be taken advantage by Limit X7 as well as Kiroro, the two snipers, and then they can just let On Fire and Potato roam. But they are being faced by Get High as well as Wasana. But Get High is the first one that goes down from the hands of Potato with M590. So all they have to do right now is rest well and recover. Copy Jutsu will be used so that the Chrono can also be put up. That Jutsu, Fireball Jutsu coming from above, brought down On Fire and turning things around to their favor. But Moshi will be left behind right now. If Moshi will be hit with one shot, it's done. And Kiroro managed to do it.
Kiroro is saving that round. If not for him, BRU would have taken the lead 5-4. Match point for Falcons. This was a turning point. Kiroro and Limit completely uncontested. And that was more than enough. Jonah somehow running into the open, thinking that he could make a difference without checking with Moshi. Some careless, I think, maneuvers from BRU. Not really sure what the exact call was. Economy broken for both teams. This is a Hail Mary bye.
You know, I mean, we're seeing Team Falcons stack up on weaponry right now, but Potato staying behind, and On Fire Limit X7 going for the flank. This has been expected. Thus, Wasana is already going in for the rush. M18A7 in hand, but On Fire will try to fire back with M590. but this is quite crucial for Wasana. He needs to make this play. He needs to make this shot. Otherwise, it will be a takedown by Team Falcons. Glue Melter will be used right now, and there's not even a glue wall that is being put out, but the damage is now being felt by Wasana. Fireball Jutsu, and Wasana might be going down, and he does get high managed to respond against Eliminix 7, and 2 down for Team Falcons already against the 3 players of Burem United.
The chrono brought enough time for Wasana to hold on, and the rest of BRU to come in to provide the backup. Wasana didn't even end up going down. Falcons really wish they could make it quicker, and now he's all down to Kororo again! And Kororo does it once more to put them in game number 3. 2 rounds in a row, this man clutched it out, and it was the 2 most important rounds for Falcons.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that rush right there, that rush that has been done, turned things around. That could have been ended with Burem United getting that win, but no, Keroro is the guy who does it, will make this work. They grab the Booyah right now, tying it for the series.
And that means we are getting a treat. We're going to Bermuda for the last match of this series to see who is the first team to head into playoffs. Keroro deserves a medal for their recovery. So this match is not ended just yet. We knew that Falcons are a lot more comfortable coming into Kalahari, but the match coming down to a 2-round back-to-back clutch from Keroro himself, definitely not on my bingo card.
And quite surprising. I mean, we are expecting a lot from On Fire, from Eliminix 7, but it's just Keroro who made it work. I mean, first off against Lost, now against Burem United, but there's still a long way to go. Another set of rounds that they need to overcome against Burem United. And I know it's not that easy from the first round that we had for the series. And with this reset, I guess Burem United still has a chance to turn things around, especially with the draft that we are about to see later on.
Yeah, and you can see even when the round ended, Wasana was like, what just happened? I was so sure we are going to at least win that round and push it to round 11, but what the heck happened? I kind of left confused for a moment. Shell shocked is probably the right word to explain that, but for Team Falcons, again, finding themselves a lifeline. This is peak Free Fire experience. Like our host said, this is a prelude to the Grand Finals, or some might consider this to be the Grand Finals, but a shorter version of it. 6-4 for the Falcons, and Keroro, understandably, with the most eliminations this match.
Yeah, I mean, he has been MVP from the previous one. He definitely will be an MVP from the previous series, but he will be definitely the MVP for this match against Burem United. But again, valiant effort though for Wasana. Bringing that time turner with a chrono does change the pace of the game, but we've seen some crucial mistakes that specific skill has brought in. I did mention it's a double-edged sword in the hands of Wasana from some moments wherein they could have done a takedown one player, but because he pulls out the time turner, they couldn't get those shots in.
Falcons, they were able to get themselves a bit of a cushion earlier on, and that's why they had some room to make some mistakes, not mistakes, but kind of give the points away to BRU and still have wiggle room to work with. A lot more closer than that game 1 with BRU just steamroll Falcons, but we expected nothing less from a world-class team to be able to adjust and adapt. And I say so far, Falcons' top performer this entire day, from Lost until BRU, has been Keroro.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Keroro overall, pulling out a deagle against earlier, he still is bringing it on, and he's our MVP. 42-80 on the damage, 10 elimination from what we've seen earlier in the match result, and Keroro is just this guy that is proving himself a viable factor, a viable weapon in the hands of Team Falcons. And this is just Clash Squad. What more can they bring in once they have a bigger prize pool and a bigger league to fight.
Nah, 4,280 damage. Of course, highest in terms of eliminations this match with 10, followed by Wasana with 8 overall. Falcons just putting out all the stops. Like this team, if this is how they are going to make it to playoffs, and so be it, right? They definitely have earned a second chance.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. It's tough really for these teams, but we expected this. This looks like a grand final battle already, but it just so happens only a best of 3. But how the trade-off is, like round after round, match after match, it's just pristine on how they try to recover. It's not a question of like tactics as well as mechanical skills. At some point, luck is involved, and in that final moment, there's a little bit of luck that made Team Falcons just end it that quickly. And as you did mention, Wasana and the rest of the gang, even us, were expecting the Buriram United would equalize that on a 5-5 in a scoreline, but no, Team Falcons doesn't want that to happen. Lady Luck doesn't want that to happen. Now let's see though, because this is the final game, the final round for the series, and whoever it is has that ticket already to the playoffs.
Yeah, and get to the playoffs again. Best of 5s coming up tomorrow. Is going to be an even longer day, and it's not just for the teams that will qualify from today to playoffs directly, but also the team that are going to run the gauntlet, especially if you're in the 0-1 bracket. That's 2 best of 3s and then 2 best of 5s to win it. That's a true marathon for sure.
Definitely a marathon indeed. There's a lot more that we'll be seeing, but again, for those of you fans out there watching Survivor, especially on YouTube right now, this is not a final game. It just looks as if this is a final game. We still have another one that is waiting for us, waving at us after this battle between 2 Thailand Titans. But I guess it's just up to the teams right now to end it. Well, if they want to end it quickly, go ahead, end it quickly. If this could be a quick match, a 6-0, please do so, because we are excited as well on the next matchup after this, because it is Fluxo going against WAG. Both of which, well, WAG, we've seen them play, we've seen them pot off, but Fluxo just surprised us on their way to this 1-0 series. So I want to see that start as well as end, but we are heading right now to the draft for this final round between these 2 Thai Titans.
As the clock strikes 12 in Bangkok, the show continues. Falcons now gets back into the draft. They were dealt a better hand, well, of their own volition as well. They made smarter choices in the previous game. Let's see if the Cassie still gets banned out.
Let's see though. If Cassie gets banned out, it would be not so good for Buriram United, because I think there's so much dependence on that, and yep, Team Falcons doesn't want that in play. They don't want Get High to to pump up Wasana, and also on the other side, because they lost in a, I would say, unconventional manner, they don't want that to happen in a crucial moment. So taking out Oscar would be a smart choice.
So yeah, suspected Cassie gets banned out. They take the Zane first. Once again, we still Tatsuya. Yep, most probably going over the BRU. There is the Iris. They went Tatsuya Chrono too. They're gonna do the same again.
Let's see, Tatsuya and Chrono right here. Let's see what would be the response from Team Falcons, because I think they can retain that they used earlier, but it was just too close. So I think they would need to change it up. They grab that Ignis, take it away from Buriram United so they can utilize it in the best that they can, blocking all those visuals as well as putting in the final damage together with that Iris, and this would work for Limit.
for once that Ignis is taken away from BRU. So they're gonna go for Clue Santino. It does feel like the choice Santino picked up first. It opens up Coda for Team Falcons, and if it's gonna be a Clue for BRU, then most likely Coda goes to Falcons. You can already see how that draft is gonna pan out for both teams.
Ooh. All right, so Santino and Clue, I guess you're right. And Coda can be used right now, can be pulled out by Team Falcons, and there you have it. So you have information from both sides, but more of it being taken by Team Falcons. Ignis can also use that, especially if you have a Moko. So the damage that you put in up close and personal, if you have a stack of opponents, then there will be a marker that will be showing up. And that's another factor that Ignis has to put in play in this Clash Squad mode.
The good old Bermuda, we see, is the BRU stronghold. I do wonder what is the I'm trying to figure out what's the application of this Chrono second pick. We've seen it work out, sure, of course. This time in the hands of Get High, since there is no Cassie this time. But they're the only team that second picks the Chrono on second pick themselves.
I don't know, no, it's a tough call. Probably it's because it probably didn't work for Wasana, so Get High can use that, and Wasana can just roam free, trying to chase everyone out with that Rebel Rush. So I did mention it was a double-edged sword earlier, and they don't want that to happen again. So they don't want the same thing to happen, and they just want like their ace player, which is Wasana, to be able to land all those shots.
Wasana has really pulled through. If you want a direct image of Kororo on side of BRU, it's going to be Wasana for sure. But the one thing that I think BRU is still looking for is that clutch gene. It's not to say that Wasana cannot clutch, but Kororo definitely has been clutching out a lot more. Plenty of times cost of Wasana going down. We head into match number 3, the final one of this series before we crown our first playoff-bound team. It's BRU against Falcons.
All right, let's see though, as we are looking at a full stack on the right side for Team Falcons. So, well, again, this is Shuriken round. No one needs to be left behind. And compared to what we are seeing, though, for Budaim United, they are splitting up. Wasana a little bit too aggressive, getting up close and personal. But that Ignis will get some damage. And Kororo managed to get that heavy Shuriken onto him. But both will be having 2 down already. Get High can't be taken out. And the pickup will be done onto Kororo. So let's see though. Limit X7 goes down from the hands of Moshi and then quickly turns over with that shape splitter.
First blood.
Just like that, Falcons have the hell bar advantage. Corona just get picked back up. If you're on the side of BRU without much health to work with, doubling up is your best bet. Kororo around the corner actually hits the crate one too many times, giving BRU space to respond in kind. And that has just gone poorly.
Double kill.
For Falcons on fire now, left to try and salvage the situation on a Jonah. On fire, cuts down Jonah somehow with the side. Okay, now in the face of Moshi, there is an opportunity on fire. Moshi with the bait and switch, but on fire still finds it. An instant pop off. You can see him stand up. And rightfully so on fire, clutching out round 1.
Oh my goodness. I mean, quick turnaround. Similar to what we've seen earlier, that could have been the win already. But Team Falcons just couldn't let it go. Now, this is just a replay. This is just a preview. That side gameplay, especially in this part of the round, that is very crucial if you get into the airdrop and grab that weapon. Now, as we look into round number 2, split up will be 1-1 for Buriram, and it is just a spread for Team Falcons, but a meetup on one side might happen. And you can see one player as well from Team Falcons moving left and right, or up and down, I would say, on the minimap, just to give a little bit of coverage as well. But a 1v1 on one corner is bound to happen. It will be happening in a few seconds.
Taylor does see Moshi too crossing by. Deagle in hand. With Jonah going a bit of a light bite on fire with the mini Woozy into Wasana's face. That's already a takedown.
First blood.
Wasana gone. We saw the decoy earlier on. Popped down by Moshi, but no opening to take that. Karoro with a pop on the Jonah. It seems like it's going to be a round closer. On fire
Double
even.
kill.
Takes out Get High. Giving a good old kunai to the skull. Moshi finding Potato is going to be a consolation prize. They see the decoy. And all they need to do is to clean up house. Moshi, okay! Ooh. It's his time to shine. There's a double pop! Moshi with 3 in a row! And now it becomes possible. It's him at limit. Karoro gets picked back up. 1v2. Moshi activates. Down on the low. One shot is all it takes for Moshi to end both Karoro and Limit, but Limit denies that. Closer than it should have been, but Falcons come out on top.
Moshi could have clutched that, but didn't have that much space for him. Moshi managed to go in for 1 knock against Kiroro, but the pickup has been done already. So, like, that time that Moshi has been given, or that given Team Falcons, was not used to the best advantage for Gurem United. But couldn't have gone that way if only Wasana was not alone going in onto the other side of that map. But that's done. 2-0 already, and Team Falcons already in the lead. A little bit too early though, that first pop on that Flam Mirage, but it covers the approach of Team Falcons, and On Fire still using that sight and having sight on everyone else, but no takedown just yet.
Yeah, Potato able to take down Get High, but Moshi, he did come online previous round, give him the proper gun, and he would deliver. Potato with Wasana on his crosshair. That's 2 takedowns on the favor of Team Falcons. On Fire gets brought back up, but now the numbers dwindle. Wasana also recovered. Get High. The same fate, and now Jonah goes for the rush. It's a wraparound to Potato. On Fire needs to provide assistance. Was not able to do just that. And Jonah with the cleanup onto Karoro. Right, and then BRU finds their first round.
And it's quite surprising though. Kiroro went in for a long flank, didn't have enough time to rush in. That was the mistake right there. Getting away from this engagement. There goes Kiroro trying to go for the backstab. Get High could have been taken out, but he managed to hide away into that small shack, into that one corner, when everyone else from Team Falcons is already going down. So that's 1 loss for Team Falcons, 1 win to go bring it to a 2-1, and this advantage in terms of numbers as well as economy can balance it out on a 2-2 later on. But On Fire is just recovering. Kiroro, another flank, another backstab potential, but Get High has got a sniff on what Kiroro is attempting to do.
And then Get High is calling for help right now because On Fire has an angle to come from behind if called upon.
No.
Surprisingly enough, they're not going for the aggressive move just yet. They need more intel on the side of Falcons at least.
And there you have it. Wasana, I thought he was just giving that AWM to Jonah, but no, Jonah is just going in for getting that information. But that pop on that 8WM didn't work for Wasana at that point, and they might be the ones trying to rush in. But Team Falcons right now is just on the edge, and the blue closing in. Limited X7 receives a decent amount of damage. He needs to recover, and Wasana for the backstab as well as the Rebel Rush. And with that knockdown, it would be refreshed, and Team Falcons will be receiving another L, bringing the game to a 2-2.
And the Rebel Rush reset definitely paying off big time. Dividends stacking up. Wasana, the easy knock with the Limit instantly repositioned, and Karoro left wondering what the hell happened as he faces off against the 4th Hokage. One of the fastest ones in terms of speed. Very lore accurate with the Tatsuya in hand. BRU now equalize. Whatever clutch that Falcons pulled off in the first 2 rounds have been nullified. The economy state now in favor of BRU.
Let's see though, they can take advantage of that white whale, especially in this part of the map. Karoro, again, Another attempt on a backstab, but not having his eyes on Moshi, who is getting a... no, that's not Moshi. A Jonah, who might be getting a good advantage, but let's see though. On fire will be going down. It's Moshi just breaking down all those blue walls and putting so much of damage. And Potato is being chased, but a crosshair off this sniper from Buriram, but a double hit from Kiroro as well. Limited 7 brought 2 down, and quickly as that can be turned around.
Out of nowhere too, Potato somehow stands. The Divine Tree airdrop captured. Jonah repositions. The shotgun M1987 in hand, but it was spotted out as well. Kiroro and Potato now have confirmation on where to go. Jonah coming from the side, trying to force a 1v1. Jonah able to get the pop with the Kiroro, but needs to convert it into Potato too. Unfortunately, was not able to find it, and that leaves Moshi all alone. And that's just not good enough. Moshi, too much on his plate. Falcons looking for the 3rd round.
And trying to recover, but what can you do? If Potato takes that 2nd floor, you will be done for. And there you have it. The split from Team Falcons, as well as the distraction from Potato, just made it work to take down the final battle, or the final player from Buriram United. So it's a 3-2 to score right now. And that's what I'm talking about. But Kiroro can easily probably take them down, but they have like that chemistry. Kiroro and Limit can go in for the shot simultaneously and go for a double.
Of course, this one, a good bait and switch from Falcons. It was a done deal anyway, so they do make it look cool sometimes. BRU put on the back foot again. Full speed ahead at Shipyard. Plenty of containers to work around. Wasana puts himself in a very dangerous position. High risk, high reward. If he could get a conversion there, it would mean the world to BRU. But that firewall, it's going to isolate Wasana from the rest of his team. Falcons trying to double up. That's the glue wall. Wasana escapes with the Tatsuya. The glue wall, a bit too late from on fire. And get high with the punish. Jonah up against Kiroro. Another angle of the containers. They get the double up with the help of Potato. Jonah will be the trade.
So, you know, the trade will be crucial for them to make it work. Wasana goes down already, and Get High trying to fight back. Mag 7 though, but we're only a few HP. Moshi right now a little bit too far onto the other side, and pressure from Team Falcons. Kiroro with M1887 just bringing everyone who is coming across